Today, this young man has come to the National Esports Center with his friend, Du Shisan, to attend a welcoming ceremony for Park Han-wang, the strongest player from Country R, an arrogant man who believes himself to be invincible. Lu Chen held the players from Nation R in utter contempt, even publicly calling them trash. To teach Park Han-wang a lesson, Du Shisan bribed Lu Chen with 2 hot pot meals to fight him. Lu Chen had only been using a mouse for 2 months and learned the game's rules the night before, yet he bravely challenged Park Han-wang for the sake of 2 hot pot meals. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen completely dominated Park Han-wang, securing a resounding victory. In a post-match interview, Lu Chen openly admitted it was his first time playing the game. A true newbie. This truth only added to Park Han-wang's humiliation. To be defeated by a freshman who was playing the game for the first time. That day, Lu Chen crushed Park Han-wang's pride and restored honor to the nation. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, he ascended to become the new king of the game, known as Battle Armor. After that match, Lu Chen became a rising star in the esports world, setting records and topping charts, earning his place in the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, fate often envies the gifted. Just as Lu Chen stood proudly atop the summit of glory, he was involved in a traffic accident. After the accident, he was lucky to survive, but his cranial nerves were severely damaged and difficult to repair. When focusing intently, Lu Chen's reflexes are delayed by 3 seconds, something that doesn't usually affect his daily life. But for Lu Chen, a professional gamer, this had a huge impact, and his ranking plummeted. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen plummeted from the top spot to below 100, and those who once feared him openly mocked him whenever they met in the game. Another headache strikes, and Lu Chen considers calling it a night. But as he gets up, he notices something under the table. The virtual reality headset for the game Skyrem, specially made for Hall of Fame members and recently sent by the Lunar Corporation. Having been hunted for so long, Lu Chen had forgotten he was a Hall of Fame member. Out of curiosity, he decided to check out this new game. The moment the game helmet activated, Lu Chen felt like he was swimming in a sea of data. Yeheng Corporation's virtual reality technology was truly cutting edge. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the Novice Reception Temple, feeling as though he had truly stepped into a lavish palace. Even the stone pillars in the temple had a lifelike texture. "Welcome, Lu Chen, to the Hall of Welcoming." A clear voice echoes. "Hello, I am the Spirit System." A tiny spirit appeared before Lu Chen, representing the Heavenly Chosen System. Verification complete. The system recognizes you as Luo Chen, a Hall of Fame member from the R region. Hall of Fame players are entitled to a dedicated ID. Lu Chen could continue using his old ID, Luo Chen, but frankly, that name had become the laughingstock of the Hall of Fame, so he wanted nothing to do with it. He chose a new name, Unforged Iron, to start anew, a reminder that he must hone himself to become better. Lu Chen was pleased with the name's meaning. After confirming his ID, the system prompted him to choose his race and class. 10 basic classes are now available, and Lu Chen took his time to consider. Unsure of the right fit, would he be a knight with strong action or a warrior balanced in attack and defense? As he pondered, the system issued another notice. The VR helmet would automatically sample his blood to check his health via a tiny needle on the left side. Ever since that accident, Lu Chen has been terrified of blood draws, and he trembles all over. After the blood sample is taken, the system quickly returns the health check results. And inexplicably, all of Lu Chen's stats are flashing red. His heart rate is 30% lower than normal, his temperature is 70% below standard, and his brainwave activity is 120% above normal. Most importantly, Lu Chen's life signs were only at 50%, leaving him utterly bewildered. What's happening? Was his VIP-level gaming helmet just a hollow shell? That night, a blinding red light erupted from Lu Chen's apartment, followed by the young man's scream, "Damn it! Don't mess with me!" But Lu Chen's alarming physical condition unlocked a hidden class for him. The Necro Swordsman. A blessing in disguise indeed. The Necro Swordsman, mightiest warrior of Purgatory, heir to the Asura, wielder of the 4 divine beasts, Lu Chen never imagined he'd stumble into such an opportunity. He had no reason to refuse the Necro Swordsman class, so after confirming his job, Lu Chen immediately logged into the game. He awoke in the Novice Village burial mounds, a forsaken loser burning with the will to get revenge. Lu Chen appeared as a skeleton, and not just any skeleton, one crawling up from the earth. Lu Chen was disgusted. Why did he look so awful at the start of the game? How was this form even remotely like a cool Necro Swordsman? As if reading his mind, the system explained that the skeleton form was a training state for the Necro Swordsman. Lu Chen couldn't really complain. After all, it was a special hidden class, so a skull it was. He's greeted by Nap Y Van, the undead mage and village chief of the starting village. After a startling greeting, Luke Tran receives a gift from the chief, a wooden sword. Armed with his new weapon, Lu Chen heads to the carrot patch to battle level 2 rabbit spirits. With their low health, one hit should be enough to finish them off. But Lu Chen's biggest problem was the 3-second lag in processing information, so he decided to predict his opponent's moves and strike 3 seconds in advance. The plan seemed perfect, but in practice, Lu Tran failed miserably, missing his strike and getting kicked hard by the rabbit spirits. If 3 seconds is too early, then he'll try slowing it down. Lu Chen tries swinging 2 seconds ahead, but still misses. Reducing it by 1 second also fails, but at precisely 0.9 seconds, the strike connects. It wasn't the rabbit's speed, but his reaction time improving. Though he was still defeated by these low-level rabbits, he was overjoyed. The leader of 13 Shadow Bamboo is back, the world's greatest swordsman. Lu Chen heads to the vegetable garden once more, sword in hand. On the way, he wondered why his reaction delay had dropped to 0.9 seconds instead of the 3 seconds the doctor mentioned. Luke Tran's mind raced, feeling like he'd forgotten something. Fragmented images flood his mind. A wrecked sports car, a bloodied baseball bat, and even Guan Yu. These things seemed unrelated, and Lu Chen couldn't understand why they kept appearing in his mind. He also remembered the doctor saying his nervous system might heal itself. At the time, Lu Chen thought it was just a way to keep his hopes up. But based on the current situation, it seems what the doctor said is starting to come true. Looks like he'll have to revisit the hospital. But for now, he'll beat those rabbit spirits to a pulp. The system even kindly reminds him to attack their necks, their biggest weakness. Lu Chen obediently followed, and with the delay reduced by 0.9 seconds, he quickly turned the tables. The reduced delay time invigorates Lu Chen, fueling his attacks with the hope of eliminating it completely and rising to the peak once more. After Lu Chen decimated the radish patch, he caught a strange creature. Another player named Tonight's a little cold. Seeing him get pummeled like that, Lu Chen already knew what was coming next. It had to be the boss of the radish patch. Sure enough, not long after, a massive level 10 rabbit spirit appeared, carrying another player named Tonight is a Little Lonely, upside down by the leg. The rabbit then hurled the player Lonely Night like a rocket, right as Lu Chen used Chilly Night as a shield. These two brothers charged at each other, immediately holding hands as they returned to the respawn point. Rest in peace, you two. I'll avenge you. Having dealt with the distractions, Luke Tran Tin Bo focused on the real problem. This is the first time Lu Chen has faced a boss since his mental retardation was reduced, so he can't help but feel excited. He gripped his blade tightly, ready to face his enemy. The Rabbit King actually has weapons. Seeing Lu Chen draw his sword, it quickly equips a set of sharp claws. It looks like a gangster. Lu Chen began to feel the pressure, but he forced himself to calm down. The best way to deal with a high-speed melee attacker is to remain calm, evade their attacks, and find an opening. Just as Lu Chen thought this, the Rabbit King launched an attack, and it was indeed too fast for him to dodge. But what he didn't expect was that with just this first move, the rabbit took 25% of his health. As he was reeling, the system's simulation window popped up with a notification. Undying of the Undead. Before running out of blood, the undead swordsman can quickly recover damaged bones, maintaining their complete state. However, health cannot be restored, leaving Lu Chen baffled by the system's cryptic message. If it can't regenerate health, how can it be called immortality? But that's not as important as dealing with this thug bunny. If one hit cost him 25% of his health, how much damage could a full-powered strike inflict? Luke Chen gave it his all, but only dealt 8 points of damage. He quickly retreats, realizing this foe is proving difficult, possessing not only incredible speed and attack prowess, but also a formidable defense. Lu Chen retreated to a safe distance, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, the rabbit spirit charged again. This was all part of Lu Zhen's plan. As it lunged, he slashed at its vulnerable neck. Little did he know, the rabbit hid an iron armor beneath its fur. And this was just a low-level boss. Did it have to be this monstrous? The Rabbit King is furious after Lu Chen's counterattack. One punch from it cleaved a nearby ancient tree in two, and Lu Chen nervously swallowed. At this rate, one direct hit would shatter his bones to dust. Finding a breakthrough in this situation will be difficult. The rabbit's weakest point is protected by armor, and based on their health, it can withstand dozens more attacks. But one more hit like that and Lu Chen is done for. He hasn't even figured out a solution yet. Meanwhile, his opponent seems to have gone berserk, uprooting a willow tree with its bare hands and swinging it at Lu Chen. Fighting a terrifying opponent like that rabbit seems difficult, but Lu Chen isn't so weak that he'd be crushed by a tree. He immediately uses his combo strike to deal with the willow tree. Unfortunately for Lu Chen, while he was busy destroying the tree, the Rabbit King took the opportunity to attack. He never expected something so big to be so clever. However, as it charged, it was struck in the eye by a splinter of wood, instantly dealing 20 points of damage. Lu Chen had found his opening. It seemed the eye was truly the enemy's weakness. Distracted, Lu Chen lost focus and took a punch, but luckily he lowered his chin, following the blow's momentum. The punch wasn't direct, costing him only 15 health, but before Lu Chen could celebrate, he was hit again. This time, it's a direct hit to the ribs, and the sound of cracking bone costs him another 40 HP. Lu Chen is sent flying by the Rabbit King, his body slamming into a nearby tree, leaving him with only 5 health points. The impact left a gaping hole in the tree, with Lu Chen's upper body swallowed inside, only his legs dangling out. The Rabbit King, relentless, saw his chance and lunged, ready to deliver the final blow. But when his fist struck, Lu Chen vanished from the hollow. Its arm was caught by the vines inside the tree, while Lu Chen had already slipped away. It seems that skeletal form comes in handy sometimes. His small size makes it easy to slip through tight spaces. "Little rabbit, I'm over here." Perched in the tree, Lu Chen smugly said, "Do you like the gift I prepared? This dead tree is full of tangled vines. Once you're caught, it's hard to escape." The Rabbit King thrashes, but Lu Chen knows the more it struggles, the tighter the vines will grip. Its only chance is to destroy the entire tree. But would Lu Chen really give it that chance? Gripping his blade, he leapt from the tree, each strike aimed at the boss's eyes, dealing 100 damage. Its eyes were indeed its fatal weakness. The Rabbit King had just over half its health left, but the headache was that Lu Chen's attack had sent it into a frenzy. The Rabbit King's speed and defense are reduced by 50%, but its attack power increases by 50%. Even so, Lu Chen isn't too worried. Facing a foe blinded, slowed, and weakened, what good is increased attack power? Even with a 0.9-second delay, he can still dominate. Lu Chen has finally defeated the long-eared Rabbit King, leveling up to level 4 and receiving the boss's loot. It was a breastplate that increased health by 20 points and defense by 9, along with a large magic stone. This can be traded with merchants for a certain amount of gold. Lu Chen quickly put on the armor, covering some of his skeletal body. The boss only dropped 2 items, but leveling up also grants 10 free attribute points, which Lu Chen can use to increase his health, mana, strength, and speed. Lu Chen's life points were just boosted by 20 from the armor, so he doesn't need them right now. He's unsure how to allocate the other 10 points. As Lu Chen pondered, a loud cry echoed out. Looking down from the tree, he saw 2 players running for their lives. And these 2 look familiar. Aren't they the "Tonight's a little cold and tonight's a little lonely" guys from earlier? What are they doing here? Lu Chen leaps from the tree, and the "Tonight" duo cry out at his appearance. Crap. Undead in front, mad dragon behind. Heaven wants to kill us. It seems they're being pursued by someone, but luckily Lu Chen has no intention of fighting them, and even blocks an arrow from their pursuer. "You two, get out of here. I'll handle this." Lu Chen waved them away, not out of concern for their lives, but because he was interested in the archer pursuing them. From that arrow, we can see the archer is fast, but predictable. At his current speed, those arrows won't even touch him. The enemy is a level 7 archer, known in-game as Tu Hoa Dung from the Quang Long Guild. He looks imposing, but why is he acting so soft? Xiao Hua Rong's bow is drawn taut, seemingly enraged that Lu Chen dodged all of his attacks. A level 5 scrub playing the hero? Xiao Hua Rong cursed as he unleashed his ultimate move, the ring-wind bursting flame arrow, but even his strongest attack was no match for Lu Chen. After all, he was a gaming prodigy, and now that he's grasped his own 0.9-second lag, he handles situations with incredible smoothness. As for Zhao Huanfeng's explosive flame arrow, Lu Chen didn't even bother dodging, instead confronting it head-on and dissolving it. Xiao Huarong gritted his teeth, reaching for another arrow, ready to attack again. But somehow, Lu Chen had appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. With his opponent behind him, the outcome was obvious. Lu Chen politely bid farewell, then sent the archer back to his respawn point. After all, archers are ranged attackers, typically fragile and vulnerable, and rarely survive close combat. With Arrow Little Blossom gone, the ground beneath Lu Chen suddenly trembled violently. Even the birds in the forest are fleeing in terror. What's going on? Such a commotion. It couldn't be new players fighting, could it? The tremors are getting stronger. Lu Chen surmised that the Mad Dragon Guild was clearing the area to siege the boss, which is why Little Flower had been chasing the Knight brothers. Unfortunately for him, he failed, and a fish slipped through the net. Lu Chen. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chen ventured deeper into the forest of divine light. Sure enough, a battle was underway with a level 15 blue sticky king already down to half health. On one side, a group of new players led by a level 9 knight named Longhan Thinha. Though he leads them, he doesn't fight, instead choosing to use money to suppress the monster. He promised 50 coins for every drop of health taken from the boss, a display of generosity that left Lu Chen speechless. 50 coins per drop of blood. That blue sticky king's remaining 1,200 drops are worth 60,000 coins. So much money just to take down a low-level boss? Is this rich guy crazy? Every newbie here is a slave to money. They shout slogans for young Master Long and the Mad Dragon Guild, but their lofty spirit is really just for the money. But even though the Green Cockroach King is just a low-level boss, it's not easy for newbies to deal with. The casualty rate is increasing, and this monster seems even more terrifying than the big-eared Rabbit King that Lu Chen just defeated. He felt the remaining members of the Mad Dragon Guild wouldn't last much longer. But Dragon Travels the World seemed oblivious. Even with mounting casualties, he demands his guild members press on, coordinating to bait the boss's attacks. Strike back while it's focused on attacking, using the boss's time-freezing skill to land a hit and retreat. Don't stop. Lu Chen was getting more and more annoyed. What Longhan Thinha just said was obvious. Even a newbie could figure it out. What kind of strategy is that? All this mindless attacking is just hurting us more. It's hard to believe that a rich young master wouldn't realize something so obvious. He leaned towards the idea that Longxing Tianxia was slowly chipping away at the boss's health, using other people's lives. In Lu Chen's mind, a series of numbers began to appear. Each death was compensated with 300 coins. If they're demoted, they'll get an extra 500, and there are 50 members of the Dragon Fury Guild here. If they're all sent back to the respawn point and demoted, that's 40,000 coins total. Adding the bonus for reducing the boss's health, Longxing Tianxia will have to spend a total of 100,000 coins. Is 100,000 coins really worth it for a boss of this level? With the heart of a gossip, Lu Chen remained hidden, meticulously observing the battle. With Longxing Tianxia using bodies as shields, the Green Beetle King's health is indeed dropping, albeit slowly. A team of archers he positioned on the periphery begins a coordinated attack. After that attack, the boss lost a significant amount of health, much to Longxing Tianxia's delight. Archers, great job. Stop firing when the boss is low on health. I'll finish him off. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. No wonder this kid was almost level 10 in the early game. It seems he's always used this tactic of using money to buy the chance to finish off the boss. But the boss's lowest health is always the most dangerous phase. And as expected, the Green Goblin King has entered a frenzy. It sprouted 6 arms, doubling its attack power and speed, and increasing its defense by 50%. Things looked grim for the Mad Dragon Guild, but the mercenaries, bought with money, kept charging forward. They all wanted to chip away at the boss's health, hoping to earn a little more money in the process. Longxing Tianxia timed his attack perfectly, waiting until the Green Cockroach King had only a sliver of health left before making his move. But little did this rich man know, a complete stranger would steal the boss kill from under his nose. Just as his weapon was about to strike, Lu Chen knocked it away. He wasn't just standing there watching, what? With his experience and talent far surpassing Longxing Tianxia, he successfully stopped him from taking the boss's life. Long's face turned pale with rage, the veins in his forehead throbbing. Who are you? Longxing Tianxia hissed through his teeth. Me? I'm just a passerby, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, his tone infuriating. I just happened to be passing by and saw a lot of players being chased away by the Mad Dragon Guild, so I wanted to get justice for them. Justice, my foot. You only stepped in now. Isn't your goal just to steal my boss kill? Longhan Tianxia scoffed, I simply want to purify the game environment. Lu Chen remained unashamed, but enough was enough with the back and forth. How could Longxing Tianxia forgive someone who touched his things, especially after he spent so much money to collect them? Long Shao launched an attack from one side, while on the other, the Azure King was struggling with his last bit of strength. Lu Chen remained calm despite being flanked on both sides, seeing Longxing Tianxia and the two bosses as nothing more than soon-to-be-defeated foes. And their struggles only hastened their demise. It took Lu Chen just a second to pierce Longxing Tianxia's chest with his sword, sending him back to the respawn point. Go home and practice some more, young master. Money can only get you so far. Before Longhan Thina completely vanished, Lu Chen offered him a friendly reminder as a senior player. Lu Chen knew that a young master like him would surely return with a gang to deal with him, so he had to hurry and defeat the boss. Just then, the Green Beetle King's frenzy ended. Its speed is reduced by 150%, defense by 100%, and attack power by 200%. See, Lu Chen can defeat it with a single basic attack. Though his eye sockets are empty, Lu Chen's eyes seem to glow. He's eager to see the boss's loot, but a blaring red system warning awaits him. Lu Chen's life stat was too low, forcing him out of the game, but thankfully the system saved his experience and equipment from the boss fight. And so, Lu Chen logs out of Elysium unwillingly, only to hear frantic knocking at his door as he removes his headset. Lu Chen, thinking it was a robbery, grabbed his baseball bat and opened the door to find a panicked Dushisan. "What are you doing here at this hour?" Lu Chen asked, confused, but of course he was worried. Dushisan was out of breath, as if he'd run here at full speed. His texts went unanswered and his calls were ignored. Before he could finish, Doshisan looked up and was terrified by Lu Chen's appearance, screaming and falling backward. "Oh my god, a zombie!" Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Duthap Tam pulled out his phone so he could see his current state. Even he was shocked to see strange mottled marks appearing on his face, marks that seemed to be moving. Cloud-like corpse spots like these only appear on dead bodies, and they're spreading rapidly from under his eyes. Dushisan said seriously, "Hey, it's only 2 a.m., don't joke around like that. It's probably just some kind of skin allergy, right?" Dushisan was indeed not joking. What was happening to Lu Chen was exactly like the forensic records he had read. Overwhelmed by pain, exhaustion, and confusion from the marks on his body, he quickly fainted. So Duthap Tam rushed him to the emergency room at People's Hospital B, where the head of the department, Do Trung Can, his father, confirmed that the marks on Luke Tron's body were indeed signs of corpse decomposition. In his entire medical career, he'd never seen a living patient in this condition. Du Zhongjing immediately ordered the nurse to take a blood sample from Lu Chen and ordered many more tests. After analyzing his blood sample, he was even more perplexed because there was a large virus in his blood that surpassed current scientific knowledge. But strangely, they weren't attacking Lu Chen's healthy cells. Instead, they were trying to repair the damaged ones, though there were far too many damaged cells in Lu Chen's body. This has also slowed down his blood circulation, and the severe lack of blood flow is the core reason for the appearance of lividity all over his body. But those corpse spots weren't the most serious problem. If Lu Chen's blood circulation continued to slow, it could stop altogether. And the likely result was that he would soon meet his ancestors. Seeing Lu Chen's despair, Du Zhongjing quickly tried to comfort him. "Don't be discouraged. Modern medicine has advanced so much. I'm sure we'll find a way. I've prepared the PCR test. First, let's check if this virus has any other effects on your body." "Yes, thank you, Uncle Du." "Don't mention it. Is that all, Xiaolu? Have you experienced anything strange these past few days?" Lu Chen paused for a moment at Du Zhongjing's question. He had indeed encountered some strange things, but they were all so vague that Lu Chen ultimately decided not to mention them. He entered the CT scan room and began the process. Outside, Do Shisan was on pins and needles, wondering if his father suspected Lu Chen was hiding something. Du Jingzhong shook his head. He simply wanted to confirm his suspicions, as it was likely that Lu Chen himself didn't remember what had happened. A defense mechanism of the brain. In other words, Lu Chen was suffering from traumatic stress disorder and had forced himself to forget certain events from the past. But looking at Lu Chen's current circulation, Du Jingzhong is certain that he suffered a severe trauma before, even a near-death experience. Lu Chen's current situation is not optimistic at all. Du Gyungjung urged his son to inform the boy's family, as Du Shipsam was devastated to see his best friend fighting for his life. Meanwhile, the lividity on Lu Chen's face was slowly disappearing, and in his daze, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. With the scan complete, Du Jingzhong told his son to quickly move Lu Chen to another room while he went to get the film. But upon entering, Du Shisan couldn't help but scream, because all the corpse spots on Lu Chen's body have completely disappeared. Du Jingzhong is shocked. In all his years, this is the first time he's witnessed such an unscientific scene. "Little Lu, how are you feeling now?" Lu Chen honestly recounts how he suddenly felt a warm energy in his body during the scan, and then his headache disappeared. He doesn't feel any discomfort now either. The more Du Jingzhong heard, the more unbelievable it became as he grabbed Lu Chen's face, shaking it from left to right to examine him. "This is too strange. Your face is back to normal, your hands are normal, and your pupils are normal. Could all the symptoms really have disappeared after just one scan?" To Du Gyungjung, Lu Chen was like a rare animal that had escaped its cage, and despite the late hour, he was so excited that he had to drag him to the lab. And so, Lu Chen had to stay in Du Jingzhong's lab for another 3 hours, emerging with a deathly pale face. "You were so drained, you had to be helped by Du Shisan. Du Jingzhong nearly dissected you for research." Lu Chen was so drained because he had 800 cc of blood drawn for experiments, and after 3 hours, Du Jingzhong confirmed that X-rays could suppress the virus. That's why Lu Chen's tattoos disappeared after the PCT scan, lifting the spirits of the father and son. Now, all they need to do is find the right wavelength of X-rays for treatment, and Lu Chen will surely recover. As the clock struck 6 a.m., Dushisan helped Lu Chen to the sofa to rest while he went to buy breakfast. Too tired to answer, Lu Chen stared at his soft, smooth hand, untouched by any injury, and wondered. Du Jingzhong said he'd suffered severe trauma, but why couldn't he remember anything? Before long, Dushisan returned with breakfast and a story he'd overheard. Old Lu, there's a beautiful woman in a sports car arguing with security at the building entrance. She's got a bandage wrapped around her head and looks like she's here to catch a cheater. How about we go down and see what the commotion is? The words bandaged beauty and sports car were enough to trigger another pounding headache for Lu Chen. 13. Did you get any pictures? Du Shisan loved gossip, so he had indeed taken some photos. After seeing the photo, Lu Chen's mind raced once more, because it was the guild leader, Zai Shui Yi Fang. The chaotic, fragmented memories in his mind gradually became clear, then pieced themselves together. Lu Chen finally remembers everything. Last night, after his first date with Zai Shui Yi Fang, he died. The beauty Du Shisan photographed is none other than Zai Shui Yi Fang, whose real name is Hanga, and the moment Lu Chen remembers everything is the moment Hanga arrives and knocks urgently on the door. Du Shisan was so startled, he dropped his phone. Though confused, he sensed malice in Hang Yi's tone. Well, if you two know each other, I'll open the door. You can talk directly. As he got up and headed for the door, Lu Zhen panicked. Wait, don't open it. As Lu Zhen spoke, he reached out to Du Shisan, only to collapse to the ground, still trembling from the 800cc blood draw by Du Jingzhong. I have something to tell you. Lu Chen's voice was so weak, even Du Shisan barely heard it. Outside, He Yi frantically pounded on the door, shouting, making Du Shisan anxious, and as he touched the doorknob, He Yi burst in. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of Lu Chen. Pretending to be clueless, Du Shisan claimed she had the wrong room and didn't know any Luke Tron. But Hang Nge wasn't so easily fooled, especially after hearing Luke Tron's voice inside. Ignoring Du Thaptam's protests, she frantically searches for her beloved, eventually barging into the bedroom. Hiding behind the closet, Lu Chen thought, I'm done for. Lu Chen thought, 13. I told you to find a way to get her to leave on her own. How did you let her find her way into the bedroom? As He Yi approaches the closet, she berates Lu Chen for hiding from her, while he barely dares to breathe. But as Han Yi's hand reached for the closet door, Du Thaptam shouted, his mind racing. Luke Tran is dead. Hang Nge's hand froze, then began to tremble. It can't be. It can't be. Lu Chen couldn't have died like that. He must be tricking me. I'm 100% sure of it. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Fourth People's Hospital and check the autopsy report, Du Shisan said with certainty. It seemed this approach was effective. Hanga trembled for a long time, then burst into tears, cursing Lu Chen as a lying bastard as she ran out. Only when her figure disappeared did Du Shisan dare to open the closet. Jen now sits huddled, looking utterly lost and dazed. At the hospital, I naively thought X-rays would restore my body to normal, but now that the memory lock is broken, I'm not even sure if I'm still alive in the present. Hearing you say that just makes me more confused. What exactly happened to you last night? You weren't very clear earlier either. Lu Chen took a deep breath and recounted the events of yesterday. It sounds absurd, but you were buried alive. That's when Du Shisan started to panic. So, yesterday afternoon, Lu Chen accepted an invitation to meet He Yi, thinking it was just a casual get-together, but she turned out to be the vice president of GGS Asia. Hanninga used Lu Chen's equipment from his previous game to get 200,000 yuan, then invited him to join her new work team. She also confessed her feelings for Lu Chen, but he rejected her. Hearing this, Du Shisan felt a pang of regret, for who could refuse someone as talented, beautiful, and wealthy as Hang Nge? But Lu Chen had his reasons. In his weakened state, he'd only be a burden to her. He didn't want her wasting her time on someone like him. But on the way home, something happened to Hang Nge and Luke Tran. Hang Nge's rival for the position of GGS chairman of Asia, seeing that he couldn't win, set a trap to fight her to the death. The opposing side was overwhelming in number, and each of them was armed. Lu Chen and Hang Yi were in a dire situation. In that desperate situation, to save himself, he ignited the gas tank, creating a massive explosion. But it wouldn't buy them much time, and He Yi fainted from the shock. A garbage truck happened to pass by, and despite the stench, Lu Chen had to throw He Yi onto it to escape. The gang's hunt had failed, so they vented their frustration on Lu Chen. Exhausted and outnumbered, he was quickly overwhelmed, choked into unconsciousness. Believing him dead, the thugs dragged Lu Chen to a mass grave north of the city. And so Lu Chen, barely clinging to life, was buried alive by them. Upon hearing the words mass grave, Dushisan paled, realizing this wasn't the first time these people had committed such a crime. Back to the main point, fate wasn't finished with Lu Chen that day, because a heavy rain fell right after those thugs left. The heavy rain softened the earth that buried Lu Chen, and though unconscious, he crawled out like a zombie. Lu Chen didn't know how he was moving, only that the pain in his body was slowly fading away. When he regained consciousness, he was vaguely standing in front of his house. The main thing is, aside from his tattered clothes, he's completely unharmed, just with occasional throbbing headaches. Dushisan suspects the large virus his father found in Lu Chen's body earlier was contracted when he was buried. Either way, it did heal your body, but this is all so hard to believe. But what Du Jingjong said was indeed correct. Lu Chen had experienced a major trauma, a near-death experience, so his brain automatically erased certain memories to protect him. After remembering, Lu Chen was overwhelmed. 13. Do you think I can even be considered alive anymore? 13 couldn't give Lu Chen an answer just yet, knowing only that the secrets were buried in the mass grave north of the city. This motivated Doshisan to make the trip, though Lu Chen wanted to join. His current condition made it difficult to even stand. More importantly, Dushisan didn't go to the mass grave right away. He had to make a trip to the No. 4 People's Hospital first because Du Jingjong asked him to bring Lu Chen's gaming helmet for research. After breakfast, Dushisan took the game helmet to his father's expert study, pausing in the doorway for a moment. Because in the room were not only Du Jingjong, but also several gray-haired old men, all leaders in the industry. While Du Shisan was out, Lu Chen was secretly calculating what he had to do before he died, including finding a companion for his father and leaving him pension money, helping Hang Yi rebuild the ancient sword Dream Soul, and then leaving a proper will. Before long, Du Shisan returned, and Lu Chen quickly hid his plans. 13 arrives with a small bag, as if running away from home, which he is, declaring he's moving in, whether Lu Chen agrees or not, despite only having one bed. Confused, Lu Chen said dismissively, "It's fine. Your sofa is good enough for me." Lu Chen felt a slight headache coming on. Judging by his expression, he's probably decided I need constant care. I'm just bored at home, and you're not dying anytime soon. As he spoke, Dushisan produced Lu Chen's health analysis, which stated that his physical condition was excellent. He admitted he didn't believe it at first, but the report was the result of numerous experiments by fake professors, so he reluctantly accepted it. In truth, Du Jingjong didn't want to reveal Lu Chen's condition, but the viral gene sequences in his body were too numerous, and he had to seek help from others. The gray-haired doctors Du Shisan saw in the meeting room. More and more people arrived, each older and more important than the last, until they formed a veritable council of academic heavyweights. This was no ordinary meeting, but a clash of medical minds, and these old professors held great sway. A single phone call from them could turn that mass grave north of the city into a military exclusion zone. Dushisan wouldn't need to waste his time going there. After half a day, all the secrets of that tomb were unearthed. Beneath the dumping ground lies a mass grave dating back to the late Han Dynasty, possibly connected to Guan Yu, according to Dushisan. It seems unrelated, but Lu Chen's fragmented memories do contain images of this legendary figure, and even more mysteriously, a fluid flowed from the tomb, containing a type of primordial virus. It shares the same genetic code as the virus running through Lu Chen's body. A truly earth-shattering discovery. Lu Chen was infected with a virus from thousands of years ago because he was the first. The doctors named it after him. As Du Shisan began packing his things, Lu Chen continued to pore over the report, noticing that the virus's characteristics were only briefly mentioned, lacking specific details. That's understandable, as the report was written in just half a day. Even experts with decades of experience couldn't fully analyze the virus's properties, but they did confirm its incredible regenerative capabilities. The evidence was how it repaired Lu Chen's damaged cells and unexpectedly strengthened his body. But what concerned Lu Chen most was that none of the higher-ups seemed interested in his body. My dad told me there was actually a debate at the time. Most people wanted to put you in a lab for 24-hour observation. But some leaders believed his wishes should be respected, Du Shisan explained. But afterward, those leading doctors discovered that the original virus was more valuable for research, so Lu Chen's importance diminished. Now, you're only seen as a reference point for the original virus. He was most afraid of being used as a lab rat. Du Jingjong alone had drawn 800 cc of his blood and tortured him for hours. Now there are over a dozen professors, and if they're all like that, Lu Chen won't survive. I didn't expect this virus to help me 3 times. Lu Chen muttered, 3 times? Wasn't it only twice? Du Shisan wondered. Cell regeneration brought me back from the brink of death, and the virus prototype saved me from becoming a professor's lab rat. And finally, the delay in reflexes has been reduced to just 0.9 seconds. something Thaptam is hearing for the first time since Luke Tran's accident. He was so excited that he immediately grabbed his gaming helmet, urging him to enter the game and experience it, and to test the effectiveness of the X-ray system that Dukan Trung had installed. It was then that Lu Chen noticed something different about his gaming device, something that Dushisan proudly proclaimed was his father's important invention. He installed an X-ray emitting device to suppress the virus's growth, so Lu Zhen wouldn't have to go to the hospital for daily radiation. Besides the upgraded helmet, Du Shisan also brought a bracelet called the Life Monitoring Bracelet, which can track Lu Chen's physical data and directly transmit it to the hospital for research purposes. He'll still need to go to the hospital for a full checkup each week for reference data. But before Du Shisan could finish, Lu Chen hastily cut him off. That's because the bracelet on his wrist was emitting a blinding red light, and Lu Chen was convulsing from an electric shock. Seeing this, Du Shisan was scared out of his wits. Good heavens. What's going on? And just like that, an ambulance is back at Lu Chen's building. Du Jingzhong arrived on the scene, and after some adjustments, the red lines and electric shocks disappeared. The reason that happened was because Du Shisan hastily put on the ring, forgetting the basic rule of adjusting the mode beforehand. So now he's blaming himself. Uncle, Thaptam has had a long day. It's easy to forget things. Luke Tran tried to put in a good word for him. However, Du Santrung didn't really trust his son, so he took it upon himself to explain the bracelet to Luke Tran. It can constantly monitor Lu Chen's physical condition. When the ring is black with no lines, that indicates a normal state. When the bracelet shows a red line, it means Lu Chen's cardiovascular system is having problems, and it will emit an electric shock to restore it. If the bracelet turns light blue, it means Lu Chen is having lung problems, and it can fix that by injecting into the glands on his shoulders. Finally, a green line indicates a problem with blood circulation, and Lu Chen's condition is unique due to the virus. Earlier, Du Shisan put it on without adjusting the parameters, which is why the red line appeared immediately and Lu Chen got shocked. Du Jingzhong also advised him not to worry too much, because once the bracelet sends a signal, he can get there within half an hour as long as he's within the city. So if he wants to leave the city, he has to let them know in advance. This is for your own safety. I hope you understand. Dukan Trung instructed him, but Luke Tran knew this wasn't just a request. It was a demand. You're now a special research subject, so it's understandable that your movements are restricted to the city. After they reached an agreement, Dukan Trung returned to the hospital. It was then that Lu Chen began to examine the gaming helmet. Hey, Lao Lu, is your game ID the same as before? I'll log in and add you, I changed it. And what about you? Lu Chen reveals his new in-game ID to Du Shisan. The other player also changed their name to the even flashier, Peerless Master. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. Nice name, but your attitude is starting to annoy Du Shisan. What's that supposed to mean? Am I not worthy of that name? Of course I am. Hurry and set up the server. Wait for me to come online and carry me. A supreme master, huh? Everyone knows Du Shisan is terrible at games. On the surface, Lu Chen chides him, but secretly vows to recover quickly and help him become a truly great player. He's wasted so much time since last night. Precious hours for someone grinding at the start of the game. Lu Chen quickly logs into the game, and as the helmet activates, so does the X-ray system. That warm, comforting sensation washes over Lu Chen once more. A truly pleasant feeling. Upon logging into Celestial Zone, he was automatically returned to his last location, the Azure King Ant Cave in the Divine Light Forest. Now, Lu Chen finally had time to examine his new equipment. It was a sword called Emerald Forest Ring, and Lu Chen was eager to test its power. With a swing of his sword, he could instantly split a large tree in two. How effective would this sharpness be against monsters? As if on cue, the monsters came right to him. After all, wasn't he in the Green Goblin's lair? Even though the Green Goblin King is dead, the monsters it ruled, level 7 and 8 Green Goblins, are still plentiful. This is just what Lu Chen wanted. With his new weapon in hand, he unleashes a flurry of blows. Wherever Lu Chen strikes, Green Goblins fall. This feeling of control is truly satisfying. I'm in a hurry, so come at me all at once. Seeing that the blue roaches weren't that strong, Lu Chen said pretentiously. Little did he know, the monsters understood him and charged all at once. But even so, the difficulty only increased slightly. He was still in control. Lu Chen fought with increasing fervor, quickly ending the battle and wiping out the entire green ant nest. Although still a bit lacking compared to before, he still thought he was too cool and handsome just now. But then, a booming voice echoed out. Lu Chen thought it was either Du Shisan coming to find him, or at worst, Long Xing of All Under Heaven coming to settle the score. But turning around, he saw a complete stranger. The system identified him as a judge of the dead, one of the most powerful undead in hell. He arrived in the human realm through a contract, and his current strength is unknown. For some reason, Lu Chen felt a little tense. Could this guy be here to cause trouble? After confirming the player's identity, the judge of the dead began to deliver his verdict. Lu Chen doesn't know what he's up to, but the death judge throws him a scroll. A wanted order for the folding halberd worth 250 gold coins. A bounty, a way to hunt down other players in the game. And this bounty was issued by Longxing Tianxia. Any player who successfully hunts down Lu Chen and causes him to lose a level will receive a reward from him. 250 gold coins is no small sum. 1 coin equals 100 yuan, so a successful hit would net 25,000. Clearly that bastard is trying to use money to kick me out of the game. Even though Lu Chen started it, this still infuriated him, and he tore the scroll in his hand to shreds. Just you wait, Longxing Tianxia will see who gets kicked out of the game first. Putting that aside, after clearing the Green Goblin cave and defeating the boss, Lu Chen completed the Green Goblin main quest. He leveled up to 10, earning the right to change jobs. Now he just needs to return to Noob Village, get a letter of recommendation, and head to the Frozen Domain to complete the job change. Immediately after, Dushisan, an in-game peerless expert, sent friend requests, and Lu Chen had barely accepted before receiving a worried message. He asked who Lu Chen had offended to warrant a 250 gold bounty. Lao Lu, you haven't changed jobs yet? Not yet, but I'm about to. Dushisan sighed heavily. No wonder a bunch of players who had already changed jobs were eyeing Lu Chen like a snack, ready to team up and take him down. Lu Chen knew the bounty would bring unwanted attention, but he didn't expect a full-scale ambush so soon. Take a look at the community chat, Dushisan exclaimed. Lu Chen never paid attention to such things, but since Dushisan insisted, he took a look. Sure enough, the chat channel was exploding. Everyone saw him as a target, and many teams were being formed just to hunt him down. Dushisan seemed worried, but Lu Chen remained calm, and rightfully so, for who in this world understood the feeling of being hunted more than him? For an entire year, he survived in Spirit Realm while the entire player base hunted him. I've never asked you this before, but how did you survive that last year online? Duthap Tam wondered. Speaking of which, Lu Chen was bitter. In that year, he spread false information, faked his death, pretended to be a wild animal, even a roadside rock, used a fake name to infiltrate the enemy's camp, and finally stayed in the boss's lair for half a month. In short, he did everything he could to survive, earning him the nickname Runaway Master. Barely a day into Thien Tung, and the great escape artist must resurface. To face his pursuers, Lu Chen already has a plan. First, he takes a picture of himself and sends it to Dushisan, who will spread it around, saying that Lu Chen is in the Divine Light Forest hunting monsters. He's luring those players to the forest, while Ming will use this chance to change classes. Well played, Lao Lu. Dushisan couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing, amazing. It's just a basic skill for a master of escape. With the plan set, Lu Chen used the time to camouflage himself with grass and plants before slipping away, and soon after, Dushisan did as he was asked, subtly spreading the picture on the World Channel. Sure enough, the foolish players fell for it, rushing to the Divine Light Forest for money, unaware that the person they sought was the very pebble they'd run past. Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned to the Newbie village to receive his job change introduction letter. The village chief instructed him to go to the frozen wasteland, find the undead swordsman Su Lun, and give him the letter of recommendation he wrote, so that Lu Chen could become Su Lun's disciple. And he ran as fast as he could. Once he changed classes at the Icebound Stronghold, he'd be safe, as it was Dark Spirit territory. Normal players of the Righteous faction are automatically marked as enemies by the NPCs upon entering the camp. But Lu Chen still has a bad feeling. Since Icewind Hold is the only place where night spirits can change jobs, he has a feeling Dragon Travels the World has set up an ambush there. But Lu Chen can't keep avoiding it, especially since job advancement is a must, even if the enemy is waiting. Lu Chen raced through a vast valley. Beyond it lay the frozen ice fortress. He found the highest point to scout ahead, assessing the number of enemies guarding the fortress. If few, he'd fight them head-on. If many, he'd have to use a feint, creating chaos to slip inside and change classes. Just as Lu Chen predicted, a few players were lying in wait outside the glacial domain, a level 12 archer acting as lookout, accompanied by a level 15 knight, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior, all feeling that Dragon Rider was being overly cautious, sending 4 of them to deal with an unpromoted kid. Get ready, everyone. The female archer spoke suddenly. After all this waiting, he's finally here. Following her direction, Lu Chen appeared at the end of the road, and seeing only 4 opponents, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing there aren't too many of them, or it would be even harder to deal with. Dad, can't we at least talk things over before resorting to violence? Lu Chen spoke, but he was really just stalling for time to find the right distance to strike, and the four men clearly weren't listening. That's right, they're all members of the Mad Dragon Guild. After Lu Chen stole their boss and humiliated their guild leader, there's no way they'd negotiate. They even thought Lu Chen was scared and trying to negotiate, which made them even more contemptuous of him. The Mad Dragon Guild may have money, but their class is severely lacking. I'm just a small fry. There's no shame in being afraid. Lu Chen replied sarcastically, "Could you big shots please spare me and pretend I'm not even here?" As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance to 10 meters. Just 2 more meters to enter attack range. The level 12 archer still has his bow drawn, and the others are ready to attack. Let you go to the Ice Palace and let you change jobs. We're not that stupid. Young Master Long ordered us to kill anyone who tries to get the deep-sea heavy armor, but you seem reasonable, so I might just send you back to the respawn point once. Big brother, leveling up is hard enough as it is. Why make things difficult for each other? Lu Chen continued to stall for time, speaking as he advanced. At this point, he was only about 10 feet away, so he stopped, feigning regret for offending the wrong people, hoping they'd lower their guard. But they actually took it seriously, praising their guild to the heavens and comparing it to the great bamboo shadow. Lu Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha, you dare compare yourselves to the likes of the Bamboo Shadow Guild. What a bunch of clueless fools. How dare you laugh at the Mad Dragon Guild?" He's got a death wish. Lu Chen had no desire to continue this pointless conversation. In any case, he's entered the distance he wanted, and Lu Chen really doesn't want to say much to these inexperienced kids. They saw him as a mere level 10 undead, spouting nonsense, and wanted to beat him until he lost levels. The level 12 archer attacked, but even at a higher level, archers are just glass cannons. She couldn't withstand a single move. Lu Chen defeated her in a second, and now it's unclear who deserves to be mocked, placing an archer at the front line. Your weak team spirit is laughable. You let your enemy walk right up to you just because of a few words. Are you all mentally deficient? Lu Chen's words dripped with undisguised mockery. Panic begins to set in, but they try to regain their composure, reassuring each other that 3 against 1 is more than enough. The knight quickly orders them to spread out, attacking from 3 directions. But Lu Chen remained calm. Without a hidden archer to harass him, he was invincible in close combat. That level 13 warrior tried to sneak an attack, but Lu Chen spotted her before her blade could fall. The 3 rush in, trying to overwhelm him, but Lu Chen isn't afraid, except he suddenly misses an attack. But this time, Lu Chen was more experienced and quickly realized his delay had lessened again. To be safe, he needed to create some distance to determine exactly how many seconds it had been reduced by. Lu Chen was overjoyed. At this rate, he might be ready to fight Zhu Yinglun in 2 days. After testing, he confirmed his delay had decreased to just 0.7 seconds. That makes things even easier. The shield warrior, enraged by his missed attack, unleashes his ultimate move, Wrath of the Earth. Unfortunately for him, this skill posed no threat to Lu Chen, who saw the level 14 shield warrior as nothing more than a punching bag. Like the archer, he was quickly sent back to the respawn point by Lu Chen. Now, only the loud-mouthed level 15 knight remained, and fear finally set in as he desperately tried to bargain. Too late. Before he could finish, Lu Chen's sword pierced his forehead. After sending his opponents to an early grave, Lu Chen casually wiped his blade until it gleamed before stepping into the Frost Ice dungeon. The Mad Dragon Guild is coming. I have to go. As he turned to leave, the knight's forehead wound healed itself. How he did it is a mystery, but he definitely didn't die just now. Seeing Lu Chen gone, he finally stood up, breathing a sigh of relief. But before he could celebrate, Lu Chen appeared behind him like a phantom. His words scared the man half to death. Lu Chen approached him from behind like a true demon from hell. How could you revive on the spot? Did you secretly stash some resurrection potions? Oh no, big brother. The knight trembled, revealing that players level 15 and above could revive on the spot. News that made Lu Chen perk up, as he had just reached that level. This whole instant revival thing doesn't seem to benefit you much. If they collect your corpse on the spot, you're in big trouble. Looks like I need to be even more careful now that I'm level 15. I've explained everything. Can I go now? The knight carefully pushed Lu Chen's blade away from his neck, his groveling posture filling Lu Chen with contempt. Seizing the moment, he decided to teach this arrogant knight a lesson, tapping his head with the sword, each strike only costing 1 HP, but inflicting both pain and humiliation. But before Lu Chen could finish, the knight received a call from Longsing Tianxia. He was in a bind, wanting to hang up while Lu Chen wasn't paying attention, but nothing escapes his hawk-like eyes. Lu Chen grabbed the knight's hand, forcing him to stay on the phone. "Hello, young Master Long. From the other end of the line, Hai Long heard Long Xing Tianxia's anxious tone. "I've got the location you sent. Try to keep him busy. I'm on my way. This time, he'll make sure to kill him until he's out of the game." The night was incredibly tense, because Lu Chen had discovered that he had secretly sent the location to Long Han Tien Ha, but he didn't even bother with him and shouted directly into the call. "Long Han Tianxia, you're nothing but dead men talking." On the other end of the line, Lu Chen's voice made Long Han Tianxia subconsciously take a step back, still fearful of the skeleton who had previously sent him back to the respawn point. You're death-triggered serpent, right? It's me. I've already taken care of your sea dragon. I'll be waiting for you at the icebound stronghold. You want to take me down? You're not worthy." Lu Chen then swiftly finishes off the night as an example. Long Xing Tianxia was yelling at Lu Chen not to touch his friend, but before he could finish, the call was cut off because his friend had died. Enraged, Long Xing Tianxia split his followers in half, one half to go with him to the Ice Kingdom, the other to guard the respawn point. The plan was to ambush Lu Chen the moment he respawned. Soon after, Dragon Travels the World led his men to the outskirts of the frozen wasteland. Seeing the familiar torn blue coat, he immediately launched an attack, followed by a barrage of players, a storm of attacks from every class imaginable. Long Xing Tianxia laughed, confident that no matter how strong Lu Chen was, he couldn't withstand such damage with his meager health. But before he could relish the moment, a glaring red window appeared before him. This also meant that the system had issued a red alert. Long Xing Tianxia, Da Ba Long, Tu Shen Wang, and many other players had actively attacked the squad leader of the Frost Ice Domain, Night Spirit Patrol. All human players in the Frost Ice Domain are now considered enemies of the Night Spirit Patrol, a message that sent shockwaves through the region. They've barely started the game, and they're already making enemies with the Dark Faction NPCs. Even Long Xing Tianxia didn't see this coming. As a million questions swirled in his mind, the figure pulled down the blue cloak. "The audacity of you humans grows daily, daring to attack the great fact." As the cloak was pulled off, Long Xing Tianxia realized it wasn't the dark steel halberd he wanted, but the Night Spirit Patrol Captain. A trap set by Lu Chen, and the rich, short-tempered fool had fallen for it. As an NPC with a high combat power from the Night Spirit camp, being marked as his enemy is definitely not a good thing. Long Xing Tianxia tells his subordinates to stay calm and maintain their formation, but who could possibly stay calm in this situation? As for Fak, he wouldn't let those who attacked him get away so easily. "You want to run? Don't even dream of it. You'll die and be reborn." Under Fak's command, the ground suddenly cracked open, and skeletons emerged, seizing the players' legs, including Long Han Tien Ha. Against such a skeletal legion, especially one commanded by a high-ranking night spirit like Fak, they stood little chance. Long Xing Tianxia, in a panic, roared, "Call for backup, now!" Park found the idea laughable, and his weapon struck Long Xing Tianxia's head. "Reinforcements? That's good, because taking down small fries like you won't quell my anger." Long Han Tianxia was beaten senseless, and his followers were being massacred by the Night Spirit Army. None could escape. Lu Chen watched the whole scene unfold, delighted that his plan to use someone else's blade had succeeded. "It seems the 10 copper coins I spent on those rags in Beginner Village weren't wasted. And I remember when I met Park, I used all my flattery to praise him to the heavens, saying I was his biggest fan, admiring him like a never-ending river. Then I took the opportunity to give him the rags I bought from the village chief." When Park put it on, Lu Chen showered him with compliments, ensuring he wouldn't take it off, thus fooling the short-sighted Long Xing Tianxia. After this, he hoped the Mad Dragon Guild would settle down for a while, but the bounty was updated again immediately after. Previously, anyone who managed to demote Lu Chen would receive 250 gold coins. Now, just killing him once without even causing him to drop a level is worth 500 gold coins. Plus, anyone with information about him gets 10 gold coins. The bounty on his head skyrockets, fueled by Long Xing Tianxia's fury, but Lu Chen welcomes it, knowing their spending only brings stronger opponents his way. Moreover, these experts will become stepping stones for him to return to the peak of glory. After dealing with Long Xing Tianxia, Lu Chen can finally venture deeper into the frozen wasteland. Finally, Lu Chen found the undead swordsman the village chief mentioned, and he was so excited that he skipped over. "Master, I'm here to see you. How dare you, you little ant, set foot in my territory?" Here it comes. Figures that characters from the Night Spirit faction would have such fiery tempers. Lu Chen presented the village chief's letter of recommendation, finally stopping Su Lun's blade. Chief Na Yi Wan was Su Lun's old friend, and if he personally recommended him, he had no reason to refuse. I'll heed my old friend's advice and take you as a disciple. But remember this, boy, as Death Spirit swordsmen, we must have utterly tainted bodies and souls. What did Su Lun say? Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. I will remember, master. Su Lun seemed pleased, even ruffling Lu Chen's hair, a far cry from his menacing, sword-drawing demeanor. He says that before the class change, he needs to stimulate his talent a bit. The hand on Lu Chen's head seems to apply a bit more force. Then Su Lun began to chant, "O slumbering lord of the dead, let your power of death shine everywhere, overturning all the rules of this world. Descendant of the death spirit, awaken your talent." So it turns out awakening a talent in Celestial Dungeon is this grand. After a moment, the system announced that Lu Chen had comprehended a talent called Necromantic Power. The awakened level 1. Death Spirit Power, a dormant undead power, increases damage to all enemies by 5%, with the effect increasing by 5% per level. This talent can be leveled up to 10, potentially increasing Lu Chen's damage by 50%. A power everyone would crave. Su Lun seems proud that his new disciple has comprehended the highest level talent and begins another ritual to officially grant Lu Chen the title of Necromancer Swordsman. With the ritual complete, he checked his stats and everything had increased. Lu Chen felt a surge of power, but he was less than thrilled that becoming a Death Spirit swordsman left him as a not-so-handsome skeleton. So Su Lun patted Lu Chen's shoulder, comforting him. The path of Asura is long and hard. A skull is our true form. Kid, your skeleton looks strange. I have 3 skill books here that can help you develop quickly. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, but before he could thank him, Su Lun took the skill books back. So even between master and disciple, these skills are valuable, and he still charges Lu Chen 5 coins apiece. Lu Chen's heart ached as tears welled up. He'd only scraped together 24 coins from quests and boss raids, and just like that, his new master took 15 silver coins from him. Master, can't you give your disciple a bit of a discount? What do you mean by cheaper? N coins per book is already the lowest price. Without hesitation, Tuluan took Lu Chen's pouch, tossed him 3 skill books, and insisted he was selling them at a loss. Eagerly, Lu Chen opened each book. He acquired 3 new skills. Basic swordsmanship, which increases sword damage to martial artists by 5%. Corpse looting, which allows him to search corpses and obtain more items. Lastly, there's Blade Strike, which increases damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Combining it with basic swordsmanship, Lu Chen calculates a 15% damage increase. Adding the talent gained after the job change, wouldn't that be a full 20% increase? Before, when playing Spirit, Lu Chen's swordsman skills could only increase damage by a fixed amount. But now, the Necro Swordsman's skills can increase damage by a full 100%, meaning that damage will only continue to increase from that base. This class is truly overpowered, and the best way to test new skills is through combat. With that in mind, Lu Chen asked Han Suolin, "Master, do you have any good quests?" Still basking in the glow of 15 gold coins, Talun nonchalantly tossed Lu Chen a scroll, a top-tier quest called Skullfinger. The mission: journey to the Grand Tomb, eliminate 50 skull soldiers who betrayed humanity, and collect 10 skull fingers to return to Su Lun. With the quest in hand, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. He quickly heads to the Great Tomb, where the skull soldiers are level 12. Before, Lu Chen could still defeat them, but after his class change, his attack power has increased significantly. With a single strike, Lu Chen swiftly defeats the skeleton soldier, but as it falls, a blinding purple flame erupts from its body and hurtles toward him. Though he didn't know what it was, he instinctively raised his sword to fight, but his blade only struck air. That thing had no physical form, and now it was too late to dodge. The flame struck Lu Chen head-on. The flame engulfed him, and strangely, instead of pain, a wave of comfort washed over Lu Tran. The system notifies him that he has absorbed a fire beetle soul, but his experience and stats remain unchanged. Lu Chen wonders if it has no effect other than that momentary pleasure. He planned to search for information on the forums after logging out, but for now, he'd see if the skeleton soldier dropped anything good. But Lu Chen's expectations were too high, and his disappointment was even greater. The skeleton soldier only dropped a tattered piece of cloth, poor quality, with no value or use whatsoever. Heavens, what a pauper. All that waiting for nothing. Lu Chen cried out, resolving to continue the hunt. Surely not all skull soldiers could be this poor. Before long, Lu Chen had slain 50 skeleton soldiers and collected the 10 skeleton fingers. The mission was complete, and he leveled up to 11. Now, all that's left is to return to the Ice Palace and claim his reward from Su Lun. The last skeleton soldier dropped a small magic stone, useless but better than the 49 rags before it. As Lu Chen sighed, ready to return to the icebound fortress, he realized he'd gone too far, entering the clear bone zone of the great cemetery. All around him, towering tombstones loomed, and Lu Chen had a feeling something was about to appear. Sure enough, a massive skeleton appeared, a level 15 clear bone skull. But this one was abnormally large. Standing before him, Lucan was like an ant before an elephant, and the size difference was making him tremble. "Where did you come from, you little skull? How dare you wreak havoc in our territory?" The bone skull roared, its voice echoing through the area, but Lu Chen, uninterested in banter with a monster NPC, took the initiative and attacked. He thought he was facing a formidable foe, so he used all his skills in that attack. But the imposing green bone skull was easily defeated. He even scratched his head in confusion, wondering why a mini-boss like this was easier to deal with than the skull soldiers. Understanding Lu Chen's question, the system quickly explained, the Azure Bone Skull is the main race in the Azure Bone Tomb area. Although their bodies are large, their combat power is low. However, they excel in team warfare and prefer to act in groups. Lu Chen only paid attention to the words, "act in groups." No sooner had he read the notification than a flaming arrow came hurtling toward him, and as Lu Chen jumped to dodge, he clicked his tongue, realizing he'd stirred up a hornet's nest. The skeletal fiend he just defeated was likely just a scout. The real threat is the coordinated team of them behind it. They attacked from all sides, supporting each other well, and their strength was indeed considerable. But these monsters were still not strong enough to take Lu Chen's life. Seeing his strength, more and more skeletal warriors swarmed him, and Lu Chen began to tire. Even though they were weaker, he'd be exhausted if this dragged on. Lu Chen then had an idea. Wasn't he surrounded by towering tombstones? He used his sharp blade to cut a line into the tallest one, circled around and kicked it with all his might. From the cut, the gravestone toppled over, crushing the skeletal skulls that couldn't escape in time. Lu Chen had hoped to use the chaos to escape, but before he could leave, he felt an immense pressure. It seemed the real boss had arrived. As expected, the larger skeleton soldiers all knelt down in reverence. With a flick of its wrist, the newly arrived being lifted the tombstone with ease. "Rise, who are you? How dare you harm my subjects?" Lu Chen swallowed nervously as the skeletal soldiers surrounded him at the command of their undead lord. Before Lu Chen stood no ordinary skeleton, but the undead lord Qing Yu, level unknown. The system warned him that he couldn't possibly win, and needed to retreat immediately. The fact that he can't see its level means it's at least 20 levels higher than him. Lu Chen isn't stupid enough to try his luck, but the problem is he's surrounded by layers of skeletons, making escape difficult. The Azure Undead Lord slowly advances, crushing a skeletal minion underfoot. Lu Chen is even more tense now. His blade couldn't even scratch those skulls, yet this guy crushed one with a single step. "Accept your fate," he said to the boy. Qing Yu spoke with an icy tone, making it clear he wasn't playing around, and with each step he took, the ground began to crack. Lu Chen's mind went blank. What terrifying power was this? How could he possibly face such a formidable opponent? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Tran's mind. He scanned his surroundings, pinpointing the direction back to the Ice Palace. Qing Yu had already arrived before Lu Chen. "But do you have any last words?" Lu Chen, no longer afraid, brazenly flips him off. "So what if you're a necromancer lord? Threatening me with a broken tombstone? And what's with all the we and us talk? Do you think you're an emperor? If you're so tough, then smash me flat with that tombstone." Lu Chen's attitude stunned Qing Yu for a few seconds, and his anger reached its peak as the undead lord raised his right hand to the sky, a red light emanating from his fingertips, an oppressive sight to behold. "You'll pay for your arrogance." As he brought his hand down, the tombstone hurtled towards Lu Chen. Flying towards the Ice Palace, Lu Chen grinned, knowing his trap had worked. He timed his jump perfectly, landing on the tombstone as it hurtled towards him. Farewell. The skeletal heads could only stare blankly as Lu Chen zipped past, while Qing Yu was so enraged that he lost his usual arrogance. "What are you waiting for? After him!" He roared, and the skeletal skulls finally snapped to attention. But it was too late to catch Lu Chen. When they reached the edge of the graveyard, they found the large tombstone abandoned, with words carved into it despite Lu Chen's escape. "Thank you, Lord of the Undead, for the large tombstone," he carved, even adding a large heart. The skeletal skulls stared blankly, impressed by his beautiful writing and the pretty heart. Qing Yu was infuriated by his subordinate's ignorance, radiating a murderous aura that terrified everyone. The skeleton heads could only lower their heads, begging their lord to calm down, as he issued an order to hunt down Lu Chen, to be killed on sight. But how could they catch Lu Chen when he'd already returned to the Frozen Kingdom to complete his mission? Once Su Lun received the 10 fingers, the mission was officially complete. Lu Chen levels up, gaining 2,200 experience points, 5 fame points, and a glowing wrist guard. This item grants him 8 points of physical resistance, 4 points of magic resistance, and 2 points of strength. Lu Chen quickly equips it, noting how well the gauntlets match his breastplate. Finally, some new equipment, he muttered, one step closer to a full set. My stats have increased quite a bit too. Although you can't directly fight the Undead Lord yet, you can level up by fighting the Clear Bone Skull. Su Lun was shocked to hear him say that. You've encountered the Azure Bone Skull and the Azure Undead Lord? Yes. Lu Chen nodded furiously, saying if he hadn't been quick-witted, he might not have made it back. Su Lun's expression suddenly turned serious, then he patted him hard on the shoulder. He says that because Lu Chen has tangled with the Undead Lord, he must accept another mission. Qing Yu is preparing to summon a large number of skeletons to attack the Ice Kingdom. Faced with this situation, Su Lun believed they had to strike first to gain the upper hand, and as he spoke, a new quest chain was sent to Lu Chen. These are all E-rank superior quests, a step above the Skull quest from before. The first task is to hunt down 200 Azure Bone Skulls and collect 20 of their fingers to hand over to Su Lun. The reward is a dark stone-grade equipment, 2,200 experience points, and 21 reputation points. The second task is to hunt down 200 Thorn Skull soldiers and collect 40 of their fingers for Su Lun. The reward is another piece of equipment, 3,000 experience points and 45 reputation points. The final and most difficult task is to directly confront the skeletal guardian of the necromancer Qing Yu, buying time for the necromantic swordsman Su Lun to hunt down the necromancer, completing the task to receive a bronze equipment piece, 4,500 experience points, and 100 reputation points. Lu Chen finished reading the quest board, breaking out into a cold sweat, realizing the rewards were great, but completing them would be no easy task. Wealth is found in peril. As long as the Lich Lord doesn't absorb your soul fire, you'll be fine, Su Lun reassured. Seeing him mention the soul fireflies, Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask about his doubts. Master, what exactly are these soul fireflies? Su Lun explained that the soul fireworm is the source of life for the false spirit race, which is comprised of 4 major clans that together rule all false spirits, the largest of which is the vast Undead clan. Next, the Ghoul clan boasts the strongest physique, followed by the Dark Elf clan, masters of advanced magic, and finally the Phantom clan, whose ethereal forms are impervious to physical harm. The most numerous? Lu Chen asked with doubt. Why do I get the feeling that our undead race is a bit inferior? Among the Night Spirit's 4 great clans, only we, the undead, can absorb soul fireworms and achieve endless evolution. We are the strongest Night Spirits. Lu Chen didn't quite understand where the strength lay, but seeing Su Lun's serious expression, he knew it was no lie. Master, what happens if our firefly souls are absorbed? Will we fall into the darkest hell, erased from existence? Lu Chen swallowed nervously. Wasn't that just being erased from existence? It seemed the Undead clan was pretty ruthless, relying on absorbing the souls of their own kind to evolve. Starting as a simple undead, then rising to Undead General, then Undead Lord, then Undead King. Finally, after absorbing enough fire beetle souls, one could even become the most powerful being in the Night Spirit world, an absolute ruler, the Night Spirit King, or more simply, Shura. The master looked at Lu Tran, paused for a moment, and continued. Shura is the path of constant evolution, the glorious responsibility of the undead race. He no longer has a chance, but Lu Chen has awakened the unique power of the undead and will surely succeed in the future. He has high hopes for him. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then said he wanted to hunt the blue skeletons. Be careful. You are the hope of the undead. But Lu Chen was already gone, and didn't hear his master's last words, that he was his hope too. Outside the Green Bone Graveyard, level 15 skeletons stood guard, when suddenly a level 3 messenger crow flew in, cawing loudly. The skeletons looked up in surprise, wondering why it was squawking so loudly, as if something was up there. Another shook his head in denial. Don't be ridiculous. No one could climb those tall tombstones. They weren't wrong. These tombstones were incredibly tall. They assumed it was just birds perched up there. But little did they know, Lu Chen was indeed up there, hiding atop a tombstone. Once the skeletons disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. A close call. He needed to patrol elsewhere. Lu Chen evaded the green skeletons and patrolled the area, gaining a clear understanding of the situation after half an hour. Outside the Green Bone Graveyard are 8 patrol teams of 5, each with a messenger crow for communication. He must take out the crows first to prevent them from calling for help. The biggest problem is that every 10 minutes, 2 teams will meet. 10 minutes to eliminate 2 teams while avoiding detection. Every 10 minutes, he'd have to eliminate 2 more teams. This was a true challenge for Lu Chen. He pondered for a moment, then decided to act, timing the patrol of the green skeletons. Without a word, he attacked the first group of skeletons who, caught by surprise, cried out in alarm. But before it could react, Lu Chen's sword had already cleaved through the messenger crow's body. Initial success. His speed was too great. The green skeletons couldn't even keep up. With each strike, another green skeleton falls, its disgusting slime splattering through the air. He began to unleash his skills, and in an instant, pale purple rays of light emerged. The blue skeletons feared his skills would be their end, and one charged forward, swinging a dagger. But Lu Chen completed his skill operation, and the sword beams attacked the green skeletons like lightning. The speed of the sword light was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it, and the green skeletons couldn't keep up. They just took the full brunt of Lu Chen's skill. Zhang Lu Chen still felt he was too slow. He had to be faster. He didn't have much time. Before long, the skeletons had all fallen, leaving only a single blue-green finger bone floating in the center. Lu Chen was dissatisfied. Only one? The drop rate was too low. With the clock ticking close to 2 minutes, Lu Chen knew he didn't have time to use Death Avian Grab anymore. At this rate, he'd encounter the second team in 7 minutes, meaning he had to resolve each battle in 1 minute, which would be difficult. Time passes, and strange lightning flashes across the sky, startling the patrolling skeletons. But when they see the corpses of the skeletons and crows on the ground, they are even more horrified. 8 squads wiped out, and no one will notice until the shift change. This patrol of skeletons is a higher level. One hesitates, wondering if they should inform their master, but another stops him. They already angered their master by letting that person escape once. This would only disappoint him further. Hearing this, the blue skeletons behind him nodded in understanding. The leader then ordered a doubling of patrol teams, personnel, and the equipping of each team with 4 messenger crows, expanding the search area to ensure the troublemaker is caught. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, hiding in the life zone, was secretly checking the remaining number of green skeletons. He had only taken down 40 so far, and only obtained 4 finger bones. It would take a long time to complete the mission. He could only go deeper into the tomb to continue hunting, but Lu Chen still had some gains. Taking down 40 had leveled him up to level 13, and he would reach level 15 upon completing the mission. I wonder what my ranking is now. I can't help but check the leaderboard. Wow, Ghost Valley is level 18 and way ahead. He must be grinding non-stop. I'm only level 13, so where does that put me? He scrolled through the rankings, searching for his name, but couldn't find it until he reached 125th place. Seeing his rank, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. He was always in the top 100 in the Spirit Cave, but now he's dropped to 125th. Unacceptable. He has to get back into the top 100. He immediately grabbed his sword, ready to flee, but a figure emerged from the shadows. The Death Knight, Guiguzi. Lu Chen stared in shock at the figure before him. It was Ghost Valley. Through Ghost Valley, Lu Chen learned that he was wanted. He was caught off guard as to why he was suddenly a wanted man. Ghost Valley came for the 500 gold bounty and was searching for him, never expecting to find him in a place like this. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the man before him, scoffing, "Your reward won't be so easy to claim." Guiguzi chuckled softly. "All the better. Too easy and it wouldn't be fun." As soon as he finished speaking, his spear lunged toward Lu Chen. His thrust wasn't particularly fast, and Lu Chen easily dodged the blow. Guiguzi was shocked. He actually dodged it and even managed to inflict damage. He immediately retaliated, his spear striking again, this time grazing Lu Chen's arm and drawing blood. Lu Chen seized the opportunity as his opponent retracted his weapon, leaping back with a thoughtful expression. His reaction speed was a bit slower, but his defense was too high. This must be the advantage of the Death Knight class. Guiguzi is now filled with fighting spirit. The person in front of him is quite good, and he wants to continue fighting him, so he continues to rush forward. Lu Chen, equally unyielding, gripped his sword, ready to meet the attack. He saw his chance as the spear drew near. Immediately, he used his sword to deflect the attack. Guiguzi looked at him in disbelief as his spear was instantly knocked away. For a split second, he was stunned, and Lu Chen charged forward, taunting. "Don't just stand there. You're number 1, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, purple energy appeared around him. He activated the Crimson Seal, and sharp sword beams struck Guiguzi, inflicting heavy damage. By the time he reacted, he was trembling as he gripped his spear for defense. Though damaged, he seemed unfazed, biting his lip fiercely as he regained his footing. If he had used all his skills, then it was his turn. No sooner said than done. He charged towards him, his spear enveloped in a pale blue spiritual flame, piercing towards Lu Chen. But his weakness is speed. His reaction is too slow, and Lu Chen dodges the attack. Yet, seconds later, a sharp pain suddenly shoots through his head. Lu Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable, and he could only brace himself with his sword. Unable to react in time, he was pierced, losing a great deal of blood. He knelt on the ground, lost in thought, wondering what had just happened to him. His head felt like it was about to explode. Realizing Lu Chen was faltering, Guiguzi ferociously charged forward, cursing him to give up his life, and Lu Chen was now unable to move and evade. He could only raise his sword to parry the spear, biting his lip as he struggled to hold it back. But the spear pushed ever closer. Guiguzi had the upper hand, and with a flick of his wrist, sent Lu Chen's sword flying. Lu Chen watched helplessly as his weapon soared out of reach, knowing he was done for. He tried to run and retrieve it, but Guiguzi wouldn't allow him the chance. He coldly blocked his path. Think you can get your weapon back? Dream on. The spear pierced Lu Chen again, causing him to lose even more blood. Lu Chen was horrified. His weapon was gone, his health was halved, and his opponent was fully equipped and healthy. At this rate, he would surely lose. As he pondered, the Ghost Valley Master wasted no time and thrust his spear forward. Seeing the spear about to pierce his chest, Lu Chen cursed under his breath, realizing he was too late. As expected, he took a direct hit from Guiguzi, sending him flying, his body slamming into the tombstones behind him. Seeing this, Guiguzi couldn't help but gloat, then retrieved his spear. The battle should have ended easily, yet Lu Chen is unharmed and still standing. Can he really have blocked that attack? Guiguzi watched as the man struggled to his feet, still alive. But that was fine. He immediately activated his camera, a skull appearing in the air, wanting to record the moment he took down Lu Chen to receive his reward. He'd forgotten for a moment, but now he'd put on a show. But when he saw Lu Chen's actions, he was a little surprised. Lu Chen was staring intently at the leaves in front of him, and suddenly, purple sword beams appeared from his hand. This strange behavior left Guiguzi baffled. Was he cutting falling leaves? To his horror, the leaves drifting in the air were suddenly sliced to pieces. Lu Chen laughed triumphantly, realizing the intense headache was from the latency dropping by half a second. This familiar feeling of 0.2 seconds latency made him narrow his eyes at Guiguzi, a grin spreading across his face. Now, here's a perfect test subject. He raised an eyebrow, provoking the man before him. Let's continue round 2, number 1. Enraged by his arrogance, Guiguzi scoffed. How dare you be so cocky without a weapon? Lu Chen scoffed, saying arrogantly, dealing with him only requires 2 fingers. How dare you underestimate him? He gripped his spear tightly and thrust it forward. He was now truly intent on killing, wanting to end Lu Chen with this one blow. But Lu Chen remained calm, casually raising a finger to block the spear. A second later, Ghost Immortal's spear was deflected, his speed far too slow. This sight horrified Guiguzi. His attack, deflected with a single finger? Impossible. Unwilling to accept it, he pressed his assault. This time he used a series of piercing attacks, the spearhead splitting into many fragments, tearing through the air. But the result was the same. Lu Chen casually deflected it with his finger. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, mocking the man before him. Guiguzi, your attacks are useless. But Guiguzi refused to give up, scoffing, Don't get cocky. Those were just ordinary attacks. See how you handle this. With that, the spear in his hand transformed into a sharp lance and thrust forward. But Lu Chen remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke with utter disdain. Why even bother defending against such attacks? He didn't move, didn't dodge, and the spear went right through him. But to Guiguzi's shock, it did no damage. For a moment he was stunned, but Lu Chen was already upon him, reminding him that now was not the time to be idle before delivering a crushing blow. At the same moment, Lu Chen seized his spear, delivering a brutal kick to his gut, costing him a chunk of health. Giving him no chance to react, Lu Chen forcefully yanked the spear from his grasp. Guiguzi, realizing his carelessness, slipped and fell to the ground as Lu Chen hurled his weapon away. Seeing him on the ground, he scoffed, noting that his opponent was now disarmed while he retrieved his sword from the tombstone. The tables have turned, he declared, before charging forward. Once again, he uses the summoning mark to launch a counterattack against Guiguzi, hoping to end it with one blow. But Guiguzi is no pushover. activating his ghost armor to protect himself. Guiguzi smugly tells him that this demonic armor isn't so easily broken. Lu Chen frowns at the invisible barrier before him, impressed by its resilience. But the surprises don't end there. Guiguzi suddenly acts. Does he have a backup plan? As he predicted, Guiguzi retrieved another long halberd from his inventory, violently throwing it at Lu Chen, a pale blue energy enveloping the entire weapon. Before long, the area in front was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the Ghost Valley Master's Ghost Armor Overlord body has ended, leaving him weakened for 15 seconds and reducing his defense by 80%. Seeing the flames erupt before him, he breathed a sigh of relief, believing he'd finally taken down Lu Chen. But his glaive was merely impaled in the tombstone behind him. As the flames subsided, Lu Chen stood there unscathed, even raising an eyebrow in defiance. Did you really think you could take me down? He's far from finished. Guiguzi can't believe who's standing before him. How could he be unharmed after taking a direct hit from my fire-piercing missile? Lu Chen chuckled, finding his questions amusing, and vanished, reappearing before Guiguzi to deliver a devastating blow. Guiguzi bit his lip hard. His defense was too low, and a normal attack dealt 106 damage. His defense had dropped after the skill ended. Lu Chen realized this was the perfect opportunity to finish him off, and so he continued his assault on Guiguzi. The sword in his hand came down hard, his speed too fast for Guiguzi to follow. He didn't even need skills to take him down. Lu Chen looked at his fallen opponent and smiled victoriously. Not bad, Cheng Top 1. But you met me. It was then that he realized Guiguzi had rage quit. He couldn't help but frown. Gone as soon as he died? Looks like he's scared. Back at Guiguzi's home, even after logging off, he's glued to the screen, rewatching the fight, unable to believe that even at 0.5 speed, he still can't see what happened. Gongsun-gu couldn't grasp the principle behind it, and it seemed he'd have to watch frame by frame to figure it out. So he kept manipulating the machine, adjusting the speed to review. The slow-motion replay of Lu Chen's move gradually became clearer, and Gongsun-gu, a professional, paused to examine it frame by frame, finally understanding the issue. With the slightest movement, Lu Chen dodges the attack, instantly returning to his original position, creating the illusion that the spear has pierced through, a speed and maneuver that defies belief. Only masters in the Hall of Fame, like Bamboo Shadow Chaos and Luo Chen, could pull that off. With that thought, he excitedly brought over the gaming equipment. He couldn't miss out on those big hands. At the same time, Lu Chen sneezed twice in the game, wondering who was bad-mouthing him. In the Cemetery of Life, a place shrouded in fearful darkness, Guiguzi quickly returned, but Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen. Had he logged off or gone on a quest? But no matter. As long as he's in the Frost Ice Fortress or the Great Cemetery, he'll find him. Lu Chen, who was hiding on a tombstone, suddenly sneezed. Again? He suspected he was catching a cold, or was someone talking about him? Why else would he keep sneezing? As he pondered, a harsh voice suddenly cut through the air. The patrolling skeletons. Who knows who attacked them, forcing them to work overtime on their day off, ruining their dates. Then they kept cursing, saying they only knew how to attack cowardly from behind, afraid to show themselves because there were so many of them, and even called him a lonely dog who doesn't know how to enjoy his days off. Hearing every word, he trembled with rage. They dared call him a coward. He decided to wait no longer, letting out a great shout as he leaped down to attack, startling the blue skeletons who looked up in shock. The messenger bird cried out, and the skeleton stared blankly at him, but before it could react, he struck it down. He no longer hid his actions, admitting he was the one who attacked them. The messenger bird and the skeleton it perched on were cut in two, collapsing instantly. Looking at the corpse at his feet, his eyes filled with hatred. That skeleton dared to call me a lonely dog. I just didn't want to make my guild leader sad. The green skeletons were stunned, and after a long moment they cried out, "You're the one Super wants and the one who attacked the patrol." In an instant, messenger crows filled the sky, and the leader ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the messenger crows in the sky sounded the alarm. The 6th Squad in the northeast of the cemetery was under attack. Seeing this, the Blue Bone was immediately smug, telling Lu Chen to surrender his life. But Lu Chen was not afraid at all, and even praised them for being smart, knowing how to disperse the signal so it couldn't be blocked. At that moment, a green bone rushed towards Lu Chen, telling him to taste his attack, but Lu Chen calmly looked at him, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing his arrogance, the leader ordered the others to attack, and a fierce battle erupted in the graveyard. But the green bones were no match for Lu Chen, unable to land a single blow, and wondered how he so easily dodged their attacks. Lu Chen didn't answer, but another reassured the panicked one. Reinforcements are coming. Lu Chen grins. All the better. Hopefully they can hurry up a bit, because Jasong and the others are bored waiting. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he attacked. Faint purple energy dancing in the air, moving too fast to see, followed by screams of terror. Then, the green grave was filled with the continuous announcements of the Raven messengers, as patrol teams were ambushed one after another. But Lu Chen's unpredictable movements made it impossible to anticipate his next strike. The captain of the Green Bone Squad, hearing that the 8th Squad was attacked, ordered his troops to rush east, not letting Lu Chen escape. But as they ran, Lu Chen was running towards them. Sensing movement, the captain halted. Something was coming, but before he could react, a sword beam appeared from nowhere, slicing his neck halfway through, leaving him bewildered. What just happened? He hurriedly asked the blue bones behind him if they were all right, only to be horrified by what he saw. His soldiers had been completely defeated, and 2 fingers floated in the air. The captain surveyed his scattered troops and roared in fury. Who did this? He quickly scanned the area, spotting a blurry figure in the distance. The very skeleton Super was after. But Lu Chen ignored him, regretting that he hadn't achieved his previous speed and accuracy, letting one slip through. After the hunt, he'd collected 215 green bones and 19 fingers. Still not enough. The ignored captain angrily pressed, "Weren't you in the eastern graveyard?" Lu Chen finally raised an eyebrow, mockingly saying their reinforcements were too slow, so he had to come himself. With that, his sword once again showed signs of attack, saying, "That's enough. You should finish off the last one." The captain, looked down upon, angrily cursed him for his arrogance. He swung his mace down with brutal force, but his speed was simply too slow. Lu Chen dodged to the side, avoiding the blow as the mace slammed into the ground. He couldn't believe he'd missed, but the unbelievable was yet to come. Lu Chen's figure flickered like a phantom, his sword crackling with purple energy as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the captain. In mere seconds, the captain fell, dropping an item, the final finger. With the quest complete, the system congratulated him. Head to the frozen ice domain to claim your reward. Having completed the quest, Lu Chen reflects on his new skill. With only a 0.2-second delay, dealing with those green skeletons is a piece of cake. Hanbing Palace, a place perpetually frozen in the southern region. Lu Chen has arrived here, as instructed by the system, to claim his reward. He wondered what kind of dark stone he would receive this time, hoping for a pair of gauntlets. After claiming his reward, he still needs to find a place to repair his damaged weapon. His sword was badly chipped in the last battle. But at that moment, Lu Chen suddenly stopped because he heard crying coming from somewhere. A few seconds later, a group of people suddenly appeared, including a coffin, which looked a bit gloomy. Lu Chen stared blankly as the group approached, their leader wailing about the young man's untimely demise, scattering white paper circles. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A patrol team member had died, and their head was missing. This had to be a hidden quest he couldn't miss. He immediately greeted the person in front and asked what was going on. "He's Faker, the patrol team leader." Hearing the noise, Faker looked up, grabbed Lu Chen's hand excitedly, and said, "Something terrible has happened to the patrol team. They only found the body, but the head is missing." Lu Chen feigned indignation, agreeing with him perhaps a little too much. The patrol was responsible for protecting the glacial fortress and couldn't seek revenge. As Lu Chen listened, he feigned anger, cursing the Ironback Bear for its sneak attack. Hearing this, Faker immediately looked at him with trust, praising him for being so understanding, saying his future was sure to be bright. Without hesitation, Lu Chen agreed, telling him to rest assured. And so he accepted the high-grade quest for the Ironback Skull to hunt the Ironback Bear, earning 20 fame points and 2,000 experience points. Lu Chen frowned as he read the quest details. It was timed, so he had to leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Fakir directs him to the Necro Smithy, 500 meters to the east. He immediately expresses his gratitude, then heads east. The Necro Smithy wasn't far, an ancient building with a skull out front. It didn't take Lu Chen long to arrive, and he gazed up at the building, lost in thought. This was the Necromancer Smithy, but the smith was the problem. The esteemed village chief was wearing the smith's sign around his neck. Lu Chen asked if he was Blacksmith Kim, and he casually admitted it, proudly boasting of his versatility and many talents. He stood up from his chair and approached Lu Chen, saying it had been a while, and asked if he wanted to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment. He admitted he was there for repairs, but wondered if the village chief was up to the task, given the strength required. Zhang Lang smiles at him, then removes his black cloak, revealing his muscular body, and confidently says that these small pieces of equipment aren't enough to warm him up. He raises an eyebrow at Lu Chen, telling him to hand over the equipment. He hesitated for a moment before handing over his sword. Chief Zhang took it, tossed it into the equipment to absorb the heat, and then struck it hard. The village chief held his hammer high, telling Lu Chen to watch closely before bringing it down on the heated blade. Lu Chen watched his skilled work, impressed by the village chief's talent, and soon he reached the final tempering stage. White rays of light continuously appeared around Lu Chen's sword. Soon, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief. The sword in his hand was perfect, without a single crack. Lu Chen received the gleaming sword, his eyes shining. It was perfect, like new. These words filled the village chief with pride, as he donned his cloak and nonchalantly said, "Do you even know who I am? The #1 blacksmith in the spirit realm." Lu Chen remained unconvinced, asking how much he owed. "Since you're a friend, I'll only charge you 1 silver coin." Lu Chen quickly paid and turned to leave. Next up is the Ironback Skull quest. With 45 minutes left, there's still plenty of time. The Frozen Trail is the path from Frozen Stronghold to Iceberg City, a battleground between the forces of light and darkness. To the right lies a green pine forest, a stark contrast, befitting a place of conflict. The boundary is clear. Lu Chen assumed the bear would be in the green pine forest, so he called out in that direction. He called out repeatedly, but there was no answer, until a look of shock crossed his face, because the level 20 Ironhide bear was sleeping soundly right in front of him, its massive size shocking Lu Chen, revealing its terrifying blood-red eyes. The giant Ironhide bear quickly rose, nearly blocking Lu Chen's view. It was awake and ready to fight. For a long while, it just stood there, staring at him, then simply laid back down and went back to sleep, as if he posed no threat at all. Seeing this, Lu Chen was furious. The bear dared to sleep with an enemy before it, clearly underestimating him. If that's how it is, he'll take action now. No sooner said than done, he leaped into the air, sword raised, aiming for its head. But sensing the danger, the bear's eyes snapped open and it sat up. Lu Chen's sword could only strike its forehead, dealing insignificant damage. He stared in shock. Its armor was too tough, blocking all attacks. But the Ironback bear, realizing his intent, swung its massive claws at him without hesitation. Once he landed safely, he frowned in thought. He'd underestimated it this time. How could something that ambushed Jia Zhensha be stupid? Moreover, its defense is comparable to Guiguzi's, making this a bit difficult. Thinking this, he provoked the Ironback bear to continue. Enraged, the bear roared and charged towards Lu Chen, who simply smirked as it approached. This bear may have armor, but that doesn't mean everywhere else is just as tough. He immediately thrust his sword towards its belly. This time, the damage was far greater. The bear collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back for now. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. As expected, the belly was softer than the ironclad back. But his joy was short-lived as the bear rose again, its eyes now filled with murderous intent as it roared fiercely in his face. But he wasn't afraid. He knew its weakness, and it was about to meet its end. Or so he thought, until armor began to sprout on its belly. Seeing this, Lu Chen was shocked. It has another trick up its sleeve? Before Lu Chen's astonished eyes, the Ironback bear suddenly curled into a ball and rolled towards him like a whirlwind, forcing him to leap into the air to dodge. The Ironback bear crashed behind him, and Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but the bear didn't stop, continuing to roll towards him. Lu Chen bit his lip, gritted his teeth, and told it to stop, gripping his sword tightly, waiting for it to get close, the sharp blade dancing in his hand. Lu Chen struggled to hold back the Ironback bear's massive body, but its force was almost too much to bear. Still, he refused to give up, pouring power into his hands as he roared at it to get away. He then flung the Ironback bear's massive body away. The bear was sent tumbling backwards from Lu Chen's blow, rolling in a circle far away. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The Ironback bear's spinning increased both its power and defense. This passive approach wouldn't work. He couldn't let it turn into a ball. The Ironback bear rose, its eyes burning with hatred as it glared at Lu Chen, then roared and charged. He realized it had turned its back, a perfect opportunity to strike. The giant bear charged ferociously, but Lu Chen dodged the attack. The Ironhide bear collapsed into the pit, and Lu Chen coldly remarked, "It's done attacking. Now it's my turn." He retaliated with a fierce strike, the sharp blade leaving a serious wound. The Ironback bear, stung by the attack, glared at him in fury, and before he could react, it retaliated, forcing him to stumble backward. It then took a running leap forward, closing the distance to Lu Chen in an instant. Seeing this, he realized it was trying to curl up again, and now Lu Chen knew how to stop it. He just needed to stab its spine. He aimed the sword in his hand and plunged it into the Ironback bear's spine. That way, it would never curl up again. Lu Chen pierced the Ironback bear, and the massive body beneath his feet began to stir once more. Looking at its body, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It had lived so long that even with a severely injured spine, it could still stand. Knowing it intended to retaliate, Lu Chen shouted that it was dreaming and rushed forward with his sword to stop it. Lu Chen's attack was too fast for the ironhide bear to react, and he stabbed it in the eye. The blow inflicted massive damage, and it fell. Lu Chen's mission was complete, and he even reached level 15. Soon after, many items dropped from the ironhide bear's body, making Lu Chen rejoice. Levels to gain, plus a large magic stone, guardian pants, and a mask. The rewards from the Ironback Bear are amazing. First, he'll equip the guard pants. Soon, Lu Chen equipped the pants. Though leather armor wasn't as good as metal, it increased his agility, which wasn't bad. Lu Chen was very pleased with it, as his strength and agility had greatly increased after changing equipment. Lu Chen glanced at the remaining equipment and couldn't help but sigh. This mask was quite useful for disguise, and with it, he could leave the ice domain. With the mission complete, Lu Chen returned to the ice domain. As soon as he returned, he announced to Faker that he'd completed the mission, only to realize someone else was there. He blurts out, surprised they're together, but it's convenient to turn in the quest at once. Faker explains that he and the swordsman Sulin have known each other for over 500 years, and often practiced together. Lu Chen doesn't pay much attention, and then hands the blue finger bone to Sulin. Sulin accepted it, praising him for a job well done, and without delay, they presented him with his reward. Having completed 2 quests, he earned over 4,000 experience points, more than 40 fame points, and a black stone, leveling up to 16. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at his rewards. He received azure leather gloves and a cyan light fan. Now he just needed boots and gauntlets to complete the set. Leveling up and acquiring new equipment greatly increased his stats, but something still bothered him. How was he supposed to use the azure light fan? He looked at the swordsman Sul, wondering if he could exchange this strategist's weapon for something else. But Sul shakes his head, saying, I can't. But there's a human marketplace at Frost Bridge, you could try your luck there. Lu Chen frowned slightly, and since he wasn't welcome as Yeling, he decided to try using his disguise mask. At the floating ice bridge market, Lu Chen entered wearing the mask. From beginning to end, no one recognized him. He even traded his azure fan for a pair of shoes and 11 silver coins. Not bad. Just then, something up ahead suddenly tried to block his path, causing him to stop. Sure enough, a sharp sword came slashing towards him unexpectedly, wielded by the assassin, Mad Dragon Proud Bones. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bones narrowed his eyes, stunned that Lu Chen's sword had blocked his attack. His reflexes were as fast as the little white dragons had said. He'd actually managed to block his strike. Lu Chen frowned. I don't know the death trigger that he's talking about. He's got the wrong person. But inside, he panicked. How did the Mad Dragon Society find out? Mad Dragon Proudbones points to the sword in his hand, saying even with the mask, it's too recognizable. He's the only one in Icewind City who has it. It was then that Lu Chen realized he'd forgotten about his azure green sword. And while he was distracted, the Mad Dragon did something unexpected. He suddenly turns and shouts that the 50,000 bounty and the Darksteel belonged to the man before him, swearing on the honor of the Mad Dragon Guild. Lu Chen didn't expect this turn of events and angrily asked what kind of twisted game he was playing. He simply replied that anything goes, as long as it works. Who cares how he plays? There's a 50,000 bounty in black stones. The group began to surround Lu Chen, and Kwang Long Aogu raised an eyebrow, smugly telling Lu Chen to give up his life. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, a flicker of disdain in them as he looked at the crowd before him, thinking they couldn't possibly take him down. What a joke. He immediately raises his sword, clearly intending to attack. Arrogant Dragon's Bone watches him warily. He's about to strike, but before their eyes, Lu Chen suddenly turned and ran. After a few seconds, they snapped out of it and gave chase. The nerve of this guy, pulling tricks like that. He chased after Lu Chen while contacting his men, telling them that Lu Chen was running towards the Ice Palace and to gather squads 1 and 2 at the canyon outside to ambush him. But the person on the other end said they couldn't spare anyone, shocking Ao Gu. The man quickly explained that the wind color illusion had wreaked havoc on their headquarters, and their leader had taken the entire team to hunt her down. Pride Nation couldn't help but bite his lip and curse. He hadn't even dealt with the sunken serpent, and now he had to face the phantom colors. With no other choice, he sent them to deal with the phantom colors, while he handled the folding halberd serpent alone. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had reached the pine forest next to the Hanbing Trail. Beyond this green pine forest lies the safety of the frozen domain, but fate has other plans as Lu Chen senses danger closing in. It was Ao Gu who had caught up and unhesitatingly attacked Lu Chen with his windblade. He quickly raised his sword to block. Lu Chen pushes him away, cursing him for being like glue, sticking and never letting go. With a cold snort, Ngao glared at Luke Tran, saying, "Your continued existence will only tarnish the Mad Dragon Society's reputation, so you must disappear." Hearing this, Pride was on alert. He sensed an attack was coming. And right on cue, Lu Chen unleashes his Joe Blade, sending sword energy dancing through the air. Sensing danger, Arrogant Bone quickly dodges. Lu Chen's sword energy struck the vital point, but to Lu Chen's surprise, it was dodged. But even more surprising, another figure suddenly appeared behind Ao Gu. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why was that person here? At this, Proud Bones was stunned. Who was he talking about? He turned to look and saw none other than Ghost Valley. Meanwhile, Guiguzi observed Lu Chen, initially failing to recognize him due to the mask, though he sensed a familiarity. He took in Lu Chen's equipment and the green sword. Moments later, he recognized him and, without hesitation, hurled the wolf toward Lu Chen. Ngao quickly jumps aside to dodge, but Luke Tran calmly slices the wolf in two, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Another nuisance. His attack failing, Guiguzi charged forward with his spear. It had been a long time since their battle. Lu Chen scoffed, telling him to stay away, that he wanted nothing to do with him, all while dodging his attacks, the spear cleaving the ground and sending rocks flying. Meanwhile, Ngao was shocked by the scene unfolding before him. They were supposed to be enemies. Realizing this, he seized the opportunity to propose a partnership with Guiguzi, but Guiguzi didn't even acknowledge him, striking him down on the spot. Astounded, Aogo wondered why Guiguzi attacked him. Weren't they enemies? But no one answered him, as he quickly lost his life. Guiguzi looked at the person before him, his tone full of contempt. The battles of the strong have no need for such tactics. Aoguo, unwilling to accept defeat, warned Guiguzi that the Mad Dragon Society would not let this go. No sooner had he spoken than he left the game, Guiguzi paying no heed to Aogu's threats. Who does Mad Dragon think he is, threatening him? He glances at Lu Chen and says calmly, "The annoying pests are gone. Let's continue." Lu Chen found him annoying. Who would want to fight him? But Guiguzi realized he had leveled up, meaning he would be stronger. He attacked Lu Chen again. Seeing the energy-filled spear coming at him, he couldn't help but angrily ask if the man didn't understand him. Even so, he dodged, but Guiguzi's speed was much faster than before, grazing Lu Chen's arm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. His speed has increased, so he must strike quickly. With that thought, he immediately counterattacks. This unexpected move caught the Ghost Valley Master off guard, and in an instant he was slashed, losing a significant amount of blood. But Lu Chen didn't stop there. His sword continued to strike with lightning speed. He dances through the air, a blur that even Guiguzi can't follow, leaving him vulnerable to the boy's blade. Guiguzi bites his lip in frustration. He's too fast, even faster than before. Lu Chen then kicks him away, sending him crashing into a pine tree. Guiguzi is unwilling. How could maxing out his speed stats still fail? As he pondered, Lu Chen continued his assault, and by the time he realized it, he was already upon him, frantically summoning his demon armor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Chen's absorption skill activated, and a faint purple energy enveloped his sword as he struck, inflicting massive damage on Guiguzi, killing him instantly. Lu Chen sighed, finally finishing the job, and decided to retreat. But before he could take a few steps, Guiguzi respawned. Lu Chen was stunned. He revived too fast. Should he keep fighting? Guiguzi stared intently at Lu Chen, then said in a deep voice, "That's the second time you've instantly killed me." With that, he paused, then shouted accusingly, "Are you a member of the Hall of Fame using an alt account?" Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled. Am I exposed? But he casually denies it, wondering if all PK victories come from the Hall of Fame. Ghost Valley was confident in his deduction. Only Hall of Fame's bamboo shadow could create afterimages, dodge attacks, and instantly return to their original position. Lu Chen was taken aback, so he hadn't been found out after all? He quickly waved his hands, saying he wasn't, and that he wasn't a member of the Hall of Fame anymore. But Guiguzi didn't believe it, insisting that he was Zhu Yingluan, that he could never lose to an unknown player, only someone from the Hall of Fame. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. Is it really impossible? He was reminded of that day, back in the arena of the Peerless tournament, when he overheard whispers about who would win the final match as he prepared his weapons. They were certain that Zhu Yingluan would win, looking down on Lu Chen as just a kid who transferred from another game and got lucky. At that moment, he angrily said, "Is it really impossible?" But the truth proved them wrong. He had won, defeating Bamboo Shadow Chaos, so he believed nothing was impossible, only the will to do it mattered. But hearing his words, Guiguzi was a little surprised. Ignoring his reaction, Lu Chen continued. Can equipment and level alone really determine everything? Guiguzi frowned, wanting to argue, but found himself speechless. Lu Chen continued. Heaven's Chosen isn't just about grinding levels and monsters to become the strongest. The real opponent is the player. If he doesn't have the will to fight players, he should just give up now. Guiguzi, infuriated by his last words, retorted, How can you say I lack the will to fight? Lu Chen indifferently shrugged. Then who just lost to someone with lower levels and equipment? And he even uses the excuse that his opponent is a member of the Hall of Fame to justify his loss, ultimately refusing to admit it in frustration, leaving Guiguzi speechless with anger. Lu Chen was too lazy to waste words with him, and turned to leave after speaking. He quickly stopped him, saying, Don't go. He believed how only lost to Lu Chen because he wasn't at his best. He wouldn't give up, he would win, even if Lu Chen was Zhu Yinglun. Lu Chen sighed, realizing how stubborn this guy was. Without turning back, he waved, saying he looked forward to that day, but he should really go back and review the footage. His condition during the fight was truly awful, and his performance was quite poor. His last words hit hard, and Guiguzi watched him leave. At the Gongsun family estate, he opened the recording, but the old VR helmet was too slow. Moments later, he finally logs into the game, eager to see if he really was that bad, or if he was just off his game. He intently watches the footage, and after a moment, his face darkens. The video shows him after farming, but his health bar is already greatly reduced. He smacked his forehead and sighed. He must have been crazy to end up with only a third of his health after farming, and then charge in during the weakness period of his Overlord armor. Adding points to agility is wasteful. The increase is too low to catch up. A knight should focus on health and defense. And so he sat before his computer, watching the recordings. But the more he watched, the more he realized that Lu Chen was no ordinary person. He rose from his chair, walked to the board on the wall, and began to write something down. After a long while, he stopped, feeling he hadn't missed anything. Above him was all the information on Lu Chen and himself, as well as information on his 2 losses. He frowned at the information board, then muttered to himself, Full force attacks have the greatest damage, but too many openings. If a monster saw that, it wouldn't be able to take him down, and an expert like the Folding Serpent would definitely fall in one blow. On the other hand, a defensive stance would be advantageous. So, against the submerged Serpent Pike, he'll have to rely on his life force and defend, waiting for an opening like a turtle. He felt this method would definitely work, his eyes now burning with the will to defeat the Folding Serpent. Meanwhile, in the Han Ice Palace residential area, a resting place for the Night Spirit race, coffins help Night Spirit warriors recover. Lu Chen has returned, and he can't help but yawn. He's so sleepy, he's been up all night again. He was about to climb into his coffin to log out and sleep, but someone was determined to deny him that chance. But Ghost Valley has followed him here, ambushing him from behind. Lu Chen leaps into the air to dodge, his spear striking the coffin behind him. Lu Chen angrily calls him crazy, saying that destroying coffins is a sin. Guiguzi narrowed his eyes, confidently stating that he had studied Lu Chen's fighting style and found a way to defeat him, vowing not to lose this time. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at him like he was an idiot, truly believing that studying recordings would be enough to understand him. If you think so, then let's see. Immediately, the two clashed. The two energies collided, creating a massive explosion, and Ghost Valley was defeated in short order. Lu Chen casually sat on a tombstone, drinking an energy potion, having found a defensive counterattack strategy, but still lacking something. A moment later, Guiguzi revived again, laughing triumphantly at Lu Chen, claiming he lasted 18 minutes this time, and wanted to continue challenging Lu Chen, but the result was the same. He was still defeated. He revived and fought, only to be defeated again and again, stuck in a loop. Even after being downgraded, he wouldn't stop, and Lu Chen was getting really annoyed. This time, instead of defeating him, he breaks his spear, demanding to know if he'll quit. Guiguzi has been demoted 15 levels by Lu Chen, but he doesn't seem to realize the problem. Lu Chen kicks him hard, telling him to calm down. He's not a free training dummy, but he can keep fighting if he wants. But how much effort has he put in? Hearing this, Guiguzi grits his teeth and remains silent in the thorny graveyard, where thorny vines are everywhere. Lu Chen had come here for a quest, and after defeating a thorny skeleton, he contacted 13, criticizing him for only being at level 10. How is he leveling up so slowly? You're almost level 20, Thap Tam complained, as if everyone's a monster like you. Lu Chen offers to transfer him some money for equipment and health potions, urging him to level up quickly. Lu Kan complimented him before hanging up. Meanwhile, he was battling a Frostspike warrior, landing a massive blow while only receiving minimal damage, a mere 5% counterattack. Realizing this, a glint of triumph flashed in his eyes as he told it to struggle before its demise, then struck. This move was even more vicious. The thorny skeleton perished from that one blow, earning him 242 thorn bones. He collected enough fingers to complete the quest, leveling up to 20, much to his delight. He opens the rankings to see how much they've changed, and Lu Chen-er frowns in displeasure. This server is brutal. He's level 20 and not even in the top 10. Wind Colors Fantasy, Ghost Valley, and even the Hegemony. There are 5 in the top 10 and 9 in the top 20. More than individuals, the Hegemony Society is Dream Soul's biggest future threat. 13 needs to investigate them. Just then, his stomach rumbled, and he wondered what was happening. The system immediately warned him that his fullness level was dropping, causing weakness, and he needed to eat something quickly. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground, trembling, forgetting that he hadn't eaten since logging in. The system continued to issue notifications. Lu Chen bit his lip hard. Looks like I'm going to be the first player to starve to death. Driven by hunger, he spots the grass before him. With no other choice, he pulls a handful and swallows it down. His body was barely sustained, but he found it disgusting. Still, he was desperate and had no choice but to eat it. Just then, a voice from behind him suddenly asked what he was doing. He was startled. It was a little girl's voice. He quickly put on his mask before turning around. Behind him stood a little girl in a pretty pink dress, her hair cut at shoulder length, carrying a basket. The girl, Siran, was a human NPC, leaving Lu Chen a little startled and flustered. But the clever girl knew he was hungry and, without hesitation, offered him an oat cake from her basket. Made by her mother and, she assured him, very delicious. Lu Chen nodded his thanks, then took the bread and devoured it. It restored him to full strength. Lu Chen was overjoyed. A single loaf filled his meter. With that thought, he suddenly punched the large tree in front of him, breaking it in two. Siran was amazed, saying how strong he was. Lu Chen chuckled. All thanks to your bread. He then offered Siran a silver coin, but she refused, saying a single loaf wasn't worth much. Lu Chen frowned. If she won't take the money, it must be a quest. Thinking it over, he asked the girl if there was anything he could do to help. She shook her head, saying, My mother is sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms can cure her. Lu Chen was a bit suspicious. Did she want to handle it herself? Was there no quest involved? He hesitated, telling her that there were many scary wild spirits nearby, and wondered if she would be okay on her own. Hearing this, she wasn't afraid, and with determination in her eyes, she said, For my mother, I'm not afraid. If I can get 2 white mushrooms in a month, my mother will be cured. Lu Chen frowned again. A whole month? Is this a huge quest with a big reward? If that's the case, I'll keep watching. With that thought, he dropped a silver coin into her basket, saying, Bring me a loaf of bread every day for the next month. Consider this payment for the flour. Siran nodded slightly, bid farewell to Lu Chen, and departed. He watched her leave, intrigued by this NPC, and decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, as Guiguzi reviewed his to-do list, he decided to buy some supplies and fight a boss. But before he could leave, arrows suddenly whizzed toward him from behind. He dodges in shock as the arrows miss and slam into the ancient trees, causing them to explode. Guiguzi frowns fiercely and shouts, Who's there? Suddenly a loud laugh erupts as the mad dragon Proud Bones leads his men into view. He glared at Guiguzi maliciously, saying, He warned you the Mad Dragon Society wouldn't let this go. Guiguzi scoffed, then attacked, but his spear struck a shield before it reached Aogu. He frowned and told the man to move, but he remained blocking the way. Guiguzi focused on the man in front of him, forgetting that he was being attacked from behind, his health rapidly decreasing as Aogu stabbed him. Guiguzi glanced back, his face full of hatred. Meanwhile, at the Ice Palace Cross, Lu Chen completed his mission and received 3,000 experience points, 45 reputation points, a spiked shoulder pad, and an HC gauntlet. Seeing his rewards, Zhuan was overjoyed, finally having enough equipment. Then, Zhuan continued, Lu Chen's sweep mission is complete. Now I will take you to eliminate CO. With that, he pointed his sword to the sky, summoning his army, and a legion of skeletons appeared. Witnessing this, Lu Chen was astonished. The Death Knight could summon such a large army. How cool. Sula nodded slightly and asked, Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Lu Chen agreed, but first, they had to eliminate Chao. They quickly went to the great cemetery of steel-bone tombs and began to destroy Chao's soldiers. Lu Chen used his crimson dagger to take down a series of Chao's soldiers, then fiercely shouted for Chao, the Rabbit Emperor, to come out. a statement that shocked the armored skeletons before him. Soon, Su appeared with his armored skeleton army, facing Sulan, Lu Chen, and Skeleton. Su immediately ordered his troops to attack Sulan's group, and the two sides clashed, with soldiers falling on both sides. Seeing his soldiers fall one after another, Chao was furious. The armored skeletons were no match for them. These summoned Death Knights are useless. To defeat the enemy, you must first defeat their leader. Thinking this, Seo narrowed his eyes at Sulan, who was surrounded by armored skeletons, and charged toward him to eliminate him, fiercely slashing his sword. Sulan quickly parries with his sword, as Chao angrily demands to know why he's still alive. The two quickly engaged in close combat, the sound of clashing metal echoing. Sulan glared at him, not only alive, but on the verge of becoming a Sura. With those words, Seo was immediately horrified, but Sulan offered no explanation, swatting him backwards. But at that moment, Lu Tran suddenly hid himself in the ground, shocking Su. Immediately after, he burst from the earth, attacking Su with his shuriken, inflicting great damage. Stung by the attack, Su angrily cursed him and charged forward with his sword, but Lu Tran simply raised an eyebrow in challenge, then summoned his own undead. In an instant, a death spirit blocked for him, taking the blow. Though powerful, the strike dealt significant damage to the newly summoned spirit. Xiao glares at Lu Chen, asking if he's also a necromancer. He bites his lip, knowing a lone necromancer swordsman can't evolve into an Asura unless they absorb the soul fire of a comrade. But the undead are too rare, and he finally realizes how Suin did it. He truly is profound. Lu Zhen then pointed at Chao's face, asking if it was his business that he was a death spirit swordsman. Chao coldly grunted twice without saying anything, then suddenly burst out laughing, asking, "You still don't know?" Your good master wanted to report Sulan, but before he could finish, a surge of energy pierced his throat and blood gushed out. Sul appeared from behind, telling him, "What are you waiting for? Make your move." Lu Zhen nodded slightly, then charged forward, his sword energy dancing in the air, and Chao was defeated. He gains 4,500 experience, leveling up to 23, and a wealth of items. Lu Chen nods in satisfaction, his bronze items just 2 levels away from being usable. But at that moment, pale purple fire spirits suddenly entered Lu Zhen's body, startling him. He frowned and looked at Sul, asking what was happening. He calmly said he was old and didn't need it anymore, telling him to absorb it quickly, as it would be a waste to let the soul fire seed dissipate. Hearing this, Lu Zhen nodded in understanding and began to absorb the fire spirit. A moment later, he absorbed the last of the fire spirits, but remained a skeleton, unable to evolve into a death spirit general. Sul, hearing this, calmly said, "This is the suffering of the death spirit." Lu Chen frowned. "Why is it painful?" Sul slowly explained, "Death spirit swordsmen are a special kind of family. Their ancestors stole a portion of Sura's power to summon death spirits, and were cursed. The path of the Death Knight's evolution has no breakthroughs, only a starting point as a Death Knight and an end point as a Sura." Lu Chen asked suspiciously, "Only an end point? What about the path of evolution your master told you about?" Sul nodded slightly, afraid he would lose faith. "This path is too difficult, its length unknown, its direction unclear, with only a vague end point. He gave up, but he hopes that you can do it." Lu Chen wasn't discouraged. He said that's what makes it interesting, and Sui nodded in satisfaction. He knew he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Luke Tran stared blankly at him, speechless. Meanwhile, on Ghost Valley's battlefield against the Mad Dragon Society, though he's taken down many, there are still countless enemies, and his health is failing. One glared at him, telling him not to push himself and that he'd see him off. Ghost Valley scoffed, saying that if it weren't for the annoying archers, that guy would already be dead. Hearing this, the man pressed his attack, spear in hand, and Guguzi braced himself with his ghostly armor. But the spear pierced right through it. Stopping at Daingan K, Luke Tran arrives as promised to wait for Quikok 2 and idly checks the rankings. He's finally in the top 10, surpassing even the formidable Guiguzi, but it's past midnight, so why isn't he here? He said he'd give me everything, that nothing was too much to offer. He made such a firm resolution yesterday, and today is the first official day of training, so he wouldn't be late, or even reply to a private message. He's been online for quite a while, yet he hasn't leveled up once, which is quite odd. Lu Chen, filled with doubt, checked the World Channel, and saw that Guiguzi had finally fallen in the Ghost Forest, near the Ice Palace. He was sitting against a tree, surrounded by Kwanglong Aogu and his men. With a frown, Ngaokot couldn't help but marvel at his opponent. Truly a top 10 player, still holding on despite his shattered armor. He offered Kwaikoktu a place in the Mad Dragon Society, promising to spare him, but Kwaikoktu arrogantly scoffed in disdain. Seeing this, Aogu became enraged, cursing him for seeking death, and ordered the others to attack. They immediately charged towards Guiguzi, but before they could do anything, powerful sword beams blocked them. The sword light was too fast to follow, and many had already fallen. Nyogu retreated, warily demanding to know who it was. As the dust settled, the figure of the newcomer became clear. It was Lu Tran. He stood defiantly in front of Guiguzi, glaring at the group and gritting his teeth. He said, "You dare lay a hand on my people?" Just as both sides were about to clash, a shout rang out. "Cram can tramza!" As they met, Mad Dragon Proudbones shouted, "Tram can tramza! Your timing is perfect. I was just about to come looking for you. Now I'll send you all to your graves." With that, he turned and swiftly retreated. He emerged with several others, including mages preparing their spells and archers drawing their bows, ready to meet the enemy. Cram Can Tram Sa, with a smug look, clasped his hands behind his back, feigning disdain. But it was all an act. "Ha ha ha, I dared to come alone because I have an ace up my sleeve. Witness the power of a necromancer." He then uses 2 health potions he got from Guiguzi's bag. Ghost Valley was a little surprised. "What is that? Is that even allowed?" Janqian Chensha raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Great summon! Azure Dragon!" The members of the Mad Dragon Guild looked up in bewilderment. What? But when nothing happened, they knew something was wrong. They turned around to see only a log, and that Chen Chensha and Guiguzi had already fled. Guanglong Aogu and the others exchanged surprised glances. Fooled? Guanglong Aogu immediately roared, "After them!" At the same time, the archers and mages in the rear began to unleash skills, blanketing the fleeing pair from all sides, and explosions lit up the sky. As they desperately fled, Guiguzi shouted that Zhang Qian would be exhausted at this rate. "You'll die if you go back. Trust me and follow me." A bomb flies towards them, forcing them to jump away, or they'd be done for. Behind them, mages and archers continue their relentless assault. Furious Dragon roared, ordering them to keep firing and blow them away, unleashing a barrage of attacks. These guys have no limits, throwing skills around like they're free. The barrage of fire and arrows overwhelms them, and Guiguzi cries out in fear. "Oh God, run!" The 2 hold hands and flee forward. Bombs continue to explode behind them as they run toward the Undead Patrol's camp. That place has been bombed to smithereens, with tent fragments flying everywhere. With a horde of members, Mad Dragon Proudbones appeared right behind them. "Ha ha ha ha! You're cornered, Tram Can Tramsa. Prepare to die." Tram Can Tramsa turned to look. "Nowhere to run? You're the ones with nowhere to run." He waved his hand and laughed, leaving Mad Dragon Proudbones utterly bewildered. Janqian Chensha called out, "Vanguard Patrol, come out!" Immediately, a horde of undead emerged, surrounding the group, filling the Mad Dragon Proudbones' team with shock and fear. Only now did the Mad Dragon Proudbones realize they'd been lured into a trap. The Undead Patrol captain spoke up. "Luckily, Zhang Qian sent word for us to hide underground. How dare you humans raid our camp?" Hearing this, Guiguzi was shocked. Oh heavens, was this all Zhang Qian's plan? Enraged, Mad Dragon Roaring Bones shouts, "I'll see what you're made of, you despicable Zhang Qian Chensha." As Zhang Qian Chensha cuts him off, he says, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to heal his brothers." The Paladin Captain, Shield Warrior, and Ranged classes are to be handled by the Undead Patrol team. Zhang Qian Chensha orders, and Guiguzi complies. Then, Zhang Qian. Chensha raised his sword and charged forward, his blade transforming into a scythe as he lunged at Mad Dragon Proudbones. Now crazed Dragon Proudbones shifts between offense and defense, bracing himself as he sees him charge. Annoying. Captain Fack swings his staff, suppressing his opponents, ordering the undead soldiers to slaughter the remaining humans, especially the mages and archers. The terrified soldiers scream in pain, "Stay away, help us." Meanwhile, Guiguzi faces the little Dragon King, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, without archers and mages to support you, is this all you've got?" The Dragon King could only fume. "Damn it!" Guiguzi showed no mercy, unleashing his attack. "Like I said, I'll solo you in minutes." Behind Guiguzi, an assassin appears, ready to strike. "Watch out!" With a shout, Zhang Qian Chensha hurled the Mad Dragon right into the assassin, staggering him. Zhang Qian Chensha shot forward like an arrow, closing in on the assassin with lightning speed. He tosses a health potion to Guiguzi, telling him to pay him back later, and Guiguzi thanks Zhang Qian Chensha. Is this the advantage of team battles? He slashes his sword across the waists of the berserker and the assassin, catching them off guard. Just as Zhang Qian Chensha was about to kill Guanglong Aogu, a warrior appeared behind him. This was their last chance to kill him. "Die, you fool!" Zhang Qianqianxia reacted in time, blocking the dangerous blow with his sword, relying only on those who don't know death. The leader of Faceless, having just killed the mage, laughed. "Ha ha, brothers. Kill all these invading humans." Just then, a strike sent his head flying. The figure held Fapkok's head. It was the Light Wanderer, Fongsak Huyan Tuong, masked and cloaked, a head in one hand, a sword across her shoulder, looking quite imposing. He killed the mage so quickly. Does the Mad Dragon Society have someone this skilled? Little Dragon King, fighting Ghost Valley, cried out, "So you finally joined the Mad Dragons. Ghost Valley, you're doomed." Ghost Valley strides forward, viciously striking Little Dragon King with his spear. "Even if she helps you, you're still dead." The Dragon King hurriedly called for help. Guiguzi taunts him, "Can't you fight without help?" He just chuckles, seeing Fengse Huanxiang rushing towards Guiguzi. Thinking he would help, Fongsak Huan Tuong instead sliced off the Little Dragon King's head. Guiguzi was bewildered. Weren't they allies? Then, illusionary colors turned and slashed at Guiguzi, and both he and the Little Dragon King fell. Zhang Qianqianxia is overcome with worry. Ghost Valley Z. Zhang Qianqianxia lunges toward Fengse Huanxiang, sword raised to strike. "What do you want?" Zhuren Fengse Huanxiang turns and dodges Shunli's sword. She spins, unleashing a powerful attack aimed at Zhang Qianqianxia's neck. She's terrifying. A single strike brings instant death, leaving a field of corpses as she turns the camera for her reward. A message appears from Guiguzi. "My God, this woman is too strong. She cleared them all out in no time." Zhang Qianqianxia also replied, "Yeah, she just got lucky. After all, you guys don't have enough HP. If we don't leave now, she'll probably forget to turn on the camera for the reward and try to keep our corpses." He glances at Guiguzi and sends a message. "This is near the Night Spirit camp. We need to revive faster. I'll count to 3. Then we revive together and kill her. Then we retreat." Guiguzi replies, agreeing that they can't let her get the bounty so easily. The countdown begins, and as Chan Chan Sha signals for revival, Fengse Wanxiang turns to check the camera. Guiguzi and Chan Chen Sha resurrect, launching their skills almost simultaneously. The crimson flames surge towards Phantom, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke. The initial assault didn't inflict much damage, and Fengse Wanxiang swiftly dodged and seized Guiguzi's spear. Chan Chen Sha retreated, signaling Guiguzi, who acknowledged the command. He then launched a light sever towards Guiguzi, who blocked it with the 3-body demon armor skill, causing Fengse Wanxiang to lose 124 health points. Guiguzi praised, "Well done." Fengse Wanxiang gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're asking for death." Enraged, Pungsek unleashes a counterattack, but though Chan Gyun manages to dodge, he still loses 89 HP. Zhang Qianqianxia dodges but breaks out in a cold sweat. That was close. Guiguzi shows no fear, gambling everything on a single thrust. "Take this." Fengse Huanxiang loses 221 health, but quickly retaliates, stabbing Guiguzi, furious that such scum would dare act so brazenly. This move cost Guiguzi 246 health points, but without hesitation, he seizes the chance to ambush again, unleashing incredible speed and attack power, reducing Fengse Huanxiang's health by 125. She's losing her balance and falling, collapsing to the ground as Guiguzi approaches, bitterly kicking her. "Damn. So what if you're number 1? You still got killed. I'll keep your corpse here overnight and see how tough you are then." With a serious expression, Zhang Qianqianxia grabbed Guiguzi's hand, urging him to retreat before the Undead Patrol and the resurrected Mad Dragon Guild members caused trouble. A notification appeared, counting down the time until the Undead Patrol's revival. 23:58 Tratin. Without another word, Chen Sha and Guiguzi turned and ran, eager to level up. Indeed, at the outer edge of the frozen port, Chen Sha had already slain several minor monsters to gain experience. He eats the bread that Sinran brought, noticing her downcast expression. "Tam Nian, what was bothering you earlier?" She nodded, pointing into the distance. "Brother, there's an injured old man over there. Could you help him?" "An injured old man?" Zhang Qianqianxia's eyes lit up. "All right, I'll take care of you, so don't be sad." Shinner couldn't help but stand up happily, smiling. "Big Sis Jinran knows you're a good person." Zhang Qianqianxia chuckled, thinking that even without a quest notification, it was worth checking out. Deep in the wilderness, Zhang Qianqianxia ventured further and found an old man slumped against a tree, lamenting his imminent death. "The wild bears have been killing for days. If you're loud enough to be found, you can't be dead." It turns out he was a wilderness hunter, and Zhang Qianqianxia stepped forward and asked him in a deep voice, "Sir, are you all right?" The old man was horrified to see only bones that were once Zhang Qianqianxia. you're a night spirit. He grabs his bow and arrow, waving it wildly, telling me not to come any closer. Chen Tianchen bit his hand, realizing he was done for. He forgot his mask. Night spirits and humans aren't on the same side. Would he still give me the mission after knowing I'm a night spirit? John Tianchensha then resolves to risk it all. I can't let the mission slip through my fingers now. John Tianchensha immediately knelt down, pounding the ground with his fists, feigning pain, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Boo-hoo! You don't know that I was originally a human soldier, bitten by a night spirit while on a mission and transformed into one. But I always stick to my principles. I'd rather starve than hurt someone. Old man, are you trying to play on my sympathy? The old man patted John Tianchensha's shoulder, saying that a good person is a good person, whether human or night spirit. John Tianchensha nodded. Yes, I'm a good person. How did you get hurt here? The old man replied dejectedly. Well, son, I'm the only hunter in the village. I came here looking for some meat, but I didn't expect so many wild bears to gather here. They've been attacking me for 3 days. If you hadn't come today, I'd be a goner. Jan Tianchensha chuckled. Don't worry, I'll help you out of the forest. The old man's eyes lit up and he grabbed his hand, overjoyed. All right, lad. If you get me out of here, I'll teach you my hunting and cooking skills. I'm the best hunter and cook around these parts. John Tianchensha grasped the old man's hand firmly, assuring him that he could count on him. He was overjoyed, 2 sub-professions that others could only dream of, and he had 2 of them. After completing the quest, Chen Tianchensha leveled up to 25 and immediately equipped new weapons and a new cloak, thinking he looked so cool. At that moment, the character's stats appeared. Name, Tramcan Tramse, class level 25 Necromancer Swordsman, stats level 1, HP 575, MP 355, Strength 35, Agility 16, stats level 2, Attack 6190, Defense 80, Movement 32, Reputation 264, Magic Power 0, Magic Resistance 49, Attack Speed 32, Luck 1. At the same time, a notification appeared. His bounty had increased. Just then, Dushi-san called. Lao Lu, what did you do? Your bounty's up to 80,000. He replies, 8,000 what? Do they want me to kill myself for the money? 13 grimaces. You wouldn't do it for him, but you'll do it for me. If that makes sense, hurry up and level up to 25 so we can get the reward. Dushi-san said ingratiatingly. Leveling up requires resources, you know. Hey, 6 brother, give your little bro some more cash. Tram can tram. So yells right in Thap Tam's face. Didn't I just give you 15 silver coins? It's all gone? Where did the money go? Dushi-san explained. 6 brother, you don't know the prices in Floating Ice City. 1 serving of applesauce to restore 100 HP costs 4 silver coins. After buying equipment and 2 servings of applesauce, I was broke. 4 silver coins, that's what it costs. On the cooking board, level 1 apple jam, 5 apples per jar, restores 100 HP. Level 2, rice balls, 15 glutinous rice, 5 chicken, 5 salt, restores 200 HP. Back at the Mad Dragon Guild headquarters, Long Jingtianjia slams the table in fury. Twice have my elite Mad Dragon Guild troops been wiped out. The humiliation. Little Dragon King didn't dare say more, replying, Calm down, boss. I've increased the reward. Someone will either kill him or get sick of him. We'll have good news soon. Hearing this, Long Jingtianjia calmed down a bit. Good. Let those after the reward deal with him. Back at headquarters, Mad Dragon's pride mended clothes, complaining about glamorous fantasies' behavior. While Dragon travels the world, coldly replied, Let her be arrogant. I have plans for her. Cut to Floating Ice City's plaza, where a group of people are trading in a bustling marketplace. How much for this, boss? Another man shouted from afar. Come see the precious magic stones. Wearing a disguise, John Tianchensha shouts loudly in the square, unafraid of being discovered. Step right up. Don't miss out on apple jam for 2 silver coins a portion and quality bear hides. He happily realized he could harvest the jujubes himself, cutting out material costs. 2 copper coins apiece was a steal. How could jujubes at 4 coins compete? A crowd overheard and immediately stopped to ask, How much did you say the candied haws are, boss? Tramcan Tram Sa pointed to the ingredients and held up 2 fingers, replying, 2 copper coins per serving. No scams or I'll pay you tenfold. Hearing this, people swarmed him. I'll take 5 servings. Give me 3. I was here first. I'll take 10. He quickly stopped the crowd. No pushing, 1 at a time. In just a few minutes, he'd made a fortune. He happily eyed his coin purse, 400 silver coins earned with ease. Just then, someone approached. Hey, boss, how much for this bear hide? Jangan Chensha looked up and said, You have a good eye, brother. My bear hide is a level 2 material. The person who just asked about the price was Ba Tiandao Yuxia. You quoted him only 2 silver coins per hide. You seem to know him well. But Tiandao, the leader of the Duba family, is definitely rich enough to be swindled. But Tiandao examines the bear hide as Zhan Qianchen Sha introduces it. Brother, this is top-quality bear hide. A good tailor can make 2 or 3 decent armors from one hide. Ba Tiandao agreed, acknowledging its quality as a rare level 28 wild bear hide. Without another word, he pulled out a bag of money and declared, "I'll take them all." Gleefully taking the money, Tram Sa thought, "Thank you, boss, so generous. What an easy fool to swindle." Unexpectedly, Ba Tiandao laughed, saying something that froze Tram Jia for a moment. "With an 80,000 bounty, you're still selling goods at the market. You truly are something else." Zhan Qianchen drew his sword, on guard, and asked what he meant. Ba Tiandao quickly put the money in his hand, chuckling, "Brother Zhan Qian, no need to be so tense. We're not enemies. I'm just admiring your strength and courage." Zhan Qianchen Sha paused for a moment, then, while packing up his things, said, "The shop's closed. Please leave, sir." Ba Tiandao smiled, adding, "No need to rush off, Brother Zhan Qian. Since this is our first meeting, I wanted to discuss a business deal with you." Zhan Qianchen Sha was a little surprised. Ba Tiandao explained, "I saw that your jujubes were of excellent quality, and the other dishes weren't bad either. But 1,000 servings of grade 2 chicken rice? You want me to work myself to death?" Zhan Qianchen Sha thought to himself that he could even set the price. It seems that the Overlord has not only many experts, but also a lot of money. This kind of rich guy can't be missed. He does some quick math, then holds up a finger to make Ba Tiandao an offer. "At most 100 portions at 10 silvers each," he said, raising the price to 30 silvers. But Tiandao nodded and immediately paid a 500 silver deposit. Seeing this, Zhan Qianchen realized he'd bid too low. The scene shifts to a wild forest. Zhan Qianchen and Guiguzi have been sparring for a while now. "Zhan Qian, is that all you've got?" Ghost Valley taunts him, and suddenly, Zhan Qian carelessly drops his sword. Seeing this, Guiguzi seizes the opportunity, using underworld fire to charge at Zhan Qianchen. Zhan Qianchen smirks, revealing that he feigned dropping his sword. From the right flank, a level 28 wild bamboo spirit bear charges out, disrupting Guiguzi's skill. While Guiguzi was restrained by the spirit bear, Zhang Qian calmly explained that not every opportunity in battle is truly an opportunity. Some are traps. He advised Guiguzi not to panic in a breakthrough state, but to calmly consider the most advantageous choice, and then he caught his sword. Guiguzi uses his spear to block the bear's bite, seemingly understanding something. The most advantageous opportunity. Guiguzi uses his ghost armor to block the wild spirit bear's attack. Realizing this, Zhan Qian couldn't help but praise Guiguzi's quick reaction, immediately switching skills to a defensive stance to minimize damage, as Guiguzi continued to try and control the bear. "Why is this bear's level even higher than yours?" Zhan Qianchen said, wiping his sword and addressing Guiguzi. "This is a dragon spirit skull transformed from a previous quest. I discovered that as long as I kill something, no matter its level, I can transform it into a summon. As his level increases, his summons become even more impressive." Guiguzi finishes off the dragon spirit bear and immediately turns his attack towards Zhan Qianchen. There's an opening, go die. But somehow, Zhan Qian summons another undead bear. It's another big bear, and Guiguzi laments hitting it again. Guiguzi is forced to turn his attention to the second undead bear, unleashing his ghostly spear attack with a barrage of curses. Damn it, are all my skills useless against summons? Meanwhile, Zhan Qian had secretly circled around and jumped behind Guiguzi. Don't forget, you have more than one enemy. A flash of a sword, and Zhan Qian lands a fatal blow on Guiguzi. He lay flat on the ground, defeated once again. As Guiguzi awoke, he began to reflect on what he had learned. "I'm second on the bounty board, but the gap between me and first place is still huge. Tramcan is truly something else. He truly is unbeatable." A small bird then lands on Guiguzi's hand. He observes and contemplates, seizing opportunities to fight, judging the enemy's detailed maneuvers. Tramcan is indeed teaching him well. "Though I always lose, I feel myself growing stronger. I need to find a master to test myself against." With that, he stood up with determination, as the scene shifted to a black pond where a level 30 black water crocodile was under attack. That group belongs to the Hegemon clan, led by the level 24 Hegemon tiger warrior. "Brothers, blow it to bits. The boss can't take much more." The black crocodile is bombarded and on its last legs, when suddenly Guiguzi appears, stealing the kill with a single strike, dealing 215 damage. The evil tyrant clan was stunned, mouths agape in disbelief as the crocodile collapsed beside Ghost Valley. Pointing and cursing, the tyrant tiger roared, You bastard! Enraged, he lunged forward, only to be restrained by his comrades, who warned, Captain, don't be reckless. That's the infamous Guiguzi, who single-handedly wiped out elite squads from other guilds. He's second on the bounty list, and the Mad Dragon Guild is going crazy because of him. Dominator Tiger could only look up and shout, Why did we have to run into this guy? Dominator Tiger, knowing his limits, could only offer a threat. Ghost Valley, don't push it too far. We're from the Tyrant Guild. Ghost Valley is overjoyed, so you're the tyrants? That's perfect. The evil Tyrant Tiger seemed a bit apprehensive. What's the meaning of this? Guiguzi stares directly at the group. Killing the boss was just a bonus. You're my real target. The Dokba clan is visibly terrified, utterly panicked. Standing alone amidst the fallen Dokba squad, the Ghost Valley Master remarks that they were indeed a formidable elite team. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, realizing he's grown stronger as the scene shifts to the Floating Ice City's commercial district. At the 13 food store, 13 is a little surprised. The shopkeeper really put my name down? He nonchalantly replies, The tax rate in Floating Ice City is too high for Night Spirit players. You being the owner can save money. 13 is even more surprised to learn that Zhang Qianchen has additional skills. Unexpectedly, he has 2 side jobs, hunting and cooking. He gets his own ingredients and cooks his own food, so aside from spices, it costs him next to nothing. If Tyrant Saber knew he was paying triple, he'd be devastated. Why would he cry? This amount of money is nothing to a hegemon. How's the intel gathering going? Asks Tramcon Tramsa. The Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild is weak and lacks top-tier fighters, Thaptom replies. Your boss still hasn't logged on. Zhanqian pondered in silence for a moment, then said, I need to level up quickly now, so I'm leaving the food sales to you. If you encounter anyone from Ancient Sword Dream Soul buying supplies, remember to keep the prices low. 13th stroked his chin. Rest assured, I've got logistics covered. I'm already familiar with it. Should we give me your bounty money before you level up, Lao Luke? Zhanqian said, eyeing 13's gear. No one would believe you got my bounty money with your white equipment. With that, Zhanqian tossed a piece of black stone equipment to 13. Take this dark stone weapon for now. I'll get you a full set in a few days. 13 happily accepts the mace. What a great brother. Cut to Frozen Port, where a gate stands beneath a hazy, ominous sky, and a level 17 undead lies sprawled on the ground, dressed in rags like a beggar. With white hair and a gaunt face, he looked familiar. Then Tramcon Tramsa stopped dead in his tracks, stunned by what he saw. Guiguzi shouts enraged, Who did this? Guiguzi urgently texts Zhanqian Chensha, Leave now. Fengse Huansheng and the Mad Dragon Guild plan to wash Frozen Port in blood. He read the message and chuckled. Wash Frozen Port with blood. Such bold words. On the weathered stone, illusionary colors had been waiting for him. He glanced at her, unimpressed. It's her again, the enchantress. She leaps down, sword raised, but he parries just in time. She glares, demanding to know what he's up to, and he scoffs. The #1 player hanging with the Mad Dragon Guild? She retaliates with a sword strike, declaring it's none of his concern. But as they clash, the system announces that Guiguzi has been resurrected. Guiguzi observes from the sidelines, deciding not to intervene for now. These 2 monsters, along with illusionary colors, continue to attack Zhanqian, who defends with his sword, not yet retaliating. Suddenly, Zhanqian summons a level 28 undead, a giant bear, ready to attack the woman. It quickly throws her off balance and attacks, sending the Enchantress of Color sprawling to the ground. Health. 12. Health. 11. Health. 8. She's shocked, wondering how a summons level could surpass its masters. But as she finishes the thought, both Zhanqian and the undead bear charge towards her. She raised her sword, emitting a powerful golden light, and sneered, An interesting summon, but alas, just a creature of darkness. Zhanqian looked at her in astonishment, and even the large bear beside him paused. She unleashes a radiant golden light, growing ever brighter. Zhanqian raises his hands to shield his eyes, as the undead bear steps forward to protect him. The critical light strike cost him 421 points, triggering a warning. He was suffering from the radiance of light. Defense is down 20%, and the bear spirit is now just a skeleton, its entire body burned to a crisp. But she raised her sword to strike Zhanqian, saying he was next, and he blocked her attack. Was he underestimating her? Is that all you've got? She then draws a card, the Ice Storm skill card. 2 members of the Mad Dragon Guild watched from afar, astonished. The little Dragon King told Longxing Tiania that Fengse Huanxiang unexpectedly possessed a skill card. Isn't that a skill only bosses above level 35 have? After a moment's thought, Longxing Tianxia replied that it's not surprising since she's Fengse Huanxiang. After the card is played, countless shards of ice rain down on Zhan Qian, forcing him to raise his sword in defense as they chip away at his health. Vitality 24, Vitality 25, Vitality 31. The card's wind was so strong that Zhan Qian was blown into the air, crying out. Even Ghost Valley was blown away, cursing under his breath. Damn, I knew domain skills were strong, but this is ridiculous. She then gathers the ice shards and commands them forward, sending them hurtling towards Zhan Qian. As Guiguzi clung to a rock, trying not to be swept away, he yelled, "No, Zhan Qian, be careful." Suddenly, a purple light erupted, shaking the earth. Guiguzi barely escaped with his life, and then a giant lion spirit appeared, shattering the ice shards of the illusionary beauty. Zhan Qian had a skill card in his mouth and declared confidently, "I have skill cards too." The mighty lion roared, unleashing a tempest that swept away her paltry ice blocks, sending 2 members of the Mad Dragon Guild flying. Longxing Tianxia suddenly shouts, "This is insane! How do they both have skills?" Feng Se Huiyan Tuong, with its blue light, and Tram Khan, with its purple light, clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Feng Se Huiyan Tuong considered Tram Khan's skill card. After blocking the ice storm, his skill card unexpectedly unleashed a great heat of fire. As their swords clash, hers glows red, its heat intensifying. Suddenly, she throws her sword away, causing his to strike the ground. Smirking, Zhan Qian declared, "Drop your weapon. You're dead." He then prepared to finish her off with his Zhou Ren, but she unexpectedly blocked his attack with a knife, catching him off guard. Dual-wielding weapons, he wondered how she blocked his sword with her other hand. Then she unleashed the flowing light slash, seemingly landing a fatal blow, but he unexpectedly dodged it. He thought to himself that this was bad. Cursing, he realized that if he hadn't stalled, he wouldn't have needed to use the Azure Fire Cloak to increase his evasion rate, but his HP had already been reduced by 34. Seeing that Zhan Qian dodged her attack, she was surprised. He dodged. Impossible. Unable to prolong the fight, Zhan Qian quickly drew the Tam Lang skill card. A purple light surrounds the Slayer and a game notification appears. You have used the Tam Lang card. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 5% for 30 minutes. Immediately after, Lu Zhanqian swung his sword, but she quickly dodged it. Meanwhile, 2 members of the Mad Dragon Guild watched, still clinging to the pillars. Little Dragon King is shocked. He can't believe the skill card's attack could be dodged. Meanwhile, Dragon Sing Tianjia is annoyed and jealous. His entire guild might not even have 1 card, and this guy has 2. Suddenly, they both lunged at each other, her strike to his chest dealing 288 damage, while his strike to her abdomen cost her 175 health. They both collapsed, and Tramcan cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe we tied. The light element is a cursed weakness. As Kwai Kok Tu watched the entire match, he was speechless when both fell to the ground, and he looked unconvinced. Now this is a real fight, both sides pushing their skills to the limit, not a wasted move. Can I even keep up with these 2? As soon as they die, they're resurrected, and Zhan Qian shouts to redo the bet. She stubbornly agrees to follow Liu Guangzhan to the end. Longxing Tianxia, watching, is delighted, thinking they're both crazy, and orders Proud Bones to bring people over. Little Dragon King receives the order? Yes. Then, the system chimed in again, and they killed each other over and over, resurrecting countless times until they both dropped to level 17. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhan Qian laughed and said, "Ha ha, let's stop killing each other. Constantly dropping levels is no good for anyone." She nodded, gasping for breath, relieved that the fighting had stopped. Ghost Valley spoke up. "You guys finally calmed down. Look over there." Zhan Qian turned to look. The rats have finally shown their faces. The Mad Dragon Guild leads a group of people toward them, and Longxing Tianxia laughs, saying he couldn't miss such a spectacular battle. Feng Se Huanxiang hands Longxing Tianxia the camera orb, saying, "Your timing is perfect. The kill videos are all here. Remember to pay the bounty and rental fee as agreed." Suddenly, Longxing Tianxia broke his word, destroying the camera orb, leaving her stunned. Longxing Tianxia then smugly retorted, "Oops, Butterfingers, it's just a camera. You're not really mad about a camera, are you?" Enraged, Feng Se Huanxiang wanted nothing more than to tear him apart, but Longxing Tianxia just taunted her. "Oh right, you're in it for the bounty. Ha ha ha, too bad my target isn't just them, but you too, Phantom Colors. Are relying on being number 1 to provoke the Mad Dragon Guild, and you think you can retreat unscathed?" Then he shouts, "You're all going to die." The 3 on the other side just stare at each other, utterly bewildered. Enraged, she cursed Longxing Tianxia. "You vile snake, I should have killed you when you asked me to join you. You wretched trash. Player Zhan Qian invites you to the group chat." Longxing Tianxia continues to provoke, saying he invited her to join the Mad Dragon Guild many times, but she refused. She shouldn't blame others for the path she chose. Zhang Qian turns to look at her and nods, as if signaling something. The crazy dragon members stood in the distance, wondering what the three of them were plotting, as a message popped up. Ghost Valley was cursing phantom colors. "You're insane. Look at the mess you've made, hurting yourself and others. Are you happy now? Ghost Valley, do you want to die again? Chan, did you drag me here just so he could insult me?" Guiguzi was speechless, and Zhan Qianchensha quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Everyone calm down. This isn't the time to argue." Meanwhile, Guiguzi and Fengse Huanxiang bicker behind Zhan Qian, both furious. Zhan Qian points directly at Longxing Tianxia, saying, "If I can't have it, I'll destroy it." "Aren't you afraid of tarnishing Mad Dragon's reputation if word of this gets out?" Longxing Tianxia retorted, pointing back at Zhan Qian. "Ha ha, a madman who steals bosses and kills people all day, a guy who likes to kill everyone competing for quests to make money, and a wanted criminal with a sky-high bounty. Who would believe the words of a U3? In the group chat, Latramkon Tramsa suggested that since none of them were level 20 yet, their only chance was to cooperate. Quikok agreed. "I'll trust you on this one, and Fongsak Huyan Tuong agrees as well. We'll cooperate with you this time." Long Han Thianha shouts, "I've destroyed the only video evidence for the reward. The rest of you should just log off and end this." The Mad Dragon rides the land of evil. He then ordered his men to send them on their way, and his subordinates responded in unison. Yes, instantly, thousands of colorful arrows flew towards the three. The arrows struck, creating a massive explosion that shook the sky. And Longxing Tianxia, believing he had killed the three, laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha, record this and upload it to the website. I want everyone to see what happens when you mess with the Mad Dragon Guild." Behind him, a barrage of arrows continued to fire, creating an even greater explosion and a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, the three successfully defended and charged forward, yelling, "Don't even think about it!" The arrows flew, but Zhan Qianchensha and Fengse Huanxiang were unharmed. Two swordsmen flew towards the Mad Dragon Guild, as dragon travels the world, smirked with disdain. "Struggling even on your deathbed? Get them!" Little Dragon King declared confidently, moving with lightning speed. "Watch this, boss." Another underling flew forward with a knife, facing the three who were rushing toward them at the speed of light. Longxing Tianxia unleashes the Qianjia Palm, while Fengse Huanxiang counters with the Light Stream Slash. Filled with indignation, Illusionary Colors shouts, "Get out of my way! If you two had just landed a couple of hits, those two lackeys would be flying through the air, unable to retaliate." Longxing Tianxia gripped his spear, cursing, "You two are useless. I have to do everything myself." He unleashed a fiery charge, radiating a fearsome golden light. He lunges at Guiguzi, who quickly blocks the blow with his spear, as Fengse Huanxiang and Zhan Qianchensha fly by. He yells, "Guiguzi!" Guiguzi confidently replies, "Leave it to me." As Fengse Huanxiang and Zhan Qianchensha flew past Longxing Tianxia, he sensed something was wrong and ordered his men, "Protect our brothers at a distance." Seeing his opponent distracted, Guiguzi furiously attacked, offended by the disrespect, but his opponent swiftly blocked the blow. Once your defense skills disappear, you're just trash to be crushed at any time. Guiguzi, holding a bag, laughs. "Ha ha ha. Tramkin got me a bag of chicken rice. My ghost armor overlord body can stay open all day. Can you match that kind of logistics?" Guiguzi continued, "And another thing. Is it just ranged fighters that Mad Dragon protects?" He taunted as he attacked. Hearing this, Longxing Tianxia glanced to his left, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" The healer is being relentlessly attacked with holy magic, losing 541 health and desperately cries for help. Why does this woman have holy attacks? "Help me!" The warrior next to him also slashed at the Mad Dragon swordsman, causing him to spit out blood and lose 421 HP. He didn't have time to react and could only cry out, "I'm done for! How can a level 17 kill a level 25? Seeing his subordinate being slaughtered, Longxing Tianxia gritted his teeth, his vigilance faltering as he stared intently at the scene. Ghost Valley saw his chance and unleashed the skill, River of Blazing Fire. Unfortunately for Guiguzi, his opponent reacted quickly, seizing his spear. He gaped in disbelief. He blocked it, thinking his level had dropped too fast and the attack wasn't strong enough. He immediately retaliated, slashing at Guiguzi, sneering, "You think you can hurt me? Get out of here. You're better off as a meat shield." He then turned and continued to command his subordinates. "Focus all attacks on me. Support is beyond saving. Kill them." Zhan Qianchensha and Fengse Huanxiang fought valiantly, but the situation looked grim. Their attacks are too strong, Fengxie Huanxiang said. We need to retreat. As Illusionary Colors was about to retreat, Severing Sand pulled her back. Stay calm. We're a team. Just then, Guiguzi arrived saying, I'm glad I made it. We're a team. He then unleashed his ghost armor, creating a shield to protect them all. They remained within the shield, as Zhan Qian Chen Sha signaled. The attack was ending. Prepare to counterattack, Fengxie Huanxiang agreed. As the attack ends, Zhan Qian and Fengxie immediately rush out to fight the Mad Dragon crew. Seeing this, Longxing is furious, threatening, Zhan Qian, you won't win. Where did illusion go? Your opponent is me, Longxing Tianxia. She raised her sword to strike his shoulder, but he blocked it, asking if she had a death wish. Meanwhile, Zhan Qian Chen Sha was surrounded by the Mad Dragon's men, who mocked him for walking into their trap. You're brainless. Prepare to die, Zhan Qian Chen. He simply chuckled, then drew a red card. The Firewolf Raging Flames skill card. The Crazy Dragon subordinates were stunned by the skill card. How did he still have more? Zhan Qian unleashes his card's skill, a golden light flashing past, followed by a great fire engulfing the Mad Dragon subordinates. Longxing Tianxia, witnessing his men consumed by the flames, roars in fury. Zhan, Chen, you've forced my hand. The Horned Devil skill card activates in 3 strikes. With that, he pulls out a golden card bearing the image of a Kirin. A notification appears. Horned Demon Strike card activated. 100% crit chance on the first attack, 200% on the second, and 500% on the third. Empowered by the card, he strikes at Fengxie Huantuang, who is sent flying despite her defense, crying out, too strong. After dealing with the seductress, he rushes towards Zhan Qian Chen Sha. It's your turn now, Zhan Qian, who is already waiting for him. Just in time, Longxing Tianxia flew in and slashed at him, forcing him to retreat and defend. But the blow was so powerful that it broke his sword in 2. Seizing the moment, he spins around and continues his assault, aiming to kill him. At this point, Zhan Qian is unsure what to do, certain that he's about to meet his end. The ghost armor suddenly appears, allowing his spear to only pierce the shield, but Longxing Tianxia's spear shatters it. The spear pierces Ghost Valley's forehead, dealing 418 damage, and Zhan Qian can't help but praise him. Well done, Ghost Valley. Longxing Tianxia and Guiguzi face off, and Longxing angrily shouts at Guiguzi. Damn it, you're everywhere, aren't you? Guiguzi retorts, I'm the shield of this team. Before I fall, none of them will. But then, Master Guiguzi pierces his stomach with a spear, costing him a bar of health. He retorted, You think you can kill me with that broken gun? Dream on. Guiguzi confidently retorts, This is team combat. A broken gun is fine as long as it works. As Longxing Tianxia wonders what's happening, Fengxie Huanxiang appears behind him, sword raised. Die, you scum. She used the flowing light slash, a streak of light flashing past, her strike severing Longxing's head from his body, deducting 522 life points, and so he fell. Body here, head there, as Guiguzi put his arm around Zhan Qian's shoulder and laughed. Ha ha, that was great. Fighting as a team is the best. Tramkhan agreed, but Fengxie Huantuang simply hummed in response, surrounded by corpses. Switching scenes to a wild forest, Fengxie Huantuang, exhausted, asked Tramkhan, Quikox 2 left already. Why haven't you logged off? Zhan Qian was also resting wearily under a tree. He replied, Yeah, I lost a lot today and dropped several levels, so I need to level up. What province are you in? She asked, coughing. I'm in S City, he replied. Me too, she continued. Should we meet? Zhan Qian agreed, but with a condition. I'll meet you, but only if you show me what you look like. Otherwise, forget it. I can't meet someone if I don't know what their real face looks like. After a moment of thought, Fengxie Huanxiang replied, Okay, I can do that, and reached for her mask. D House, Ngan Sam, a small cafe in the city center. Lu Chen scrolls through his phone as he waits for someone. It's almost 3 o'clock, but the person he's waiting for still hasn't arrived. Just then, a delicate voice suddenly rings out as a cup of coffee is placed on the table, startling him. Before him stood a stranger, yet others recognized her, whispering amongst themselves. He learned from them that her name was Lin Yi Han, the campus beauty of S University. Lu Chen frowned slightly, muttering the name Fengxie Huanxiang. Lin Yi Han then sat down across from him, and he knew he was right. This had to be some kind of conspiracy. Lin Yi Han chuckled softly, explaining sheepishly, This is my apology for what happened before. I was greedy and taken advantage of by Mad Dragon. Lu Chen shook his head, refusing to comment. There was nothing wrong with taking action for a few tens of thousands in rewards, But did she really need to take them down a dozen times? Mentioning this, Lin Yihan became even more embarrassed, whispering, "The first time was indeed for the reward, but the next few times were really to vent my anger." Lu Chen couldn't help but frown as Lin Yihan continued to explain the past. She had spent 10 hours preparing for a mission to eliminate the undead patrol, but Lu Chen and Guguzi led the Dragon Mania gang to fight them, ruining her plan. It was a basic level D mission, and she ended up with nothing. She had planned to put a bounty on him, but he defeated her instead. The more she talked, the angrier she got, her face turning red. After listening to her complaints, Lu Chen chuckled, saying they'd had enough, then asked what she wanted from him, secretly cursing her vengeful nature and resolving to never cross her. Hearing his question, Lin Yihan cut to the chase, revealing her plan to form a guild and inviting him to join. The former top 1 and 2 teaming up would surely be a success, but Lu Chen immediately refused. He wouldn't join. Seeing his resolve, Lin Yihan didn't press the issue. After all, they'd fought together, and even if he didn't join, they could still be friends. Lu Chen agreed, then asked, "You're not just trying to deal with Mad Dragon, are you?" Lin Yihan didn't hide anything. What was Mad Dragon to her? Her true goal is to seize the Dominator's blade. And you, Lu Chen. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Interesting. After a brief discussion, they agreed to cooperate and then departed. The next day, 13 and Lu Chen were moving things in, and 13 asked him about his meeting with Lin Yihan the day before. He was worried she'd seduce you, but suddenly today, you're finding a place to set up a studio. But after taking down the Dragon Fang Guild leader, money was no longer an issue, and Lu Chen was grateful for the bounty. The two slowly entered the room, looking around. 13 was quite pleased. This place was pretty good. He then asked Lu Chen what needed to be done next. Lu Chen reveals his target. Zhang Mu, the studio's first member, a prospect that excites 13. He wondered who Lu Chen had in mind, suggesting Fengze Huansang, but Lu Chen shook his head, saying that Lin Yihan wasn't someone you could just invite, and she likely had her own plans. 13 frowned slightly, saying that if they could invite anyone, they wouldn't want a newbie. But Lu Chen nodded with a mysterious smile, saying 1 rookie per studio is enough. 13, knowing he was the target of the jab, scoffed and asked who he intended to invite. Lu Chen smiled faintly and spoke a name. Guguzi, of course. 13 was shocked to hear the name of a top 10 player. The wanted list only has Lu Chen's name on it, but you actually got him to join the studio. Lu Chen was confident, patting Shisan's shoulder, telling him to rest easy, and tonight they would begin the next step. That evening, Lu Chen logged into the game, went to the Hanbing Palace's training grounds, and messaged Guiguzi, asking him to come if he wasn't busy. Guiguzi quickly replied, asking what was up. Lu Chen told him he had something good, and he said he'd be right there. Ghost Valley is a rare master, and although his strength is far behind Lu Chen and Lin Yihan, he is still a top player, capable of handling ordinary elites on his own. A moment later, Guiguzi finally arrived and cut straight to the chase, asking Lu Chen what he wanted. He called him Little Devil, and asked if he'd ever considered joining a guild. Guiguzi asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" He stated frankly that he had just started a studio and wanted to invite him to join. The location is in the new district of City S, with convenient transportation, private rooms, free room and board, and unlimited mana recovery food. Guiguzi frowned slightly and then arrogantly said that he was top tier and many people were looking for him. So why should he join his studio? He chuckled and asked if he wanted to become a top tier expert. Guiguzi nodded without hesitation. Of course he did. So it was settled. Joining Lu Chen's studio under his guidance would make it entirely possible. Hearing this, Ghost Valley agreed to join, promising to defeat Lu Chen one day, and then left. Lu Chen watched him leave, sighing helplessly. Why was everyone targeting him? The next day at the train station, Gongsun Gu arrived in City S as promised. Lu Chen and 13 greeted him, calling him Little Devil. But he was not happy with the nickname, angrily telling them to stop calling him that. Lu Chen didn't rush him to the hot pot restaurant, though. 13th just put his arm around him, calling him Little Devil, and said they'd be brothers from now on. Faced with 13's friendly nickname, Brother B, he hesitated, awkwardly saying he understood, while Lu Chen watched them, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Muns, the studio's first recruit, is a super rival who's always targeted him. 13 narrows his eyes, asking why he calls him Brother B. Gongsun Gu casually replies that he hates the number 13, which sounds like B. Hearing this, 13 angrily tells him not to call him B. Lu Chen frowned as he watched them, but it was a good thing. The studio's lineup was getting stronger. A moment later, the three returned to the office Lu Chen had just rented. 13 apologizes for the mess, explaining that he just moved in. Gong Sun-gu doesn't mind, suggesting they clean up together after he unpacks. Lu Chen first showed him the room, but then his eyes fell upon a mask on the shelf. He recognized it as a VR helmet exclusive to the Hall of Fame. Could it be Luo Chen? He glanced at Lu Chen behind him, frowning as he asked, "Are you really Luo Chen? But you said you weren't a member of the Hall of Fame." He casually questions whether what Luo Chen showed at the end of Lingdong was worthy of that place. 13 then flaunted Lu Chen's cup, boasting that he was the first chrysanthemum champion of War of the Gods, confirming that the man before them was indeed Luo Chen, before asking Gong Sun-gu if he admired Luo Chen. Gong Sun-gu gently shook his head in denial, for he already had a god in his heart, the great Na Chen. The genius who defeated Park Han-woong at the National Esports Center, that was the pinnacle of gaming for the country. Hearing this name, Lu Chen and Shisan exchanged knowing glances, a smugness between them. Gong Sun-gu, observing their expressions, began to speculate. Sure enough, he then saw a photo of Lu Chen with Park Han-woong on the shelf and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? You're really my idol, Nitron." Realizing this, Gong Sun-gu was immediately excited, rushed to hold Lu Chen's hand and called Lu Chen Great God with a wide grin. He knows how frustrating it is to delete an account in the Spirit Cavern, and as teammates, he's determined to help him get revenge. Lu Chen shakes his head slightly. He has a dream, but it's not about revenge, but about their shared dream. To dominate floating ice, rule Zone Z, and even compete against top players from other countries on the same stage, becoming #1 in the world. And so he suggested their studio be named the Crimson Mercenary Group, because he and Gong Sun-gu were both night spirits, inseparable from the color of blood, and because their initial investment was limited, they would have to take on mercenary missions to earn money. Gong Sun-gu readily agreed, the name evoking images of battlefield carnage, and 13 felt the same. From now on, this would be the Crimson Mercenary Corps studio. And just like that, a team was formed. The three of them sat on the sofa to discuss their next move. Lu Chen asks what everyone thinks their initial goal should be. 13 quickly says he wants to conquer Floating Ice City and win over female gamers, but Gong Sun-gu wants to defeat Mad Dragon, destroy his dominance, and crush Zhu Long. But Lu Chen said in a deep voice, their initial goal is to make money. At this, the other two were stunned. 13 quickly gets out his computer to calculate half a year's rent, 4 computers, and in-game purchases, realizing that the 80,000 reward is already gone in just 2 days. Leaving Lu Chen to sigh, knowing they only have money for food this week, and if they don't earn money, they'll be eating dirt next week. Then Gong Sun-gu suggested using his bounty, which reminded 13 that they still had the kids' reward money. Lu Chen agreed, saying he'd grind levels while the other two went online to collect their reward. Lu Chen had barely logged in before he was doing quests, when Shisan called to say the bounty had been cancelled. Lu Chen was a little surprised that the Mad Dragons suddenly had brains, so 13 and Little Devil could only join one team to farm dungeons for 40 silver. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, leveling up and making money at the same time. Then, 13 excitedly tells him that he's found him a gig. A top player on the leaderboard just ordered 100 servings of level 3 food at 50 silver each, and they need it within 12 hours. Lu Chen checked the ingredients list, then frowned. A high-level player urgently needing food in bulk must be preparing to fight a boss. He suggests 13 asks for 5% more, but 13 smartly goes for 10%. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Tyrant Blade had reached level 30, becoming the first player in Peng City to do so. Lu Chen felt a pang of frustration. If he hadn't lost levels fighting Lin Yihan, he would have been the first to reach level 30. Oh well, he needs to make money first. He then rushed to Viper Gorge in search of green peppers, only to find them guarded by a giant serpent of unknown level, causing Lu Chen to frown. If its level is hidden, it's at least 10 levels higher than me. Risking my life for a single pepper, that alchemist is going to pay double. With that in mind, he charged forward without hesitation, using his Crimson Edge to attack the serpent, landing a critical hit. He was very pleased with this. As expected, striking a snake at its weak point is very effective. Immediately, he targeted the same spot, dealing massive damage, but the serpent suddenly struck him with its tail, causing him to cry out in pain. Not only that, it spewed a stream of blue smoke at Lu Chen. The moment he came into contact with it, the system notified him that he was poisoned, losing 5% of his current health. He couldn't help but frown. The poison was too strong. He had to end this quickly. Thinking this, Lu Chen immediately summoned his undead, while the serpent continued to spew venom at him. But suddenly the serpent felt a sharp pain, and its health rapidly declined, yet its attacker remained unseen. But Lu Chen saw it all, and praised the bear for a job well done. No sooner said than done, he dashed forward, his sword dancing through the air, a flash of light dealing massive damage to the serpent. To finish off the serpent, he then viciously stabbed its back with the crimson edge, purple sparks dancing in the air. This move critically damaged the serpent, ending its life. Fortunately, he leveled up to 31, becoming the top player in Icewind City. Lu Chen and Yanya stood on the serpent's back as he collected items and checked the rankings, noting that Lin Yihan had reached level 30. He mused that this beauty wasn't leveling up slowly, but was still a bit behind him. This serpent boss had yielded a lot of experience, and the loot was plentiful and good. He'd keep the skill books, but the rest would fetch a high price. He was rich. Looking at the serpent's corpse, Lu Chen felt it shouldn't go to waste. Its strength was perfect to replace the bear. Without hesitation, he began chanting, using Death Grasp to summon a spirit, and he succeeded quickly. His undead has transformed into an undead serpent king. Elated, he decides to level up and increase his strength after making this tier 3 food. At the Ice Cross, Lu Zhen seeks out Sul, only to be scolded for his appearance and deemed unfit for the mission of a death spirit swordsman. Sul sighed, then said to give him 5 gold coins, and he would perform the promotion ceremony, even throwing in 3 new skill books. Hearing this, Lu Zhen was a little doubtful. Was it really that easy, with no other requirements? Sulin frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Zhen chuckled, shook his head, and handed over 5 gold coins as the ceremony began. He successfully leveled up to a copper swordsman, but it felt unrealistically easy. Still, he didn't dwell on it, trusting that Suen wouldn't harm him, and began examining the 3 books he'd been given. A moment later, Suen spoke. "Now that you've mastered your new skills, go out and fight to improve yourself." Without hesitation, Lu Chen agreed and ran off. Watching him go, Suen suddenly smiled wickedly, eager for his good disciple to grow stronger, for he could hardly wait to claim his soul. Meanwhile, at Weeping Gorge, guarded by fallen knights, Lin Yihan and Lu Chen hid in the bushes, observing. Lin Yihan said grimly, "They're tough. I'll take the lead." Lu Chen nodded, assuring her that as long as the money was right, nothing else mattered. Lin Yixuan scoffed, calling him greedy before suggesting they attack together. She immediately used the flowing light slash, but the fallen knight blocked her attack, taking no damage at all. Immediately, Lu Chen rushed in, striking the knight's abdomen with Violet Sun, but the damage was minimal. The Sand Knight then pushed Lin Yihan away to face Lu Chen. Seeing the sword coming at him, he dodged, glancing at Lin Yihan. He couldn't help but ask where she got such a high-level quest. This was getting a little intense. Hearing this, she bit her lip and retorted that it was her class advancement quest. Lu Chen, surprised, asked the traveler, "Was your class advancement this difficult?" While unleashing fiery attacks on the knight, Lin Yihan explained that everyone's class advancement quest was difficult, especially for special classes. A powerful ray of light now appears in her hand, striking the corrupted knight with lightning speed, while Lu Chen remains lost in thought. "Your quest was easy. Is Suen trying to make you stronger quickly? No, something's definitely wrong." At the same time, the corrupted knight, though weakened by the light, suddenly cuts through it, startling Lin Yihan. She quickly retreats, a hint of doubt in her eyes. How could a creature of darkness cut through light? A sharp red swordlight hurtles toward her, followed by a sudden explosion, and flames erupt in the air. Luckily, before it exploded, Lu Chen summoned a spirit, using its vines to pull Lin Yihan away. She asked in surprise, "You can change your summons?" He scoffed, smugly saying she had no idea how much he was capable of, then suggested they attack together. Lin Yihan immediately agreed, and the 2 of them, along with the spectral serpent, charged towards the fallen knight. Lu Chen activated his Crimson Judgment, sending sword energy dancing through the air, striking with lightning speed and dealing critical damage to the knight, while the undead Mamba spat venom, poisoning the knight and reducing its current health by 5% every 10 seconds. The fallen knight's health steadily drops as Lin Yihan and Lu Chen unleash a relentless assault, trapping it from both sides. A moment later, they simultaneously unleash their skills, striking the knight together. Under their fierce assault, the knight falls and Lin Yihan reaches level 32, topping the charts. Lu Chen sheathes his sword, grumbling that he was only number 1 for 2 hours before she knocked him off, and 2 gold feels like a ripoff. Lin Yihan slightly pouted, indifferently saying he'd agreed not to haggle, so no last-minute price increases. Then she mentioned a quest worth 3 gold coins an hour, asking if he was interested. In the Colossus Gorge, a group of players are attacking the Guardian of the Monolith, while nearby, Lu Chen and Lin Yihan lie in wait. Lu Chen eyed her suspiciously. This was her 3 gold quest, snatch a level 40 boss from Mad Dragon. She casually admitted the boss had a 100% chance of dropping a pet seal card. Lu Chen frowned, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Okay, but it'll cost you extra. Faced with this money grubber, Lin Yihan felt a little helpless. Success meant more money. Lu Chen chuckled and told her to trust him. She knows he's strong, but reminds him to be careful. The Mad Dragons have brought out the big guns this time. Lin Yishan was referring to the level 31 elite warriors and the level 31 cloud-turning rain-summoning magic knights. Lu Chen watched the two fight nimbly, lamenting that the stone golems were no match. They joined the Mad Dragon? No surprise that a top player would immediately find the boss's weak point. Lin Yishan agreed, adding that Dragon ruling the world had invested heavily in Elysium, recruiting many top-ranked players. Lu Chen clicked his tongue, thinking how nice it must be to have money. If he'd known Danshu Taizi was with Mad Dragon, he would have charged more for the level 3 food. Unfortunately, there's no turning back now. At this moment, the battle between the Giant Stone and the Mad Dragon's people had become fierce. The energy of their skills spread everywhere, infuriating the colossal rock. The Mad Dragon Guild immediately retreated, and Lin Yihan, seeing this, suggested they get closer to the boss and prepare to attack. But Luke Tran stopped them. Lam Dat Han listened and waited silently, continuing to observe the battle between Kuang Long and the Colossus. Realizing an opportunity, Long Xingtianjia urges everyone to attack with full force. Immediately, a barrage of skills target the golem's joints, rapidly depleting its health. With the giant rock's health dwindling to just over 2,000, the Mad Dragon squad continues their assault. Moments later, the giant rock's health dwindled to 2,000, and the two rushed forward like lightning. Lin Yahan sensed something and shouted that it was an ambush. The two quickly used their swords to defend against the ambush, and an explosion rang out, with a large spark appearing in the sky. Feng Xingtianxia smirked. Just as planned, mice have fallen into the trap, and their familiar faces. He praised his companion and ordered them to finish off the boss. But at that moment, a mocking voice rang out, saying that it was delusional to think that cold wind attack could hurt them. When they looked again, they saw Lu Chen and the other person standing on the head of the giant serpent. Lu Chen scoffed, "Getting smarter, now you know how to ambush." Danshu Taiji looked at the two in surprise. "How are they okay?" But no one answered him, as the two charged forward with the Serpent King. Lu Chen scoffed, then struck with his sword, taking one down immediately. After eliminating a few, 3 others raised shields and an invisible wall appeared around them. But the two weren't fazed, and Lin Yihan calmly used her piercing aura to attack. Instantly, a beam of light pierced through the invisible wall, instantly breaking the encirclement of the 3 in front of them. Then, the two arrived before the giant rock, and Lin Yihan smugly declared it was the boss's turn. Without a word, the two charged forward, but Lu Chen's undead aura had already dissipated. Undeterred, they focused their attacks on the giant rock, but the damage was minimal. Seeing this, Danshu Taijie tensed up and hastily ordered his men to focus their fire on Lu Chen and Lin Yishan, control the boss's HPC and leave the final blow to him. Lin immediately suggested taking the damage so Lu Chen could finish off the boss, but Lu Chen's strike from atop the giant rock missed. Lin Yishan anxiously asked, "Can you do it?" He scoffed. "How can a man say he can't?" As soon as he said that, he activated his chakra blades, and a sharp sword light slashed down from the top of the giant rock, instantly taking all of its health and finishing it off on the spot, leveling Lu Chen up to 32. The dragon squad was stunned, mouths agape. Danthu Tietke exclaimed in shock, saying that even with 2 critical hits he couldn't deal that much damage, but Luke Tran did it in 1 blow. Fien Van Fukvu reacted quickly, telling him to grab the loot, and he immediately agreed. They both charged forward, but Lin Yihan noticed and used her light slash to block their path, buying time for Lu Chen to collect the spoils. The furious Dragon Guild members were enraged, charging forward to attack, but Lin Yihan, seeing their numbers, urged Lu Chen to leave quickly. Having secured the spoils, Lu Chen had no reason to linger, and together they dashed through the wall of fire. The Mad Dragon gang, enraged, roared at them to stop, but who would stop when running for their lives? Flames surged forth. Lu Chen and Lin Yihan hastily dodged, and she asked him if he had a way out. He nodded slightly, then suggested she attack the cliffs on either side. Obeying, she struck the cliff face, and massive boulders quickly tumbled down, turning the area into a field of large rocks in the blink of an eye. The Mad Dragon squad was trapped, unable to give chase, and roared in frustration as Lu Chen smugly ran off. The two quickly returned to the forest to check their loot, but Lin Yihan was dissatisfied, saying they'd lost big. All they got was a usable seal, a weapon she couldn't use, a dark attribute ring, and she still had to pay him. Hearing this, Lu Chen suggested she give him the ring, but she eyed him suspiciously, then raised an eyebrow, saying, "This is a ring with growth potential. How could a small rental fee be enough?" 15 gold, not a penny less." Lu Chen smirked, and Lin Yihan was immediately shocked to see Qing Yao in his hand. "It's Moonblade. You've been farming for so long without success," he said, before proposing a trade. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, taunting her with her own words, "You want 25 gold." Lin Yihan gritted her teeth, calling him greedy, but still gave him the ring, then handed over the knife and extra money. With the deal complete, Lin Yihan thanked him and left. He didn't mind much, chuckling, "As long as the price is right, the Crimson Mercenaries will never disappoint." Meanwhile, in the Frosty Forest, a group of people argued after defeating a boss. 13 frowned, questioning Shadow Wind, asking if they weren't allowed to leave now that the boss was down. Hearing this, the Shadow of Maple chuckled, saying, 13 and Gongsun-gu may leave, but he needs to speak with the two from Ancient Sword Dream Soul. He wants to buy Li Yang's armor for 2 gold. If he sells it, he won't attack." This was a clear threat, and it enraged Li Yang, who retorted that if they wanted to fight, then fight. His bronze armor alone was worth at least 20 gold. Did they think he was stupid? At that moment, 13 patted Mingyu's shoulder, reassuring her that they wouldn't stand idly by while the outnumbered were being bullied, before glancing back at Gongsun-gu. Gongsun-gu then stepped forward, saying calmly, "The fee is 50 silver. If you agree, he'll butcher them all." Shadow Phantom Feng Lin scoffed, "How arrogant. Shisan won't budge so easily. The Scarlet Mercenary Group will definitely get involved." Seeing no room for negotiation, Shadow Fong Lam immediately ordered his men to attack, demanding that Lai Yang hand over the armor. And so the battle began. Shadow Assassin Fong Lam duels Thap Tam, but the difference in strength is too great. Thap Tam quickly finds himself at a disadvantage, much to Fong Lam's delight, who believes the Bloodshed Mercenary Group is all talk. His eyes now burning with battle lust, he aimed a fatal blow at 13, who frantically called out to Ghost Valley for help. Hearing the call, Guiguzi, who was in the middle of his own fight, immediately rushed over and blocked Shadow Fong Lam's sword. Shadow Fong Lam recognizes the newcomer as the one who destroyed the serpent. Lu Chen sheathes his sword, looks up at the man before him, and says coldly, "He dares to lay a hand on my brothers?" Meanwhile, Min Nuyet, watching his back, vaguely recalls a similar moment in the past, when Luke Tron stood before her and said something similar. She felt it was just like Lu Chen back then, and if she wasn't mistaken, it really was him. Shadow Imposter Feng Lin was initially stunned, but quickly reacted, brandishing his sword to retaliate and cursing him for being arrogant. Lu Chen uses a pardon strike, but misses his target, or so it seems. He laughed, scoffing at the missed attack from point-blank range, calling it all reputation and no substance. Seeing his attitude, Lu Chen simply chuckled. "Is that so?" Immediately, Lu Chen's attack speed changed, using the Zhu blade to strike a blow that drew a significant amount of blood. Feng Lin bit his lip hard. How could the damage be so great? He immediately ordered his brothers to retreat. Lu Chen watched the retreating players and scoffed, then, seeing nothing else to be done, called for 13 and the other to leave. Meanwhile, at Than Thien Gorge, Zi Yihu was resting on a cliff face when he received a message from Shadow Fong Lin, warning him to be wary of the Dark Halberd. Marquis Zi stared blankly at the message for a long time before replying that he understood. The submerged sand halberd ranked among the top 3, so its power was definitely considerable. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen and his companions were about to leave, Mingyu called them back. Lu Chen frowned and asked her, "Is something wrong?" She thanked him for saving her and, after hesitating, invited him to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Lucan was taken aback, pausing for a long moment without a word. Min Yue tried to persuade him, citing the strength and resources of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul, but Lu Chen declined, saying he already had his own Scarlet Mercenary Group, though they would gladly accept a commission from a beauty like her. With that, he led the two Guiguzi away, and 13 cheerfully waved goodbye to her. Lu Chen was already part of Ancient Sword Dream Soul, so why would he join? Min Nguyet watched Lu Chen leave, a hint of sadness in her eyes, and asked Xu Yang if he reminded him of an old friend. Xu Yang knew who she meant, sighing as he said, "Luo Chen." Mingyu said sorrowfully, "Ever since that day, YV has been like a lost soul, and she missed the chance to be promoted to director." Xu Yang patted her shoulder, saying there was nothing they could do but wait for Y to come back online so they could level up together. Min Yue sighed helplessly. "I guess that's all we can do." With that, the two turned and left. At Floating Ice City's trading market, Luchin came to buy sealing cards, only to grumble in dissatisfaction upon receiving them, complaining that a single card cost 20 silver. What a ripoff. If I didn't already have a special card, there's no way I'd buy this. I wonder if the chairman got promoted to director. He pondered this for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. He decides to capture a beast first, eyeing the selection before him. The green mantis is an attack-type beast, but its speed is too slow. Sim is a defense type and can be used as a tank. The firewolf and saber-toothed tiger are also decent, but they weren't quite what he was looking for, so he turned his attention to a 4.5-star attack beast. Its speed is decent, and its defense and vitality are good. Once Lu Chen made his choice, he headed to the poisonous bee forest. He found a strong, healthy bee and threw a seal card at it, cursing it. Immediately, a golden light enveloped the poisonous bee. Before long, it was sealed within the card, much to Lu Chen's satisfaction. With a starting stat over 19, not bad at all. Just then, Lin Yihan texted, asking what kind of beast he'd caught, so he sent her a picture and the stats of the golden bee. She sent him a look at her fire sword in return. Lu Jin looked at Lin Yihan's fire sword, then back at his own golden bee, feeling a little displeased. Comparison is the thief of joy. As he pondered, two figures approached from behind. Overlord War God and Overlord Night God, wanting to buy his yellow bee for a mere 5 gold coins. Lu Chen turned to face them, then scoffed with disdain. 5 gold coins? Are you dreaming? Not for sale. Seeing his lack of cooperation, they warned him to hand things over politely, unlike Lia Yang, who didn't know how to save face. Then, without a word, they attacked, their sword energy dancing in the air, a deadly assault aimed at the two of them. By the time they realized it, he was gone. Lu Chen had moved behind them, coldly telling them to pay with their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced the godly Overlord Knight with his sword, and the Overlord War God seized the opportunity to rush towards him, but he didn't panic, just scoffed coldly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. His sword struck only air, while you were cut down by Lu Chen's blade. Filled with hatred, Lu Chen realized these scumbags were the ones who attacked Xu Yang, and no one disrespects the ancient sword spirit. But in that moment, a blade of light slashed, dealing a heavy blow. Lu Chen whirled around, shocked. It's that bastard Doc Ba. He ambushed me. This smug bastard doesn't care if he fights fair or dirty. He kicks Lu Chen, sending him tumbling into the nearby pit. The gang members beside him asked if they should finish off Lu Chen, but he shook his head, saying, "No need. The situation is unclear, but there's only one exit. We'll just wait here." Hearing this, the man beside him immediately praised his wisdom. So much for being the leader of the gang. He's just a sneak attacker getting what he deserves. Swan appeared from behind, launching a fierce attack. The members of the Dokba Association were shocked and tried to dodge, but Swan's attack was too fast, leaving them to brace for the blow. One of them frantically asked if they should keep watch for Lu Tran, but Dokba Dao shook his head and told them to leave quickly. Below the pit, Lu Chen has fallen into the wasp nest, and he bites his lip, cursing the treacherous Dokba Dao for resorting to sneak attacks, vowing to get even when he gets out. But what he should be worried about now are the bees in front of him. Tiger bees, assassin bees, all difficult to deal with, and a boss. But at this moment, he discovered that the Zhuanfeng boss was only at level 1. Could it be the legendary top-quality beast? Realizing this, he rejoices. This must be the protagonist's aura, Lu Chen mutters excitedly. Blessing in disguise, I've stumbled upon a treasure. I really have to thank the Blade Tyrant. This was clearly a rare opportunity, and he immediately took out his sealing card, but the Zhuanfeng boss looked at him with extreme contempt. Lu Jin was annoyed. How arrogant could this thing be? It might be a boss, but it was only level 1. He decided to try a regular seal card first and immediately threw it. A strange pattern appeared in the air, surrounding the Zhuanfeng boss, but the progress stopped at 90%. Lu Shen couldn't help but rejoice. There's hope, but Lu Jin is still dissatisfied. Wasn't it supposed to be 5 times? Is sealing a boss-level beast this difficult? He sighed in resignation, realizing he'd have to use the special grade sealing card after all. Thinking this, he immediately threw the red card towards the Zhuanfeng boss. Sensing the danger to its hive, it rushes to protect them. Lu Chen immediately slashes at the bees in front of him, smugly saying, even the Zhuanfeng boss has its fears, but then another swarm of level 1 bees protects it. Lu Chen, annoyed, knew he had to isolate it. Then he pretended to stumble and miss. Taking the opportunity, the bees attack, rapidly draining his health, but he still can't lure the Zhuanfeng boss, so he plays dead. The Huanfeng boss happily flew toward him, and at that moment he sprung to his feet. He's been waiting for this. Without hesitation, he throws out the special seal card. At that moment, a red seal appeared, surrounding Boss Huyanfeng, and the sealing process was quickly completed. Lu Chen laughed triumphantly. A special grade seal is worth it. I have to thank Mad Dragon. He quickly opened the status panel of the Huanfeng boss, and his eyes widened in surprise. An attack growth of 6 and agility growth of 5.5 stars. This Huanfeng is truly overpowered. Let's see if Lin Yahan can still be arrogant. Thinking this, he immediately summoned his bee to scout ahead, leading its level 1 minions. Xuanfeng nodded, flew up to take a look, and then returned to report. There was only one person up there, which startled him. So the Blade Tyrant was alone, yet dared to guard him. How foolish. Thinking this, he immediately jumped out of the pit, sword in hand, ready to take the life of the Blade Tyrant, only to find Sulin standing there. He immediately sheathed his sword, asking why Sulin wasn't in the frozen wastelands. Sulin pouted, "Why can't I be here?" He then tossed him a map, saying a pack of vicious hell wolves in the northern forest of the ice domain were hunting night spirits, and he needed him to clean them up. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. "You went to all this trouble just to have me fight some wolves?" Sul, hearing this, angrily retorted, "I worked so hard to get this quest from Fair. He wants you to get stronger quickly, so be grateful and go complete the mission." Caught off guard by the scolding, Lu Chen quickly said, "Calm down, I'll do the mission." Immediately after, he rushed to the forest, beginning his slaughter of the hellhounds. He quickly completed the task, but only obtained level 3 materials and nothing else. Lu Chen was suspicious. Why would a quest personally assigned by an NPC be so simple? But he decided to complete it first and see what Sulin was up to. Lu Chen returned to the Holy Cross in the Ice Palace, and Sulin, knowing the task was done, presented the reward, the notable Windwolf Greaves. Sulin quietly added, "This equipment not only has great stats, but it also increases damage against beast-type monsters by 10%, making it as good as bronze-grade gear. What if others see him as the area boss?" Sulin shook his head, saying, "It's fine, don't worry about him. You've grown stronger again. He needs you to become stronger. Strong enough to stand against him." Lu Chen frowned slightly, realizing Sulin must have driven away the tyrant blade. Though he treated him well, facing the old man, such a spirit made his blood run cold, a bit dangerous. He didn't go back online, instead grabbing noodles with 13 and his friend. 13 grinned. "You're really raking it in, even adding 2 eggs for them." He declined to give Bowen any ideas, then went to work and received a gold quest from Ming Yue. Upon hearing this, 13 immediately asked in surprise, "Ming Yu hired you directly? Haven't I been exposed?" Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Perhaps it was just a test, so he would assist this time, letting Gongsun Gu be the main force. Gongsun Gu nodded in agreement, then asked, "Why don't you reveal your identity?" Lu Chen ate as he explained, "Back then, Ancient Sword Dream Soul collapsed because of you, so what right do you have to rejoin? He can only protect them from the shadows. Besides, he's not quite human or ghost anymore. He'd only scare them." Lu Chen urged them to eat quickly, saying he had a surprise for them, which made them eagerly ask what it was. Jen didn't tell them but got up to leave, reminding them to wash their bowls, and the two bickered noisily about doing the dishes. In Floating Ice Square, Lu Chen took out 2 Beast Core seal cards and gave them to the pair. These rare beast seals delighted them both, a special gift from Lu Chen, who urged them to equip them and show everyone the power of the Crimson Core. Immediately, swarms of bees appeared following the 3, drawing murmurs from the crowd. The pet system had just opened, yet they already obtained boss-level and rare pets. Some even called them ostentatious. Just then, Min Nguyet approached, a faint smile on her face as she wondered why there were so many people. It was them. Lu Chen casually said he couldn't keep his customers waiting and asked if she had any others. Ming Yu shook her head, saying, "Just you and Li Yang." Lu Chen, unconcerned, said that was enough and they should get going. The group quickly moved out, and 13 remarked that Lia Yang was already a level 30 job changer. Lia Yang chuckled, saying he was far behind Blood Color and the others. "So you have a pet." Up ahead, Ming Yu asks Lu Chen, "Was the fight with Duba in the poison bee forest about the pet?" He shook his head in denial. Ming Yu didn't say much, then gratefully added, "The other day my people were guarded by Doc Ba all night, and you helped them get revenge." Lu Chen chuckled, saying, "Thank you for your sincerity, Chong Kong, but how about cash instead?" Ming Yu sighed upon hearing this, but agreed to give him an extra gold after the mission was completed. A moment later, the group arrived at the frozen forest. "Is there a tree spirit boss here?" Lai Yang immediately spoke up. It only has one skill: continuously launching spears. As long as you can dodge them, it's not hard to take down. Guiguzi nodded slightly, then suggested that he would activate his ghost armor and stand in front. Just attack it, everyone, she says, as they all agree it's a good idea. But while no one is paying attention, a tree root suddenly rises from under the ice and tightly binds Mingyu's hand. Before anyone could react, she was hoisted into the air, crying out for help as tendrils like octopus tentacles seized her. The surrounding soldiers panicked. What is this? Isn't the boss only supposed to have one skill? Confused, Feng Lin and the others didn't know what to do, but someone shouted to focus on saving her. As one man jumped to help, he too was ensnared by the vines. More and more of them emerged from the ground. As Lu Chen quickly flew, he used his sword to tear the stubborn vines into shadows. Mingyu fell, but Lu Chen caught her just in time, as another eye technique threatened. Surprised, Lu Chen warned Mingyu to be careful. It was Fire Dragon Art, the head of a fire-imbued dragon. Lu Chen uses his cloak to fend off the scorching flames, while Mingyu supports him from behind with healing techniques. Two families meet, united by a common goal. Are the Shadow Clan trying to steal the boss? Feng Lin greets them. Long time no see, but now's not the time for pleasantries. The boss is still here. After some movement, it finally reveals itself. Someone shouts, "Everyone be careful, the boss is attacking." The boss unleashes a barrage of sharp arrows, any one of which could be fatal. But Lu Chen continues to defend, shielding Mingyu behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Lin is delighted, ordering his mages and archers to keep firing and to wipe out these rats along with the boss. Seeing the situation, Dushisan asked Lu Chen about their next strategy as they were surrounded. Meanwhile, behind them, Mingyu continued to support her teammates, healing them. Lu Chen organized the team, ordering them to deal with the boss while he quickly took care of the family's stragglers below. With that, Lu Chen advanced towards the enemy, analyzing that there were quite a few of them, and he had to take care of the ones in the distance first. After arranging the formation, Lu Chen heads straight towards the largest group of enemies in the distance. But halfway there, Feng Lin is already waiting for him. He raises his sword, ready to strike, asking if Lu Chen thinks he can stop them all alone. How laughable. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Feng Lin lunged with a fatal strike, but Lu Chen swiftly dodged the blow. He then appeared behind the shadow assassin, who was clearly outmatched. Without hesitation, he returned a critical strike, and the arrogant man's head was sent flying. Anyone who blocks Lu Chen must die, but in a moment of carelessness, he's hit by a minor attack, costing him 0.2 seconds. Lu Chen then analyzed the situation, realizing that skills were useless against the Shadow Clan, and their equipment was only mystic iron, so he quickly finished off the harmless group. Seeing this scene, everyone was afraid. Heaven's judgment was just too powerful. He dealt with An Fong and the mages, while Channel, the Shadow Master, reassured, "She's seen it. Don't worry, they clearly outnumber us." The archers focus their fire on Chen Sha, while the remaining mages target Mu Rong Ming Yue, seeking to eliminate her first. Turns out that terrifying fire dragon spell belonged to Channel, who summons it again to counter Chen's attack. But he's not so easily defeated, quickly dodging and piercing through the flames to attack. Channel is seeking her own demise. Below, the archers, led by the deep-sea shadow, command a blitzkrieg, firing hundreds of arrows at once. Lu Chen is in a critical situation, bombarded by a barrage of arrows. The damage from each arrow isn't high, but their sheer number is overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense is boosted, surrounded by healing green light. It's moonlight. Luckily, her healing came just in time, and he gratefully gives a thumbs up. Empowered, Lu Chen fearlessly advances towards the shadow figures. Her ultimate skill recharges, and she furiously curses, "You useless trash! Can't any of you even land a hit on me?" She then begins to summon ice spikes, firing a barrage of sharp shards. Lu Chen retaliates with a swift sword, shattering the ice shards and advancing towards Channel. Using his incredible speed, he dodges the projectiles, catching her off guard, leaving her speechless at his insane velocity. Lu Chen unleashed a fatal blow, sending Channel flying, but she quickly retaliated with a fire dragon spell, screaming for him to die, unaware that her end was near. Suddenly, Li Yang appears and delivers a fatal blow to the Channel, and with most of their forces wiped out, the leader of the Shadow Agents curses under his breath. But he was immediately taken out by the little devil. Luke Tran praised the swiftness, as the Shadow Clan was completely defeated. Du Shisan arrives, and thanks to Ming Yu's assistance, they successfully obtain the boss. Lu Chen praises, "Well done. Blood mercenaries, we absolutely cannot be bullied. You want to pick our bones? Dream on." And so the team sets out to battle once more, vowing to leave no enemy standing. A flurry of skills are unleashed. Demon God slashes, healing squad tactics, and Chunan can't hold on any longer. The system announces that Shadow player Fong Lam has left the game, followed by another Shadow player channel announcement. Du Shisan and Lai Yang were ecstatic, finally winning a battle after being oppressed for so long. They could finally share the good news with their leader, who would be online at 10 p.m. We blood mercenaries and brother Lai Yang never lose. Lu Chen thought to himself, so the boss is finally coming? Min Yue steps forward and the boss's tree explodes with loot. Gifts of gratitude, level 4 leather armor materials, a great help to the blood mercenaries. Lu Chen is happy to accept, hoping for future collaborations. Du Shisan bids farewell to the Mingyu sisters once more. While Lu Chen is lost in thought, the leader arrives at 10 p.m. tonight. Rope and wolfhide should make decent armor. I wonder what size chest the boss has. Seeing his daze, Du Shisan reminds Lu Chen that their situation isn't looking good, snapping him out of his thoughts. Du Shisan then explains that the forums are filled with posts calling for their demise. The Mad Dragons, the Hegemons, Shadow Acceleration, and influential guilds in Peng City all seem to have a bone to pick with them, but Lu Chen couldn't care less. Is that all? He asks Tu Kuai how they're supposed to deal with so many enemies. Little Devil replied, kill one, kill two, and trample the bones of the highest-ranking enemies. Lu Chen was delighted. Excellent. The dream of the blood mercenaries is to become overlords, even rulers of the land. And on the road to kingship, enemies are never in short supply. Lu Chen remembered Lai Yang saying the boss would be online at 10 p.m. tonight, so he quickly searched for a map. But after searching all 9 newbie villages, why hasn't he found the boss yet? He continues to run, constantly looking around. How strange. Where could the leader be? Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped dead in his tracks, spotting a familiar figure. It was none other than Sister Ming Yu. Fearing discovery, Lu Chen quickly hid behind a tree, still watching as Ming Yue continued on. She's here. So does that mean the boss is too? Suddenly, just as he hoped, the leader Lu Chen had been waiting for finally appeared. A beautiful girl with long blue hair, a knight-level powerhouse. Overjoyed, Min Nguyet rushed forward and took her hand. Ivy, you've finally come. Ivy, equally delighted, greeted Ming Yu warmly, and noticing the sword sheathed at her side, Ming Yu asked if she'd chosen the sword again. Looking at those around her, Ivy smiles, remembering Lok Tran saying that the sword was king among weapons in this game, agile, versatile, and excellent at breaking defenses. Though a knight, she's decided to wield a sword from now on, she says proudly. Seeing her friend still clinging to Luo Chen's memory, Ming Yue reminds her, don't be like that. Luo Chen is gone. Forget him. After all, we have to move on. Ai Wei was reluctant. She had to keep living, but she didn't need to forget Luo Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, the wind suddenly picked up. The leaves swirl around them. Ivy smiles, remembering his promise to be with her until the end, feeling his presence always near, always watching. Min Nguyet fell silent, while in the distance, Luc Tran watched, heartbroken and lamented for his leader. Ming Nguyet, wanting to change the mood, takes Ivy to level up where Zhu Yang awaits them. The two run off hand in hand as the sky begins to brighten. In Floating Ice Square, the Floating Ice City Festival is in full swing. Items are being sold in abundance. A level 1 Hornet with a level 4 attack, absolutely top-notch, a rarity of 19 points, selling for only 150 coins. Come quick, only caught 1 today. Lu Chen walked through the crowd, oblivious to his surroundings, ignoring the shouts, his mind consumed by Ivy's current plight. The boss is too weak right now. I have to find a way to save her and increase her strength. Suddenly, Lu Chen's thoughts are interrupted when someone unexpectedly puts their arm around him. It's Lin Mei Nu, the beautiful girl who asked the handsome Lu Chen where he's going. Lu Chen was annoyed and wanted her to let go, saying this was a public place, and her dragging him around was unseemly. He raised his hand to shake her off, but she quickly grabbed it, squeezing his arm until it trembled, forcing Lu Chen to back down. What exactly is Miss Lin trying to do? She then asks him for help. There are some annoying flies buzzing around, and besides, you're the one who benefits in this situation. But Madame Lim underestimates him, as he suddenly uses his free arm to embrace Lim Yi Han tightly. This sudden action catches her off guard. How does he benefit? Those are your words, not mine. Lin Yi Han's face turns crimson, embarrassed by this crude behavior. Suddenly, a loud voice shouts from afar, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Longxing and his guards are coming," he says to Miss Lin. "Why are you with these people?" His face twisted with unwarranted fury, as if it were his own affair. Knowing he was coming, Lin Yihan grew uneasy, telling Lu Chen that this was the man who had been bothering her, sticking to her like glue after only one meeting. Lu Chen laughed, finding the situation incredibly amusing. Perhaps the man enjoyed being rejected. Or perhaps she's just too attractive. Lin Yihan angrily shouts, "Just shut your mouth, I can't take it anymore." Seeing no end to it, Miss Lin turns and points at him. "Why do you keep following me? Doesn't he know he's being annoying?" Behind her, Lu Chen stands ready to protect her. Unbelievably, Longxing, oblivious to the situation, asks if the beauty has a pet, offering to gift her one and produces a sealed card. This is a greedy wolf he just bought for 100,000, a very rare find that she can level up with. The seal card opens and from it appears a fierce wolf. Lin finds this guy ridiculous. Is 29 really that high? Trash. Take a look at this. So she also draws her seal card and her pet is the Azure Fire Blade, level 20, rarity 34. Humiliated, Longxing chuckled, realizing she already had one. It's a little scary to watch. Miss Lin is adding another blow. Did you see that? Humiliated and ridiculed, Longxing is furious. The fire ring has a rarity of 34, so take your wolf and get lost. Lu Chen watches the drama unfold, chuckling to himself. Longhang, humiliated and mocked, is enraged. What exactly are you laughing at? If you've got the guts, show me your creature. Lucan remains unbothered, but he's been challenged. So he immediately summons it, a level 27 Fong-Sac illusion beast with a rarity of 69. A high score indeed, and it looks incredibly powerful. Lu Chen's pet arrives intimidating the other two and leaving Longxing in stunned disbelief. An S-rank pet with a rarity of 69? How is this possible? Even Lin Yishen is surprised. How did you get that rotten bone? Do you have a death wish? And there's the royal wind pet. Longxing, still in denial, arrogantly shouts, "How did you get this dark wind?" He must be cheating. But Lutron was calmly raising his pets. There was no cheating involved. He even had to thank Mad Dragon for the special seal card, which only made Dragon Walker even more distraught. And to add insult to injury, he also has the beauty's Fire Ninja, another specially sealed card. Both are higher level than his pets. A fatal blow. Enraged, Longxing thrusts his spear at Lu Chen, but this is Icewind City. Would he dare attack here? This is a public area where fighting is prohibited. Violators are banned from public areas for a month, so he's left with no choice but to have his special seal card stolen. Kuang Long accepts. Now let's hear your price for the Zhuan Feng. Long Hang issues a challenge, but Lao Lu isn't backing down. He bid 100 million, successfully infuriating Long Hang. Brother Chen, you must be joking. Lu Chen confirmed the price was real, not a joke, and after being teased to death, Long Hang had no choice but to leave. Remember to take good care of your pet, Bakan Tramsa, and don't let it die. Lu Chen replied, "Rest assured, even if you die, your Fong-Sac Huyan Tuong won't. But this isn't over." Miss Lam shouted at Tramkan Tram, "Can you explain the name of your pet? You're scared, so you agree to change it immediately." The two enter a small path in the forest. The Mad Dragon Society grows stronger by the day. Does she want to see them rise in Fupeng City? Lu Chen asked Yi Han, who replied, "Aren't you supposed to be smart? Why don't you think about it? In the floating ice city area, the people who really don't want the Dragon Society to grow aren't them." After walking for a while, mages and priests approached, clearly wary of the two, indicating they had no good intentions. Just as Lu Chen said, the moment they met, both sides raised their weapons, wary of each other's intentions. Lin Yishen was puzzled. The priests and strategists in front, the mindless knights in the back. This wasn't the formation. But if they passed us, the standard battle formation would be revealed. He explained, and the strategists immediately charged in, their vigilance high, unleashing a fiery assault. In the group chat, the two began to divide their tasks. Fengxi will take care of the strategists and priests, and Qiansha agrees to handle the knight. He quickly acquired a level 33 weapon with ease, then finished off the enemy with a shuriken. Enemies ambushed from all sides, and the remaining foes focused on Tramkan Tramsa. The attack is strong, and with the addition of the Fire Dragon spell, Lu Chen is hit, his points drop, and he begins to feel the danger. But the knight isn't finished yet. Another Z-pattern strike follows, but while Lu Chen believes this tactic would work on others, it won't work on him. He then dodges the knight's direct slash. With lightning speed, Lu Chen appeared behind his enemy and struck with the Scarlet Soul. It hit its mark. However, the HP only dropped by 154. Was the damage from Shuriken really that low? He was puzzled. Turns out the other team has powerful healing magic, and with Steel Wall, the injured knights are quickly recovering. Steel Wall will increase the party's defense and magic resistance by 5%. Lu Chen is worried. Not only is their healing magic fast, but they also have support from Buck. How annoying. Looking at his own team, who were just beaten to a pulp, now healed by Buck, Trancam begins to feel fear. He took on 5 of them without a scratch, and they only managed to take half his health. The team realizes Lutran's weakness. He has no healing abilities. He's too easy to hit. He begins the Ancient Dance, a spell that increases the party's attack and magic power by 5%. But overconfident, she didn't finish her spell before her head was separated from her body. That was Miss Lin. They died to the shock of everyone. With support, Lu Chen returns to his mission, ordering his pet to kill the distant foe. As expected of the top rankers, their teamwork is seamless. The enemy, still bent on eliminating Chen Chen and Chen Sha, joins the fray, but they won't get their hands on them. However, Lin Yihan blocked him. Seeing this, he was dissatisfied, fantasizing wildly. The one they wanted to deal with was Tramkhan Tram Sa. She'd better not interfere. But ignoring his warning, Yihan continues to assist Luke Tron. "You scammer, I'll block him from here, so hurry and take care of the other one." Upon receiving the notification, Lu Zhen charges forward, ordering Wind King to take out the enemy ahead. The pet obeys and rushes in, but it powerfully fires a series of sharp points at the enemy, causing him to flee and cry for help. Wow, that pet is strong. One of them initiates a fiery charge, declaring that even a boss-level pet would die. As he speaks, he unleashes the attack on the pet, but Lu Chen's blade was there to meet him, stopping him cold. "You think you can hurt my king with this?" As he said this, he unleashed a seemingly free attack, but it was actually a smokescreen that made his opponent see illusions. He immediately retaliates with a fatal blow, silencing the arrogant foe. Seeing the situation turn sour, the Royal Guard deals 1,500 damage. Oh wow, a single blade takes out 2. The fighting stops, the dynamic duo is still intact, and the strategist is displeased. Unexpectedly, even the top-ranked Fongsak is helping him. He thought he could have taken care of Channel himself long ago if it were just him. After hearing that, the top player realized why they were targeting him. He was friends with the Channel Mage. "Why would I be afraid?" Lu Chen said, recalling the Wind King. "Fine. You won't use pets, so he can see if your strength is enough to help your friends." With that, Yi Hu approached, applying poison to his fire-imbued blade. But Lu Chen was too fast, dodging most of the blades. Enraged, the swordsman slashed wildly, only to miss again and again. Lu Chen turned the tables, repeating the Snake Shadow strike, seemingly missing his target, but the swordsman was more alert this time. It wasn't a miss, it was the Shadow Kill strike. But it was too late. He was defeated, lying beneath Lu Chen's blade as he unleashed a series of attacks, shattering the swordsman's weapon. The bronze weapon was broken. Then, Lu Chen's sword flashed towards his neck, filling him with terror, but he stopped there, not continuing the attack. The terrified swordsman wondered why he hadn't been struck down. As he stared at the blade at his throat, trembling with fear, Lu Chen sheathed his sword, telling Yihan to level up and not waste time in this forest. Hearing this, Yihan followed, while the court physician, having narrowly escaped, collapsed in fear. "Channel, what kind of enemy have you provoked?" In Yuling Valley, the scenery is desolate and skulls are everywhere. Fongxi Huyin Tuanglin summons a seal card, retrieving the level 1 blue skull. The system congratulates her on successfully sealing the blue skull, but a level 48 arrogant skull tries to ambush her, underestimating her, and is immediately beheaded by a flowing light slash. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Kansha used their scarlet rings to wipe out the remaining arrogant skulls. The system announced that the 2 players had completed the Crimson Spreading quest, receiving 12,000 experience points and 450 fame points. In the end, Tramkhan Tramsa reached level 39, and Fongsak Huyen Tuong reached level 40. Luke Tron asked, "Leveling up with me isn't so bad, is it?" Not only did she level up, but she also caught a blue skull in the arena, worth at least 400 gold coins. Yihan agreed that made sense. Suddenly, a level 1 blood skull appeared. How pitiful. It immediately ran for its life as these 2 overlords fought over it. In the end, it was Lu Chen who won. Overjoyed, he thought to himself that he was indeed the chosen one. Yihan scoffed, calling him a money grubber, and said she had more good news. Lu Chen was curious, and Yihan replied, "A hero token." Lu Chen froze. "Are you sure you heard right? A hero token? Isn't that an ultra-rare item only dropped by bosses above level 60? Lin Yishen chimed in, saying that players who obtain the hero token can successfully establish an official guild, receiving official benefits such as increased group stats, a world apart from the current private guilds. In Ghost Valley, as the 2 rested, Lu Chen wondered how she, ranked top and only level 40, could even dream of a level 60 boss. "Is this information reliable?" Yihan confirms that it is. Rumor has it the developers want to introduce hero tokens to uncharted territories to encourage exploration, so Crazed Dragon and Hegemon are expanding like mad. Lin Yihan continued. They're powerful, and they want hero badges to join the guild. Join her Silver Fur to fight them. She spoke with a hint of pleading, leaving Lu Chen flustered. Again, why does he feel like she only mentioned the hero token to get him to join her guild? Is her secret out, and what is she so shy about? No, that's not it, he thinks, awkwardly turning away, though he's still drawn in. He obtained a hero token in the dungeon, allowing him to establish the ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild, and he can't miss out on this first hero token in Skyfall. Yihan proposes again. Let's team up. You don't have to join my guild, we can still grab the hero token together. Lu Chen agrees. Okay, let's team up again then. He's decided to fight Mad Dragon Domination for the hero token. Yihan agreed and immediately asked Lu Chen if he had any other plans for the evening, to which he replied, no. Hearing this, Yihan perks up, inviting Lu Chen to dinner at the main S-gate in half an hour, telling him to dress nicely and return to reality. Lu Chen, already waiting at the S-gate, takes her advice and dresses impeccably. Well, you're quite handsome, the security guard remarked, puzzled. Young man, are you waiting for Lin Yihan from the arts department too? He's confused. How do you know that? Are you acquainted with Lin Yihan? The guard replied, like you, I see 8 guys a day waiting for Lin Yihan. Go home, you won't get anywhere. Lu Chen could only offer an awkward smile at that, which was the opposite of what the security guard thought. You money grubber, you're here so early? The beautiful woman approaches, surprising the guard. Are you really showing up today? She immediately pulls Lu Chen away, leaving the security guard stunned. Reaching the main road, Lu Chen offers to call a car, asking where they're going. Yihan smiled, saying it wasn't necessary because the car had already arrived. Suddenly, a supercar pulled up beside them. Lu Chen was surprised. What? This car? Yihan confirms that it is. He wondered if this was the Lin Yihan way. Always haggling, but today she directly called for a Bentley. Once they were both in the car, she ordered the driver to leave, who glanced at Lu Chen in the rearview mirror with a rather unfriendly look. Is this guy sick? He's looking at me like he wants to kill me. He turned back and, with forced warmth, said, Here, introduce your friend. Such an intimate way of addressing her. Could this person be Lin Yihan's elder? Lu Chen wondered. Yihan retorts, he's a Destiny Sky player. You don't need to know him. The driver, displeased, continues to nag. You're too obsessed with games, making friends with just anyone. He gripped the steering wheel as he spoke. That made Yihan angry. Leave me alone. You control your life, and I'll choose my friends. Stop the car. We'll walk. We don't need your ride. Seeing the tension, Lu Chen quietly backed away while the driver panicked, knowing it wasn't easy to get a ride these days, and insisted on driving them. Yihan was still upset, but seeing her anger, he softened. I respect your choices. Just remember to protect yourself. But he still eyed Lu Chen with displeasure. What did he ever do to deserve such animosity? Arriving and exiting the car, he's flustered. She's really decided to eat here? Cam Tuan Manhwa, the city's most luxurious restaurant. Is she really going to eat at a 5-star establishment? Ignoring Lu Chen's shock, Jacques Han calmly walked in amidst the warm greetings of the staff, and Lu Chen followed suit. Not bad at all. A 5-star restaurant for a late-night meal, fancy cars, and a hateful old man. This meal is on me. Come what may, food comes first. The two continued into the restaurant, and Lu Chen wondered about the old man from before. What was his connection to her? She told him not to overthink it and that she'd tell him if she had the chance later, urging him to come inside. The two looked like a real couple as they entered. Lu Chen felt awkward, being treated to such an expensive meal. As if reading his mind, she reassured him, Don't worry, it's not that expensive. In the distance, the diners are all young masters and ladies. Lu Chen is confused. Why does it feel like there's a party going on here? Yihan confirms that this is someone's birthday party. No wonder she said it wasn't expensive. They're crashing it. Shouldn't we have brought a gift or something? Yixin says it's not necessary and that she has a gift for him instead, leaving Lu Chen confused. Fruit. Instead, she hands him a box of fruit. He opened it to find a phone inside. Confused, Lu Chen asked, A phone? She's giving it to me? I still can't believe it. He's bewildered. Diamonds and gold? Isn't that a bit much? It's quite heavy. Yihan chuckled. Of course it is. The case is made of real gold and 10-carat diamonds worth nearly 200,000, a price that shocked Lu Chen. What? You're saying it's worth 200,000? This number is shocking. Lu Chen hesitated, feeling how heavy and gaudy it was. If it wasn't real gold, only a hick would use a phone like this. Hearing that, Yihan choked on her water, laughing. What? A country bumpkin? Ha ha, you're right, a country bumpkin made this phone. From afar, a figure noticed Lin Xin. As she approached, a wave of comments erupted. Was that the beauty queen of S University? She's even attending Li Luo's birthday party. Someone else said, Isn't young Master Luo pursuing Lin Yihan? Who is that man? Does he not value his life anymore? He looks kind of familiar. Suddenly, someone announces the school beauty has arrived, but where did young Master Luo run off to? A man in a garish pink shirt with slicked back silver hair waves hello, saying he didn't think she'd come to his birthday party. He had barely spoken when this rude man dared to touch her, arrogantly asking if she had received his gift. Startled by his boldness, Jiathan panicked, and Lilac told him repeatedly not to dare call her by that familiar name. Moreover, she came here tonight with the man beside her just for a bite to eat, wanting no trouble. Luqian knew he'd already offended this young master. Luqian sighs, defeated. The night is ruined. Wherever this girl goes, trouble follows. He thought this time would be different, but he was wrong. As expected, Yue Xiao, the crown prince of S University, Li Luo, glares at Luqian with murderous intent. Just who is this bastard? He dares to be with a beauty, but Luqian shows no fear. Just who is this peacock? This flamboyant young master is puzzled by the phone that Luqian received from Yihan. Seeing this, Luqian picks it up to examine it. Young Master Luo is furious, realizing it was a gift he gave to Lin Han, now in the hands of the man across from him. He yells, demanding to know why his gift is with Luqian. Unable to contain herself, Yihan decides to give this unreasonable man a piece of her mind, telling him to never call her Yihan again. Furthermore, she didn't want the phone. He'd forced it on her, which annoyed her. Jiathan glared daggers at Lilac, thinking if that's how it is, she can give it to whomever she pleases. Knowing he couldn't be harsh with Yihan, the arrogant Li Luo turned to warn Luqian. Kid, know your place. Give back the phone. It's not something you deserve. A fight seems imminent and Yihan is furious. But true to form, Luqian doesn't want it, so he's giving it away. Ms. Tu clearly has feelings for him, and Jiathan blushes with embarrassment as he declares that he'll handle the situation as he sees fit. The arrogant man couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch, aiming straight at the table, sending wine glasses flying and scattering the food. Luqian quickly shields Yihan as the punch sends the others into a panic. Luqian anxiously asks if Yihan is all right, and she confirms that she is. The arrogant man questioned him, and since he wasn't invited to the party, he was told to get out. Lin Yihan was furious. He told her she could bring someone, and this is who she wanted to bring. As he spoke, Luqian wrapped his arm around him, his eyes burning with anger at the young master's rude behavior. Suddenly, everyone around them heard the name Luqian. That look. Could it be the eldest son of the Lu family? It really is him. A girl spoke up from the crowd, introducing herself as Xiaoling Long, a third-year film student from S University. She confesses to admiring him for a long time, the beautiful Halin Lung's eyes sparkling as she looks at Luke Tran. Senior Chen, she says she watched your competition back then, and she happened to be at school that day too. Now, she's run into her idol and asks if she can take a picture with you. With her phone in hand, Luqian felt a bit awkward, but it was hard to refuse. And so, amidst his awkwardness, they took a photo together as he stole glances at the enigmatic Yihan beside him. The truth was out. Yihan now knows he's Jin Chen, and Luqian is struggling with the revealed truth as they both find themselves in an awkward situation. The fan still wants more photos, lost in her own world, oblivious to being ignored as the music heats up, wondering who Chen is. Before she can get an answer, she's swept away by the crowd rushing toward Lu Chenglu, the legendary Qian Chen. You're a superstar, a legendary icon. Everyone recognizes you as the mythical Qian Chen of the gaming club. The girls swarm around him, amazed to see him in person. He's so handsome. Senior, these girls want to take a picture with you. Luqian is a little embarrassed that his identity has been revealed, while in the distance, Yue Xiao's back is still aching from the kick. A friend asked Han Luo Xiao if he was okay, but he was still furious. Li Luo asked, who exactly is this guy? How dare he cause trouble at his birthday party? Little did he know, his friend was a huge fan of Luqian, introducing him with admiration. That's the strongest club president University S has ever had, and he's only 18. Before he could finish, Luo Xiao shouted angrily, so he's just good at playing games, right? His friend confirmed it, a bit flustered, knowing he'd misspoke. This had to be resolved. Pushing through the crowd, his friend tried to pull the fans away as Li Luo pointed directly at Luqian. So you're Luqian, right? Taking his phone, his woman, all his attention. Is this how you want to die at my birthday party? Speechless. Yihan was furious. His woman? Don't be so shameless. It's humiliating to be at a loss for words after being scolded. Liluo immediately turned hostile. Fine, Lin Yihan. You've chosen to crush them both. Like a hero in a game, Lu Chen refuses to run, standing his ground, telling Yihan to escape while he holds them off. Yihan urges him to be careful. He kicks one weakling away, and another, enraged, throws a punch straight at his face. But Lu Chen was no slouch either, meeting the blow with a powerful punch of his own. His greater experience allowed him to easily knock out the blonde dwarf. A dark-skinned man, witnessing this, is suddenly a little frightened. How can this kid be so strong? In truth, Luke Tran didn't realize he was this strong. Was this the physique-enhancing virus that 13 mentioned? The dark-skinned man, still unconvinced, believed Lu Chen had used some trick to ambush him, but Lu Chen swiftly sensed the attack, blocking the powerful punch before delivering a devastating blow to the man's stomach, the force of which was enough to create smoke. The giant, almost twice his size, was knocked to the ground, and with that, the group was dealt with. With no other options, Li Luo resorted to a dirty trick, throwing a glass bottle straight at Lu Chen. Everyone around was terrified, but thanks to the virus, he was much faster, dodging the attack in the other man's astonishment. He was elated. His body was reacting even before he thought, and his sensitivity had increased. Enraged, Li Lak cursed, realizing Luke Tran had called him useless. Suddenly, a figure appeared and kicked him away, before quickly grabbing Luke Tran's hand to escape their predicament. Why are you just standing there? Lu Chen is surprised she's still here. She confessed she could never leave him behind. Realizing this, Lu Chen, now empowered, took her hand. How unfortunate for Li Luo, who was not only kicked, but also had his arm stepped on by the fleeing couple, causing him immense pain. The henchman, recovering from the shock, helped young Master Luo up, but before they could ask if he was all right, he ordered them to chase after the two. And so, a somewhat romantic scene unfolded. The couple ran together, ignoring the chasing crowd, but suddenly Yihan twisted her ankle and fell. Fearing she'd slow him down, she told him to go on ahead. She's twisted her ankle. Li Luo wouldn't dare do anything to her now. But how could Lu Chen stand by? He sweeps her up into his arms. What nonsense is she spouting? With her ankle sprained, Yihan has a moment of heartache. The gang grabbed tables, bottles, and plates, determined to chase him down. But when they couldn't, they started throwing things. Even with increased health, getting hit like that still hurts. At Starlight Park, after escaping the mob, the two rest on a lawn, having run 3 blocks to lose them. Yishan agrees. They're like glue, but they taught that young Master Li Lei a lesson to see if he dares bother her again. Yatxin felt a little guilty and apologized, admitting it was her fault this time, though she was also upset, having endured a lot of trouble for Lu Chen. Are you confused? Aren't all these troubles of your own making? Yihan reminds him that he's Jian Chen, her senior, and that she's the current head of the gaming club, and she's suffered terribly since he left. Lu Chen was stunned, further infuriating Yihan. After he defeated Buhan Wang, many experts came each year to challenge the game club president. She was beaten countless times after taking office, and Lu Chen figured she must have suffered quite a bit. She continued, originally wanting to expose this Kan Chen's misdeeds, but he had taken all his information with him. Not even a photo. Luke Tran chuckled. He's not stupid, is he? Leaving them for the experts to find? Suddenly, Yihan moved closer, whispering, Senior knows how to hide things too. Lu Chen was embarrassed, as she was about to take his life again. He stood up, realizing he hadn't considered this at all. It was all his fault. He was a little hungry after running for so long, so instead of an apology, he'd treat Yihan to noodles. With that, he reached out to help her up, and Yihan agreed, returning to the blood mercenaries' quarters. Lu Chen is being treated with the Du family's special medicine for injuries, but Du Shisan is shocked to find no wounds on him. He's shocked. How can this be? He was nearly beaten to death at the inn, so how can he be without a scratch? I'm quite seeing that Lu Chen doesn't believe him. Shisan lets him see for himself. There's really nothing there. But the pain he felt before was real. He looks at himself in the mirror, his body completely unharmed. Could it be? Driven by doubt, Lu Chen slashes his hand with a knife, drawing blood. Seeing this, Du Shisan panicked, saying, Lao Lu, you didn't need to hurt yourself just because you weren't injured. But miraculously, the wound and blood vanished without a trace before their very eyes. Lu Chen was astonished. The virus's regenerative abilities were truly too powerful. Du Shisan reminds him that Lu Chen's test results were normal, but today's situation was special, so shouldn't he find time for a more thorough checkup? Lu Chen agrees, saying he'll see Uncle Du in a few days for a deeper examination, telling Shisan not to worry, he has a long life ahead of him. Suddenly, Luke Tran asked Thap Tam about the mission, if it went smoothly and if he needed help. Thap Tam changed the subject, feeling helpless. You certainly aren't afraid of speaking your mind, but I do have a favor to ask. In the bustling Fubing city, a masked figure approaches and asks the shopkeeper why the 4-star red potion has jumped to 50 silver coins a bottle when it was only 20 2 days ago. The weary shopkeeper sighed, explaining that food resources were scarce and the price was due to the major guilds vying for them. Noticing the masked figure's hesitation and calculating gaze, the shopkeeper curtly told him to leave if he wasn't buying and to stop hindering his business. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his screen. He had successfully traded a blood skull to the player Kim Mi for 1,000 gold. After a 5% transaction fee, 950 gold coins were transferred to his account, leaving him stunned, as if the heavens had granted him an unexpected opportunity. As the money arrived, perfectly timed to counter his hesitation, his mood shifted from worry to elation. With newfound confidence, he turned to the shopkeeper and declared he would buy, requesting 50 potions. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's attitude instantly changed, becoming more affable and friendly, and he immediately agreed to the order. They're all after the heroic decree, but he sees this as a golden opportunity to make quick money in this risky game. Suddenly, a flurry of messages from his team arrive, announcing that young Master Luo and Murong Mingyu have joined the group, and urgently asking if old Lu has bought the red potions and urging him to get to Ghost Spirit Valley quickly. He scoffed at 13 hitting on Mingyu and wondered who this young Master Yue was. Could he be that dull young master? Another message pops up with Peerless Expert asking if he bought the red medicine and urging him to get to Yuiling Valley. Meanwhile, as Zan Qianshensha urgently issued orders, he realized time was running out and things were more serious than ever. Cut to Uling Valley, where Luo Xiao was talking to the beautiful Ming Yue, mentioning that his guild needed support like her with a salary of 10 gold coins per hour. Meanwhile, the 6th player arrived at the entrance of Uling Valley, overhearing Luo Xiao and thinking to himself that Li Luo was indeed a fool with too much money. With raises like that, only he would offer them. It felt both sarcastic and ironic. As he entered, he was surprised to see Ming Yu. Seeing this, she quickly introduced herself to earn more. Then a martial arts master appeared, offering 10 gold coins per hour of treatment, emphasizing that everything must be clear and she shouldn't be deceived. He exclaimed in surprise that just 1 gold coin could hire a priest of her caliber, making him feel like he'd struck a great bargain. But inwardly, he wondered, Min Nguyet, are you scamming a ghost? Why focus on 1 gold coin when an hour earns over 1,000? Luo Xiao then reminded them that Ming Yu had arrived and it was time to get to work. She replies that she wasn't aware of that, creating a tense atmosphere between them. He adds that gaining 5 levels in 10 hours isn't something to rush, easing the tension. Min Honguyet asked Chiet Keech Tramsa how much his blood skull sold for at the auction yesterday, and he confidently replied that it went for 1,000 gold. Seeing that, Mingyu exclaimed in surprise at the high price. She had initially planned to buy it for a friend who was new to the game and needed an assistant. Lao Lu replies, explaining to the guild leader that there's no need to buy a pet yet, as they need to be compatible with their class, like the blood skull, which is only suitable for high-attack mages and archers. It would be useless for other classes. He adds that only a fool would buy such a low-attack pet early in the game. Mingyu laughs in agreement, saying he's right. Meanwhile, a trembling Luo Xiao hears that the blood skull he needs is available. As soon as the words are out, Luo Xiao angrily retorts, I know, get lost, creating a tense yet humorous atmosphere. Hearing this, the gold-obsessed lackey immediately obeyed, quickly leaving without hesitation, easing the tension in the air. Minguya was surprised, but before she could ask, Lao Luke confirmed that Lok Tiu was the one buying the blood skulls. Seeing Luo Xiao with the seal card, Lao Lu thought he was bold to carry around nearly 100,000 worth of cards at level 22. It would be a waste if he died. Then he wondered why he was even thinking about killing him for it, surprised by the reckless thoughts popping into his head. Suddenly, a noise breaks the silence, and old Lu fears someone is approaching, his anxiety rising. Then he turned to the others and said they needed to level up quickly, his determined tone inspiring them for the challenges ahead. Deep within the Ghost Valley, they wondered if they had to kill these level 47 blood skulls. Anxiety was etched on their faces as they looked around, sensing the terrifying power of the enemies before them. Luo Xiao pointed out that Shensha was only level 39, the highest level Ghost Valley was 37, and the rest were 10 levels below the monsters. So how could they fight? This creates a tense atmosphere as they realize the challenges ahead, with Lao Lu wondering if this will even be a fast way to level up. Level 20 to 30 monsters can't grant 5 levels in 10 hours, but with the beautiful Ming Yue's help, it'll be easy. Young Master Luo only needs to stay back and gain experience. Ming Yue agrees that's the only way. Then Lao Liu shouted, ordering everyone to act, preparing for battle with unwavering resolve. The clash was intense, the sounds of weapons colliding and the roars of monsters echoing throughout Yuan Valley. The air crackled with tension and resolve as each blow carried the weight of life and death, forcing everyone to fight with all their might against the enemy's overwhelming power. Old Liu roared, declaring kingship, and immediately charged into battle, the fight becoming incredibly intense. Powerful blows and clever tactics are unleashed, each move decisive, as no one dares to back down from the enemy's might. Mingyu thought to herself that he was too strong and must be dead by now. This must be his full power. Feeling both worried and amazed by the old man's overwhelming power, she unleashes a fiery strike and charges at the Red Skull. The attack's power erupts like a sacred flame, scorching the surrounding air. Seeing this, Luke remarks on the sharpness of the attack and instantly creates an immortal shield to protect himself from any surprise attacks. With his immortal shield, he absorbs 15% of attacks as health, allowing him to sustain himself in battle. Min Yue is shocked that he can heal without even attacking. Gugoksha is indeed not to be underestimated. Is this the true strength of the blood mercenaries? If she could win them over, she could truly obtain the hero token, further fueling her determination to help ancient sword Dream Soul regain its glory. Suddenly, one of them cried out for the beautiful Mingyu to save them and replenish their health, making Mingyu realize that even the best teams have their weaknesses. Immediately, the sixth brother charged into battle against the Red Skull, determined not to let his teammates fail. He unleashed all his skills and strength to put immense pressure on the enemy, giving his teammates a chance to recover and strike harder. Minhan Guyet wondered if this was healing magic, as the other player rejoiced, saying the Du family lives again. This realization filled her with excitement and disbelief. Understanding the power of healing could unexpectedly turn the tide of battle, while Luo Xiao found their celebration of his achievement to be rather dull. This success brings him no satisfaction, as announcements ring out congratulating players on their level gains. Mingyu bid farewell and departed, promising to meet again, her footsteps echoing softly in the silent Uin Valley. As everyone looked at the leaderboard, Old Liu noted that level 40 was only 7th place. Everyone was leveling up quickly due to the hero's decree, creating a tense and competitive atmosphere. Luo Xiao declares he owes them nothing more, prompting the Du family to urge him to return to the city after leveling up. If he dies, they won't be held responsible. Duja's words were a warning, but also revealed concern for Luo Xiao's safety. Laughing arrogantly, Luo Xiao dared anyone to try and kill him, his confidence bordering on the absurd. But in that instant, a sharp sword hurtled from nowhere, piercing his body and sending him crashing to the ground. No one could have imagined such arrogance would lead to such a tragedy. As Luo Xiao's belongings spill out, one man exclaims to Old Liu that they're all silver-grade equipment and top-tier items. He can't believe he'd carry 5,000 or 6,000 worth of valuables around so carelessly. Suddenly, a figure in black, face concealed, appeared, his voice chilling. It's been a while. Tram Khan Tram Sa. His words ignited the tension, all eyes fixed on him, knowing he was the one who killed Luo Xiao. Recognizing the black-clad figure as Mad Dragon Proud Bones, Old Liu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mad Dragon Proud Bones, I can't believe you'd kill your client right before my eyes." His voice was filled with tension, as if this were more than just a confrontation, but a challenge between the powers that exist in this world. And with that, the two sides immediately clashed. Blindingly fast moves and thunderous clashes fill the air. Each sharp, powerful blow intensifies the already heated atmosphere. The blinding light of their skills made the battle intense and unpredictable, as Mad Dragon Proud Bones finally grasped his sword. Seeing this, Lao Liu ordered everyone not to let him escape. Lao Liu chased after Mad Dragon Proud Bone, saying that with so many good things, he'd rather be injured than let one get away, but not forgetting to ask what it was in the end. Lao Liu orders his imps to attack, determined to uncover the secret of what the Mad Dragon Proud Bone stole. The little devils obey, and Old Six unleashes a fiery attack, clashing with Mad Dragon Proud Bones. Mad Dragon. Proud Bones and Old Six clash, their blows crashing like waves against the shore. Each move displayed their determination and skill. Their eyes burned brightly in this fierce battle. With a triumphant and arrogant laugh, Mad Dragon Proud Bones announces his departure, leaving Old Six and the others seething as the atmosphere grows thick with tension. Then Mad Dragon Proud Bones departs, leaving Old Six and his companion in bewildered confusion. Sixth Elder ordered Little Devil to charge forward and sweep his spear, creating a cloud of dust, and despite his surprise, Little Devil obeyed immediately. Together, they unleashed a powerful sweep, creating a thick cloud of dust that obscured their opponent's vision and filled the air with chaos. Only for Six to realize Mad Dragon Arrogant Bones was gone. His sudden disappearance left Old Six bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. The silence only amplified his unease. Enraged and frustrated, he cursed, acknowledging his opponent's skill while condemning his return to old tactics. An unacceptable provocation. This only intensified the already heated battle. And suddenly, Lao Liu was ambushed from behind by the Mad Dragon, catching him completely off guard. The Du family turned back, fiercely attacking with Long Ngao Kot, declaring it's better to arrive at the right time, and without hesitation, he slashed at his opponent's back, displaying his determination and speed in this battle. After being slashed, Kwang Long Ngao Kot vanished from the battle, leaving everyone bewildered. After Mad Dragon Proudbone's departure, they picked up the item he left behind and were surprised to discover it was the Cursed Compass, a mystical treasure that could guide those who dared to face their destiny. They realized why there were rumors of hero tokens, but no one could find a level 60 or higher boss. So, to find these powerful foes, they need the compass to guide their way. Their eyes are filled with hope and determination for the journey ahead. The Du family wondered, this must be what Mad Dragon Proudbone stole, but where did Yue Xiao get it? Another voice chimed in, saying it didn't matter. With this, we can directly challenge level 60 bosses, Nadinini Yime, Maditamaing, and the Dark Hero Order. Their eyes gleamed with excitement and determination as they envisioned the glorious victories ahead. Old Liu declared that this item was crucial and must be immediately returned to the vault in Floating Ice City, a sentiment echoed by all. The scene shifts to the Floating Ice Warehouse, where the air is still with anticipation. The woman warns Old Six that she abandoned a dungeon boss to be here, so whatever it is, better be important. Lao Lu smiles, promising to show her something, a smile laced with mystery and confidence, fueling her curiosity and anticipation. As he held the compass, the woman was shocked to realize it was the Cursed Compass, her eyes widening with surprise and curiosity. She says, rumor has it the publisher released 4 or 5 items that can guide players to level 60 or higher bosses in unexplored areas. I thought it was a scam, but it's real. This revelation excites her, opening doors to unprecedented battles. Holding it, she asks where he got it. Her voice filled with surprise and curiosity, her eyes glued to the compass, as if hoping to unlock its secrets. Lao Luke said, Raging Dragon stole it from Nak, who killed Raging Wind, so the compass fell into his hands. Hearing this, she couldn't help but admire his luck in obtaining the Cursed Compass. He warns not to get too excited, as level 60 and above bosses are extremely powerful. An entire level 40 team was wiped out by a level 58 boss. Her warning served as a stark reminder of the immense challenges they faced. She explained that bosses beyond level 55 were a different beast altogether, and the Silver Snow Guild only had 100 members, with only 10 above level 40. Taking on a boss 20 levels higher is too difficult. Numbers won't make up for that. Her words served as a stark reminder of the immense challenge ahead and the need for thorough preparation to succeed. The determination in his voice ignited a fire in everyone. They knew that only with thorough preparation would they have a chance to win. The girl says she can't wait any longer. The growth of Tyrant and Mad Dragon is probably enough to raid the boss. All that's left is the guiding item. We have to seize this opportunity. Luke says he'll handle the megapixel recovery food. Cut to the reflection change. Here, Dugai and Luke discuss Dugai's new gear, which he bought with his recent 20,000 commission. The excitement in his voice couldn't hide his pride. Hearing this, Luke said that was their commission, and they could use the studio's 70,000 fund to upgrade their equipment. Hearing this, Dujia replied, most of the studio's money comes from Luke selling skulls, and the funds earned from materials are for future development and recruiting members. We can't use that money to buy equipment for ourselves. Dujia's words show his responsibility and vision for the team. Dujia says that even if his strength doesn't match old Lu and the kid, he can compensate with equipment, and hearing about the boss raid, he can't be left behind when the kid is already level 42 and grinding like crazy every day. The determination in his words revealed his desire for constant growth and to keep pace with his friends on their journey. Hearing this, Dujia agreed, saying, I'll cut the power to Xiaogui's room and force him to sleep. Lao Lu, level up quickly and prepare the ingredients. Lao Lu happily rushed towards the garlic, as it was the main ingredient for cooking level 5 food. The joy in his eyes reflected his excitement at the thought of dishes that could strengthen the team. A notification rang out, congratulating him on collecting 3 times the garlic, and his hunting skills had increased 5-fold. Joy and excitement filled the air as he happily thought to himself that with a little more garlic, he could start preparing level 5 food. His eagerness made him feel like success was within reach, but when he started pulling the garlic, he was surprised at how firmly rooted it was in the ground. He had to use all his strength to pull them out. Suddenly, the ground shook, sending rocks flying, making him wonder if it was an earthquake. The intense shaking filled him with dread as he realized what was happening. It was the level 60 boss, the hill's guardian deity, and he hadn't even used the cursed compass yet. Panic swelled within him as he realized the gravity of the situation, thinking that even if the entire Dokebi guild came, they might not be able to win against such overwhelming power. Little Devil and 13 have logged out, and he needs to warn Twitch. He worries that if he doesn't act fast, the situation will become even more dangerous. He panicked, realizing Jiggle wasn't online and he couldn't beat the level 60 boss, but running would be shameful. As the tension mounted, he felt trapped between difficult choices. Thinking this, he raised his weapon, knowing that if he took it down alone, the item drop rate would double, and he'd definitely get a hero token. He charged forward, but the level 60 boss just smirked, its smug grin a reminder that this wouldn't be an easy fight. He was surprised that the level 60 boss staggered from a simple wave of his hand. The force of the blow was like a storm, staggering him back as if he'd hit a solid wall, yet he charged again to test the Guardian's defenses. Filled with determination, he wanted to prove his worth, despite the risks ahead. But as he charged, his sword broke, leaving him bewildered and helpless as he realized he couldn't harm the boss. His confidence shattered, and he knew he was in grave danger, as the level 60 boss moved with earth-shaking steps, nearly crushing him. He realized he was outmatched and needed to escape. Safety was paramount, but as he saw an opening and fled, the level 60 boss snagged him with a finger, like a giant trap closing in. Fear washes over him as he realizes there's no escape, his fate now entirely in the enemy's hands. Feeling increasingly helpless, he realized the enemy was far too strong for him and his comrades. Overwhelmed by its superior power and speed, befitting a level 60 boss, he immediately thought of calling for backup. But just when it mattered most, Xiaogi and Shisan weren't online. He noticed Jizo was, though. But before he could act, a group of people suddenly charged in and attacked the level 60 boss, giving him a glimmer of hope. Holding the compass, Longhan Tianha says that Zeiji Chensha stole one last time, and this one was hard to get, but using it paid off big time. Upon hearing this, Dan Shutaichi said that this was the first level 60 boss, so it was very likely to drop a hero token. The atmosphere became even more electric as everyone realized the precious opportunity at hand. Longhan Tianha says that if they get the hero token, Mad Dragon will establish the first guild, and dominating Ice City will be within their grasp. Excitement bubbled as they envisioned the glorious future victory would bring, and with a flourish he promised 10 gold coins to each brother who helped defeat the boss. Everyone obeyed his command, their hearts ablaze with unity and the will to win. They were ready to fight, determined not to let this opportunity pass them by, but they were no match for the boss. The level 60 boss's power instilled fear in them, and their attacks were quickly countered. Seeing this, Lao Lu thought to himself that one skill wiped out more than 10 players. Luckily, he ran fast, his heart clenching at the boss's brutality. Knowing he couldn't stand idly by, he had to find a way out and call for help, or he'd be next. He picked up his sword, thinking he needed to prepare a little. Thankfully, he had a backup weapon. It wasn't as good as the last one, but it was better than nothing. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he thought about facing the boss. He watched from a safe distance, his heart pounding as he saw his comrades fighting the boss, knowing he had to eliminate the Mad Dragon's ranged attackers before they could get close. He thought, damn, even with the second skill so far away, it's still affected by the boss's power. Then, the boss unleashed Stone God's Thorn Pursuit. A barrage of stones flies toward the soldiers, who frantically warn each other to dodge. But the boss's power is overwhelming. The stones hurtle forward with immense force. They crashed into the soldiers, felling them instantly. No one could react or evade in time. The power of the level 60 boss is truly overwhelming, but after the fierce battle, it's beginning to tire. Staggering from the relentless attacks, it finally collapsed to the ground amidst the survivors' uproar. Long Xing Tianxia was astonished by the boss's overwhelming power, realizing one strike had wiped out his entire troop, making him more cautious. He smugly tells himself that victory will be his, filled with satisfaction at the prospect of obtaining the hero token and solidifying his position. He loudly urges the surviving soldiers, ordering them to quickly rise and continue attacking, determined to finish off the level 60 boss. Hiding in the shadows, Lao Luke knew it would take 300 well-coordinated players to whittle down the fearsome level 60 boss. But his fingers twitched, and he couldn't wait any longer. Long Han Thien Ha ordered his men to attack the level 60 boss, his dwindling strength fueling their determination. Then, they all charged toward the level 60 boss, their battle cries echoing in the tense air. The glint of blades flashed in the light as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Then, the old man's dark energy arrived, and Long Jingtianxia recognized it, asking if it was the dark halberd, his eyes full of doubt. He then ordered his men to intercept the submerged halberd, and the soldiers quickly formed a barrier, preventing Lao Luke from reaching the level 60 boss. But deep down, they were worried. Even the polearm thought, Mad Dragon is at his limit. Now, the final blow to the boss is his. He focuses his mind, grips his weapon, and prepares to strike with unwavering resolve. Full of determination and confidence, he charged toward the level 60 boss Long Chen, thinking that even if the boss still had skills, he'd see just how much power it had left. He steels himself, ready for any attack from this mighty foe, determined to land the final blow, delivering it with a powerful strike as Long Han Thinha looks on in shock and helplessness. As the serpent strike shifted, his sword pierced the air, striking the level 60 boss, unleashing a blinding light and a thunderous explosion, leaving everyone around in awe of the majestic scene. A notification rang out, congratulating the serpent strike on leveling up to 5, and simultaneously becoming the top of the rankings. All eyes were on him as praise and admiration spread, making him feel like a new king in the gaming world. Hearing this, he contentedly embraced the items in his hands, feeling like he'd won a great victory, happily saying that sweetness always wins. It was as if these achievements were a sweet reward for his tireless efforts. Unwilling to accept defeat, Long Jingtianxia lunged toward Zheji Chensha, determined to seize the precious items, convinced they were rightfully his. Then, an announcement rang out, stating that Mad Dragon's soldiers had been revived, leaving Sunken Halberd bewildered. He realized the situation had become more complicated than ever, and the victory he had just achieved was now an even greater threat as these enemies rose again to continue fighting. After the soldiers revived, Longxing charged at JG, declaring he couldn't escape, even with wings, but JG showed no fear. His eyes gleamed with determination and resilience, preparing for an unavoidable confrontation. His spirit unyielding to the enemy's threats, he commands Xuanfeng to strike, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Longxing Tianhe. With overwhelming power and speed, Xuanfeng descends like lightning, striking Longxing Tianhe and causing him great pain. Seeing this, the soldiers continuously summoned their power, each striving to create unique skills. The air crackled with tension as dazzling techniques were unleashed. They were determined not to let Jiki Chensha get away and win again. Jiki Chensha then ordered Xuanfeng to charge and kill Longxing Tianxia with a resolute and confident voice. He knew this was his best chance to end this confrontation, and like the wind, Xuanfeng shot towards his enemy with unstoppable force. Hundreds of arrows flew toward the folding sandbar, but he quickly used his stealth skill, causing the arrows to miss him completely, leaving only a silent and hazy void. Seeing this, Longxing Tianxia was furious, roaring that stealth skills could not save the folding sandbar from his pursuit. He would move heaven and earth to drag him out and avenge this humiliation. The scene shifts to Willow Forest, where a girl aims her bow at a man standing not far away. Her eyes narrowed, arrow ready, the tense air awaiting his reaction. The man smirked, confident that Lin Yihan couldn't pass their trial to save the boss. And now, the boss is as good as devoured by the Mad Dragon. The sarcasm in her voice only heightens the tension. Then, an announcement rang out, declaring that the submerged sand halberd had slain the Hill Guardian and swiftly claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, filling the surrounding players with pride and awe. Hearing this, Lin Yishen happily says, "Looks like you guys couldn't handle the boss. As expected of my senior, he can steal the boss all by himself." Hearing her words, the other guy panics, unable to believe the truth before his eyes. Lin Yihan confidently states that nothing is impossible for someone like Zheji Chensha, her eyes shining with pride and unwavering belief in her teammate. With that, she rushed to his aid, knowing he must be surrounded after stealing the boss alone. He couldn't face that danger without support. She tried to contact him, but there was no response. Her anxiety grew, fueling her determination to run faster, hoping she could reach him in time. With only 15 health left and all her potions gone, one more attack would surely mean her end. She felt the pressure mounting, knowing she had to reach him before it was too late. An announcement echoes stating that the revival time for the Undead Serpent King is 9:59, and the revival time for the Mystic Wind Pet is also 9:59, causing her no small amount of anxiety. Overwhelmed by the speed of the onrushing soldiers, the Death Driver unhesitatingly commands them to charge forward, knowing that failure means they all fall into the abyss, yet their fierce spirit invigorates him. Long Hun Thien Ha laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He mocked Chiech Kich Tramsa, questioning his ability, then urged his troops onward, ending with a chilling, "Go, die." Hundreds of arrows flew towards him, creating an eerie whirring sound, leaving him bewildered. He felt trapped in a storm of arrows, and despite his preparation, the surprise made his heart race. Suddenly, Long Yishin rushed forward, a look of determination on her face, and said to Zheji Chensha, "Forgive me." But then, a shocking announcement: Phantom Color has killed Quicksand Thorn, and she now tops the rankings. Lin turns to her enemy, eyes blazing with defiance, declaring that even rotten meat belongs inside her own house. She means that no matter the opponent, she won't let anyone else interfere in her battle and kill Keech Tramja. The two clash, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, each blow delivered with unrestrained force. Each powerful move collided, creating resounding echoes as the air crackled with tension, every strike fueled by unwavering resolve and strength. Long Han Tianjia says that if she leaves the spoils, he'll let her retreat, his tone confident and arrogant. He thought she was too weak to resist his power, but Lin Yihan scoffed, "What can you do?" Then she unleashed the Qingshui Xiangxiang skill to provide fire support, sending a barrage of sharp arrows towards Longxing Tianxia. Then, an announcement rings out, declaring the death of the sunken halberd, resurrected in Fubang City with an automatic level reduction. Cut to a warehouse in Fubang City where the sunken halberd contemplates Lin Yihan's decisive actions. She acted swiftly and decisively, not only preventing Mad Dragon from getting the spoils, but also being willing to kill him, which surprised him. Meanwhile, Lin Yishin happily announces she secured the spoils, waiting for her senior to open them as old Liu stares in surprise, admitting she has some conscience, though he dropped 2 levels. She gave him 1 item and kept 1 for herself, wondering if the level 60 boss dropped anything good, to which he sighed, saying he desperately needed a hero's token to soothe his recent loss. His eyes gleamed with desire, hoping to recover what he'd lost in the fierce battle. But upon opening it, he was shocked to find that the level 60 boss hadn't dropped a hero's token, only 2 ordinary pieces of equipment. Disappointment washes over him as his expectations fall flat. Lin Yihan stares dejectedly at the Storm Warrior boots, realizing they're just a silver item, not worth much at all. She felt let down, expecting a valuable reward but receiving something worthless instead, and began to doubt the abilities of the level 60 boss they had just defeated. Lao Lu held the glacial soul, his eyes gleaming as he realized its value, saying that even gold couldn't make up for his losses. At least it will boost his strength and make up for dropping 2 levels. He's relieved to know they didn't come away empty-handed. Lin decides to give the battle boots to old Liu, as he suffered the most in the battle, and old Liu gratefully promises to compensate her later. Lao Lu sighed, explaining that if the level 60 boss didn't drop a hero token, it must be because the level 65 or 70 boss did, since the level 60 boss already had 2 AoE skills that could easily wipe out even level 40 players. Meanwhile, bosses at level 65 and 70 must be even more terrifying and dangerous. Lao Liu explained that while Quanglong mobilized 300 people, only 25 were above level 40, the rest being level 30 and 20 members. Quantity over quality. He continued that Lin Yihan's Tuyet Ngan Sam's lowest member was level 30, with very high quality, so the 2 level 50s with gold equipment plus 100 members from Tuyet Ngan Sam might be able to defeat a level 65 or 70 boss. He adds that every minute counts and he can't wait to equip level 50 gold gear. The goddess is whacking away at the top spot. Lin Yihan might overtake you if you're not careful. Lin Yihan confidently replies that it's just a dream, because the top spot will always be hers. Cut to the frozen iron cross, where Luke's master looks at him with satisfaction, praising his recent diligence and progress towards level 45. Luke humbly replies that his master is too kind, but he knows he must strive to be worthy of a swordsman's calling. Undead Luke asked Master Sulin if there was an easy mission with lots of experience and rewards. His master simply chuckled, saying he knew how to pick them. Sulin says that Luke is in luck, as he has an easy task for him, leaving Luke surprised and excited at the opportunity to gain experience and prove himself. The scene shifts to the Raven Peak Magic Tower, where Old Six stands before an ancient building, its stained walls and moss reflecting the mystique and mystery of ancient magic. He smirks and says, "This will be the magic tower that changes the continent's history. From today, I will become the first potion master in the continent's history, secretly plotting my grand career. The announcement echoed again, mentioning Crow Peak, killing the potion master Su Yi, seizing the potions Su Yi researched, and handing the potions over to Sulin would receive a great reward. Without hesitation, Luke kicked down the door, his heart pounding with anticipation for what he was about to discover. He saw the alchemist Sui, his eyes gleaming with determination and pride. He loudly demanded Sui Wai hand over his life, filled with a desire for conquest and domination. The apothecary smiled faintly, his eyes full of meaning, and said that Lao Liu had arrived at the perfect time, as if he had been waiting for his appearance to carry out a transaction that would benefit both sides. He scanned Luke's body, eyes assessing him like a prized possession, and declared him a delicious bone, a sturdy body. Luke roared and lunged at Sui Wai, his resolve unwavering, knowing this was the moment to act. He coldly remarked, "That's enough power." Then he kicked Old Six into the cross on the wall, where chains awaited. Chains bound him, rendering him immobile, and Lao Lu was shocked. His master had said this would be a simple task. He couldn't understand how things had gone so wrong. Holding the tuckahoe in his hand, XY said, "Little Night Spirit is about to taste the most magical elixir." His voice was laced with smugness and mystery, unsettling Old Six. Bound by chains, Lao Lu felt his flesh tear. He screamed at XY to release him, his voice lost in the pain. XY forced Old Liu's mouth open, making him drink the dark blue liquid. With no way to resist, Old Liu swallowed the strange concoction. He coughed violently, his eyes darting to Zhu Wai in panic, and gasped, asking what he had been forced to drink, his mind reeling with anxiety. Surprised, Su Wai forced his mouth open again, demanding to know why he wasn't reacting, utterly perplexed that the mystical elixir wasn't working as intended. Old Six cried out, demanding that Zhu Wai let go, panic rising on Zhu Wai's face as he realized the elixir wasn't working as intended, causing him to doubt his own abilities and feel uneasy about the situation. Su Wai lunges at him, eyes full of doubt, asking why his bones haven't changed at all, his face a mask of confusion and anger. Confused, Lao Lu asks Shu Yi what he gave him, to which Shu Yi calmly replies that it was a spirit-summoning elixir, capable of growing spirits within flesh and blood. Hearing this, Luke was surprised that such a good thing could happen, wondering why he felt nothing at all. Confusion washes over him as he senses something amiss with his body, and XY angrily demands why Lao Luke hasn't changed. He couldn't accept that his efforts had failed, after dissecting thousands to obtain the Night Spirit. Yet before him stood Lao Luke, showing no signs of transformation. Disappointment and rage overwhelmed him. His sharp eyes stared at the old man, as if searching for the cause of his failure. Su Wai squeezed the old man's neck, his voice strained, insisting that the problem must lie with him. Lu felt the air leave his lungs and he screamed, calling Su Wai a madman. Anger and desperation mixed in his voice as Su Wai tightened the chain, rattling the crucifix. Cracking sounds echoed as if the cross was about to break, and Old Six felt the chains tighten, the pressure becoming unbearable. With that, Su Wai grabbed a long saw, his eyes resolute and cold, declaring he would see what made Old Six different from the other night spirits. He would dissect him, bone by bone, and study his soul fire. Hearing this, Old Six was consumed by rage. He loudly proclaims that Su Wai has ruined so many lives, and the rebirth elixir is useless, meaning he has failed to create what he desired. Enraged, he retorted that if the rejuvenation elixir succeeded, all night spirits would become human, ending the 1,000-year war between light and darkness, thanks to him. He claims the dead night spirits and humans are sacrifices for this grand ideal, and their deaths will not be in vain. Lao Lu scoffs, saying that slaughter in the name of justice is disgusting, and with that, he snaps the chains. His resilience and determination were too strong for the chains to hold, and Su Yi was unnerved by this powerful resistance. Old Six sends Su Yi flying, telling him to go dream his big dreams. His confidence makes Su Yi realize his plans are falling apart. Lao Lu summons the King Cobra, and upon seeing the Spirit Master, Su Yi cries out in disbelief, realizing the magic potion was ineffective because Lao Lu is a rare night spirit. He's been searching for the undead for 15 years, and today, Lao Lu has delivered himself to his doorstep. His eyes gleam with curiosity and ambition. Su Wai realizes that if he can study and possess Old Six's power, he can achieve everything he's ever desired, and a triumphant smile spreads across his face. He demands that he be a good little lab rat, for he needs his bones and soul to create the ultimate elixir. Su Wai's voice is filled with cruelty, and a thirst burns in his eyes as he screams for bone marrow to fuel his power. The sound reverberated through the space, energy radiating in powerful waves, but Lao Lu refused to yield. summoning the Serpent King to retaliate. Lao Lu unleashed a devastating attack, forcing Su Wai to flee. Finally, Lao Lu has killed Sui Yi, defeating the formidable foe after a fierce and dramatic battle. Lao Lu killed Sui Yi, and with his death, all the demonic elixirs were consumed, leaving nothing behind. He eyed the pile of demonic elixirs on the table, figuring they all belonged to Su Wai anyway, so he casually swapped one with a similar color, not worrying about anyone noticing. Cut to the frozen port cross, where Old Six successfully delivered the elixirs to his master. He looked at his master expectantly and asked about his reward for the mission. His master handed Lao Lu his reward, and at that moment, a notification rang out, announcing that Zhan Qianchen Sha had completed the mission, receiving 8,000 experience points and bronze coins. Holding the shield, he was amazed by its quality. Though only bronze, its properties rivaled silver. He then turned back to his master, asking if the potion could truly restore flesh and blood to the undead. When Lao Lu asked his master about the potion's capabilities, his master explained that Su Yi had found the potion's recipe years ago, but lost it. He had spent 15 years researching it and finally succeeded. With the right catalyst, not only night spirits, but even death spirits could regain flesh and blood. This revelation left the sixth disciple in awe, as if he had stumbled upon a profound secret. His master affirmed that only the catalyst was missing, and turned to look at Lao Lu. His gaze terrified him, as if an invisible force was weighing down on his mind. He couldn't shake the worry about what his master would ask of him in the future. His master said the catalyst wasn't something he could absorb, so he should hurry and level up. Hearing this, Lao Lu immediately nodded in agreement, his heart filled with determination, not only for power, but to prove himself to his master and the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to the ice amulet trading market, where Mingyue asks IV if they really have to participate in the first hero token contest, her voice full of worry and hesitation. Mingyue countered, "Finding people is hard enough as it is. Contesting the hero token is too difficult, and there will be more later. So there's no need to fight to the death for the first one." Ivy listened intently, replying that fortune favors the bold. The first hero token not only grants 50% to 2 attributes for guild members, but also announces the first official guild in the Gu region. Her eyes burned with determination, excitement coloring her every word. Ivy continued, saying that the first title would resonate throughout the nation, and the powerful northern attribute would attract many players to Ancient Sword Dream Soul. This is their hope to revive Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Mingyue says that most of the masters on the rankings have been recruited by Kuanglong and Dak Ba to compete for the first hero token. "Do you know where to find the right person?" Ivy replies, "Not necessarily. What about that person you mentioned before, the one with the submerged sand halberd?" Mingyue believes the boy with the heavy halberd is strong and trustworthy, but he previously declined her invitation to join. Ivy points out that among the top 10, only the Dark Sand Dagger doesn't belong to a guild, and recruiting him would be a major boon. She felt it necessary to recruit him and decided to try again, feeling reassured by Ivy, and decided to introduce her to the silent halberd wielder. She believes meeting him will bring good opportunities for both of them. Ivy reassures Mingyue that she's aware of the situation. After all, Ancient Sword Dream Soul still has everyone here. Her words were a source of strength for Mingyue, when suddenly an announcement echoed through the area. The bronze shield goes to the highest bidder, catching their attention, and Mingyue pulls Ivy toward the auction. Ivy stresses the importance of upgrading their gear to maximize their strength, and Mingyue agrees, noting that Ivy's obsidian shield has long been outmatched. It seems someone is selling a bronze shield. They need to check it out quickly to see if it can boost their strength. Excitement fills them as they arrive and see the bronze shield gleaming in the light. The seller stands proudly by the shield, claiming its top-notch quality, offering great battle support, but Mingyue is shocked to recognize him as the Tramza Pike. He was also surprised to see her again after so long, while Ivy just stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Mingyue wondered why he was wearing a mask, to which he replied it was because of his many enemies, and also to make some extra money selling goods, telling Ivy to feel free to browse. Ivy hesitantly asks the price of the shield, and the masked merchant praises her eye, saying it's the best shield he has, selling for 50 gold. Ivy is surprised that this bronze shield has the properties of a silver shield and is hard to buy for 80 gold on the market. Why is it only selling for 50 gold? He wittily replies that it's because she was brought by Mingyue and considers it a friendly gesture. Mingyue happily says, "Thank you, Deep Sand Halberd." Ivy slams the shield on the table, startling him, then introduces herself as the president of Ancient Sword Dream Soul and invites him to join. Luchan was stunned. He wanted to, but not right now. But after a moment's thought, he shook his head, declining the offer, citing his own plans. But Ivy wouldn't give up, continuing to persuade him, saying Ancient Sword Dream truly needed experts like him, and he could name any condition, and she would agree. Lu Chen frowned, coldly saying, "You're recruiting me just to compete for the hero token, but they can't even find a level 60 boss, let alone anything else." With that, he turned and left. But Ivy persisted, claiming to have something else, and produced a golden compass, offering it to him. He glanced at it, but ultimately shook his head, refusing. He then advised her, "A compass is just the basics. Ancient Sword Dream Return is too weak. Competing for the first hero token will only lead to annihilation. As a rational guild leader, you'll know how to decide." With that, he resolutely departed, and Ivy, watching him go, shouted, "I won't give up." After parting ways with Ivy, Lu Chen muttered to himself, "Ivy, you better preserve everyone's strength. I'll bring the first hero token back to Ancient Sword Dream." Lu Chen then went elsewhere to look for quests. But the area he's in has no NPC quests, just monster grinding, making leveling up too slow. And now, his Nether Serpent King has been resurrected, but it's no longer very useful. He needed to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a cry for help from behind startled Lu Chen, who turned to see a red-haired girl running towards him, pursued by several high-level monsters. This girl is Han Yuehong, a level 44 archer. She ran straight to Lu Chen, constantly crying for help. Lu Chen activates his chakra blades, attacking the two monsters behind her, and to his surprise, they're instantly defeated, already low on health. He questioned her, asking why she ran when one more skill would have killed the monster, but Han Yuehong simply embraced him, saying she was afraid. If it weren't for the quest, she wouldn't have even hit it. Luke Tran frowned at her, and she quickly offered to share the quest with him. He hesitated for a moment before agreeing, but any boss drops would be split, with her only getting one item and the rest going to him. Hearing this, Han Yuehong quickly distanced herself, her eyes sparkling as she said she would do whatever he wanted. His real goal was to level up, and this quest would grant him one level, more effective than grinding normally. Soon after, the two set off on their quest, and every monster that dared to stand in their way was swiftly eliminated by Lu Chen. Along the way, Han Yuehong couldn't help but admire him as he cut through monsters like they were nothing. Lu Chen frowned at her, finding her a bit of a nuisance. He coldly stated that they were deep within the Bone Demon Valley, and the boss could appear at any moment. As a level 44 archer, she should contribute, but she feigned helplessness, saying she was only safe by his side. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Where did this two-faced woman come from? But there was no choice. He had to press on. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, and Lu Chen warily scanned their surroundings. Here it comes. Han Yuehong trembled in fear, asking him what was coming. He had to protect her. She was so scared. As the fog cleared, a figure appeared, carrying a blood-red blade. It's the level 50 Demon General, and it immediately attacks Lu Chen and Han Yuehong. The Demon General is too fast, startling Lu Chen, who quickly pushes Han Yuehong aside. In an instant, the Demon General's blade crashed down where they had stood. Lu Chen spun, striking the General's back while it was off guard, but it retaliated instantly, its blade costing him a great deal of blood. Lu Chen distanced himself from the Demon General, lost in thought, while Han Yuehong, who had been merely observing, grew dissatisfied, nearly getting killed by the boss. Yet, young Master Long asked her to recruit him, and she immediately drew her bow, ready to take down the boss. But at that moment, a shocking change occurred. Lu Chen suddenly accelerated, activating his Windblade to strike the Demon General, whose speed couldn't keep up, losing a significant amount of health. At that moment, the Demon General's body suddenly changed, activating the 100 Battles General skill, increasing its lifesteal by 1%, attack power by 1%, and attack speed by 2%. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't panic. A 200% attack speed increase wasn't faster than his delay. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged in for another attack. The deafening clash of metal echoed as both sought a swift end. At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit. The two were like flashes of lightning, appearing and disappearing in the air, dazzling Han Yuehong, who watched from the sidelines. This speed is too fast. What's going on? She's the 4th-ranked archer in Floating Frost City, yet she can't keep up with his speed. Even with Eagle Eye activated, she can only see after images. At this speed, she suspects Lu Chen is a member of the Hall of Fame. But Lu Chen, unaware of her thoughts, remains focused on the boss. The Demon General activates another skill, then charges in for the attack, but Lu Chen quickly summons his Demon God armor for protection. But the boss's blade still pierced through his armor. He quickly activated Grace, and it actually worked. He laughed triumphantly. Not only could mercy block the attacks of small monsters, but it could also block the attacks of bosses. Immediately after, he knocked away the boss's blade and attacked it with a shuriken. This one blow deals nearly 3,000 critical damage to the boss, and he finishes it off. Han Yuehong is stunned. He took down a level 50 boss all by himself. It's unbelievable. Lu Chen subtly withdrew his hand, glancing back at Han Yuehong with a mocking look as she hadn't lifted a finger. Afraid of being discovered, she immediately changed her attitude, reverting to a coquettish demeanor, praising his skill and lamenting that he didn't give her a chance to act. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Long Han Tianha and Lam Dat Han were observing the two of them. Lin Yihan was annoyed, scolding him for calling her out just to see this. He chuckled, beginning his scheme. I bet you don't believe it. He wants you to see his true colors, but sadly you know him better than he does. She scoffed, finding his clumsy attempts at sowing discord laughable, while Long Han Tianha persisted, proposing they form the nation's most powerful organization together. Lin Yihan glared at him coldly, telling him to cut the crap, because even him, the tyrant, or the Bamboo Dragon Society and other districts would be defeated step by her snow-silver shirt. With that, she immediately walked out. But after only a few steps, someone coldly told her that sometimes too much confidence only hurts herself, and drags snow-silver shirt down with her. Lin Yihan didn't care what he said at all, not even turning her head. He can keep those words to himself. Lin Yihan quickly left, but she was incredibly annoyed. Lu Chen dared to embrace someone else, infuriating her. Lu Chen, who was about to collect an item, suddenly sneezed. Who was cursing him now? Seeing this, Han Yuehong asked him caringly if he was catching a cold, but Lu Chen ignored her, telling her to drop the act and just say what she wanted, since the quest and loot were already divided. Yet she continues to act, feigning distress as she says, I was only worried about you? Why are you yelling at me? Lu Chen scoffed, exposing her pretense, noting the silver bow in his hand, and pointing out that the top female archer who took down a level 48 boss was being chased by two small monsters. Furthermore, as a skeleton, he wouldn't have jumped into her arms unless there was an ulterior motive. Han Yuehong, the top female archer of the Mad Dragon Guild, feigned panic upon hearing this. So you saw through me from the start. I'm just trying to recruit you to the guild. Lu Chen, unnerved by her tone, trembled and told her to stop, but Han Yuehong wouldn't give up, continuing to persuade him. You see how it is. Independent players can't find good quests, but the Dragon Maniacs can get them easily. With your strength, everything in the Dragon Maniacs is yours for the taking. Even her. She even put on a disgusting, seductive act, which annoyed Lu Chen so much that he held his sword to her neck, warning her to stay away. He has no interest in joining the Mad Dragon Guild. Will she leave or die here? Startled by his actions, Han Yuehong retreated, calling him an unromantic blockhead before fleeing, afraid he might actually attack. She was no match for him. Once she was gone, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that nuisance is gone. He wondered if he could summon this boss, and as he thought this, he placed his hand on the chest of the dark purple general, and a stream of purple energy appeared. Before long, the dark purple figure of the demon general appeared. He had successfully summoned the demon general. Lu Chen was very pleased, though he noted that he could only possess one undead spirit at his current level. But when a new undead is summoned, the lower level one will automatically disappear. Once you become an Asura, everything will be at your feet. But as he was getting excited, everything suddenly went dark, leaving him confused. It was 13, taking away his equipment and grumbling incessantly. You're insane, playing games without eating or sleeping. I know you're trying, but this is too much. Do you have a death wish? Lu Chen, hearing this, surrendered, admitting his mistake, but the hero token was too urgent. 13th helplessly said, It's not just about us, but also Icewind City and the entire ZE country. Rushing won't solve anything. Lu Chen sighed, his worry stemming from the fact that the entire Z country was involved. Each region had a hero token to start, but only the first guild in the region to obtain it could receive the title of Z country. He doesn't want it falling into the wrong hands. 13th pats his shoulder, saying everyone feels that way. Other regions have 2 or 3 Hall of Fame members leading experts to fight bosses over level 20, with spoils piling up every 2 hours. But so far, no hero tokens have appeared, and Lu Chen knows this is the most frustrating part. Only level 60 bosses and above drop hero tokens, but no one knows where they'll appear or which ones will drop the token. 13 bit her lip, then said, We not only have to beat the bosses in this area, but we have to be faster than the other areas. Effort is necessary, but luck is still key. These damn game designers. Lu Chen frowned, lost in thought. That luck, huh? Will he have it? While he was still thinking, 13 wheeled him back to his room, telling him to get some sleep and stay alive. Lu Zhen nodded, saying he understood. 13 pushed him into his room, then went to check on Gong Zhengu, who was still gaming. 13 gritted his teeth, cursing that they were all crazy and the house would fall apart without him. Meanwhile, in the Drunken Moon Tower's parlor, Tyrant Blade and Windwalker had arranged to meet. Blade Tyrant chuckled, saying, "Good thing I came early enough to catch a good show." Blade Tyrant calmly says, "You won't be tempted by profit or beauty. The honey trap he used on Lin Yizhen and you is useless." Fengxing Tianjie scoffed, "If he can't be used, he's just an obstacle, so he wants to cooperate with Duba Dao, but Duba Dao isn't interested in moving those 2 stones." Fengxing Tianjie chuckled and shook his head. He wants to work together to seize the first hero token. Hearing this, Doc Badao wavered slightly, asking how he wanted to cooperate. They can't do what others can. Take down bosses quickly and in large numbers. For example, if 4 bosses appear in Icewind City, they can only defeat 2 while the Mad Dragons take 1. But if the last boss drops the hero token, they'll lose out. After considering his words, Sword Tyrant frowned and asked if he meant to combine their reserve forces to seize the 4th boss. Fengxing Tianxia nodded in satisfaction, explaining that he wanted each side to withdraw 1/3 of their forces to focus on snatching the remaining boss. If they monopolize the bosses, their chances of obtaining the hero's token will greatly increase. After a moment's hesitation, Doc Badao finally agrees, but whose hands the hero token ultimately falls into depends on their own abilities. Fengxing Tianxia chuckled, saying he was very straightforward, but in the end, the 2 clinked glasses, signifying a happy cooperation. In Floating Ice City's plaza, the Blood Legion's trio was gathered. Gong Sun-gu handed a large bag to 13, filled with gems and equipment. Lu Chen also gave him 500 portions of grade 5 food, telling him to remember to sell it at half price if he ran into the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. 13 accepts the items, but he's far from pleased. If the Ancient Sword Dream Souls buy everything at half price, won't they be left with nothing? Lu Chen chuckled. Ancient Sword Dream Soul only has 24 people. There's no way they could eat all that. 50 portions is more than enough. 13 sighed. That was days ago. He used the Cursed Compass to partner with smaller guilds, forming the Ancient Sword Alliance. They have 200 members now, and even 500 portions might not be enough. Lu Chen was shocked. Is this for real? 13 nodded firmly. This morning when 13 logged on, they were Sun Boss level 60. Maybe they need more food now. The more Lu Chen heard, the more frightened he became. They were taking on a level 60 Sun Boss. 13 looked at him helplessly, explaining that the news of the ancient Emperor Dream Soul Sword's return had dominated Newfit for 30 minutes that morning, and he was told to check the forums. 13 immediately searched for the news, but another group suddenly cried out in alarm, drawing his attention. Not long after, 13 found something, but his expression wasn't good, and he told him to take a look. Lu Chen asked him suspiciously, "You found it that fast?" "Let me see." But the news he saw was something he didn't want to know. The headline screamed of a fallen king's return, but instead Tyrant and Mad Dragon reaped the rewards. Lu Chen's face darkened as he watched the Ancient Sword Dream Soul's people fall. He gritted his teeth, muttering the names Dokba and Quang Long, startling the 2 Thop Tom beside him, and suddenly Luke Tron wanted to run off somewhere. 13 quickly asked where he was going. He replied with murderous intent that he wanted to slaughter them all, but soon changed his mind, deciding to go to Sword Dream. Hearing this, Thop Tom stopped him, telling him to calm down and asking what reason he had to go, as a stranger he'd only met a few times, or as the Luke Tran they hadn't seen in so long. Gong Zhengu echoed in agreement, emphasizing caution, but Lu Chen's rage had reached its peak, making it impossible for him to remain calm. But then, someone stirred the hornet's nest, and the surrounding group mocked the ancient dream sword, saying it was easily defeated by Mad Dragon and Overlord, and it would be hard to recover. What a pity for the beautiful female president. These words were the last straw for Lu Chen, causing him to finally snap. He grabbed the speaker by the throat, demanding he repeat what he said about the ancient sword dream. They haven't seen the coffin, so they don't shed tears. They dare repeat how ancient sword dream is? And what does it matter to them what they say? Hearing this, Lu Chen was ready to explode, but Shai-san rushed over to restrain him, telling him not to get angry and to think of a solution. The 2 others took the opportunity to flee. At that moment, Gong Sun-gu called him back, saying that solo live-streaming a boss fight was too arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of being robbed? Lu Chen rushes to check the news, then grits his teeth, realizing they're fearless because they knew no one would dare interfere. But he will, and they're as good as dead. Gongsun-gu knew his intentions and offered to join him, a gesture that filled Lu Chen with gratitude. A true brother. Lu Chen declares he'll steal the boss right in the middle of Dokba's livestream and asks 13 to post it on the forum, letting everyone know that the Crimson Mercenary Squad is taking down Dokba. 13 agrees without hesitation, assuring Lu Chen he'll take care of it. At the Crystal Demon Palace, Lu Chen and Guiguzi arrive, along with Lu Chen's demon general. Lu Chen assesses the situation, suggesting he use Earth Escape to sneak in first, and then Gongsun-gu can rush in to steal the boss's aggro when its health drops to 1/7. Gongsun-gu nodded in agreement as Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the tyrant war god fighting the boss. This is the jerk who stole the boss and then mocked Ancient Sword Dreamsoul. Very well. At this moment, the tyrant god of war was laughing triumphantly. The boss was bound by his demon-binding chain skill, and he ordered everyone to charge. Immediately, the gang charged towards the boss, eager to take it down, but life isn't always a dream, and a shocking scene unfolded. Lu Chen emerges from behind, ambushing the hegemon of war, intent on taking his life. With a single strike, he took a huge chunk of the tyrant god of war's health, his speed overwhelming, leaving him unable to keep up with the relentless blows. Lu Chen's eyes burned with hatred. Enough swatting, it was time for the killing blow. Immediately, he activated his mark and unhesitatingly decapitated the hegemon war god. With one down, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Hegemon Blade behind him. He recognizes you, and you coldly declare, the bloodshed mercenaries are now claiming this tyrant boss. The tyrant knight glares at you, furious that you've ambushed them and are now acting so brazen. Blade Tyrant stopped Blade Knight from attacking, looked at Lu Chen, and feigning composure said, "So many have paid the price, yet you still dare to come here alone. I admire your courage. It's a pity you came. Wouldn't it have been better to remain a mercenary?" Lu Chen scoffs, mocking them for being upset about being robbed after robbing others. Meanwhile, the gang tries desperately to tighten the chains binding their boss. Meanwhile, Lu Chen attacked Dugu Blade, who barely blocked the blow and frantically asked who was backing him this time. He simply scoffed, saying that scoundrels like them didn't need anyone to tell them what to do, and then immediately summoned Guguzi. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than not only Gongsun-gu, but also the great general of ghosts appeared, attacking the level 60 boss. The gang of Dokba were terrified at the sight. The Ghost Valley child plus a level 50 summon. How can a summon be stronger than a player? Blade Tyrant also noticed the situation. Taking advantage of his lapse, Lu Chen focused his attack and struck. By the time Tyrant Saber realized it, it was too late. He took a blow from Lu Chen, and as the Hegemon Knight panicked, Lu Chen activated the Churning Seal to finish him off. Lu Chen stood there coldly, saying calmly, "There are things you shouldn't overdo. Blame him for touching someone he shouldn't have." Outside, Mingyu and the others were also watching the fight. Mingyu happily says, "I knew he could do it." Lin Yihan rushes to his side, wanting to help. Others watching the fight are also concerned for Lu Tran, hoping he can defeat the remaining 3 of Dokba's 4 great warriors and finally teach Dokba Dao a lesson. But before long, cheers erupted once more. He'd taken down 3 of them. So much for elite fighters. Then he took down 2 more, wiping out the tyrant's lackeys one by one. His summons had cleared them all. In the game, Lu Zhen has taken down the last one. The Dominators have been completely wiped out by their group, leaving only the boss. Lu Chen frowned at the massive boss, then signaled the 2 behind him to charge forward. But at that moment, the Crystal Knight's eyes suddenly turned red. The light around it has changed, entering a berserk state, decreasing defense by 25%, but increasing attack by 50%. The 3 members of Lu Chen's party recoiled, keeping their distance, as Lu Chen wondered how a level 65 boss could be this terrifying in its rage. The Crystal Knight then charged toward Lu Chen and his companions, prompting Lu Chen to yell at them to get out of the way. The Crystal Knight ferociously slashed down with its blade, crackling with lightning, leaving Lu Chen and his companions in stunned disbelief. At that moment, the Demon General suddenly stepped in front of Lu Chen and the others, and to their surprise, drew his blade to block the Crystal Knight's attack. The Crystal Knight's lightning strikes deal significant damage, but the Demon General endures until the lightning on the Knight's blade weakens, and the Demon General launches an attack, instantly dispersing the remaining sparks. Seeing this, Gongsun-gu was shocked, exclaiming, "Lu Chen's summon is too strong. It can withstand the boss's strongest attacks alone." Lu Chen frowned, glancing at the Demon General before saying in a deep voice, "The Demon General's true strength is only now beginning to show," immediately ordering the Demon General to charge forward. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the Demon General activated 100 Battle General, doubling its attack speed. The Crystal Knight couldn't evade. It was too fast, only seeing after images of the Demon General. Suffering heavy damage, the knight retreated, trying to avoid the demon general's attacks without retaliating. However, the demon general gave it no such chance, continuing its relentless assault, significantly reducing its health, while Lu Chen and the others seized the opportunity to further corner the Crystal Knight. Outside, observers marveled at the scene. A level 50 summon overwhelming a level 65 boss, plus the combined might of Zetkich Tramsa and Quikok II, the Crimson Mercenary Group was sure to succeed, the hegemon of war. God's face darkened at the sight. He thought this necromancer was truly domineering. A single summon was enough to defeat the boss, but the hegemon of night gods didn't think so. Even though the summon sacrifices 99% of its health for attack power, there's no room for error. Indeed, the demon general can't afford to fail in this battle, but nothing is perfect. The Glass Knight then began its counterattack, killing the demon general with a single strike. The Glass Knight sheathed its blade, narrowing its eyes at Lu Chen and the other. From afar, Gongsun uses Netherfire Pierce, dealing damage, but not much. Its next attack is blocked. At the same time, Lu Chen used Amnesty to rush forward, and though he missed, it allowed him to follow up with another attack. A critical hit with the Chu Blade, and Gongsun was not exempt. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Demon God Slash. Two powerful beams of energy tore through the Crystal Knight, sending it straight to the afterlife. As a result, Lu Chen reached level 50, and Guiguzi reached level 48. After defeating the Crystal Knight, items began to drop, but the area was already showing signs of collapse. So Lu Chen urged Gongsun to quickly grab the loot and leave, or they wouldn't make it out in time. The two began gathering items, and this teleport could take them anywhere within the Frost Zone. But the best find for Lu Chen was the Lucky Compass, a true gift from the heavens. Having gathered their items, Lu Chen activates the teleportation, and they leave, much to Gongsun delight. They profited greatly this time, unaware that Blade Tyrant was lurking, eager to ambush them and seize the compass. Lu Chen turned to him, a triumphant smile on his face, his tone mocking Blade Tyrant's powerful boss. Blade Tyrant thought he had Lu Chen cornered, but he was only striking air. Lu Chen and his companion vanished in an instant. Seeing this from the outside, Lin Yishan chuckled, amused that Lu Chen poked fun at the lone blade before running away. Mining Nuyet is overjoyed. He did it. Evie nods in agreement. The players in the ice flow zone can finally breathe a sigh of relief. She speaks the truth. The spectators are cheering with joy. Tyrant Blade has finally met his match. Lu Chen and his companion have turned the Frost Ice Zone upside down, while Dokua and his are far from pleased. If Lu Chen gets the hero token, Crimson Mercenaries will become the top power in the Frostwind Zone. Dokba and Quanglong won't stand for it, but Lu Chen is too unpredictable. After the boss raid battle, the Blood Mercenary Group became incredibly famous, with orders lined up all the way to Paris, making 13 extremely happy. Moreover, the forums were filled with news about them. Gongsun whispered excitedly to 13. That was awesome. 13 nodded slightly. He watched the live stream. He did well. With that, 13 looked at Lu Chen and said with a smile, "They're one step closer to the hero's token. Aren't you happy?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. Of course he's happy. He's been waiting for this moment to restore the reputation of the ancient sword Dream Soul, but at this moment, the system suddenly changes its update. 13 frowned, realizing this update was designed to corner the ancient sword Dream Soul, requiring over 100 members to use the hero token. But Ancient Sword Dream and the Scarlet Mercenaries only have 15 members. However, having 100 people will be easy once they get the hero token. He's waited too long for his return to the top. Just then, firecrackers exploded behind them, startling the group as Lin Yihan arrived to celebrate their boss raid and the acquisition of the Lucky Golden Compass. Poison Fang and Mad Dragon must be fuming. Lu Chen saw who it was and pouted, saying she got here fast. Lin Yihan pouted, saying she wanted to back him up, but he was too fast and teleported away, wasting her time. Seeing the two talking, Gongsun tactfully asked if they should be here. 13 chuckled, mysteriously saying, "They're discussing important matters. As members of the Blood Syndicate, hired guns must be present." Only then did Lin Yihan get to the point, asking if he'd seen the world announcement. Lu Chen simply nodded, and Lin Yihan winked, suggesting he give her the hero's token in exchange for 1,000 gold. Without hesitation, Lu Chen refused. He couldn't give it up. The old rules applied. Whoever defeated the boss got the hero token. Lin Yihan frowned, her expression turning serious. Even if the Blood Syndicate gets the hero token now, it's useless. While you're busy recruiting, another city has already established the first guild. Lu Chen simply chuckled in response, offering no explanation, and after a long look, Lin Yihan finally sighed in resignation. Let's do things as before, but she wondered if the guild he was planning to create was going to target Crimson. At that moment, the World Forum issued an announcement. Through 13. Two frowned in doubt, asking, "Why so many announcements today? Seems like a lot of big events are happening." This announcement reveals that Zhu Yingluan has also obtained the Lucky Compass, shocking the group. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Is he our opponent this time? Lin Yihan frowned at him, and after hesitating, agreed to the 1,000 gold, but only if Shui Yinshan would act twice for free. As if afraid he'd change his mind, Lin Yihan immediately agreed. Go inform all of Shui Yinshan to gather immediately. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. There's no time. Whoever can make it in 3 minutes, do so. I'll cover the teleportation fee. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Bamboo Shadow is causing chaos? He wants to see who has the last laugh this time. A moment later, with 1 minute left, he told everyone to prepare, as they would teleport immediately when the time came. 13th quickly prepared resurrection items and special equipment from the warehouse. Lin Yihan was fully prepared as well. Lu Chen told them to gather as many supplies as possible, saying that even spending all their assets would be worth it if they could just get the first hero token. At that moment, the Snowfur Guild also teleported in, led by Qing Shuixiangxiang with 5 members. Qing Shuixiangxiang affectionately took Lin Yihan's hand, smiling. The sudden gathering was too much. Many people couldn't make it in time. Helpless, Lin Yihan explained that Zhulong would likely catch up, and they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Hearing this, Lin Yihan suggested that Lu Chen take his time, but Lu Chen shook his head, saying that Luoshen City couldn't stop the Zhuying clan. If they were blocked, so would they, so they couldn't wait any longer and had to leave immediately. The Great Prairie, the entrance, and the crypt. Lu Chen led everyone to this place with the scroll, but they were suspicious because there was nothing in front of them. But Lu Chen had a compass to guide him, and he immediately took it out to see that it pointed to a section of road not far ahead. Lu Chen was confident. It can't be wrong. It's right here. He told everyone to prepare. The entrance was about to open, and then pressed his hand onto the compass needle. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted before them. Lu Chen excitedly laughed. Let's take down this level 70 boss together. Lu Chen's group entered the door opened by the compass, but the darkness inside made them uneasy. So Lu Chen told them to keep formation and watch their surroundings. But at that moment, the braziers in the tunnel suddenly lit up, and 13 asked in surprise, "Is this their way of welcoming us?" With the torchlight as their guide, Lu Chen's group moved much faster, though this level 70 boss dungeon was somewhat desolate. After a while, they finally arrived at the Moon Demon Palace. Upon the throne in the main hall, a boss sits, unmoving. Lu Chen warns the warriors to act according to plan. This is the level 70 Blood Earth War King with a whopping 40,000 health points. The tankiest among them only has a little over 1,000. The others were frozen in fear, while Lu Chen's group warily awaited the boss's next move. A second later, the boss suddenly rose from its throne, Ghost Valley blocking in front of Gongsungu. The Blood War King swung its sword fiercely towards them, with a speed he couldn't keep up with. Lin Yishen quickly used his armor skill to help Gongsungu defend, while also using his ghost armor to protect himself. But the Blood War King's attack shattered everything. Lu Chen was shocked. One hit took down Gongsungu, even with his defense skills and muscles. He immediately told Gongsungu to revive, then used a revival orb himself, good for 10 seconds. Gongsungu quickly used it, having sold half his assets for these 6 pills, so he had to use them carefully. Gongsungu roared, and his health rapidly returned. But at that moment, the Blood War King's sword came crashing down, and Lu Chen quickly warned him to be careful. Gongsungu was startled and quickly dodged as the boss's sword relentlessly cleaved the earth. Gongsungu quickly crawled out of the rubble, breathing a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping death. Meanwhile, the Silver Fur mercenaries relentlessly attacked with arrows, magic, and sword energy, but it was all just a tickle to the boss, dealing negligible damage. Lin Yihan and Lu Chen sensed danger, activating their Flowing Light Slash and Scarlet Edge skills together. As expected of top-tier players, their damage output far surpassed the others. Lu Chen, in particular, was surprised by the damage he was dealing. Perhaps this was the power of a gold-grade weapon. His damage has doubled, and he nods in satisfaction. That's excellent. Immediately after, the Silver Fur's members began their all-out assault on the great boss. A flurry of skills are unleashed, and explosions erupt throughout the cavern, engulfing everything in flames. But the boss was completely unharmed. In that instant, flames erupted as the boss used his shield to defend himself. Seeing this, Lin Yihan anxiously said, "They have to race against the clock, but they're running into roadblocks." Lu Chen told her to get out of the way and then called for 13. 13 yells for everyone to get back, then slams down Thor's siege hammer, shattering the boss's shield in a single blow. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen, Lin Yihan, and Gong Sun-gu charged forward, unleashing their skills in unison, sending shockwaves of attacks towards the great boss. But just then, a sudden change occurred as the Snow Silk Squad rushed to attack. Alas, it was too late. The boss unleashed its fiery form and brilliant flames erupted everywhere. Seeing this, Cheng Shui Xiangxiang told everyone to carefully retreat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This fire was too strong. Even magical attacks were incinerated. But it wasn't over yet. The boss used another skill, waving its hand, and the flames danced in the air, instantly transforming into a fiery dragon afterimage. Seeing this, Lu Chen cried out in alarm, realizing it intended to wipe them all out with a single blow. The massive fire dragon roared, its eyes blazing red, spewing forth a torrent of flames that formed a great wall of fire, engulfing everything around it. Zhan Qian Sha, sword raised, eyes fixed on the dragon, shouted a decisive command. "Melee fighters, advance! Ranged attackers, fall back!" The flames intensified and rushed toward the three, who quickly turned and fled. As they fled, they heard 13 cry out. Turning back, they saw him collapsed on the ground, engulfed in flames. Jianqian urged Guiguzi and Fengxi Huanxiang, "Quickly heal and recover your strength." But the Earth Cave Battle King had already appeared behind them. He raised his crimson sword to strike Zhan Qian, and sensing the danger, Guiguzi shouted, "Leader, watch out!" Just as the red sword was about to strike Tramkhan's head, Fong Sak Huan Tuong rushed in to defend him, and the clash of purple and red light created a shocking explosion. The explosion unleashed a shockwave, sending everyone flying. Overwhelmed by the force, 13 cried out, "Mommy, just a touch and it sends out a wave like that." The Blood War King's skills are so strong that Zhan Qian's summons are being killed off, and his health is constantly being drained. EUHP 38, HP 451, HP 211, HP 175. 13 could only gape in astonishment at the power. The boss's fire damage was insane, and old Liu's level 50 summons couldn't take much more. At that moment, Zhan Qian drew a skill card, saying, "While the demon general can still hold the boss, let's go." Zhan Qian's card emits a green light. "Leave the boss's fire to me. I'll create an opening." It's the skill card for enhanced equipment, and a notification appears. Introducing the skill, Enhance Equipment. Weapon attribute enhancement increased by 200% for 8 seconds. Zhan Qian's sword has turned blue and snowflakes have appeared as more notifications pop up. Introducing the Ice Spirit's Wild Golden Chi item, increasing the user's ice attack attribute by 21%. At this moment, the Blood War King is slaying one of Zhan Qian's summoned undead and approaching him. Fengzhe Huyan Tuong is worried, saying, "Senior, please be careful." Guiguzi cheers from the sidelines, "Go get him, boss." Zhan Qian uses the power of the Ice Burst card, unleashing a devastating 2145 attack, and decisively strikes the Earthblood Battle King with the Ice Soul Ring. A notification appears, introducing General Bak Qian's skill, the Undead Ghost. General loses 90% health, but gains 90% lifesteal, 90% attack power, and 189% speed. Seizing the opportunity, an undead lunges forward, slashing him for 11 of 12 HP. The undead relentlessly attack, leaving him no time to react, but he's no pushover. A brief moment of surprise, and he retaliates with a flurry of sword strikes, instantly killing the undead. Seeing this, Qian didn't stand still. He immediately rushed towards him. Ice Demon, Cycle. Blaze Annihilation Strike. He used 2 moves in quick succession, slashing relentlessly and causing him to lose 61 HP without being able to resist. A hail of massive stones rains down on the Blood War King, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The system displays the skill card, Armor Break Formation, which reduces the target's magic resistance by 50% for 30 seconds, costing 60 gold. The Earthblood Battle King lies defeated on the rocks, appearing weakened, surrounded by colorful formation circles. Skill card information appears, introducing the Armor Break Formation, which reduces the target's defense by 50% for 30 seconds, costing 60 gold. Another notification introduces the Weaken Formation, reducing all of the target's attributes by 10% for 30 seconds, costing 75 gold. The Earthblood War? King isn't dead yet. He awakens, covered in tiny golden spots, his sword supporting him as he grits his teeth in frustration. 13 holds 3 skill cards, looks at them, and shouts in alarm. Only 30 seconds left, everyone attack now. With determination in her eyes, she activates Wind-style illusion. I'm not holding back anymore. The 6-fold Divine Lightning skill card. Then she draws a purple skill card. Violet lightning crackles around her as the card activates and a system window appears. Introducing the Thunder God skill card, each capable of unleashing 3 lightning strikes worth 80 gold coins. The card's skills begin to converge, and purple lightning pierces the green and red formation, creating incredibly powerful bolts. They strike the Earthblood Battle King, causing him to lose health rapidly. HP 852, HP 852, HP 852, and again 852, 852. Chanqian Qinsha doesn't let up either, raising his sword to signal everyone. All ranged attackers power up, and Qingshui Xiangxiang obeys, unleashing her Faith Arrow Rain. Each of her arrows glows green. The mage, Melancholy Night Song, immediately assists with water stream blades, summoning forth torrents of water. Meanwhile, Starry Sky Seeker casts her spell, pointing to her book as ice shards and a hail of ice appear. Team Leader. Wang uses Fireball, launching fiery projectiles, and the struggling mage summons a gale, unleashing exploding marrow, creating a massive tornado. The Blood War King is barraged with attacks, losing a massive amount of health. HP 1756, HP 18, HP 113. The onslaught continues, and he's taking hits from all sides. HP 871, HP 811, HP 18, HP 138, HP 518. After the onslaught, the boss's health is down to 16,501, shocking everyone. Tram. Sa realized the attack had worked. One more, and they could kill the boss. The Blood War King could barely stand, sweating and gritting his teeth as he used his sword for support. But this foe is no pushover. He raises his sword, its red glow intensifying. He plunges the sword into the ground, creating sparks, and Team Leader is immediately on alert. Everyone, be careful. His eyes have turned the golden color of the Higanbana Kaika. And so, Zhanqian and the others were surrounded by red circles, quickly going on the defensive as Zhanqian and Fengxi Huanxiang suddenly burst into flames. Zhanqian roared, "Get out of the way." The Blood War King's burning flames seemed unstoppable as he spread his arms and laughed. Ha ha ha! Notifications rang out one after another. Player Melancholy Night Song has died, player Starry Sky Seeker has died, and the Undead Ghost General has died. 13 looked terrified, but Zhanqian, Guiguzi, and Fengxi Huanxiang rushed forward to protect him, and Zhanqian ordered him to revive the others. 13 responded, and Zhanqian rushed forward, pulling out the Tam Lang Vuong skill card, increasing attack speed and movement speed by 25% for 3 minutes. Tam Lang Vuong's skill boosts Zhanqian like an arrow in flight, a hammer gripped tightly in his hand. Zhanqian strikes, sending the enemy reeling with a blow that costs him 918 HP. The Blood War King's hand is cleaved in two, spraying blood everywhere, and he screams in agony, using his remaining hand to brace the severed limb. Player Melancholy Night Song has been revived. Announcement. Player Starry Sky Seeker has been revived. Victory within reach. Zhanqian confidently summons his pet and unleashes the final storm of blades. The resurrected players immediately attack the boss, led by Tram Can, with Fongsak Huyin Tuong and Quikok Tu close behind. A swarm of bees also attacks, and with the combined force of Chunan Lu Quang Tram and Min Hua Song Kich, the three strike the boss, causing him to collapse. After that combined attack from the three, the boss's HP is down to 9787, and he's kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. But he wasn't giving up yet. A golden aura suddenly emanated from his eyes. Suddenly a fireball appears from the V in the Legion. Tramcan and the others are clueless. Suddenly a crimson figure appears, radiating a menacing aura, leaving Zanqian in awe. He's surprised by this skill. How twisted. He can even summon. The summoned undead look exactly like Tramcan's people, except they're red and extremely ferocious. Even the mages were summoned, and they immediately charged to attack Tramcan's group. He orders everyone, "Divide the battlefield. I'll hold back the two strongest clones, and you lead the others to quickly clear the field." Upon receiving the order, Illusion of Elegance says, "Watch me." Then she brandishes her drunken light sword, emitting a golden glow. Her attack emits a blinding light, instantly draining the clone's health. HP 174, HP 12, HP 17. Meanwhile, Kemkan Tremxia is battling clones of himself and Fongsak Huyan Tuong, his strikes leaving them shocked and bewildered. They quickly retreated to evade his attack while he pondered the differences between these copies and the originals. The Fongse Huyan Tuong clone unleashed a fiery light slash, and his own clone used a fiery blade, both charging towards him. He recognized their moves, realizing they were both channeling hatred towards him, mere copies of power without thought. So, Junqian Lian dodged aside. The two missed their target, and the clones turned around. The Fongsak illusion clone flips and stabs at him with a knife, but he quickly raises his sword to block. Without hesitation, her clone flies in like a dart, catching Tramcan off guard. One down first, then we'll talk. Using the same techniques, the copy was even stronger than he was. The clone continued to attack, leaving him on the defensive. Suddenly, Shanqian's clone raises his sword and charges towards him, aiming for a blow to the head. Shanqian can only retreat to evade the attack. That was close. The doppelganger of Fongsak Huyan Tuong unexpectedly stabbed him from behind, reducing his HP by 118. Janqian's clone quickly lands another blow, reducing his HP by 234. Janqian, struck twice in the gut, collapses, lamenting, "So this is how it feels to be ganged up on." Disgusting. Suddenly, something's happening over there. Gold and blue light. Tramcan wonders what it is. It turns out the Blood War King is healing. HP plus 20, plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. His HP has reached 98. Seeing this, Janqian realizes the situation is dire. Seeing the boss heal, Fongsak Huyan Tuong grew worried, and Tramcan told her not to get in the way. Though the boss only regenerates a little health at a time, it adds up quickly, and that's a problem. The clones are now rushing towards them, shouting to kill. In moments, the clones surrounded Janqian and Fengse Huanxiang, forcing them to defend back-to-back. A notification appears. The boss has been healed and is back with 10,143 HP. Player Wang has been killed. Hearing this, Janqian and Fengse Huanxiang are shocked. As he fought the clones, Janqian proposed a plan. They had to act fast, because with fewer of them, the boss wouldn't regain as much health. This is our only way to defeat Zhulong, and Illusory Colors agrees. "Hold on a little longer, Senior," she said, glancing at 13, who was entangled in battle. Senior 13 revives the mage Wang Qianran, who uses all his power to attack with ice magic. 13 acknowledges the order. Jangan struggles to fend off the clone's attacks, thinking that he needs to be faster to obtain the hero's token. Janqian used victory over Zhulong and victory over Bamboo Shadows in succession. Then he began to fly, and purple light appeared continuously, but it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. He lunged at his clone, landing 2 blows, but it wasn't enough. Janqian paused, still searching for a way to defeat them. Suddenly he clutches his head in pain, leaving his clones bewildered. Janqian cried out, "My head hurts so much!" As he fought, 13 turned to look at him. "Sixth brother." 13th was stunned as Janqian's clone slashed Janqian's shoulder with a flame cycle blade. He weakly calls out, 13, there's an announcement. The player wielding the quicksand halberd has died." 13, horrified, rushes to save him, unaware that his doppelganger is about to strike from behind. But luckily, Fengzi arrives in time and cuts the doppelganger down. She yells, "Revive Lao Luke!" The reliable Thap Tam is relieved, as if narrowly escaping death. A notification pops up that reads, "Oh, Mother." Janqian rises as if being reborn. A purple light surrounds him, and his heartbeat returns. Janqian is revived, but he's different, stronger than before. Janqian's clone lunges, but stops short, dumbfounded. Janqian unleashes a flurry of 5 strikes, overwhelming his clone. The clone is torn to pieces, head severed, limbs flying, and even the sword-wielding hand is cut off. After dealing with his opponent, Chen wiped his sword. "Scared me to death." He looked at his reflection in the blade and softly said, "I'm finally back." Seeing this, Fengze wonders, "Why do I feel like Senior is stronger after being resurrected? Was he really that fast just now?" 13, wiping away tears, says it's not that he's stronger, but that the war god Luo Chen has returned and the old sluggard is gone. Taking advantage of the war god's return, Zhan Qianqiansha immediately rushes towards the Blood War King. Something is burning on the boss's head, forcing him to clutch it in agony as a red warning flashes. Above the boss's head, a glowing orb splits his forehead, drawing blood and draining his energy. The Blood War King has entered Flame King mode, and turning around will inflict fire damage. At that moment, Zanqian's sword blocked the boss's slash, unleashing Zanqian's power, increasing attack by 25%, speed by 20%, and decreasing defense by 20%. He relentlessly attacks the Blood War King, his health steadily declining. HP 216, HP 228. The boss seems weakened, barely able to raise his arms in defense as the relentless attacks continue to drain his life. HP 421, HP 412, HP 428, HP 431. He stares at the imposing figure of Zhan Chen in his most powerful form. Fengse Huyantuang and Guiguzi rush to assist as she glances at Guigu and says, "Increase your speed by 20%. Is that all you've got?" Huan Zhang uses Stellar Flash, dealing 415 damage to the boss. A notification appears, showcasing a critical hit, dealing 4,000 damage. Before the Blood War King could recover, 13 and Guiguzi rushed in, 13 with his Overlord Slash and Guiguzi with his Ghost God Slash, striking the boss head-on. His health continues to dwindle. HP 418, HP 311. Zhan Chen also lunges at Shimian, but unfortunately misses. At this point, the boss only has 29 with 17 HP left. He sees Shen Qian behind him, scheming something. Suddenly, he turns, sword in hand, and attacks Zhan Chen. He watched him charge, his face betraying no fear. Critical hit, 29-17 damage. He took several hits to the gut and could only scream in pain as a notification appeared. The player sacrificed 50% of their health to deal 10% damage to the opponent's maximum health. Another notification appears, Heroic Decree, and another, I'm here. Seeing this, Fengsak Huyan Tuang, Thop Tom, Kwai Kok Tu, and the mage group are overjoyed. Nai has won, and everyone is beaming with joy. Zhan Chen Shensha stands triumphantly over the boss's corpse, raising his sword to the heavens, but suddenly the boss's body bursts into flames. The Blood War King's head is split open, releasing countless orbs of light, and Tramkhan notices a red dot in the myriad burial woods. He shouts, "That's gotta be a hero's token, we're rich." Everyone behind him rushes forward to claim their spoils. Zhan Qianchen then obtains a large, glowing red orb, raising it high as it emits a dazzling light, and one of his companions urges him to quickly search inside for the hero token. The loot opens and a radiant golden token appears in Zhan Qian's hand, captivating Fengse Wanxiang, who reaches out to receive it. Item information appears, and Zhan Qian hands the token to Fengse Wanxiang, who immediately raises it high and shouts, "Hero token!" Its light draws everyone's gaze as the scene shifts to an ancient house. A notification appears. Guild leaders with over 100 members have used the hero token to establish an official guild. You're receiving official guild rewards and perks. Hurry and use your hero token. Before a house stand 13, Zhan Qian and Chensha. Fengsi uses the hero token. Fengse Huanxiang, guildmaster of the Bingshui Yinan Guild, has used the hero token. 13 flips him off. Yeah, this is freaking exhilarating. Standing behind him, Zhan Qian marveled at the old man. Zhulong and Jingcheng fought a great battle, yet they still couldn't be this fast. He shouts, "As expected of you, Bamboo Shadow Chaos, but too bad, I'm the winner this time." 13 chimes in, flexing his muscles and laughing. Meanwhile, Pengsak, mortified by these two, covers his face in embarrassment. Cut to the red zone. The demonic abyss. He shouts, "As expected of you, Zhu Yinluan, but I won this time." Below, his subordinates hang their heads in shame. Second place, after all. Another one speaks up, Ha Shui Yinan. "Where is this guild from?" "I've never heard of this guild in the Hall of Fame." "Weren't they nobodies?" he asked, checking the Snow Silver Sound's information. A messy, long-haired blonde replied, "Brother Shues Yin An is in the floating ice zone, and their guild is third, with only 100 members. This blonde is Lai Feng Ying." He continued, "The Bamboo Dragon Guild's master, Fengsak Huyan Tuang, is a formidable expert. He and another expert in the ice float zone, Chiet Keech Tramsa, are close. This time, they've joined forces. Fengsak Huyan Tuang, Chiet Keech Tramsa, and Tuyet Ngan Am." Li Feng-an looked down at the crowd, their faces grim. Since acquiring the soul-piercing sword, Truk Long has never known defeat. Until now. But this time, we're only second best. The crowd below raised their fist and shouted in unison, "Defeat Snow Silver Hermitage! Bamboo Dragon is the strongest!" Cut to a wild forest area where Mingyu embraces the astonished guild leader, Shui Yifeng. Bamboo Dragon has been humiliated, becoming the second-ranked guild. Haha. After 2 years, there's finally a guild that can suppress Bamboo Dragon. Min Nguyet continues, mentioning stealing the tyrant's boss, never expecting the submerged halberd to help them get revenge twice over. Yes, the first hero token has been claimed, but there's still the second one to fight for. The third plate, our fight with the Mad Dragon will be even more intense. We must prepare well. Meningiyat asks if the second hero token will be as fiercely contested as the first. That legendary weapon won't reject us again, will it? She's still determined, so it's worth another try. Cut to the Mad Dragon headquarters, Long Xing Tianja's office. where he's screaming in anger. Damn it, those useless fools let Snow Silver Hermitage take the hero token. Not knowing who to vent his anger on, he kicks everything off the table. The mad dragons are all useless trash. He's so angry he's gone stupid. After kicking the table, he clutches his foot and cries, gnashing his teeth. He needs to recruit new members. Meanwhile, Ba Thiendao is also furious, punching trees, cursing the useless Doba. Even the Golden Compass couldn't protect him. That hero token should have been mine, and the #1 guild should belong to the tyrants. He's so angry he punches a tree in half, saying the wretch with the sunken dust spear will pay. His subordinate, startled, reported that Ba Ka, who possessed the sunken sand halberd, often acted alone with a mysterious air and had moved to Floating Ice City, where a voice echoed out, "I know we need to make a good plan." A notification appears, a global announcement. The second guild, Frozen Bamboo, receives a 20% increase in physical resistance for all members. Everyone is stunned. Snowfall Hermitage has become the #1 Heavenly Sect guild in the Z region. Everyone was in disbelief. This even surpassed the strongest guild, Julong. The impact was too great. The first guild received an absurd buff, a 50% increase in stats across the board. Everyone cheers, abandoning all thoughts of joining other guilds, declaring Snowfall Hermitage as their true love. 13 clutches a bulging bag of gold, eyes gleaming with a wide smile. High-quality magic stones, as expected of a level 70 boss. Even the rings and accessories are platinum grade. The mages in the back are also laughing with joy. Constant notifications appear, saying they're rich, very rich. 500 gold coins is a lot of money. Item stats: Platinum Realm, Lord Ring, HP +1 150, and Guguzi picks up his spear, attack speed +115, and luck +4. Fengse Huyan Tuang couldn't hide her joy, smiling as she looked at her new sword, which had a chance to trigger a flame effect with each attack. Item information: Golden Light Shadow Sword, attack 125 to 160, strength +30, HP +250. Special effect: increases the user's fire and light attack attributes. Attacking enemies with both light and fire attributes can result in double critical damage, and the level can be upgraded to level 50. A notification appears: Platinum Grade Consort of the Underworld's Earrings. Phantom Color Fantasy turned to Lu Chen, suggesting, "Senior Snow Silver Fur, we would like to invite you to join us once more." Lu Chen's health increased by 100. He scratches his head, looking troubled by her offer. And she continues, "I know, and I also know why you're doing this. You have your own goals, and while I could help you before, if you join us, all of Silverfrost can be your support. I understand your concerns. Joining the Silver Hermitage won't mean abandoning your comrades in the Blood Mercenaries." 13 added, "You led the strongest guild and have experience. Snowfall Lake just became #1, and it needs your help to improve. You're the leader of the Blood Mercenaries. We'll follow you." Ghost Valley agrees. "Wherever you go, boss, we'll follow." Moved, Chenshaw sees the two of them, along with 13 and Guiguzi in the back, bumping fists in celebration, clearly having planned this beforehand. Then he spoke, requesting that the Bloodied Mercenary Brigade be allowed to join the Silver Ice Hermitage, pending the leader's approval. Cut to the Ice Citadel, where Tramsa is training in the arena, sparring with Fongsak Huyan Tuang, who unleashes a shuriken attack. She grips her sword tightly, her expression as stern as can be, as he reminds her that without full concentration, she could be defeated at any moment. She unleashes a powerful sharp strike, the pressure immense, but Lu Chen dodges it with incredible speed, leaving her bewildered. He tells her, "Defeating me isn't enough." She turned in disbelief and asked, "What?" She continued to charge, but none of her strikes landed. The senior's speed has increased. I can barely see his movements. Lu Chen seizes the opportunity to counterattack, but this move is useless against me. Jit Jit barely manages to raise her dagger to block. It's a dual-wielding technique. Jerk. Jerk ceases her attack, contemplating something with a sword in one hand and a knife in the other. Suddenly, she unleashes 4 rapid strikes at Lu Chen, but he dodges them all with blinding speed. Jerk is astonished by this skill. How could he evade all of her attacks at such close range? Taking advantage of her lapse, Lu Chen lunges forward, his sword radiating a terrifying red energy. The sword reached her shoulder, and she was disheartened. It was over. Giyat concedes, admitting defeat. I used to think he was strong, but now I've truly seen it for myself. She then tossed Lu Chen a ring. "Senior, this ring is what I got for defeating the boss, but I have to log off. Here's the item info." Lu Chen held the ring in his hand, feeling its energy. A golden-grade blackbone ring. He looked at it, remembering Yi Yi's face. Strength plus 16, HP plus 160, attack speed plus 16. Meanwhile, Lu Chen emerged, radiating a powerful aura as Qingshui Xiangxiang approached from afar, both stunned by the sight of each other. The mage's luck increases by 6, and Lu Chen gains a 5% lifesteal. Qingqing is surprised to see Lu Chen with a ring, a dark gold ring whose attributes are perfect for her. She thinks to herself that he's so thoughtful, and her slowness has disappeared. He scratched his face, realizing he had fully recovered. Xiangxiang was surprised to see him outside the arena and asked, "Great warrior, you're finally out." The scene shifts to Mingyu and her friend, who seem to be in trouble. A message pops up. She has to go offline. What's the rush? What happened? Guild leader Lai Thui Natfuong announces, "Our people have been ambushed by Dokuwa again. This is the nth time." Infuriated, Yifeng realizes the enemy always retreats upon seeing their rescue squad, as if they're waiting for someone else. A message arrives. "The person Duba is waiting for is me. This is my problem, so you shouldn't interfere." Ba Tiandao frowned. "If anyone's to blame, it's your bad luck. Teaming up with the Snow Silver Nunnery affects you, so you can only blame yourselves." Lai Shui Yifeng, the guild leader, sneered. "Ah, you can't beat the top guilds, and you can't beat their leaders, so you take it out on the lower-level members. You're really something." Stung by her words, Ba Tiandao angrily lunged forward. "You're asking for death." Knowing she couldn't win, Nat Fuang raised her shield to defend herself. Suddenly, someone's foot slams into Blade Tyrant's face, sending him flying back in a bone-jarring crash. The force of the attack sends his men flying. It was the deathly still halberd. He told the two girls to stand behind him, looking cool as he yelled, "But Tiandao, you deserve to die. The Dokpa clan continues to defy me time and time again." The injured Ba Tiandao sneered, "So, deathly still sand, you've finally come out of your shell." Before he could speak, he frowned as if realizing something. Tramzas swiftly eliminated the Dokpa's subordinates. One of them was sent crashing through the floor, contorted in a way no human should be, as he desperately called out for Seventh Master. Seeing this, Ba Tiandao gritted his teeth in anger, still full of confidence. "Last time, you only succeeded in ambushing us. This time, you'll die here." Shenji was surrounded by the subordinates. One with a green spear tried to stab him, but he noticed. He seized the spear, immobilizing his attacker, then, with a single strike, decapitated him. Another one appeared behind him, but how could they possibly defeat him? He soared like a bird, gliding past each of them, leaving them no time to attack. One enemy is frozen solid by his strike. As Nat Puong watches him fight, something feels familiar. She asks Min Nguyet if the glaive and his moves seem familiar. Ming Nguyet agreed. It was all too familiar. Suddenly, she cried out a warning. Giant ice and rock fragments are falling towards Shensha, but he's unfazed, continuing to dart around like lightning, taking out his enemies one by one. Suddenly, an archer appears, unleashing a storm of arrows upon Shenshi, but he effortlessly dodges each one. His eyes turned to the enemy, and the henchmen stared back in utter terror. Jurin rushes in, sending them to their graves. In moments, he's taken out the small fry, leaving only the last one. Ba Tiandao's rage sends rocks flying as Shensha asks, "Any last words before I deal with you?" Blade Tyrant gritted his teeth, wondering what had just happened. Were all of their war gods killed? He clenched his fist, his face darkening. "Why does it always have to be you, provoking Shensha?" He roared. "You stole our boss, our hero tokens, and even the #1 guild. I can't accept it. We're unrivaled in the ice domain. No one dares to claim otherwise. You streamed your face getting slapped. Who do you think you are?" he said, swinging his sword at Shensha. "I want you dead." But Shensha easily dodged the blow. He retorted, "Based on what?" Before he could finish, the man interrupted, "Because you're too weak," and swung his sword again. Tramsa dodges the attack and tells him to shut up, infuriating him. Raising his sword, he declares that his petty revenge and weak methods only prove his inferiority. Weakness requires more training. The strong devour, the weak accept their fate. But he unleashes a merciless attack. He continued, "Harm my friends, and you'll pay for it in blood." So the heavenly blade was done for. Hearing this, Nat Fuang was shocked and blurted out. She called out to Luo Chen and walked toward him, while Chen Sha remained silent, unable to believe someone recognized him. Suddenly, Ni Yifeng grabs his hand, asking, "You're Luo Chen, aren't you?" He feigned ignorance, saying, "President Shui Ni Fang, please explain." Only Luo Chen would make such a move and say such a thing. He turned and asked, "Is that so?" "Isn't that right?" Then he pointed to himself. "You really think I'm Luo Chen?" "Ha ha, fantastic." He then took her hand, a look of gratitude on his face. The great god Luo Chen is my idol. I've imitated him for so long, and you're the first to say I resemble him. Mingyu then took Not Fuang's hand, asking, "A kindred spirit?" Yifeng lowered her head, embarrassed, and apologized. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. You really do look like Luo Chen. Thank you for helping us this time." He quickly responded, "No thanks are necessary. After all, you were caught up in the conflict between the Silver Snow Hermitage and the Hegemons." He then turned to look at the corpses lying on the ground. "The unmatched are about to revive. Scatter." Yifeng simply replied, "Understood." He glared menacingly at Ba Tiandao, who was lying on the ground. "Ba Tiandao, remember my words. If you ever lay a hand on Tuyet Nyanam or Kokiem Monghon again, I will hunt you down." "I mean what I say." One Fang's subordinates looked at him with admiration. "Jeji is so cool, a true powerhouse. Jeji's strength is unmatched. He can take on 5 of the Overlord's main fighters alone." Of course he can. Folding Dagger is #1 on the heavenly rankings. The two watch his retreating figure, unable to contain their admiration. One of them spoke up. "Does Bro Jeji have time later to help us level up?" But he refused. "Sorry, I have some things to take care of offline. I'll head out first." Okay." Cut to Luo Chen's office, where he lies on his bed, hand on his forehead, deep in thought. "Boss, I really want to tell you. I'm Luo Chen. To tell you I'm still alive. To cry with you. To laugh with you. To bring Sword Dream Soul back to the top." He stared at his hand and sighed, talking to it. How can I meet her looking like this? Then he lowers his hand to cover one eye, deciding that being alone is enough. But then, the phone rings. He quickly reached for the ringing phone, flipping over to answer it. "Hello. Who is this?" The voice on the phone replied, "I'm Murong Mingyu, and I know you're Luo Chen. I'll be waiting for you at the Wishing Cafe before noon." Upon hearing this, he jumped up, shouting, "Hello, hello!" But the line had already gone dead. What was inevitable had finally arrived. At Tam Guyet Cafe, Loctron and a girl are talking. She tells him, "Stop looking around. It's just the two of us meeting in secret." He replied, "It's just my first time in a high-end cafe, so I'm a little curious. I ordered you an Americano. I hope it suits your taste." He replied that a little bitterness in the coffee was fine, as this girl was from GGS. She looked at him and said, "You could have come to see me." "So you admit you're Luo Chen?" He simply replies, holding his coffee. "Chief Enforcement Inspector." She took a sip of her coffee and continued. "Minyue, how did you recognize me?" This question surprises her, but she answers without hesitation. "Don't forget that Ivy and I are both executives at GGS. Ivy is also the president of the Asian region." She takes a sip of her coffee and continues to explain. "Did you really think your words from yesterday could fool us?" Min Nguyet set down her coffee, and he asked, "So, does she know now?" Mingyu replied, "You're worrying yourself sick. If she knew, why would I be the only one here today?" he said, handing her a file. She continued, "So what is it you can't tell us? Why fake your death to escape us?" Minyue read the documents, her eyes widening, speechless with surprise. He explained, "That's my diagnosis report. Take a look." She throws the file on the table. "You're sick." Luo Chen immediately rolls up his sleeves to show her the death spots he just explained. "It's true. More accurately, I can't really be considered alive. After all, have you ever seen a living person with corpse spots?" Min Nguyet was stunned and grabbed his hand, trying to wipe away the spots, thinking he was lying, but they were real and wouldn't come off. He continued, "I now need regular radiation treatments to stay alive. That's why I had to fake my death with the boss." Mingyu put her hand to her forehead, lost in thought. Did he know why? "Because he believed you were dead." Ivy fell into self-blame and nearly developed erotomania, relying on sleeping pills every night. Her promise to restore the Dream Soul Sword to its former glory has become an obsession. Min Yue then urged him, saying it wasn't fair to her and that he should go with her to CV. "But whatever difficulties you face, we can face them together." Unbeknownst to him, 2 people behind him have overheard everything, and they look worried for him. He simply replied, "I know, but I'm in pain too. I want to see her, but I don't know when I'll die. Am I to let her see me die again?" Min Nguyet seemed to realize something after hearing that. She noticed a blonde man bringing coffee while on the phone, and suddenly the atmosphere grew heavy. Luochen and Mingyu lower their heads while the blonde man brings coffee and relays information he's overheard. Luochen spoke up, "Sister Mingyu, just consider me dead, and please keep this a secret." Mingyu remained silent, deep in thought. She gripped her coffee and agreed. "Okay, I promise. Min Nguyet, please take care of the boss in the real world. In the game, I'll help restore the Dream Soul Sword to its former glory." Min Nguyet agreed, but questioned him. If you can truly restore the ancient Dream Soul Sword to its former glory, it will greatly benefit Evi. But you've joined the Snow Hermitage now. What exactly is your relationship with Azure Illusion? He replies, I'm only temporarily with the Snow Hermitage. But in his mind, he sees Azure Illusion holding his arm, the two laughing and talking happily. He affirmed, Fongsak Huyan Tuong and I are just comrades. Mingyet seemed doubtful. Just ordinary comrades? Luochen remained silent, offering no explanation. Meanwhile, in the game, amidst the purple Loran forest, Luochen battled a disheveled, bearded foe, pondering his true relationship with Gigi. Is it just a comrade relationship? He then plunges his sword straight into the goblin's head. The enemy cried out in pain but confirmed they were just comrades. A system notification appeared announcing that player Fantasy Colors had reached level 53, becoming the top player on the heavenly rankings. Blindsided, Lu Chen swiftly blocks an arrow aimed at his head, realizing he's been ambushed from afar by an unknown assailant. Lu Chen turns to find his attacker but senses someone rushing toward him. Wearing a cloak and with a piercing red eye, he lunges at Lu Chen, relentlessly swinging his sword. Lu Chen assessed his attacker, assuming him to be a warrior, and despite the relentless assault, he managed to evade the blows. As he landed, 2 arrows suddenly targeted Lu Chen. After dealing with them, he realized there was not only a warrior, but also an archer. Lu Chen looks around and sees a blurry figure in the distance. It's Shui Fei, the first corps commander of the Blood Rain Legion, an NPC. She's already aiming her bow right at him. Meanwhile, the warrior who attacked him, Ling Luo, the first captain of the Blood Rain Legion's evil guard, appeared behind Lu Chen, ready to strike him down. Lu Chen tried to stop them, to explain that they were on the same side, that he was from the Night Spirits. But they wouldn't listen. Luckily, Lu Chen dodged the attack and wasn't hurt. Seeing his opponent's sword speed, he was unimpressed and thought this guy wasn't listening to reason. He lunges at Luke Tran like a hunter finding his prey, striking downwards, but Luke Tran blocks with his sword. At this point, he knew that if he didn't fight back, death was certain. Lu Chen focused his power to counterattack. He struck out, aiming a powerful blow, but his opponent dodged the attack. Lu Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Even experts couldn't evade that strike, yet this guy avoided it with ease. The swordsman roared, cursing Lu Chen as a lowly spirit before lunging in for the kill. Lu Chen managed to dodge the next 3 attacks, but he felt increasingly cornered as the speed became too much to evade. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Lu Chen prepared to counterattack, but as he raised his sword, 2 arrows were already at his back. By the time he noticed them, it was too late to evade. As expected, Lu Chen took both arrows, trapped between the archer and the warrior. Lu Chen knew this warrior was far stronger than him, and the Legion Commander Archer was ready to strike. The warrior swung his sword, and knowing he was outmatched, Lu Chen didn't know what to do. Lu Chen knew explaining would be pointless, and despite knowing the outcome, he chose to fight, both men charging at each other relentlessly. They swung their swords at each other, as if only one could survive. Suddenly, the warrior felt a sharp pain, realizing Lu Tran's sword had wounded him. The archer witnessed her comrade's injury and called out his name, Ling Luo, while Lu Chen's sword seemed intent on taking Ling Luo's life. It controlled itself without Lu Chen's command, but thankfully, he regained control of his sword. He shouted, ordering it to stop. Only when the sword stilled did Lu Chen calm down, realizing that another moment and Ling Luo would have been dead. Having witnessed the scene, Huiwei lowered her bow, noticing something strange. She was surprised that this night spirit would risk injury, forcing her to withdraw her sword. Lu Chen turned to Huiwei, who now believed he wasn't an evil spirit from Frozen Port, but before she could reach him, she collapsed, leaving Lu Chen bewildered. A delicious round bread appears, but it's no match for Vietnamese banh mi. It turns out Ling Luo and Huiwei fainted from hunger, and after Lu Chen gives them bread, they devour it, leaving him speechless. After hearing their explanation, Lu Chen realized they had mistaken him for a flesh-eating night spirit from Frozen Port. But he didn't blame them, as he admitted to being from Frozen Port. But he's never eaten flesh, and those savage barbarians are already dead. Huiwei apologizes for their misunderstanding, never expecting to find such a kind person in this frigid port. Meanwhile, Ling Luo devoured the bread Lu Chen had given her, declaring it was miraculous, restoring 50 hunger points with just 1 piece. Lu Chen confidently declares his bread to be the best, a sentiment Ling Luo agrees with, saying it's better than the Bloodfeather Legion's rations. He asked where he got them, but Lu Chen kept it a secret, also wondering why they were starving, despite having provisions. Without hesitation, Ling Luo explained that men from Lu Chen's Frozen Port had secretly set fire to their food stores, which is why they were out searching for food. Lu Chen was taken aback by Ling Luo's answer, and while he was still surprised, the two seemed to have regained their strength after eating the bread. Xu explained that their grievances with the frozen port went back a long time, and their legion was in dire need of food. She asked how much bread Lu Chen had left, and he generously replied that he had as much bread as she could want. Hearing about such an endless supply of food, Xu and Ling Luo were overjoyed and in disbelief. But Lu Chen wasn't giving it away for free. He wanted to see what kind of sincerity they would offer. Xu Wei agrees, saying the price is up to Lu Chen as long as he provides the bread. Hearing this, Lu Chen thinks they're both big fish worth catching. Hearing Xu Wei's offer, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with greed, feigning reluctance before presenting a small request, which turned out to be a laundry list longer than a New Year's prayer, leaving Xu Wei and Ling Le stunned. He says that's all he needs for now, but the requests on the scroll are enough to dazzle even Ling Luo. Xu Wei was sweating, but she still told Lu Chen that he was too polite. The system announced that the mid-level player Chayet Keech Tramsa must deliver the food supplies to the Blood Rain Legion before tomorrow noon. 1,000 loaves of bread earned him a skill book, a golden dark attribute weapon, and 2 golden material gift boxes. A special material gift pack, a gem gift pack, and a wood material gift pack. The loot box yields 200 gold coins, and a mountain of fragrant, perfectly round bread appears in the oven. She praises Lu Chen, saying he's amazing for making such soft, fragrant bread with just one oven. Lu Chen confidently replies that he can make so much delicious bread thanks to Shinran's guidance. Xin Nian also thinks she's amazing because she's the only child in the village qualified to be a baptismal priest in training. Luke Tran gives her 2 thumbs up, saying that's great. She eagerly anticipates becoming a pastor in the future, so she can cure her mother's illness. Furthermore, she could help many sick or injured people on her adventures. Lucan patted the little girl's head. He would make a promise with Xinian, and when she became a pastor, they would explore together. Excited, Shinran eagerly accepts Lu Chen's invitation, sealing their promise, and Lu Chen's system confirms the quest's acceptance. Seeing the notification, Lu Chen realizes he's achieved an SSS rank quest, keeping his promise to help the young girl Xinran become a Silver Moon Alliance priest. He never expected Xinran to offer an SSS rank quest. Lu Chen had always felt that this NPC, Xinran, was unusual, but this time he triggered a top-tier hidden quest in the world of Tianzong. Xinran excitedly asks Lu Chen if he can accompany her to the cathedral to be baptized. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lu Chen's head. He never expected to get a new quest so quickly. The system notified him that he had to witness Xinran's baptism as she became a priest at the Church of Light in half an hour, and completing the quest would grant him a mysterious reward. After reading the quest, Lu Chen agrees to go with Xinran, making her incredibly happy. Suddenly, he felt like something was off. As a Dark Knight spirit, wasn't going to the Light Church just asking for death? Soon, Xinran and Lu Chen arrived at the Cathedral of Cadiz. Seeing the barrier, Lu Chen thought he was seeing things. With such a powerful light barrier, he wondered if he could even face it, let alone pass through it. At the same time, the system notified him about the Holy Light Barrier. The Goddess of Light, for the sake of her wind-worshipping followers, has cast a Holy Light Barrier. It can block attacks from dark creatures below level 70 for 3 seconds, and annihilate any dark creature below level 60. The system also provides information about Shak's Mask of Disguise, which allows Shak's patrol to perfectly infiltrate human ranks by disguising themselves as skeletons and changing their attire. Lu Chen tells the mask that he's counting on it, as Xinran grabs his hand and pulls him through the barrier. Seeing that he was unaffected, Lu Chen realized the mask was working. But before he could celebrate, he sensed something was wrong. It turns out the mask is cracking due to the intense light energy. In 3 minutes, it will be completely destroyed. All of the player's dark energy will lead to the annihilation of the Holy Light Magic Circle. After hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen couldn't believe the mask could only withstand it for 3 minutes, but he calmed himself down. In the next 3 minutes, he must complete the witnessing quest and leave the cathedral immediately, as the system begins a countdown from 2:59 to 1:98. The two enter the church, and Xinran runs to her grandfather, the bishop, telling him that she's ready to be baptized. Seeing Xinran, the head bishop said he would prepare the baptismal items, and that they would begin in half an hour, time he needed to prepare many things. But Lu Chen didn't have that much time, and hearing this, he frantically searched for a way out. Lu Chen offered to help the bishop gather the necessary items, but the kindly bishop chuckled and asked if he was Shinran's guardian. He thought Lu Chen was a kind and helpful person, a rare find these days, but inside, Lu Chen was burning with impatience. He told the bishop that he was right, that he was just that kind of person, so let him help him quickly complete the work and prepare for the baptism, all the while cursing in his heart. Hurry up! Time remaining. 20:37. The prelate began reciting the necessary preparations. fresh willow branches from behind the wind hall, newly sprouted, but not too young. Lu Chen swiftly appears behind the sugar palm to pluck willow branches. Next, he needs a chalice of holy water, blessed by a newly baptized maiden for maximum effect. Lu Chen immediately retrieves the chalice and an ancient scripture from the bookshelf, handling it with care as it's an ancient artifact. He's older than the Jiedu envoy, so he needs to be gentle, but Lu Chen isn't exactly being careful. The system says there's 2 minutes and 41 seconds left. Lu Chen prepared everything the bishop needed in just over 20 seconds, when it would have taken him 30 minutes. Lu Chen brought the items he'd gathered to the bishop and told him to begin at once, and the bishop started the ritual. He reads from the ancient book, "Great goddess, guide this lost lamb. Let your glory shine upon her, let her feel your boundless grace, and let her become your most devoted follower. From them it came, to them it shall return. This lost lamb will join them as they joined each other. Time remaining." 2018. The leader, unconcerned that Lu Chen was running out of time, leisurely finished reading the ancient text. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was screaming internally for help, anxiously urging him to hurry up. With only 14 seconds left, the high priest and Xinran seemed about to complete the ritual. They both praised the goddess as the system alternated between announcing Tom Nian's acolyte status and the countdown timer. Just as the system announced that player Deep Sea Submarine had completed the witnessing mission, and before the cult leader and Xinran could bid farewell, Lu Chen shouted with joy, "Finally, it's over," and grabbed Xinran to rush outside. Just as time runs out, Lu Chen congratulates Xinran as they leave the protection room, saying she's one step closer to her dream. At the same time, he knows his mask is about to break, so he has to get out of here quickly, or he'll scare Xinran. She sensed something strange about Lu Chen, but couldn't quite place it. "What's wrong?" she asked. Lu Chen claimed it was too hot inside, and he needed to cool off while the mask began to crack. Xinran thanked Lu Chen for witnessing her becoming a trainee pastor, and this was the gift she wanted to give him. Shoo. Seeing the bottle in her hand, Xinran knew this was the mystical potion, and the system offered a hint. The obsidian scythe has completed its mission of witnessing and received the secret medicine from Xinran. The system also provides some additional item information. This is the mystical potion from Xinran, which the player can use in a critical moment. Immediately after, the system warns that the mask of distance is cracking. The cracks on Lu Chen's mask grew, and he knew his time was short. He grabbed the mystical potion, thanked Xinran, and made an excuse that he was busy and would visit her next time. Xinran, without a hint of suspicion, tells him he absolutely must visit again, a promise to which Lu Chen agrees before departing. Before leaving, the leader and Xinran waved goodbye to Lu Chen as the soldiers at the Blood Rain Army base diligently trained. After delivering the bread to the Blood Feather Army, Lu Chen received a huge sum of money, thinking they truly lived up to their generous reputation. As Ling Luo distributed the high-quality bread to her soldiers, Xu Wei seems eager to partner with Lu Chen, believing their business will last longer if she shares a secret. Lu Chen is surprised. Could there be even more advantages? According to Wei Wei, aside from the old monster Han Bingong, no Death Spirit swordsman has ever reached level 60. A revelation that stunned Lu Chen. He thought to himself, "What's so good about this? It's a trap." Lu Chen realized that not reaching level 60 meant he couldn't upgrade his account, and it could even be deleted. He thought he had the special class of Dragon Pride Heaven, but now he was facing a huge pit. Lu Chen hesitantly asks Shui Wei why she's telling him this, assuming she has a solution. But contrary to his expectations, she doesn't. Because all the undead who couldn't reach level 60 have perished, except for Han Bing and Su Lun, who broke through. Lu Chen was silent, stroking his chin in thought. It seemed the only way was to find Su Lun. However, the recent anomalies have been a bit much. There's been a strange feeling. Suddenly, the system announces that a designated quest has failed. Lu Chen was shocked. This was the bad feeling he had. If the quest failed, something must have happened to Xinran. He immediately took off. Xu Wei was surprised by his sudden departure, asking where he was going and about his unpaid reward, but Lu Chen said he had urgent business and would return later for it. Lu Chen raced toward Xinran, unable to comprehend how an SSS rank mission could fail. How could something happen to the Church of Light? But upon arriving at the church, Lu Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. A horrifying scene of death with bodies strewn across the ground. Lu Chen immediately rushed into the chapel, finding the benevolent pontiff lying lifeless in a pool of blood. He threw open the door, calling out to Xinran, hoping for a response. But reality crushed his hopes, and he couldn't believe his eyes. A horrifying scene unfolds before him. His master is devouring Tam Nian's arm with relish. He casually asks how he got there, but says it's a shame he's too late, then bizarrely praises the delicious taste of the priests. Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. His eyes turned red, and his rage coalesced into power as he drew his sword and struck at his master. Sulin thinks he's gone mad for daring to attack his master. Seeing the small staff of Jinran stained with blood, Lu Chen tremblingly picks it up. He asks why he's doing this. Suilin thinks it's obvious. So, what if he's a night spirit from the cannibalistic Tianjing cemetery, and he still doesn't understand why Lu Chen has gone mad? Lu Chen offered no explanation to Suil, he simply wanted his life. But Sulin was Lu Chen's master, so he easily countered, thinking Lu Chen was a fool to challenge him. Lu Chen is easily thrown back, a slash across his chest. Sulin, like a ravenous demon, lunges at Lu Chen with a famished look, but this time Lu Chen retaliates and raises his sword. Suen, believing himself invincible with the demon god's power unleashed, scoffs at Lu Chen's meager attacks and prepares to strike again. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as Lu Chen trembled, realizing his power was still far from Sul's. Seeing him motionless, Sul swung his sword to end Lu Chen's life, cursing him as a traitor. Lu Chen, devoid of strength, stood still and took the full force of Sul's blade. With that one strike, Lu Chen felt himself falling as Sulin looked down at him, and the system immediately notified him of his death. But this time, Lu Chen didn't care. He suddenly realized that death had never appeared through his soulfire seed before. So why now? Seeing Sulin reach for his essence, Lu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. If his soul's fire was taken, he would truly die within the heavenly sect. As expected, Sulin seized Lu Chen's soulfire seed, but contrary to his expectations, he threw it back into his body. Sulin said that this time he's letting Luke Tran off with a small lesson because it's his first offense, hoping he'll get his act together and not stray from the path. Su then turned and left, leaving Lu Chen on the ground, telling him to come to the frozen port as soon as he'd thought things over, as there was still a mission there. The system also announced Lu Chen's revival as threads began to mend his wounds. Lu Chen sits up, his hand on the gaping wound Sulin left behind, and looks around at the fallen cultivators and the missing Shinran, realizing he was powerless to help. Lu Chen, consumed by rage, slams his fist into the ground, cracking the floor. Outside, the wind howled, the sky darkened, and rain began to fall, punctuated by deafening thunder. Lu Chen personally buried everyone's remains here, including the bishop's and Shinran's tombs. Lu Chen reached out to touch the tombstone when a voice and footsteps approached from behind, asking if these were his friends. It was Wei Wei. Lu Chen readily admits she was a good friend, like a sister to him. Wei Wei reveals that the church's light barrier was forcibly broken, and even the powerful bishop was murdered. She suspects Sul is responsible, and Lu Chen confirms her suspicions. He asks if it's not ridiculous that the bastard is actually his master, and Wei Wei reveals that the cannibalistic SSS Undead originated from him. Entwas. Lu Chen was surprised, always believing the night spirit ice zombies ate people out of instinct. Wei Wei asked Lu Chen if he remembered her saying that besides Su, no other death spirits were alive. Sensing an answer, Lu Chen wondered if Sul was behind it all. Looking up at the inky sky, Wei Wei begins to recount events from 50 years ago, when Sulin somehow obtained a certain elixir. Rumor had it that the potion could break the barrier of a necromancer's abilities, but it was only a legend. Hearing about the potion, Lu Chen's mind flashed back to the past. He wondered if this was the death spirit elixir that Sulin had asked him to retrieve, and Wei Wei cautiously confirmed it was true. Sulin considered the formula a treasure, joining forces with the demon pharmacist 2Y to create it. But little did he know, the potion was incomplete, and 2Y tricked Zen into drinking it. The unfinished elixir allowed Sulin to regain flesh, but it came with side effects. He became a bloodthirsty ghoul, craving human flesh, emotionally unstable and prone to fits of madness. Sul wanted to kill 2Y, but he still needed him to complete the potion, so the only way was to keep 2Y under constant surveillance. Sul became so brutal that people from all directions suppressed him, and they eventually buried him in the Frost Ice Palace, a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, turning it into their headquarters and experimental base. Under the influence of Sulin and 2Y's experiments, the frozen fortress became a haven for ghouls craving human flesh, as they performed cruel experiments on the undead. There were already few undead swordsmen here, and now they've been tortured to the point where only a handful remain, and they even dare to plunder the undead in the Bloodwing Legion. After countless battles, Sul was the only Death Knight remaining, and each time Sulin went mad, 2Y feared Zen would take his life as well. 2Y secretly fled, and no one has heard from him since. But instead of searching for him, Suirung attacked the Bloodwing Legion. Jiwei's father was also killed by Sui Xing, and Sulin went so far as to poison the former Legion commander. That man was also Jiwei's father, and she was helpless as she watched him die. She could only weep beside her father's corpse. They eventually discovered his initial target was the Blood Rain Legion's Asura Scroll. In recent years, Sulin's desire for power has led him to commit unforgivable acts as Lu Chen learns of his master's evil deeds and the suffering Shui Wei has endured. He trembled, unable to speak. Shui Wei thought Sulin had only targeted the undead, but the truth was far beyond her imagination. He even dared to set his sights on the Radiant Church. She believes that if he acted on his own, there must be some kind of scheme involved. Standing before Xinran's grave, Lu Chen vows to tear Sulin apart, no matter the conspiracy, and end him with his own hands, proposing an alliance with Shui Fei to enter the frozen domain, seeking her aid. But Shui Fei remained wary, asking what reason she had to trust Lu Chen, since Sulin was his master, and killing him would ruin Lu Chen's future prospects. Lu Chen also tells Shui Wei that Sulin had absorbed his soul fire, but for some reason he gave up. Sulin had previously told Lu Chen that wind spirits evolve by absorbing the souls of their own kind. He's the only other death spirit besides him, so it's only a matter of time before he makes a move. Shui Wei asks if she can trust him. Lu Chen uses his soul fire to swear an oath before Shui Wei, vowing to take Suin's life. The soul fire and chains engulfed Lu Chen. If he breaks his oath, his soul fire will vanish, and he'll be cast into endless hell. Shui Wei never expected Lu Chen to make such a vow and praised him, saying, "Indeed, a fine young man. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Seeing Lu Chen's determination, Shui Wei agreed to join forces, and the Blood Rain Legion would fight alongside him to break through the frozen prison and take Suing's life. They shook hands, sealing their pact. As dawn breaks, any violation will extinguish their soul fire, condemning them to an eternity in hell. Now, in the Frost Palace, the remaining undead stand guard, weary and dispirited. Caught off guard, the undead are struck down, revealing the arrival of the Bloodwing Legion. Shui Wei asks Ling Luo if all the people have been sent out. Ling Luo replies that the veterans are leading the elite troops, and according to the map Lu Chen provided, all the secret exits have been sealed off. So it seems Sulin has little chance of escaping this time. Lu Chen holds his sword, muttering that it's time for Su Qing to make a decision. Sul sights upon his throne, sensing the scent of someone familiar. His level now at 80. Suddenly, the mage's isolated world appears, and countless multicolored lights shatter the massive wall, costing Sulin nearly 400 energy with just that one move. Before he can even register the danger, hundreds of arrows rain down from the sky. But these attacks are no match for Sul, who hides behind a wall, dodging the arrows completely. Sul recognizes Hui Wei, the Legion commander, and greets her, surprised that she would conspire with his traitorous disciple to attack him. She advances, and Hui Wei declares that he must pay for all the sins he has committed. She tells him to surrender and accept the judgment of the Blood Rain Legion, who are closing in on Sulin. He doesn't understand what Shui Wei is relying on to judge them, or what difference two generals can make. Slen curses Lu Chen as a traitor for opposing the master who trained and guided him, all for a worthless human woman. But when he finally got his hands on it, he couldn't absorb it. Lu Chen knew the soul fire wouldn't satisfy Sulin's needs. Realizing his scheme has been exposed, Sulin lashes out, cursing him for finally figuring it out. Though his spirit fire was nearly complete, Suin's patience had run out and he demanded it then and there. But this time, Lu Chen drew his sword before Suin's blade could fall. Unlike last time, when he evaded his former master's attack, Lu Chen vows not to let him touch his soul flame a second time. The Bloodfeather Legion isn't idle either. Another sword pierces Sulin from behind. Normally I wouldn't condone a backstab, but in this case, he deserves a few hundred punches. Turns out that sword came from Ling Luo. But by the time Suin noticed, it was too late. Sulin had reached his breaking point. He pushed Lu Chen and Ling Luo away, his current power making things difficult for everyone. This time he was truly enraged, his eyes burning crimson. He calls them trash and a nuisance, then Suin looks to the sky and cries out, summoning the undead. The ground cracks as undead begin to crawl forth, likely victims of Suin's cruel experiments. Now he won't even let their skeletons rest, and Tuyet Viduang is ready to fight. She orders the Legion to release their horses, and the two sides clash like ravenous tigers. The Blood Rain Legion roars, eager to claim enemy lives as each warrior finds their match in this relentless battle. Lu Chen was far from idle, using his knowledge to fell countless undead. But his true opponent wasn't the weak undead, but his former master, who had betrayed him. This time, Lu Chen dodged Sulin's attack, who relentlessly lunged at him with his sword. The system offers a hint that the Silver Moon Upper Palace will grant its members a 50% increase in movement speed. Sulin is shocked by Lu Chen's rapid progress in such a short time. But Lu Chen has no time for trash talk. He's here to end Sulin. The system then introduces the Crimson Pill Rend, a high-ranking Bloodwing Legion general's attack that bypasses defense and deals true damage. Lu Chen immediately uses the new skill and successfully injures Sulin. Sulin is blown back, baffled as to why the Bloodwing Legion would teach Lu Chen the Nether-Severing Strike. But Sulin used a soul-snatching technique, which the system briefly explained. It damages both the enemy's body and spirit, rendering them immobile for 0.8 seconds. He uses this technique on Lu Chen, who feels a disturbance as his body enters a state of paralysis. Su uses the blood-piercing strike, confident that whatever tricks Lu Chen has, hell awaits him. Just as Luke Tran thought he was about to fail, Team 1's guard captain, Thai Min, used heavy shock to blast Su away, and Tuyet Vai rushed to check on Luke Tran, asking if he was all right. Luckily, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure and said he was fine, a testament to the power of teamwork and mutual support. But giving them no respite, Sulin rose from the recent explosion, crackling with purple electricity. The system warns that the undead swordsman Sulin has entered lightning demon form. Lightning defense is reduced by 50%, and defense penetration is effective. Lu Chen informs everyone that Sulin has entered the premature stage, so they must be careful. Xu Wei tells him to rest easy, she's got him covered. Honestly, I don't know what to say about this scene, other than Sen has gone mad and can no longer control his body. Xu Wei fires an arrow filled with hatred, demanding Sulin return her father's life, and unleashes it upon her enemy. The arrow flies, shattering everything in its path as it hurtles toward Sul. Lu Chen and Xu Wei seem to be communicating with their eyes. Sul leaps from above, unleashing the Blood Demon execution on Lu Chen. But this time, Lu Chen dodges the enhanced attack. Lu Chen felt the danger. That gold weapon was terrifying, and he almost met his maker. The system provides information on the Blood Rain Find Armor, also known as the Gold Weapon, a masterpiece from the Blood Rain Legion by the legendary weapon master, Mav. It grants 500 HP, 80 physical defense, 40 magic resistance, and 100 mana. It also creates a blood shield when the player's HP drops to 10. The pattern lock effect is triggered, granting the player immunity to damage for 2 seconds, after which the blood shield has a 2-hour cooldown. Lu Chen is in critical condition with only 10 health points remaining. He needs to recover quickly. The system reveals the superior potion will restore 1,500 health points as Sulin rushes toward Lu Chen. He calmly opens the vial of precious medicine as Lin Lai and Xu Ming buy him time to recover. They used opening mountain stance and were locked in a fierce battle. It seemed they could stop Sulin to buy Lu Chen time, but he immediately blew them away, saying they didn't know their own strength. That attack also shatters the bottle in Lu Chen's hand, and now Sulin stands before him. He asks if he wants more blood, but there's no way he's getting it. Go meet your maker. Sulin slashes at Lu Chen with full force. His current blood level is at 10. Immediately, Lu Chen fires a mana bullet and flees the area. But unfortunately, despite his best efforts to escape, he was injured and lost blood, and the system notified him of another failure. Currently, Lu Chen's skeleton no longer has a blue glow, while Sulin remains still. Suddenly, a golden light appears, and Lu Chen returns to his body. The system announces his revival, and Lu Chen returns, radiant and joyful. The protagonist's aura is truly something else. He reaffirms that he won't let Swang reach his soulfire. This time, his HP is restored by 1980. Enraged by the blow, he roars. Enraged, Sulin curses Lu Chen for daring to trick him, but one wonders if he's ever looked in a mirror. As Sulin charged at Lu Chen like a ravenous beast, a loud shout warned Lu Chen to get out of the way. It was Xu Wei, providing support, firing arrows at Sulin, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. Lu Chen dodges the arrows with newfound strength, each hit taking thousands of points, and praises Xu Wei's skill and aim. Before he could celebrate, Lu Chen noticed something was off. How could this old turtle have so many skills? And why was he still at 1-4 health after all the damage Xu Wei had done? After those attacks, X only has 2,667 HP left, and his armor is completely shredded. Normally, I'm pretty observant when I see a lot of noses, but this is terrifying. Sin's anger this time might be close to the number of people he's eaten. Half his face now skeletal, he vowed to take the lives of everyone there. Sulin roared, telling them to go meet their maker. Thiming immediately uses provocation, a skill that draws the enemy's aggression, forcing them to attack the user. Sulin, now in his transformed state, lunges at Xuming, sword raised, and with a single strike, Xuming is dead. Poor guy, all talk and no action. Luke Tran joins the fray, injuring Sul in the process. The adorable Ling Luo wasn't idle either, making him bleed even more. The two cooperated seamlessly, surrounding Sul. Like father, like daughter. Xiewei fires an arrow straight into the monster's face. It seemed Sulin would be defeated by the previous attack, but that arrow only fueled his rage, though not as much as the number of people he's devoured. He roared, swinging his sword and sending Ling Luo flying. Lu Chen used his pardon to evade the attack from his former master, then retaliated with his demon-slaying blade. But with Sulin's infuriating nature, standing still was out of the question. He unleashed Thunderclap Slash on Lu Chen. The electrical surge was too strong, and Lu Chen couldn't hold his sword. But the system has granted us more knowledge. Thunderous Strike is a lightning-infused slash that can knock away an opponent's weapon, and the blade is now just centimeters from Lu Tran. This time, he dodged it. Instead of his sword, Lu Tran used his fist. He yells at Sul, demanding his life in payment. I'm paraphrasing a bit here, but the result is the same. Instead of punching him in the face, he punches the arrows in deeper. That's gotta hurt. Huowei continues to fire more arrows at Sul. She tells Lu Chen to quickly use the arrows she shot. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pulls them all out at once. If those arrows were Satya, wouldn't that be better? Lu Tran kicks him hard into the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Sulin is now like a beast, no longer able to speak, only howl in panic as Lu Chen takes an arrow and aims it straight at his artery. He says this arrow is for the night spirits who lost their lives unjustly. Sulin has probably lost too much blood. He screamed in agony, grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder, but he brushed him off, seized his hand, and pierced it with an arrow. This arrow is for the warriors of the Blood Rain Legion, whose lives he took. Lu Chen plunges an arrow into Suin's heart, followed by a hissing sound. This arrow is for himself, and the final arrow is fueled by all his strength and rage, aimed straight at Suin's eye. Lu Chen pierces his eye, bringing his health to 0, and says, "This arrow is for Xinran. The wicked have been punished, but it still feels too light for what he's done." And sunlight returns to Han Bakang. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, remembering the young Tom Nian, wanting to tell her that he had avenged her. The system announces that Lu Chen has fulfilled the Soul Flame Oath. The player, wielder of Quicksand, has successfully taken the life of the swordsman from Lin Sulin and leveled up to 57. The world announces that Lu Chen has topped the charts in Peng City. The Bloodfeather Legion is now taking roll call. Jiwei thanks Lu Chen, saying that if he hadn't arrived in time and continued fighting the summoned spirits, the Legion would have suffered heavy losses. Looking at Sulin's corpse, it's undeniable that his opponent was truly terrifying. One man against an army. That kind of person is gone now, as Lu Chen ponders the mystic sword and scroll. Sulin had actually broken through those 3 spoils with the soulfire. Lu Chen took out the soulfire and slowly absorbed it. Lu Chen muses that Sul, who always wanted to absorb his soulfire, ended up being absorbed instead. Looking at the ruined landscape of the ice domain, he realizes it's truly over. He held the raging torch and cast it down, hoping the flames would bury all the sins Sulin had committed. The fire erupted, consuming the ice domain and Suin completely. Cut to the Blood Rain Legion's first grand hall, bathed in the dazzling sunlight. Golden rays illuminate every corner. The grand hall's sturdy walls reflected the light, creating a majestic and magnificent sight, as a woman sat in a chair, the Asura scroll in her hands. Her eyes are filled with questions and torment as she struggles to understand the book, the very thing that cost her father his life. What secrets does it hold? She gently unties the binding and opens the Book of Asura. Each line revealed that the Asura warrior, the strongest of the night spirit race, was a being who could rival the gods of light. A master of hell who could summon millions of undead, shatter heaven and earth with a wave of their hand, and grant flesh and blood to the undead, manipulating the power of life and death, an unrivaled supreme war god. An aberrant death spirit with a spirit vein closest to the dark spirits of hell is the only being capable of ascending to Asura, a revelation that shook her to her core. After reading those words, she understood why Su Lun wanted this book so badly. Once one becomes an Asura, they defy the heavens. But to become one, you must absorb 10,000 undead soulfire seeds, drink pure light blood, and consume the undead medicine of the fallen. It also requires the soulfire seed of a death spirit, preferably one of equal or greater power, as using a weaker one carries a high risk of failure. She thought to herself that it was no wonder this was a forbidden book. Not only did one have to trample on the bones of countless races, but also drink the pure blood of the opposing faction. Only through Asura's methods could one become an Asura. All of this filled her with anxiety and dread, as she realized she was all that remained in this desolate world. Even if he absorbs Su Lun's soul fire, slaughters the myriad spirits, and drinks the Lightbringer's blood, This death elixir will be a threshold he cannot cross. As she burned the Asura fist, she thought that the death elixir had always been a legend, and even if Tu Wai had made it back then, he would have died with Su Lun in the frozen wasteland. She thought the world would never see another Asura, as if all hope had died. The secrets and power of the Asura fist were just painful memories that could never be relived. The scene shifts to a graveyard where the submerged sand halberd stands before Sinran's tomb, the space silent and cold. The surrounding graves listen to his heart. He says he killed Su Lun to avenge Shinran, but sadly, Shinran's wish remains unfulfilled. Regret and remorse fill his heart, as he understands that a single death cannot solve everything. Suddenly, a prompt rings out. Congratulations, O Death Scythe, for completing the mission and awakening the maiden, Shinran. The voice carries hope and power, like a glimmer of light in the darkness. He rejoices that the SSS quest has restarted and that Xinyan can be revived. Overwhelmed, all the pain and loss seem to vanish and hope rekindles. Taeyeon is dead, and he buried her himself. There's only one way to revive her. With that thought, he performs the necromantic summoning, his heart filled with determination and anticipation. At that moment, a skeleton raised its arm from the grave, and a dry skeleton emerged, bewildering him. His imagined necromantic summoning had become a horrifying reality. A notification then chimed, congratulating him on obtaining Tam Nyan as his eternal undead thrall, while the distant demon general vanished. He wondered why the summoning yielded a skeleton instead of a soul, and surprise and confusion overwhelmed him. But then he realized this was the only way to bring Xinran back. He waved to her, but received no response. He introduced himself as her leader, filled with anticipation, but was surprised to find that Xinran was now just an empty shell. He wondered what state Xinran was in now, completely a skeletal thrall. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he checks the stats, thinking it's of epic quality. There probably isn't another like her in all of Sky Ridge. The highest initial score for a beast was only 80, yet this little skeleton crawled out with a 122. This is truly heaven-defying. He wonders if his summoning skill hasn't mutated, given that even in bone form she possesses such extraordinary attributes. The problem, it seems, still lies with Xinran, and he's troubled by how many secrets she holds. His eyes betray a mix of curiosity and surprise. A notification appears stating that Xinran has been awakened, and the second quest is to help her recover her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently touched Xinran's head, his eyes full of questions, wondering where to begin the search for her soul and how to bring her back completely. Suddenly, a low, sarcastic voice echoed from behind. Who knew the great Snowsilk Robe top player of Frostwind City had a penchant for grave robbing? Hearing this, he turned to see a man standing there, none other than Rapid Wind Shadow, the second-class Blue Drake Knight of the Azure Dragon Guild. Surprised, he remarked, I didn't expect the famous Hall of Fame member and main Battle Force General of the Azure Dragon Guild, Rapid Wind War God, to enjoy peeping on others. A system prompt chimed, announcing that the undead slave Tam Nhien had returned to the slave space. Liet Fong An remarked that his opponent was sharp-tongued, to which Chetskich Tram Sa retorted that a high-level player crossing servers to challenge a level 70 boss within a personal time limit was wasting his energy coming to find him. Did he really come just to argue? Lai Fengying confidently states that his Bamboo Dragon Guild is invincible, yet Chija Jichen's Snow Silver shirt snatched the hero token in 2 seconds, making him curious how a guild without famous members could do that. Chija Jichen laughs. It's nothing. Who says you need famous members to do it? Hearing this, Lai Fengying scoffed, wondering if a narrow victory against the Bamboo Dragon Guild had gone to his head, and vowed to see if his strength matched his arrogance. Lai Fengying unleashed his attack, confident that only the Bamboo Shadow Guild leader could withstand it, while he would defeat the rest with a single move. Each of Lai Fengying's attacks are lightning fast, sharp, and dangerous, like a storm sweeping everything in its path. But the opponent blocks them, leaving Lai Fengying in disbelief. His confidence wavered as he saw his opponent unfazed by his powerful attack. Using his footwork, Chishkich Tramja moved with blinding speed, dodging every attack like a phantom, leaving Li Fengying sweating under the pressure. The Ashen Halberd looked at the sweating, bewildered Lai Fengying and declared that his opponent had already lost, a simple statement, yet filled with a certainty that made Lai Fengying feel as though all his efforts had been in vain, leaving him unable to refute it. He continues, saying, who says you have to be a member of the Hall of Fame to take first place in the guild competition? Lai Fengying says he's checked the others in the Silver Fur, and aside from Feng Se Huanxiang, none are worth fearing. He muses that with skills like Duskbreak, he must be from the Hall of Fame, and can't help but wonder about Duskbreak's true identity. Who is Death Scythe of the Deep Sands that he should feel so uneasy? Death Scythe coldly replies that he is not worthy to know his identity. With that, he turned and left, leaving Lia Fengying standing there in stunned silence, a sense of emptiness and surprise washing over him. He couldn't understand how this person could be so cold and arrogant, making him wonder about the confidence and hidden power of the folding halberd. Filled with doubt, Li Fengying couldn't help but wonder if the staff and movements he'd just witnessed belonged to none other than Luo Chen. This frustrated him to no end, especially since the other was 2 levels below him. Li Fengying began to doubt the identity of the tram-saw wielder, a strange feeling rising in his heart that the person before him might be the great god Luo Chen he had heard of. With that in mind, Li Fengying quickly decided to report to the chairman, saying that Luo Chen had reappeared and his presence was a real cause for concern. He knew that only the guild leader could handle someone as powerful as Luo Chen, and he needed to inform him immediately to prepare for what was to come. But then he hesitated, realizing that Luo Chen had been missing for over a year. His return was unlikely, making him suspicious. Could someone who vanished for so long really reappear so easily? A series of questions about Chiekich Tramsa's identity flooded his mind. Back at the Blood Rain Emperor Legion's hall, the fallen halberd brought Sinran's bones. The woman standing there looked doubtful, asking if this was the spirit he summoned. Chaizhou was confused. He intended to summon Shinran's soul, but instead resurrected her as an undead. He worried about how far things had gone. The purple-haired woman muses that summoning a spirit without a soul is fascinating, as it's her first time encountering such a thing. Then stroking the skeleton's chin, she remarks that Tam Nian's remains are far too extraordinary for this spirit. Such high attributes are unheard of. She eyes the spear of submerged sand suspiciously, asking if he's sure this little girl was just a regular apprentice priest when she was alive. Her tone is full of doubt, and though Chiekich Tramsa insists that Tam Nian was just an ordinary trainee priest, suspicion rises in his heart. He recalls past events. Su Lun, who always knew everything, knew he would be hunted by the Holy Light Church, yet still attacked Shinran. Perhaps Shinran really did have something unusual about her in the past, a hidden secret he couldn't yet understand. "Don't be discouraged," she said, patting the obsidian dagger with a bright smile. "It's already rare enough for a spirit to use its remains to reappear in this world. Such miracles are not for everyone." She added that this little skeleton was extraordinary. Its soul must also be special, and its current body might not be enough to contain its soul. And this might be why it appeared in skeletal form. Knowing his thoughts, she tells him to help it grow. She believes that as its body grows stronger, there will come a day when they can find its soul again, emphasizing that this journey will not only help Shinran become stronger, but may also bring opportunities for both of them. Suddenly, a frantic messenger arrived with urgent news. The 4th Legion was in peril and needed immediate reinforcements. The atmosphere tenses as all eyes in the hall turn to the situation. Liu He, the exiled one, has led 40,000 undead soldiers to invade the 4th defense zone. The defensive formation was completely destroyed by a human, a revelation that put everyone on high alert. Tension fills the air as the purple-haired girl wonders why humans are involved in the war between the undead. The man quickly replied that this human was no ordinary person, having killed the captain of the 4th Legion's guard. Hearing this, the obsidian spear wondered if this human was a player who could kill a captain of the guard. Only he and Jiggle are in the ice float zone. No one else is strong enough. Could it be him? The thought filled him with a surge of anxiety. The purple-haired girl ordered the immediate assembly of troops, preparation of the teleportation formation, and departure, which the man promptly obeyed. Hearing this, Jeji Chensha offered to join, sensing the urgency of the situation and unable to stand idly by. The purple-haired girl agreed, saying he could come along, and he exclaimed that kindness is indeed rewarded. This mission grants him golden aura, and the scene shifts to the Eternal Song Plains, where they enter a battlefield littered with thousands of bones, creating a bleak and chilling landscape. Seeing this, Jichiji Chensha said, "This is the battlefield, and there are so many soul fires." The purple-haired girl said, "It seems the battlefield is still very suitable for necromancer swordsmen." So, Chiji Chensha has arrived just in time, but sadly realizes that no matter how much he absorbs, he can't feel any real benefit. The red-haired girl angrily wondered which faction was behind this incident. Upon seeing Liet Fongan, Chiekich Tramsa said, "He's someone I know, so leave him to me. It'll be easier to deal with him that way." The girl immediately agreed, her eyes resolute, and called for Ling Luo to join her in confronting the Nil exile, preparing for a tense showdown. As they charged, Trish Keech Tramsa exclaimed that it was indeed Liet Fong An, already level 62 and having completed his third class change, a true Hall of Fame member. He vowed not to let him escape this time. The girl lunges toward him, determined to seize the opportunity, each step firm as she advances toward her target, courage and resolve driving her forward. He turns, startled, recognizing her, and remarks on their coincidental reunion. Lai Fengying declared that his previous loss to Jiji Chensha was due to carelessness, but if they meet again on the battlefield, he won't let him leave alive. His eyes blazing with determination and challenge, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. With that, he unleashed a dazzling lightning attack, its blue light spreading everywhere. But Crimson Calamity, far from intimidated, mocked that his words were too grand and he might twist his tongue. The two then charged at each other. The Dark Halberd sensed that Lai Fengying's power and skill had comprehensively increased, showing thorough preparation and an unyielding determination as the two forces clashed. They create flashes of lightning as green and purple light intertwine, firing across the space, making the surrounding air feel like it's boiling with tension and extreme danger. Blades of thorns rain down as Liet Fong An, eyes gleaming with confidence, wonders if the Dark Halberd can withstand this. Sharp thorns rained down, forming a formidable and dangerous wall as Li Fengying's power radiated a brilliant green light, illuminating the space with an undeniable force. The Tramsa spear thought to itself that Lai Fengying's burst of power and speed were far greater than before, but it could still withstand those fierce attacks, a sense of excitement and tension rising in every cell. Lai Fengying was shocked that the trance stinger could withstand such a powerful attack. His surprise was evident, and his confidence began to waver. Then, both sides unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike as swift as lightning. Each strike was sharp and powerful, creating fierce gusts of wind that tore through space. The light from their blows flashed for a moment, reflecting the sweat and strained expressions of both warriors. Both Cheech Keech Tramsa and Liet Fong An gave it their all, leaving no openings, the resounding clashes echoing their determination in this fierce battle. Finally, Liet Fong An falters, consumed by rage as this isn't the outcome he desired. His mind reels, unable to comprehend why he can't defeat Chiet Keech Tramsa. With unwavering resolve, Chekich Tramsa declares that he is Chekich Tramsa and challenges Lai Fong An to leave his life here, but before he can strike the final blow, Lai Fong An retorts that it's not his turn to die and that he should go play with the boss instead. His challenging gaze and disdainful smile heightened the tension, infuriating Ji Kit Chensha, who hadn't anticipated this turn of events. It felt like all his efforts were about to vanish. Rage and tension filled him as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. In the dim light, the boss's muscular physique emerges, muscles rippling like carved marble, eyes sharp as lightning. Each powerful step shakes the ground, a heavy pressure looming, signaling imminent danger. The Spear of Silence, unable to hide his rage, mentions Lai Feng Jianjia, who brazenly shifted all of the boss's hatred onto him, as if to push him into a hopeless situation. As he struck, a brilliant purple light erupted, spreading like lightning, tearing through the night, engulfing the space with a powerful and mystical force. He swung his sword at the boss, but the boss's power was overwhelming, and even a normal attack staggered Jiamin, his legs wobbling as if about to buckle, barely able to withstand anymore. Ling Luo gripped his sword, leaping from above like an arrow, landing behind the boss to rescue Chiet Keech Tramsa. But it was too late. The boss ruthlessly lifted him, his grip like an iron vise, then hurled him through the air. Raising his massive sword, the boss aimed the sharp blade at the exhausted warrior and snarled for him to die. He was lost, despair washing over him as he realized his strength was nearly gone, unable to withstand the fatal blow about to fall. The clash of metal sparked. Fortunately, the purple-haired girl managed to block the boss's sword just in time, her strong hands gripping the hilt, stopping the sharp attack in its tracks and averting disaster. Just then, the purple-haired girl rushed over, anxiously asking about their condition. Lianlak and the Tramsa spear, though exhausted, reassured her that they were all right and could still fight. The purple-haired girl says these exiles are tough to deal with. We have to defeat him quickly, or the entire front line will collapse. The boss sneered. You think you can defeat me? The 4th Legion has already perished, adding, so has the 1st, his voice dripping with arrogance, intensifying the suffocating tension. The boss declares he'll use the heads of the 4th Legion to honor the dead, his eyes filled with cruelty and menace. His words cut deep as the boss gripped his sword, raising it high, the blade reflecting a deadly light, ready to unleash a devastating blow. His fists unleashed a barrage of thunderous blows, each one shaking the earth and shattering the air. Lin Luo immediately rushed towards the boss, her steps lightning fast, her body a blur of unstoppable power and determination, ready to face the perilous challenge. Lin Lak's family unleashed a fiery red light, a surge of immense power, striking the boss with incredible speed and force as the purple-haired girl aimed her bow, its arrow glowing red-hot, encircled by a crimson aura, her voice resolute and unwavering. She declares that with her first core present, he won't advance another step, her gaze like an arrow ready to fly. Hearing this, the boss roared in fury, accusing her of having a death wish, his eyes blazing with rage as if wanting to devour her arrogance, making the atmosphere even more tense and suffocating than ever. With that, the boss unleashed his terrifying power, waves of energy crashing down and injuring the Legion commander, leaving everyone reeling from his brutal strength. The boss's power shook the earth, tearing it apart under the immense pressure of his energy, and the air grew heavy and dark. The purple-haired girl was thrown back, her body hurtling through the air like a launched arrow. Just then, a prompt appeared. Blood Rain Enlightenment activated the Blood Rain Army shield effect. Immediately, a shield emerged, radiating a white-purple light, protecting the entire formation from further attacks like a solid wall blocking all danger. At this moment, with a serious expression, Ling Luo suggested the commander retreat due to her severe injuries, a decision reflecting clear-headedness in a critical situation. But the boss had no intention of letting them escape, roaring that no one would run. It was over. His cold, terrifying voice boomed like thunder, filling them with despair. Then he unleashed a torrent of wind, a raging storm that staggered them. No one could withstand the onslaught, as everything around them was sucked into oblivion. The monster's power, a raging torrent, crashed down like a storm, shaking the very space around them, creating a sense of overwhelming dread. But even severely injured, the Legion commander draws her bow, her eyes unwavering, her grip firm as if nothing could break her resolve. The Legion commander declares that the Bloodwing Legion has never had a retreating commander, and behind them are countless night spirits, her gaze a burning torch inspiring everyone. The boss continued its assault, unleashing torrents of raw energy like fiery blasts that tore through the air and slammed into the formation, each strike carrying devastating power that threatened to shatter the very space around them. Immediately, the Legion commander was sent flying, her body hurtling through the air like a deflected arrow, causing Ling Luo great concern. Despite the boss's terrifying power, the commander resolutely declared that the Blood Rain Legion's warriors would live and die with the front lines. Her voice rings out, strong and resolute, a testament to her unwavering loyalty to her comrades, even in the face of danger. Lian Luo bravely tells her to leave the rest to him. His eyes burned with determination and confidence, ready to face any challenge to protect his legion and comrades, as the Legion commander screamed for him to turn back. Her voice, laced with authority and worry, sought to shield him from the looming danger, but it was too late. Ling Luo had unleashed a suicide attack with a maximum damage value of 500. He sacrificed himself in a decisive moment, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve, as if to create an opportunity for the Legion, despite the imminent danger. Then a massive explosion erupts, flames engulfing the scene before the commander, and a deafening blast reverberates through the area. Smoke and fire billow, obscuring their vision, leaving only the sounds of chaos and a growing sense of dread. Tears streaming down her face, the Legion commander cries out Ling Luo's name. Enraged, the boss prepared to attack, sneering that she should go be friends with Ling Luo. The commander orders the young man to flee, emphasizing that he isn't part of the Blood Rain Legion. Even as she faced the boss's terrifying power, she pushed him away with all her might. The Legion commander's strong will is evident in her actions, as if to ensure the safety of the Death Knight. The Silent Spear is furious, for death in the Sky Tower means true death and obliteration, and he feels helpless as he watches his comrades in danger. Overwhelmed with anger and grief at Ling Luo's sacrifice, and as the boss prepared to finish off the Legion commander, she trembled in fear, but suddenly opened her eyes, seeing another sword block his, creating a deafening clash. The sudden appearance of the sword enraged him, interrupting his finishing blow, and he roared in fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at the one who dared interfere. Seeing Cheat Keech Tram Sa, she thought it must be a miracle, a divine intervention in a moment of peril. Removing his mask with unwavering eyes, he declared that the exile of Nilufer would be the whetstone for his path of Asura. The boss wondered how he could unleash such a powerful strike while still alive, questioning if this was the legendary Asura. Realizing this battle might not go as planned, the assassin and the boss clash, each strike like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the area. The air crackles with the force of their collision as the Legion commander watches the battle, her heart a tempest of worry and hope. It's uncertain if the Sandstorm Scythe possesses the strength to face such a formidable foe. The Sandstorm Scythe declares that it will not forgive the boss for his heinous acts of slaughter, nor will the Blood Rain Legion. He declares that in this world only the strong can rule, his tone arrogant and confident, as if to assert that power is all that matters. The boss is bewildered that someone so much lower in level could withstand his strike. His surprise is mixed with anger, making it unbearable. The Legion commander empowers the deathly silent strike, her radiant light forming a protective shield, imbuing him with confidence and strength for the battle ahead. She realized then that since the Death Scythe had appeared on the battlefield, he had been constantly absorbing the soul fire. Each strike carried overwhelming power, as if he were draining the life and strength from his enemies. When the exile's blade fell just now, he quickly drank a potion, definitely holy blood. He must have already absorbed the necromancy potion, plus Sulun's fire seed. She mused that the little skeleton had probably met all the conditions to become an Asura, but the sunken war halberd was good too, because perhaps he could bring a new future to the undead. She encouraged the silent halberd to step forward and display its true Asura power, while the two continued their fierce battle. The arrogant boss declared himself lord of the eternal plains, with all life trembling before him, a boast that cut into silent sticks. But Jiki Chensha was not afraid, believing the boss was delusional, for in his mind no one could claim dominion over all without paying a price. He mocked the boss, asking how it felt to be suppressed by an ant he looked down upon, his eyes gleaming with determination and defiance. He roared in anger that no one could stop him, his voice like thunder, shaking the very air with arrogance and defiance. As the two clashed, a sudden weapon interference caused Jikin Shah to lose focus and stumble back, a sharp pain shooting through his hand. Seeing the young warrior falter, the boss seized the opportunity, threatening him with certain death if he continued to fight in such a weakened state. His eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. The Legion commander watched from the sidelines, his eyes following every move of Chichkich Tramsa, anxiety rising as he saw him at a disadvantage. Just as Chichkich Tramsa realized the situation was turning dire, an unexpected suggestion appeared, hinting that a weapon change was necessary. And so, he immediately switched to wielding his new weapon, the Soul Eater, determined to turn the tide of battle. With the Soul Eater in hand, Sandsnipe boldly declares that he will continue to fight, his words of determination and defiance unsettling the boss. He couldn't believe that he still stood, defiant after all he'd endured. As the boss entered a frenzy, his eyes blazed with madness and explosive power. His form seemed to grow larger, more powerful and dangerous than ever before, his frenzy making him uncontrollable. He roared like a wild beast, angrily declaring that Death Whisperer would face his terrible wrath. His voice boomed like thunder, promising a battle without mercy, his rage creating a crushing pressure that injured the protagonist, causing blood to spill from his mouth. He thought to himself that this boss was difficult to deal with, and a moment's carelessness would be enough for him to launch a powerful attack. He quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharply fixed on the boss, determination surging in his heart. Every cell in his body seemed to be calling him forward. In his rage, the boss vowed no mercy for Keech Tramsa, roaring that he would tear him to pieces. His voice echoed across the battlefield like an angry oath, screaming with hatred that he wanted the challenger dead. His voice echoed like a curse, filling the air with malice and a determination to destroy. He opened his maw again, using immense power to obliterate Death Scythe. But unafraid, he roars back, demanding silence, and with power born of resolve, Dead Silent Submerged Chariot strikes the boss with a devastating blow, sending him reeling. And finally, after relentless effort, he vanquished the terrifying foe, a shimmering announcement confirming his resounding victory. His level immediately soared to 60, and Chuju rose to the top of the Ice Domain rankings. The silent killing star turned, sighing in relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, as the Legion commander looked at him with pride and joy. She says he did it. They won, overcome with emotion. While Lai Fengying stands there, eyes full of anger and hatred, unable to believe what just happened. He thought to himself that the silent stinger wasn't just Luo Chen, but even stronger. The silent stinger stood pensively, his mind full of thoughts. He never imagined he'd evolve into an Asura by chance. Truly amazing. As a reward for the quest, he receives a gleaming gold weapon and an ancient skill book filled with precious secrets. He holds the rewards in his hand, thinking, "Great. High damage and overpowered skills, but useless to me." He sighs and puts them in his inventory. His new skill has a 1% chance to fully restore his stats upon revival. He thinks it's a bit weak, but considers it a reward nonetheless. Chekich Tramsa turned to help the Legion commander, asking if she was all right, but she replied that she was fine, and smiled, her eyes full of pride for overcoming this difficult challenge with him. The Legion commander briefly thought that after becoming an Asura, Chekich Tramsa seemed a bit more handsome. His powerful and confident aura intrigued and impressed her. Suddenly, he remembered Li Fengying, a despicable name that couldn't be ignored after this battle. The Godslayer turned to the Legion commander, saying, "See to the Legion, I have a guest to greet." Announcements echoed all around. Li Fengying died, resurrected, and died again, his level plummeting to 58, then 50. A panicked soldier rushed to their leader, breathlessly reporting on Li Fengying's condition, as onlookers gathered, curious and bewildered by the sight of him suspended in midair. They wondered who could have defeated him so miserably, and written colorful words on his backside. The panicked spirits rushed to the scene, urging everyone to step aside as the leader arrived, instantly heightening the tension. Someone carved "Control Your People" on Li Fengying's butt and signed their name. Seeing their leader, Li Fengying, still in shock, stammered that his attacker was even stronger than Luo Chen. His face went pale, and before he could finish speaking, he fainted, causing a stir of concern and speculation among those nearby. They guessed it was death imprisonment, a state from which it could take a day or two to recover. The air thickens as they await their leader's reaction, insisting they can't let this insult stand. They agreed that the offender must be killed to set things right. But before they could finish, their leader struck out in anger, filling the air with tension. He laughs with glee, eyes sparkling with delight, saying that not since Luo Chen's disappearance has anyone excited him so. His words ring out like a challenge. The announcement rings out. Zhu Yingluan declares a challenge against Jieji Chensha, leaving everyone bewildered as to when he provoked Zhu Yingluan, a madman who is now serious, and the tension is palpable. Everyone eagerly awaited the clash between the two. An announcement rang out. Chekich Tramsa declared his departure from Tuyet Njan Sam, continuing under the banner of the Blood Mercenaries. This event sent shockwaves through the mercenary world, leaving Lin Yihan bewildered by the announcement. Chekich Chensha senses something is amiss, and amidst a fit of sneezes decides to get to the bottom of it. He grumbled that beating one boss was already enough, but now they wanted to charge him 500 coins for business, which really annoyed him. He decided to sell the Shadow Moon Bow to recover his health so he could maintain his combat power and continue fighting in the battles to come. An alarm blares, warning him of a problem with his body, that he's about to disconnect, and he's filled with anxiety as he realizes the urgency of the situation. He quickly checks and sees that the network settings are still connected normally. Could the game be bugging out? A sense of unease washes over him at the thought. He had to find the cause and fix it before it was too late, wondering if his body's abnormality was due to being online for too long. Lin Yihan rushed over, breathlessly asking how he escaped the silver fur and if it was because of the bamboo forest. What exactly happened? Standing before him, her face etched with worry and anticipation, she awaited his explanation. But when she looked up, she realized his face was no longer the same. He explains that he's transformed into an Asura, a new power awakened from within, and asks if this form suits him. Lin Yihan shyly turns away, simply saying it's fine, but inwardly praises his handsomeness, feeling like he's become a different, more powerful and attractive person. He says that no one has ever seen this form of his, so he doesn't need to wear a mask for now. He decides to meet people with his true face, as Lin Yihan turns to hold the Tramsa staff. Her face was serious, but her eyes sparkled like stars as she said now wasn't the time to talk about his new look. He still hadn't answered her question about why he left the Snow Silver Sam clan. He chuckled, tapping her head, and asked why she had so many questions. Didn't she say he was in charge of everything? Chekich Tramsa turned and told Lin Yihan that he had plans and couldn't stay here forever, before bidding her farewell with resolve in his eyes. Lin Yihan recalled their plans, realizing that despite her promise, she couldn't bear to leave him now. A sentiment echoed by Jieji Chensha as he turned away with a pang of guilt. But he knew this was the only way to keep Sui Yinshan safe, drawing Zhu Long's attention to himself so she could grow in peace. As he left, he heard the announcement that the King of Glory competition had officially begun, piquing his curiosity. After hearing the rules and rewards of the competition, Shiji Chensha was surprised by what he learned. A 3,000 reputation dark gold weapon and a hero training token. Rewards this rich are far better than leveling up by fighting monsters. With that in mind, Gigi Chensha immediately contacted 13 and Little Devil to participate in the championship competition, believing the hero token would be the perfect gift for the ancient Sword Soul dream. However, 13 objects pointing out that the group only has 3 melee fighters with no ranged attackers or healers. Little Devil agrees, emphasizing that they can't register without 5 people. Calming down, Sandcleaver suggests issuing a recruitment order announcing that they need a healer and a ranged attacker to complete the team. Seeing the recruitment post, everyone hesitated, afraid to join, as the Scarlet Mercenaries had become a thorn in the side of the domineering Mad Dragon and Bamboo Dragon. 13 sighed. Who would dare join us now? Meanwhile, the imp suggested just grabbing 2 random people, which seemed right to the spear, since hiring was expensive. Suddenly, a female voice commanded them to release her, as she wished to join the Scarlet Mercenaries, surprising Chiet Keech Tramsa. Upon seeing her, the Crescent Halberd instantly recognized her as the 9th-ranked archer of the heavens, Bei Ming-shu. He declares himself to be Zheji Chensha, his gaze unwavering in the face of their anger. Hearing this, they were all surprised that the Crescent Halberd was standing before them. And then, North Star Snow rushed forward, saying that the Crescent Halberd had arrived just in time, and with a burning gaze full of determination, she formally requested to join the Crimson Mercenaries. Bakmin Tuyet rushes forward, declaring that the Scarlet Spear has arrived just in time, and she formally requests to join the Scarlet Mercenaries. He advises her to think carefully, as his guild is currently being targeted by several major guilds. Bakmin Tuyet replied that she wasn't afraid, as she'd already made an enemy of Dak Ba, so a few more wouldn't matter. Besides, only Chiet Keech Tramsa was worthy of her. Hearing this, he thought to himself that she really knew how to pick people. Chiet Keech Tramsa reached out his hand, and as they shook, he officially agreed to let Bakmin Tuyet join. The Crimson Mercenaries welcomed her grandly, much to the others' fury, ratcheting up the tension as they charged, believing their numbers would overwhelm them. Chiet Keech Tramsa quickly ordered Bakmin Tuyet to retreat, but she calmly smiled, stating that for someone with his reputation, wiping out these enemies would be a piece of cake. Chiet Keech Tram Sa covered his face, saying, "There are too many of them. I don't want to waste my energy." Ba Thiendao arrogantly challenged him to a one-on-one duel. Startled by this, Chiet Keech Tramsa turned to look at Ba Thiendao, surprised that he had reached level 62. His eyes scanned past the man's confidence as the tyrant blade charged, sword raised in a powerful arc, the cold light of the blade reflecting sharply. He confidently asserts that he is now the top player in Floating Ice City, doubting the other's ability to stand against him. But then, the quiet Dusk Spear immediately summons the Wind Color Mirage for support, stunning Blade of Tyranny. Looking down at a dog, Blade Tyrant angrily says they'll meet at the competition, where he'll wash away his humiliation before everyone. Cut to a forest, where North Snow and the Fallen Halberd are panting as if they've just been running. The forest air was still, sunlight dappling through the trees, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ground, as she asked if they couldn't just fight them head-on. But he replies that the match will begin soon, and fighting them head-on now would be a disadvantage. Hearing this, Bei Ming-sue agreed, and he praised her equipment, noting that the attributes were well matched, a testament to the armorer's skill, though a bit lacking for her current level, making him feel he needed to support her even more to maximize her potential in the battles to come. Bei Ming-sue complimented the heavy sand halberd for its good eye, explaining that her brother made the equipment and had recently acquired a rare piece of gotcha stone to craft new gear for her. This made her proud and more confident in her strength for the battles to come, while Death Knell asked why she'd never mentioned her brother's skill before. Bakmin Tuyet explains that her brother is a bit of a loner and doesn't like to socialize, before pulling Chiet Keech Tramsa along to find him. She wanted him to witness her brother's skill, as today's equipment was sure to be impressive. Reaching a forest, North Snow pointed ahead, saying her brother was there, but she insists that he not try to recruit her brother into the guild, as she's tried many times without success. Suddenly he stops, as if sensing something is wrong. He sensed the tense atmosphere, as if something was lurking. A group of men in black surrounded Bei Mingxi's brother. They aggressively demanded he hand over the black diamond stone, promising to spare his life if he complied. North Star's brother managed to block the attacker's blade. The light from the blade reflected sharply on his face, a testament to his resolve. Determined to save her brother from the men in black, Bei Ming-sue raised her bow. But the sandalwood halberd quickly stopped her, gently saying that he would be fine. It secretly observed the fight, realizing that while the situation seemed dire, every move was carefully calculated. Each move of Bei Ming Sui's brother is not just evasion, but part of a larger plan to lure the men in black into a position where he can easily defeat them. And when Bei Ming Sui questioned why, insisting her brother could surely escape, J.K. Tramsa explained that he couldn't flee from such a high position without being spotted. And knowing this, he decided to face them head-on, causing Bei Ming Sui to worry that her brother's life might be in danger if this continued. The catalyst reassures Bei Ming Sui that her brother will be fine, as he still holds the upper hand and smirks arrogantly at his opponent, who attacks with a sword, arrogantly declaring that he is near death and shouldn't struggle in vain. But Bei Ming Sui still blocked the attack with her weapon, stopping the deadly blow. Her brother jumped up, nearly sending the attacker crashing to the ground. The blade flashed through the air, missing him by a hair's breadth, but close enough to feel the danger. He quickly leaps into the air, his body a phantom blur, leaving his opponent stunned and unable to react. Having gained the upper hand, he smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of confidence and pride, as if all the opponent's efforts were meaningless against his power. Then, using the blood movement reversal system, North Myung's brother inflicts agonizing pain on his opponent, catching them by surprise. The weapon says that North Myung's brother won't fail so easily. He uses the bone-eating curse to invade his opponent's body, slowing them down and weakening their defenses, inflicting endless pain and enraging them for falling for the same trick again. The Dark Halberd praises him as not only skilled, but also a rare, healing priest. Unlike healing priests, he's a true talent. Suddenly, Bei Ming Sui shouts for her brother to be careful, startling the submerged halberd. Twin Dragon Song. Zixing lunges to attack, making him realize there's no escape. But in an instant, the fallen halberd steps in, declaring that he's got this one covered. Does he want to fight? The man asked who he was, and he firmly replied that he was Jeji Chensha, a name that made the man panic, as it was the name Long Shao had fallen to. They fled in terror, vowing to return and settle both old and new scores. With that, Chet Keech Tram Sa reached out to Bak Min Tuyet's brother, reassuring him that everything would be all right. But he coldly stood up and turned away, reminding him of what Bei Ming Sui had said, acknowledging that he was indeed a bit eccentric. Seeing this, Bei Ming Sui angrily said that Jeji Chensha was their boss, so he should show some respect. Hearing this, Zhui Keech Tram Sa smiled and put his arm around Min Tuyet, saying, "We're all family now." But her brother angrily retorted, "Take your hands off my sister." 10 minutes later, Bak Min Tuyet explained that Zhui Keech Tram Sa had helped her out of a tight spot, and now she was officially a member of the Blood Mercenary Group. Her brother finally understood and thanked Chet Keech Tram Sa for helping his sister. He replied that they were family, so there was no need for formalities, and invited him to join their group. But he refused, saying he didn't want to be used, and kicked him out so he could relocate, words that angered Bei Ming Sui. The boy worriedly asked if his moving was due to the Mad Dragon Gang's constant harassment, to which the man angrily replied that it was none of his business. Enraged, Bei Ming Sui demands her brother change his attitude, telling Ziji Chensha that long ago, her brother was criticized for his poor technique, forcing him to immerse himself in crafting. He asks for understanding, as those who seek them out are rarely well-intentioned. Ziji Chensha replies, "I invited your brother to join because he's an exceptional craftsman. He says his skills and techniques are what he admires most, and his sincerity begins to ease the brother's animosity." The submerged spear praises his ability to maintain his rhythm while being hunted, precisely control his skills, restore HP, and damage enemies, declaring him one of the best warlocks he's ever met. He added that the man probably didn't want to spend his whole life running away. Now, frozen land could be considered his territory, and with the Blood Rain Legion protecting it, he could craft in peace. He adds that he can have the rare materials from the guild's dungeons and craft whatever he wants for whomever he wants without interference, piquing the interest of North Star's brother. Chichkich Tram Sa then urged him to fight alongside him for his dream, sincerely inviting him to join the Crimson Mercenary Group. After some hesitation, North Star's brother agreed to join and shook hands with Fallen Sand, much to North Star's delight as they celebrated their newest guild member and announced their successful registration for the competition. The guild celebrates their tournament entry, praises Luo Chen's excellence, and vows to eliminate Mad Dragon and Hegemon, but an unexpected announcement signals a problem with Jeji Chensha's body. His pain worries everyone, and he faints, his body covered in wounds, leaving the group anxious and shocked as Luo Chen lies in a hospital room, covered in blood, gasping for breath through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor tells 13 and Zhao about his condition, saying that things don't look good and they should prepare themselves. The doctor told 13 and Little Devil that if they couldn't find someone with the antitoxin serum within 48 hours, there was no hope for him. But the serum could only temporarily suppress the virus, with only a 20% chance of a full recovery. This news fills 13 and the Little Devil with dread, and they exchange a look of utter despair. As Luo Chen lay there, everything blurred, and he felt helpless. Shisan asked, "Didn't they say that 10 lights could suppress the virus?" Xiaoge questioned the doctor, wondering how Luo Chen, usually so healthy, could suddenly be in this state. Questions hung in the heavy air, filled with worry and confusion. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor explained that tests revealed the virus had mutated, the cause still under investigation. He'd contacted specialists and was searching nationwide for a serum, but now they could only wait for that person to appear. The doctor's words cut deep, filling them with anxiety, but all they could do was wait. Thoptam patted Tukui's shoulder, saying they wouldn't give up, no matter how slim the hope, but first they had to find the serum for Lao Liu. The doctor nodded in agreement, saying that the more people they contacted, the greater the hope. His words offered a small comfort in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned to leave, telling them to let him rest and for the two of them to head home as well. Gentle words of responsibility echoing in the silence. 13 tells the Little Devil not to tell 6, and the Little Devil nods, saying he'll keep watch for the next 2 days. Games can wait, but a brother is one of a kind. The imp's words were like a silent promise between them. Hearing this, 13 refused, saying that 6's brother valued the ancient Dream Soul Sword the most, and if they couldn't obtain the hero token this time, it would truly break his heart. 13's voice was filled with worry and determination, saying that they had to bear this burden together. They must still participate in the tournament no matter who dares challenge them. Little Devil nodded in agreement. They both understood that no matter how difficult the situation, they needed to stand together. 13 would find blood essence, while Little Devil would go online and tell the others to prepare. They quickly divided the tasks, each with a vital role in the battle ahead. As they departed, Luo Chen awoke and overheard their plan, thinking they were true brothers, but this time he was likely done for. Anxiety welled up within Luo Chen, knowing he only had 2 days to find the serum to combat this strange virus. Unless a miracle occurs, these thoughts repeat in Luo Chen's mind, and he feels the crushing pressure. Luo Chen wished he had the immortality skill from games, where even with 1% health he could instantly recover fully. A comforting thought, but reality was far harsher. He could only lie there, feeling the pain and helplessness, longing for a miracle to save himself and his worried friends. He wondered how heartbroken he'd be when his father passed, memories flooding his mind. He remembered his father saying he rarely came home, so he made his favorite braised eggplant dish. The taste still lingered in his memory. The soft, fragrant eggplant. His heart clenched, imagining a day when he could no longer savor that dish. Looking at his wound, he thought of his father, and a wave of pain washed over him. He knew he had to quickly settle his affairs, as thoughts of death and inevitable departure swirled in Luo Chen's mind. As he wrote his will, images of his father and his 2 best friends, 13 and Little Devil, filled his mind. Happy memories and the storms they weathered together brought him pain and guilt. He didn't want to leave them, didn't want to leave sadness for those who had always been by his side. He remembered when playing the game, the character Keech Trumsa once said, "I absolutely will not back down." Those words echo in his mind as he recalls earning money, battling monsters, leveling up and conquering dungeons. Images from the game flashed in his mind, the thrill of defeating monsters. Leveling up and unlocking new skills, he smiled, recalling the intense battles against the mighty Quang Long, Dak Ba, and Truk Long, foes he, Thop Tam, and Tu Kwai had overcome together. His character in the game said that since Bamboo Shadow Chaos had declared war, Little Devil and 13 should stay in Silver Fur for safety. But they both refused, saying they were brothers, and if they had to leave the guild, they would leave together, following Luo Chen to the end. He was moved by their unwavering loyalty and friendship. He wrote his will, apologizing for leaving them nothing after they had followed him for so long, his heart filled with guilt. The person he felt most guilty towards was the guild leader, whose protective image flashed through his mind. Then, the ringing of the phone cut through his thoughts. It sounded like an unexpected omen. Her voice wavering, she insisted that she knew he wasn't dead, words filled with strength and conviction. Surprised to see Yigi calling, Luo Chen answered, only to have her immediately ask if he was alive, her breathy voice sending a chill down his spine. Surprised she knew, yet remained calm, Luo Chen asked what she was talking about, to which she stammered, "I dreamt you were dead, so I called." Her voice trembled, as if she couldn't believe what she was saying. And hearing this, Luo Chen sighed, realizing that she still didn't know how dire his situation truly was. Luo Chen reassured her that he was fine and told her to go to sleep, his voice calm to put her at ease. They wished each other good night and hung up. In the quiet, Luo Chen stared at the ceiling. He thought that being able to hear Gigi's voice before facing death was a good thing. Amidst the pain and unease, that familiar sound was like a final bit of warmth to cling to, easing the loneliness of this moment. Suddenly, the phone slipped from his grasp as an overwhelming wave of pain crashed over him. His body convulsed, every nerve felt constricted, and the pain pierced every cell, leaving him utterly helpless. The doctors rushed in, their faces etched with worry as they discovered his blood pressure had plummeted below 40. His pulse undetectable, a critical situation. The machines beeped incessantly, creating a tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they decided to move him to the ICU in a desperate attempt to save Luo Chen's life. Just then, 13 and Tio Kui arrived, standing beside Lao Luke, trying to suppress their worry, saying, "Hang in there. It'll be okay." Lao Tran wanted to reassure 13 not to worry, but his throat constricted, unable to speak. He could only look at them with weak eyes, helpless in the overwhelming pain and unease. His eyes slowly closed, his consciousness fading, with one last thought drifting through his mind. His eyelids were so heavy, he just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Bei Mingzhuo looked at everyone and said, "The president has helped them so much, and now his fate is unknown. The only thing they can do is fight with all their might." Her brother could only sigh, his eyes full of worry, hoping that Luo Chen could overcome this tribulation as everyone arrived at the competition. The arena buzzed with nervous energy as teams prepared, their eyes filled with determination and hope. A short-haired girl asks, "Why is the team battle split into 2 matches, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2, best 2 out of 3? Another girl beside her says, "I heard that Heavenly Axis received a request from above to temporarily change the competition format." The short-haired girl asks in surprise, "Is that even allowed?" Her confusion about the new rules adds to the tension and anticipation. She then turned to worry about Jat Jat, recalling how she nearly fainted that morning, and asked with concern if she was okay. The unease was evident on her face as the pressure and tension of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Jiao smiles softly, replying, "I just didn't sleep well. I'm fine." Her voice was a little weak, but she tried to remain calm as Tian Tongsu stepped onto the stage, announcing the official start of the tournament. Introducing herself as the charming and captivating Mcia, she says she's also eagerly anticipating this match, and that despite the format change, the excitement will remain high. She looked at her teammates, seeing the fire in their eyes, each showing excitement and determination, ready for the upcoming battle for the heroic decree. To compensate for the change in format, Chung Hu Su announced a special reward for the winning team. Golden equipment, specifically Heavenly Void Elixir. She continues, saying that after use, players will be randomly placed into one of the 32 secret dungeons of the Heavenly Sect. Clearing the dungeon will reward players with rare gold equipment and materials. Every guild member will gain 5 levels and 1,000 reputation points. More importantly, she emphasizes that the ultimate reward is a piece of Psi Awakening. Collect enough pieces, and you can awaken to a higher realm. Below the platform, the audience buzzed with excitement, discussing this rare opportunity and struggling to believe the news of the awakening reward. An opportunity Tianzong had never offered before, and their excitement grew. Tianzong Su, seeing the crowd's excitement, chuckled and asked if they were surprised and thrilled by the wonderful news. A girl in the crowd nodded in agreement, declaring that she must give it her all this time. Her eyes shone with determination, making it clear she was ready for the fierce battle ahead, and Dragon ruling the world was equally excited, declaring this a unique opportunity for awakening. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared the key to be a truly fine item, while the leader of the unrivaled Blades smirked, finding it all quite interesting. Amidst the crowd, Shui Yifang, captain of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul team, stood firm, eyes filled with hope, declaring that with this special weapon, the revival of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul was only a matter of time. Qing Xingzi, captain of the Peach Garden Deep History team, stood strong amidst the tense atmosphere of the competition, eyes shining with determination and willpower. Team Swift Thunder's captain Zhu Rong stood resolutely with her team, her eyes shining with confidence and a fierce determination to win. Seeing everyone's passion ignite, Su declared the Who Dares to Compete tournament officially open. The announcement of the rules echoed throughout the stands, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. All right, listen up everyone and hear the rules clearly. There are 2 types, 1-on-1, where each team can send a player. but 2-on-2 matches will be randomly assigned, and all teams will draw lots to determine the players for the group stage, which will be held at the same time. 13 finds us interesting. Above them is an old foe. He peers in, asking who it is. Who's our opponent? A team makes a grand entrance, their energy palpable. Very well, Sue announces excitedly. Now, inviting team number 49, Mad Dragon and the Blood-Soaked Mercenaries. The first one-on-one match between Longxing Tianxia and Guiguzi officially begins as Lu Chen slowly opens his eyes, hearing whispers in his ear. What's that sound? Our next match is against the unrivaled tyrant, but our leader still hasn't woken up. So what if it's Dugu? What's there to fear? Still disoriented, he couldn't believe he was alive, as the man continued, saying that he and the Great Devil had made it to the top 8. Do you know what the forms are saying about you? What are they saying? They say the Blood Twins from Floating Ice City can only be stopped by death. 13's face slowly comes into focus, etched with urgency. Old Lu's awake. Boss, how do you feel? Can you hear me clearly? Lu Chen told them his condition, and little 13 felt relieved to hear it. They sighed in relief, saying, "That's great. You almost scared us to death." His voice was calm. "Looks like even the King of Hell doesn't like me. I was rejected again this time." He chimed in. "Hey, this time you should be thanking Lin." "It was thanks to Junior Lin and the art school beauty's love that you woke up," Sun Gu chimed in. "That's right." Lu Chen was curious. "How many days have I been asleep, you two?" "Who fought in my place?" The other two chimed in. "You've been unconscious for 10 days, and you won't believe it, but we've made it to the quarterfinals." "Impressive, right?" "All thanks to me and my magic." He was utterly astonished. "Really?" "Of course it's true," he confirmed. "The first match was against that Mad Dragon. You should have seen his face. He was eliminated in the first round. Let's see who has the more interesting expression now." Remembering that sight, the three burst into laughter. 13 claiming I could laugh about it for the rest of my life. He suddenly remembered, what about Ancient Sword Dream Soul and Snow Silver Shirt? Sensing their silence, Lu Chen immediately felt uneasy. "What's wrong?" Zungu broke the silence. Sui and Shan made it to the quarterfinals, but as for Gu Jianmenguan, seeing that he didn't finish, he spoke for him, which wasn't good. In match 16, Ancient Sword Dream Soul faces Lone Tyrant, and those close to Ancient Sword Dream Soul know his opponent is truly ruthless. Instead of a quick kill, they toy with each other like cats with mice, torturing them to death, Luke Trancom exclaims in anger. "What? Heavenly Blades, how dare he?" As he spoke, he clutched his head in pain, alarming the others. Boss Khan Trung rushed in, scolding, "I told you two to watch him, not provoke him." 13 asked anxiously as he watched him examine Lu Chen. "Dad, is there something wrong with Lu?" "Luckily, we've managed to keep it under control. Your body is extremely unique and our primary objective for protection. These next few days, focus on rest and observation." He turned to the patient. "What was that you said?" Lu Chen stammered, "No, it's nothing." The two fighters were beaten, and the next day Su announced a one-on-one fight against the bloody mercenaries. In the first match, the blood-soaked mercenaries emerged victorious. The second one-on-one battle will commence in 10 minutes. "So everyone, please prepare yourselves. Ming Shui is happy to praise her comrades. So handsome. He beat the unbeatable war god so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him." Mama snorted. "Who told him to bully my sister?" 13 spoke, looking towards his opponent. "Now, the next match will definitely be against that killer monk. He's no simple man, being both from the Hall of Fame and a powerful murderous force. Look at that smirk. He always crosses his arms before a fight, just like him. He always wins one-on-one fights, and he's from another server. Why come to our territory? Something's definitely up. But Little Devil isn't worried. This is going to be fun. I, the great leader, will personally take action. Watch me." 13 thought to himself, Old Six is still stuck in the hospital. If we lose this, we won't even qualify for the 2-on-2 match. Kid, we're counting on you. And so, the break time comes to an end. The second match between Doba and the blood-soaked mercenaries has begun, and the Little Devil's opponent speaks, "I've been looking forward to facing the blood-soaked mercenaries, but I didn't get the one I wanted." He scoffed, "Too many people are waiting for our boss, and you're not worthy." With that, he unleashed a sharp burst of crimson fire at his enemy. The two powerful blows collide in a flash, and the system announces the illusionary Arhat Guard, an active skill that allows for a non-damaging dash in a chosen direction, with a range of 3 meters and a level requirement of 45. Undaunted, he continues his assault. "I know your tricks." The monk counters with the Wrathful-Eyed Vajra Fist, a skill that unleashes a flurry of blows on a single target. Deals physical damage equal to 150% of attack power, with a 30% chance of a critical hit. Requires level 60. Outmatched, the little devil couldn't believe his opponent's agility and power. The opponent sneered, "We may both be undead, but you're still far inferior to the Tram-Can-Tram-Ja." He calmly adapts and shouts, "There's no need to provoke me." Information about the little ghost's new skill appears. Netherwind Severance, dealing 800 physical damage to the target with a 10% chance to weaken the enemy. He blocks with his fist, still holding firm to his convictions. "I'm telling you, you're too weak. It's time for him to make his move." "Damn it, it's my turn." He blocked while saying that this killer monk's attack is his best defense. "If I can't break through his defense, I'm done for. Devil Armor Mode, activate." To escape his predicament, the little devil unleashes his power, shouting, "Break!" Announcement: the demon armor is ineffective, and the little demon is sent flying backward. Using his massive body as leverage, he declares, "I told you, you're too weak." A notification appears. Player Guiguzi is dead. Susu whips up the atmosphere. What a cruel scene. Tsutsu couldn't bear to watch, as victory in this round belonged to the Overlord. The score is now tied 1-1. Please don't go anywhere, the 2-on-2 draw will begin in 10 minutes. Xiaogui returns, remorseful, telling his teammates, "I'm so sorry, everyone." Shisan consoles him, "Don't blame yourself. We wouldn't have made it this far without you." The demon chimes in, "That's right. That killer monk is one of the top 10 members of the Hall of Fame, so there's no shame in losing to him. He's still upset. But boss, I can't accept this." Then, Luke Tranbat Thin Lean appears and says, "If you're not satisfied, then train harder." His presence surprises everyone. "It's Tramcan, boss, you're back?" Tramcan 6th. Though his voice is soft, it calms his teammates. "Yeah, I'm back. You've all come this far for me. I truly appreciate it." The announcement rings out. Time's up. The 2-on-2 draw is complete. Representing the guild are Skyblade and Murderous Monk, while Bloody Mercenaries will be represented by 13. Blade of the Serpent. Lu Chen coldly declares, "If I don't die this time, then you will." He's overjoyed to see you. He's finally gotten his wish. Tramcan Tramja. Susu announces that both sides are ready, including the assassin from the Hegemony Guild, known for their close-quarters combat and an aggressive offense. With the speed of wind, the leader of Tian Dao is even more formidable with his sharp swordsmanship and terrifying damage. The Blood Mercenary group is just as strong, with Tramcan Tramja, the only necromancer swordsman of Pubang City. Known for his high attack speed and incredible damage, Lu Chen discusses their strategy with his teammates, outlining his plan of attack. 13 confirms. Okay. With Toto skillfully guiding the tournament, the ultimate expert has yet to make his move. What surprises will he bring this time? Let's wait and see as she announces the start of the match. The Overlord Guild launches an attack on the Peerless Expert, with full details of both fighters' moves displayed. The Tyrant's Crazy Blade Slash takes effect, unleashing 3 waves of strikes, dealing 200% damage to the target, ignoring 30% defense, with a 40% chance to cause a bleeding cyclone. The Crazy Wind Fist effect deals 120% damage to targets in a straight line, with a 30% chance to stun them for 1 second. The audience is stunned. The moment he attacks, he's already using his ultimate move. 13 thinks to himself, just like old Lu said, "These two are really targeting me first." 2 leads the Peerless Master, who is cornered but holding on thanks to his unique and excellent equipment, as he curses under his breath. These two are relentless. If it weren't for this custom shield, I'd be crushed already. And here comes Lu Chen from behind, ignoring me completely? You two are awfully confident, aren't you? His appearance excites Susu. The battle begins with intense action. The Overlord Guild's focused assault failed to take down the Master, and instead Tramcan Tramza disrupted their formation. Now the battlefield is split into 2 separate one-on-one fights. Whoever defeats their opponent first will seize the initiative. Lu Chen moves with incredible agility, slipping behind his opponent. The girl is shocked. His movements are so similar to Nachen's. "He was lucky he didn't face me, but you won't be so fortunate. Look, the Killer Monk's attack is still relentless. Can he withstand this relentless onslaught? Even if he imitates Nachen perfectly, he's still just an imitator." Sweeping you away as a warning to all, the Killer Monk's Lightwave Fist strikes, announcing an update. Radiant Fist deals 150% damage, increases attack speed by 20%, and has a 30% chance to crit. As Susu expertly explains, is this the special skill of a unique class? Mercy has stopped the Killer Monk's light sweep. He proudly declares, "I'm not a knockoff. I'm Zhan Qian Chen Sha." The Killer Monk, seeing the immense power coming, crossed his arms to block it and exclaimed, "Crap! The Murderous Monk is using Golden Light Armor, which has a shield that absorbs 60% of damage, increases strength by 20%, and attack speed by 15% for 1 minute. The murderous monk was furious, seeing his agility. Playing turtle, huh? I'm done with you. Wait. After the killer monk used his defensive skill, Zangon retreated, seemingly unwilling to face him head-on. He aims to assist his teammate, launching a surprise attack from behind Heavenly Blade, while 13 swings his axe from the front. This turn of events excites Susu. It's too good. While the killer monk is still catching up, Jianqian Chensha flawlessly coordinates with the master, pushing Heavenly Blade's health into the red. Luchin shouts, "Finish him quickly!" As the Monk of Slaughter punches 13 in the face, he scolds, "You're too malicious." 13, and with a cry from Susu, it's back to one-on-one fights, just with different opponents this time. Humiliated, he charges forward. "But did I say you could touch anyone?" 13th, hold the Heavenly Blade. A powerful blade of energy is unleashed. Susu cries out as Jianqian Chensha switches targets, now set on killing Monk. But the killer monk's reaction was just as swift. This is truly a battle of masters, a clash of power and skill. I've been looking forward to this fight. A notification appears. Gale Kick deals 800 to 1000 kick force damage to the enemy and has a chance to stun them briefly. Requires level 60, duration of 25 seconds. The girl's tone is tinged with regret. "Too bad you've disappointed me." Mintuit cheers him on. "Chop him down, Zangan Chensha. Finish him!" "Go get him, Zangan Chensha. We believe in you. Keep going. Everyone's counting on you. Get up." "Come on." Shisan anxiously looked back at Luke Tran, who was losing strength. Old man 6. Heavenly Blades gives him no chance to be distracted. "Die!" As his opponent's fist hurtled towards him, he bravely raised his sword, the clash of their power illuminating the space. The killer monk utters, "Give up." It was clear to Su that the two blood mercenary members were cornered, completely on the defensive, as the killer monk sealed Lu Chen's fate. "Let's end this." Severing Qianchan. But he suddenly asks, "Is this all you've got?" The killer monk senses something is wrong. He needs to be faster. Meteor Fist flies straight towards 13, shocking the onlookers. Is this the end? As expected of the Hall of Fame's 8th rank, the killer monk is as formidable. Toto is curious. Oh my god, the killer monk's hands are indeed terrifyingly fast and accurate. Has he finally succeeded? The slaughter monk froze. What? Wait, a spirit suddenly appeared before him. The girl also notices the undead. It's rumored that the Tramcan Tram Za has the ability to summon them. This must be what it's like when gods fight. To witness it firsthand is truly earth-shattering. System notification. Hell summoning level 10. Consume MP to summon a legion of the undead. The damage and number of undead increase with the player's skill level, initially summoning 10 soldiers, dealing 300 to 500 damage, with damage increasing by 20, and the number of soldiers by 2 per level. The undead legion can be infinitely resurrected by consuming MP, requiring level 60. Lu Chen coldly said, "Are you done playing around? Had enough? Then it's my turn." He points his sword at his opponent and commands. The undead legion obeys, and the killer monk is stunned by their attack. Tiandao anxiously called out, 13 is desperately clinging to his leg. "I won't let you pass." He impatiently landed a few blows. "Get off." He felt the aftershocks of the battle behind him, and a notification chimed, "Player monk has been eliminated." Susu exclaimed excitedly, "That was intense." Player Tramcan Tramza has defeated Satang with overwhelming power, showing us the limitless potential of the hidden class, the Undead Asura. The requirements to become an Asura are incredibly harsh, so Tramcan Tramsa must have overcome extraordinary trials. In this moment, he shone brilliantly, moving his teammates, who were in awe of his power. Even the Hall of Fame's 8th-ranked monk fell before Kemko Tramsa. Incredible. Special classes really are powerful. Indeed, he's the best, and it's not just his unique class. Who else could pull off that move? Lu Chen scoffed, telling him to stay down and admire his power. He mused that commanding the Undead Legion felt pretty good, but it consumed too much MP. He could only use it once in the short term, so he needed to find a way to increase his MP. Sensing his movement, he coldly says, "You're next." Seeing his comrade's battered face, Lu Tran, filled with hatred, called out to Thop Tom. The words, "Tiendao," hissed through his teeth as he charged towards his opponent. "Die." He barely blocks the blade, thinking it won't be so easy to kill him, but Lu Chen increases the power in his sword, asking, "Will it?" The Blade of Heaven couldn't comprehend it. How could that kid, who was clearly on his last legs, still be so strong? Still, he was so strong. Lu Chen's sword slowly pressed down, and he could barely hold on. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to regain control. "Don't underestimate me." Lu Chen, with a piercing gaze, watched his opponent as the formidable Heavenly Soul Slash hurtled towards Heavenly Blade. Heavenly Soul. Slash unleashes countless splitting sword energies, each dealing 50% of the body's power as damage, with a 30% chance of critical strike. The required level is 60. Tiandao grits his teeth to resist, as Lu Chen sneers. "Is that all you've got?" Su Su exclaimed. The tram can tram. Sa unleashes a flurry of attacks, landing critical hit after critical hit, leaving Tiandao completely on the defensive as his health continues to plummet. He kicks him backward, and though he stops himself, his body still collapses. He gives his opponent no chance to rest, pressing the attack, leaving Thousand Blades stunned. Seeing the sword pierce the floor right where it counts, Su Su is shocked. That's a dirty move, directly attacking Heavenly Blade's weak point. This is too much, but those old men of Heavenly Blade deserve it. Janqian Shensha is trying to finish him off. This is intense. Janqian Shensha is pressing the attack. Is this the beginning of the end? As he lunged, a swift sword stroke cut through the air. The girl felt the suspense building. At this rate, Heaven's Blade will be sliced in two. He angrily shouts, "Sand Slash, you have no morals." Do you still remember our old grudge when you mocked the ancient sword? Did Monghan mention morality? Today, I'll show you what it truly means to be immoral. Countless sharp sword strikes rained down on the Heavenly Blade, frustrating him. Damn it, too fast. I can't hold on much longer. Su Su reports that Zhang Qianchan's attack is like a rain of treasures, leaving the Heavenly Blade powerless to fight back. The damage isn't high, but the humiliation is immense. He struggles to defend himself, wondering why. Why can't he beat him, even with his higher rank and better gear? He's pouring everything into this ultimate strike, and he counters with his own Moon Slash. Lu Chen's teammates below the stage were stunned, as Su Su announced that the fog was too thick. Both sides had used their full strength in this earth-shattering attack, but what was the result? The sword of Tramcan Tramsha is at Tiandao's neck. The victor is clear. This humiliation leaves Tiandao speechless. The blade strikes his neck, and he falls. As the Heavenly Blade player falls, the fourth strongest member of the team is born. The Crimson Crucible. All four players in today's match delivered spectacular fights and amazing performances. "Let's cheer them on and celebrate," Lu Chen's teammates roared. "We won! We actually won! Our leader is awesome." Everyone lifted him up, cheering in celebration. 13 is amazing. The Blood Mercenaries are strong and unmatched. Blood Mercenaries. The cheers never stopped. Blooded mercenary? Yihan watched from the other side, proudly gazing at him. She thought to herself, "That's great, really great. Senior, don't lose this match. Let's meet in the finals." A system notification indicates that Colorful Fantasy has logged off, but the Killing Monk remembers this grudge. "No matter who you really are, I've got my eye on you." Heavenly Blade berates him, calling him useless, saying he's still 8th on the list, unable to deal with a nobody. The murderous aura emanating from him silences him. He understands the bamboo shadow chaos, and Tramcan Tramsa is likely even more formidable than he imagined. Unable to contain his anger, Heavenly Blade blames his comrades, cursing the annoying monk and the detestable Zhan Qianchen Sha. The Heavenly Blade couldn't swallow his anger. "Just you wait." A notification appeared. Player Heavenly Blade has logged off. She was secretly grateful. "Thank you, Zhan Qianchen Sha. You've helped me once again." Shisan is still asking Lao Lu if he thinks you came back at the right time. With a flash of blue light, He Yi only managed to say, "I'm done for. I'm out of here." Then she vanished. Back in Lu Chen's hospital room, he glanced at Jingzhong outside and whispered, "Our father is really intimidating." He reminds him to be discreet when sneaking out, because the higher-ups are letting him off easy, even letting him wear a helmet and participate in the hospital's 2-on-2 lottery. Isn't that enough goodwill? Lu Chen felt relieved. "Luckily, you drew Mom and little Zhu. If you had drawn me, I'd probably be skinned alive." He chuckled. "With luck, you'll be discharged in 2 days and can still participate in the finals." "Not bad." He confirmed, "That's right. I even thought I'd be up against Yi Yi in the finals." Turns out they lost to someone else. I've watched all of Tuyet and Gon Sam's matches, and Dat's condition seems off. Subtle, but in a high-stakes game, it's fatal. I hope nothing's wrong with Yi Yi. Back then, Yi Yi asked senior apprentice brother Du Shisan not to tell you that I donated blood. He asked him to keep his promise, but he glossed over it. You're overthinking it. What could possibly happen to Lin Menu? Look, they're gaining on us. The Peach Garden Guild is about to overtake us. Looking at the rankings on his phone, Lu Chen simply grunts. Shu Qin shouts, "Severing heaven's sinking sands. I am Qingqing Zijin. Your fantasy style has already lost to me. Are you ready to accept defeat?" The finals. First match. Cheers and clashing swords. Hang in there, Mr. Korn. You're doing great. Suddenly, Xiaogui realizes something's wrong, and Lu Chen urges him to elaborate. He explains that Pop's damage output isn't high to begin with, making it difficult to land a fatal blow, so this match is mainly about endurance, but it's been going on for so long. He agreed with this answer. Indeed, Popo's attacks were being neutralized by his opponent. They figured out his game, and with his opponent being an assassin, Popo is in grave danger if she lives. Manhwa watches in stunned disbelief as the tables begin to turn. He blankly watches his opponent strike, updating the score. The tables have turned. Mon seizes the opening as Ma is on cooldown after landing a fatal blow. He seemed to have lost track of the priest's glass cannon nature. Every strike from Muscus was critical, an unbearable pain. From behind, a sharp voice echoed, "Die." Standing amidst the aura of victory, she sees him, off as he departs. Let us congratulate Tao Yuan Shenshi on winning the first match of the finals, and thank Ma for bringing us such a thrilling battle. He returned to his comrades, remorsefully saying, "I'm sorry, everyone." 13 is comforted. "It's okay, you've still got us." Lu Chen agreed, saying they were clearly well prepared for this match, and his class was at a disadvantage, so lasting this long was already impressive. Little Devil suggested that she should go next, as she had watched their previous videos countless times and was confident she could win this match back. Susu announces that the Peach Garden Explorers are forfeiting the second one-on-one match of the finals, and the next match will be a 2-on-2. Shisan is stunned. What's going on? Little Devil can't believe it. They forfeited. Do they think we're nothing? He patted his shoulder to reassure him. They are indeed strong, qualified to be arrogant and confident that they will win against us in the 2-on-2 as well. But our goal is victory, so focusing on tomorrow's match is what matters most. They'll regret their arrogance. Because Zikong silently listened to him, Lu Chen reiterated, "We will definitely win." The second day of the finals arrived in a flash, and we've reached the end of the tournament. Who dares to challenge them in the 2-on-2? Let's cheer them on. The 13 all roared in response. Go, big brother, go, brothers in arms, go, Xiaozhuo. Min Tu Yet and Luke Tran stepped onto the stage as Tu Tu announced, "I declare the match open," and with the sound of cannons, the battle began. He charges forward while she hangs back, ready to pounce. She describes the unfolding battle. The Crimson Mercenary Group takes the initiative, relentlessly pressuring Guyan Tumsu. Meanwhile, she launches an attack on Howabi. Excellent. North Star Snow can unleash a 5-charm barrage, but the Painted Magister reacts quickly, dodging the attack. She doesn't hesitate to continue attacking. Taste my rain of arrows. Skill introduction, skill name, arrow storm, effect, consumption. Unleashing a flurry of arrows, each dealing 50% physical damage with a 20% chance to stun for half a second. A storm of projectiles rains down upon her. And with that, Susu comments on the clash between the two ranged fighters. With superior skill, Beiming Shui takes the upper hand, but her opponent isn't giving up, quickly casting a spell. Radiant Halo, heed my call, grant me divine protection. But the shield shattered as soon as it appeared, leaving Hua Pai stunned. She smugly asks if they want to cast more spells, as the little girl cheers. Painted Skin's skill is interrupted, and Little North Star gives her no quarter. Lu Chen distracts Zichin and rushes towards Hua Bi. Nicely done. Little Bei Ming takes her down, and the match intensifies. Jan Chen Chensha has changed targets. Hua Pi is in danger, but before he can attack, she blocks him. Jan Chen Chensha, I am your opponent. Unbelievably, Qing Jingzi, despite not being the fastest, immediately came to Painted Skin's rescue. And while he was distracted, she slyly attempted a light attack, but each of Mingsu's arrows shattered the plan. Damn it. She draws her bow and says, "Don't even think about getting distracted." Susu was even more excited. The fight was intense, with neither side giving the other any breathing room. On the other side, her wind-breaking blade was blocked, creating a loud bang. Not giving Lu Chen a chance to recover, she rushed forward, continuing her soul-severing strike, leaving the girl surprised. Oh my. The Tramcan Tramja, known as the Mad Asura of Floating Ice City, is being suppressed by Qing Zijin. She unleashes a powerful strike, which he receives, prompting a mocking smile from her. So this is all you've got, Tramcan Tramza? But her expression quickly changes, and she can't laugh anymore as he rushes forward with a fatal strike. She was strong, losing to her isn't shameful. He raised his sword without hesitation. Unfortunately, the moonslash struck her, sending her reeling backward, and right into my path. To Susu's surprise, a devastating blow instantly drained over 2,000 HP from Qing Qingzi. Lu Chen's teammates cried out a warning as Zhan Qian Chen Sha switched from defense to offense, each strike carrying the power to shatter the situation. Both sides are testing each other's speed and reflexes, waiting for the first mistake. This fight is intense. He attacked relentlessly, thinking, Tantan Tukong is the strongest opponent I've faced. I have to finish this quickly or I'll run out of MP and be in trouble. Suddenly, a golden light pierced his chest. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, realizing she'd found an opening. Meanwhile, Ming Shui continues her relentless attacks, while Huapi grins wickedly, her spear aimed at him. But quickly, her arrow pierces her shield and strikes her. She had been holding back her skill from the start, waiting for this decisive moment while he was locked in a fierce battle of his own. At that moment, the system panel appeared, introducing the skill Haunting Judgment, which marks a target to receive 60% increased damage. If the target's HP is below 10%, when the mark ends, the target will be instantly executed. Qian Shensha's decapitation is unleashed, and Qing Qingzi can't restrain it, leaving her unable to focus. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, she rushes forward. Who said that? Unexpectedly, Su Su comments, and Beiming Sui interrupts Huapi's spell once again. But contrary to everyone's expectations, she laughs. Coming here was the right choice. You're so annoying. Immobilized by the binding light, she can only curse under her breath. Damn it. She turned and said, severing Xianqian Sand, you're dead this time. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to use that move. System confirmation. Activating the warning. Summoning the undead will consume all MP. Proceed. He roared in response, summoning hell itself. Lu Chen uses lunar summoning, calling forth countless undead, causing both Huapi and Zijing to recoil in terror. Oh no. Before he could command them, the spirits surged forward on their own. She quickly used Shadow Judgment to intercept them. 3 immense powers collide, creating a pillar of light that shoots straight into the sky. Even the 13 below are affected, as Ming Shui shields her face. At this moment, Painted Skin was blown backward by the force. Su Su was excited. The scene in this match was truly terrifying. The Blood Asura lives up to his name. Lu Chen appears injured, but remains standing on the platform. He turned to someone nearby and said, Little Bei Ming, keep a close eye on their mage. Without hesitation, Ming Sui agreed. Understood. Suddenly he shouts, Be careful, Bei Ming! Unexpectedly, Zichen seized the moment and attacked while she was distracted, but luckily she blocked it. Don't break. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked her from behind. Her opponent is me. Huapi wouldn't stand for it, chanting an incantation to defend her from Lu Chen's attack. She relentlessly chanted spells, attacking from all sides as he dodged, inwardly seething with frustration. His magic points are depleted, but he quickly recovers and charges forward. Hang in there, Northern Darkness. She moved around, taunting him, trying to reach me with those stubby legs. Dream on. Lu Chen grits his teeth. You forced me to use that ultimate move. Taking advantage of having recovered some magic power, Shinran first summons Shinran to harass her. The attacks are weak, but something is better than nothing. He stares speechlessly at the little spirit before him. What's going on? Something seems different about Xinran. I haven't even trained her yet, so why is her equipment so new? Luke Tran then shouts, Never mind that, let's have her take out that mage. Huapai was stunned into silence, unsure of what to say. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, she burst into gleeful laughter. You're already short, and you summon something even shorter? A mere skeleton dares to stop me? But she was quickly silenced when she was attacked in a sensitive spot. Pale-faced, Painted Skin cried out. What? The remaining 3 on the platform were stunned. She and Xinran were locked in intense combat. Though the damage wasn't great, Xinran kept pace with her speed. I was careless. How could she be so fast? She quickly stopped and used light protection. Su Su chimes in, explaining that the moves of a Qianzhan Qiansha player are truly endless. Though small and frail, the little skeleton is quick and can deal massive damage. Though a bit unexpected, Lu Chen is overjoyed. How many more surprises does Xinran have in store? This is great, Huabi, who'd been tormented, thought to himself. This skeleton is too OP. How can she have a pet that doesn't even bother defending? She leaps to attack, but the other one just covers her head, bracing for the blow. Suddenly, she vanishes into thin air. The Painted Skin is about to lose it after being teased for so long. Apparently, the North's time is limited. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to finish off his opponent, but his mana is depleted again. Ever since I could summon this undead army, my kidneys have been getting weaker. I need to figure something out when I get back. Su Su cheers with joy as the painted human player is eliminated by Zhan Qianqian. The ghouls are overjoyed. What a win. Taking advantage of the moment, Ming Sui fires an arrow, and Lu Chen rushes in. Now it's her turn. She tried to dodge them both, cursing under her breath. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, she rushed up to finish her off. Just die already! He trembled as he looked at her. The system notification appeared. Player Bei Ming-sue has been eliminated. So Hao guides the program, and the two sides are exchanging blows far too excessively. In an instant, Qing Zujin had killed Bei Ming-sue, leaving the remaining three worried. Little Sue, it's okay, we still have our leader. Leader, do your best. She coldly declares that anyone who stands in her way will die, now taking a stance with her sword pointed at him. It's his turn. He grips his sword, ready for battle, as Susu tensely speaks. The tension is palpable. What legend will be forged in this clash of titans? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized that Lu Chen was running away. Even Zikong was stunned by his actions. She angrily shouts, Tramken Tramza, what do you think you're doing? Then, to herself, I see, you've used so many skills you're out of mana. Just wait until I tear you apart. With that, she raised her sword and gave chase. Stop right there! You're just running to stall for time. Do you think I'm an idiot? You tell me to stop and I'll just stop? He wondered why his magic wasn't recovering faster as Zijin was closing in, taunting that no archer could ever escape her, least of all him. She lunges towards Lu Chen, the girl excitedly shouting that Qingxing Zijing is on a roll, and Zhanqian Chensha takes a heavy hit, losing half its health bar. He quickly reacted, casting the Moon Slash, and inwardly marveled at his opponent's resilience. She smiles, wondering what tricks he has left, as Zixiao launches a relentless assault. Susu exclaims that Qingxing Zijin's attacks are explosive, and Zhanqian Chensha is covered in wounds, his health rapidly declining. Zhanqian Chensha's health is now lower than Qingxing Zikong's. Zhanqian Chensha is in danger, victory hangs by a thread. As he parried, he thought, there's no escape, no skills left. Am I really going to lose to her here? Zikong smiled brightly, swinging her sword forward. Seeing this, the crowd outside cheered in unison. Guild leader, keep going! Lu Chen looked at her, sword in hand, wondering, is this where it ends? That sharp sound rang out again. Die. He was stabbed by Zichin and unwillingly roared, No, I'm not giving up, you host, announce it. With a desperate cry, Tram Kan Tram Sa's health plummeted to 0, and the match seemed to be over. The crowd outside, pale-faced, lowered their heads, unable to watch. They were startled and looked up as someone shouted, Wait, he's not down yet! The system screen appeared at that moment. You have activated the Immortal Body skill. When HP drops to 0, there's a 1% chance of reviving on the spot with full stats. Zikong sensed Lu Chen rising and exclaimed, What? He raised his sword, radiating a powerful purple light, and thrust it forward as she blocked, crying out, How can this be? Zikong's eyes widened as he said, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as Susu's voice rang out. The match takes a shocking turn as Tramkan Tram Sa, who was on the brink of defeat, makes a miraculous recovery, proving himself to be an immortal war god. She unleashed a sword strike that sent him flying, declaring, Very well, let's settle this once and for all. The blinding light made it impossible to look directly at them. On stage, a true clash of titans unfolds, both fighters evenly matched. Who will emerge victorious? Zijin flashed behind Lu Chen, and the excited voice rang out, Thun, Thun. Zijin's movements were as swift as an assassin, unbelievably fast. Seeing the tense situation, Susu excitedly shouted, Tram Kan Tram Sa was just as impressive. In a battle of experts, victory belongs to the one with pinpoint precision. Lu Chen sweeps behind Zichin, leaving a trail of sword energy in his wake. The purple energy he unleashed quickly corroded her, and the sword fell from her hand. Seeing Lu Chen raise his fist, Susu announced the victor. The ultimate champion is the Blood Mercenary Squad. Inside the arena, the girl's voice rings out. Zhan Qianchen, with his unwavering will and domineering skills, has successfully turned the tables and won this breathtaking match. Let's give them the warmest applause. The Crimson Mercenary Group, the Crimson Mercenary Group. Nearby, Mingyu thought to herself, I knew he could do it. Lu Chen turned to his opponent on the ground, calling out, Qingxing Zikin, then reached out to comfort her. I let you win. This time, the goddess of fortune just chose me. You're strong. Hearing this, her face darkened as she thought, is he trying to show off? Zikong awkwardly brushed off her clothes and replied, All right, enough with the pleasantries. Luck is also a part of strength. With a face full of anger, she glared back, threatening, I'm looking forward to our next rematch. Don't you dare run. Lu Chen smiled slightly, watching Liang Ziqin leave, already calculating his next move. This tournament has attracted many experts like Qing Qing and Ziqin, but in the world of Elysium, they are only the tip of the iceberg. Lu Chen raised his hand, thinking of that person, and Zhu Yingluan as well. He had to become stronger. Susu continued her work, announcing, "Now, please welcome our champion team to the stage to receive their awards. Get ready to receive your rewards." The Crimson Mercenaries receive a piece of golden equipment, 5 rare materials, 3,000 guild reputation, and a hero token. Lu Chen and the others watched excitedly as the rewards rained down. The other players watched on, green with envy. Even knowing the rewards beforehand, seeing them in person still made them blush. Isn't this key to the hidden dungeon just as hotly contested as the hero token? The Crimson Squad huddled together, chanting, "For the Crimson Mercenaries." That moment was captured in a photograph on the table as a celebratory cheer rang out and glasses were emptied. The 3 raised their glasses, toasting to victory and their leader's recovery, as 13 picked up some food and muttered, "It's a shame Pop and Zhu are still moving and couldn't make it. It would have been even more fun today." Lu Chen chimed in, "It's all right. We'll throw another welcome party once they've moved in." He laughed, raising the bottle. "Honestly, old Lu's illness scared us all half to death, so you owe us 3 cups. Hold on, boss. You're not fully recovered yet. You can't drink too much." Tongok stood up abruptly, snatching the bottle away. His father also said that it only temporarily suppressed the virus, and there was still a risk of recurrence. But Lu Chen laughed and retorted, "Come on, it's not that bad. I feel great now. I can live to be 100 years old, no problem." 13 blankly chimed in, "Exactly." He took a sip of his drink and said, "I just don't know who gave their blood to make the serum. I really want to thank them." The 2 immediately played dumb, taking a sip of wine and laughing, "If fate wills it, you'll meet them." He glanced at him, adding, "Your level is too low. We'll take you next time after you finish your job advancement quest." He was startled, his face full of panic as he exclaimed, "Huh? Next time." Thaptam pulled out his tablet, pointing to it as he explained, "This hidden dungeon has a chance of dropping fragments of awakening. It's an awakening fragment." Lu Chen looked at it and asked, "I understand. So what?" He points to the last line, saying, "Look, it can help raise a player's level because each fragment contains a portion of a king-level boss's power." 13 frowned, adding, "If you collect all the pieces, you can unveil the secret of the Sovereign-class boss, which could unlock the next chapter." Lu Chen looked at the tablet screen, asking in surprise, "Sovereign-class boss? What's that?" 13 raised his glass, teasing, "You're a real combat expert, only caring about fighting and not even looking at the equipment or settings in the game, huh?" He began to explain that in the world of Celestial Peak, there were a total of 9 Monarch-level bosses, the most supreme entities in the game. Defeating them yields top-tier equipment and resources, not to mention massive experience and fame, but their identities remain a mystery. Players must discover how to unlock the new chapter themselves, a revelation that stuns and impresses Zungu. If we unlock the first awakening fragment, our guild will surely lead the entire new field. 13, looking embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Absolutely. It will be a moment etched in the history of Skyfall. Then why do I still have to do the class change quest?" He immediately stood up, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Don't cry, buddy. There will be new awakening pieces. There's still a chance." Lu Chen smiled and promised, "We'll bring back all the resources and treasures, and everyone in the studio will get a share." The 3 clinked glasses in unison. "Okay, let's do it for the future of the Crimson Mercenary Group. Cheers. Cheers at the hidden dungeon portal." Lu Chen looked at the group and asked, "Are you ready?" Hearing that, Mingsu felt relieved. "With my brother Super Cave here, there's nothing to worry about. It's almost done." He couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of being called Daddy Corn. Zungu turned to the 2 approaching figures and announced, "Boss, they're here." Yi immediately clasped his hands in apology. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Fallen Star," to which Lu Chen replied, "It's not late, we're still on time." She pointed to the 3 and introduced them. "Let me introduce you. This is Xuanne, Nguyetan, and Da Thuong, the newest members of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. The 3 notorious maniacs, Xuanne, level 60 warrior, Nguyet An, level 59 warrior, and Da Thuong, level 59 archer, all glanced over. Luke Tran turned to look at them, impressed, having heard of them for a long time, and now they've joined her guild. "Then let's enter the dungeon." Hang Nge agreed. He hurried forward, lost in thought. How could the guild accept such ruthless people? It seems the ancient Sword Dream soul is in a difficult situation. Lu Chen recalled the last time, hoping this instance wouldn't bring any unexpected events. He calmly muttered, "Otherwise, Lu Chen's group will enter the cliff in batches." He glanced at the 3 Huan-Ne behind him, deciding to keep an eye on them and not let them cause trouble. Mingzhu looked around and sighed. "We've been walking for a while, but there's nothing here but small insects. How boring." Just then, a monster suddenly appeared. Lu Chen drew his sword and charged forward, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. He swung his sword, cleaving through the monster in one fell swoop. Lu Chen watched the monster fall and asked in disbelief, "That was it?" He looked up at the horde of monsters approaching and said, "This guy." Xuanno and the others brushed past Lu Chen, saying, "We don't know what's coming next, so conserve your strength." Then they bravely charged into the monsters. Seeing this, Ming Sue smiled and praised, "These guys are pretty good, aren't they?" Lu Chen lowered his head, wondering if he was overthinking things. The system screen continuously displays messages. "Congratulations. The team has successfully eliminated the sandworm swarm and obtained the following items: werewolf bracers, defense 1 on 15, magic resistance 50, stamina 20, required level 60, armor piercing 1, forged with mithril and phantom stone." Lu Chen watched the light orb in his hand descend and continued forward, knowing that in most games the bosses get harder as you progress. "Everyone, be careful." As they walked on the water, Ming Shui suddenly stopped, listening intently. "Listen, there's a sound." A pink mist appears, enveloping the group. Sungok says in disbelief, "A hidden quest with an 18+ scene?" She covered her ears, embarrassed, and said, "Have the designers lost their minds?" "I want to complain," Lu Chen thought, face flushed. "This is bad, I feel dizzy. There's poison in the pollen." His cheeks flushed. He gasped, whispering, "That." A pair of slender legs stepped across the water, accompanied by fluttering butterflies. The poison butterfly beauty appears, and a system notification pops up. Poison butterfly beauty, elite monster, level 40, defense 100, HP 4000, skills include razor wind and charm. The poison butterfly beauty, a highly toxic creature, can release pink toxic pollen, leaving its target confused and defenseless. Lu Chen struggles, wondering if this is a boss. "Damn it, I can't move my body at all." A system notification rings out. The enchanting beauty inflicts a charm effect, reducing attack speed by 50% and immobilizing the player. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, but as he watches those feet approach, he realizes something's not right. Wait a minute. The enchanting beauty's face closes in, surprising him. Hanya lifts his chin, asking why he deceived her. The beautiful viper's hand caresses him in reproach, saying he made her wait so long. Then she caresses Lu Chen's body, whispering seductively, "You know, I want you more than anything." His face flushed, he panted, and he repeated to himself, "Boss, you have to restrain yourself." The poisonous beauty leaned in close, whispering, "You want me to hold back?" She tilted her head, calling out softly, "Senior," as he blushed, squeezed his eyes shut, and cried out, "I can't take it anymore." Suddenly he slaps Lu Chen, yelling, "Stop being controlled, wake up." He covers his face, pointing at the beauty, stammering, "It wasn't me. It was her." The poison butterfly then reached out to Luke Tran, beckoning him closer. "Come here, Senior." Suddenly she's sent flying backward. He sees the beauty fall, her face twisting into something monstrous, and asks, "What's going on?" Ha Ninge, standing nearby, wondered, "Were you affected by the butterfly's charm? I woke you up, so why did you call me boss?" Lu Chen, flustered, replied, "You see, I was under a spell, so I mistook you for someone else." He looked ahead, questioning. "Right, where is everyone else?" Ahead, the others are groaning, entranced by the poisonous butterflies. "Hey, Min Tuyet. Back there thinks they're only charming the male players? We don't feel anything," Hengzhi urged. "Don't just stand there. This butterfly crocodile has strange skills, but it's also quite fragile. We have to hurry." The poisonous beauties are eliminated, and 10 minutes later, the Zhuan-Ne group is being slapped repeatedly. Moon Shadow cradles the poison butterfly beauty's head, crying, "My love, don't go." Sungok, awakened by the performance, asks, "Where's the teacher?" Her face contorted with rage, she clutched her head and screamed, "Enough! Enough already!" Min Tuyet leads the way, bewildered that the men were so captivated by the deadly butterfly, despite knowing the danger. He replies, "We were all hallucinating." "That's not the face I saw." Yueying added, "I saw my ex-girlfriend. Where are you?" Yachang heard this and replied, "We're not the same anyway." Lu Chen calmly said, "This butterfly can exploit our inner desires to create illusions. It's truly bizarre." He sighed inwardly, realizing it was too soon to reveal his feelings, all thanks to that damned caterpillar demon. He turned to Lu Chen, demanding answers. Then, Tram, what did you see? Why did you call my name? Their leader dodged her and quickly changed the subject. Now's not the time. There's still the boss to worry about. Don't let your guard down. He pressed. You still haven't answered me. Boss, who do you think it is? Mingyu giggled beside him, whispering, I get it. Lu Chen and his group stopped short. Before them lay the myriad poison grotto, the final gate. He gritted his teeth, muttering, That feeling again. Lu Chen spread his arms, calmly declaring, Whatever it is, we're catching it today. The three from Chun-Ni stared in surprise. Lu Chen steps forward, forcefully pushing open the doors, and they brace themselves against the oncoming gale, weapons raised. He looked at the nearby boss and announced they should prepare for battle, but suddenly, Lu Chen stopped. Wait, this boss seems to be... The system displays its information. Poison Ghoul King, a special level 85 boss. Attack, defense, HP, skills. He looks at it, uncertain. It's sleeping? Han Ningye said with a grave expression. It hasn't even woken up yet, but its pressure is already so immense. I fear a fierce battle is coming. Mingyu muttered in confusion. Isn't this supposed to be called the Myriad Poison Pit? But why isn't there any poison here? Min Tuyet smiled, pointing. Look over there, everyone. She quietly pointed out. Next to that guardian are tons of treasures. Ah! Ningye excitedly cried out. No wonder it's a hidden dungeon, it's so generous. Let's steal some treasures while the boss is asleep, Sun Gu suggested. Lu Chen stopped them, saying, It's not that simple. Look closely. The awakening fragment isn't among the treasures. He added seriously, Based on my experience, this boss is more terrifying than any we've faced before. With our current strength, we probably don't stand a chance against it. Someone suggested, Then why don't we just sneak away with these treasures first? After all, we have the key. We can come back for the fragment when we're stronger. He agreed, adding his support. I agree as well. Keep in mind that in hidden dungeons, players can re-enter multiple times unless they die, in which case they're locked out. Lu Chen glances at the Poison Devil King in agreement, telling everyone to proceed with caution and not to trigger the boss. Holding her weapon, Chun-Ni cautiously approached He Yi. Then, engulfed in blue light, he lunged forward and kicked her in the back. Ha Nge is kicked forward by Xuan Ne. Luke Tran turns to see this and angrily shouts, Damn it! Her face contorted, filled with terror. The Poison Demon King awakens, raising his sword. Like an ant, Ha Nge looks up and cries out in terror, No! She raised her sword to block the attack, using her skill at Tuinat Puong. Han Nge cried out as she fell backward. I can't even block one move. Lu Chen appears before her, helping her up and asking if she can stand. She replies that she's fine. He turned to the others, urging them to join the fight. Hurry, everyone, let's go. This boss is too strong, and Han Nge is using purification. A barrage of attacks rained down on the Poison Devil King. Demon spear strikes and a hail of arrows, one after another. In the air, notifications of 3-1-62, C-83, C1, and C8 flashed continuously. Sensing something was wrong, Zungu shouted, We don't have enough. What are you three doing? Hearing this, he laughed and said, You guys just fight the monsters you created. We won't participate. As for these treasures, we'll pick them up for you first. Heaney glared over and shouted, Those bastards! He clearly pushed me out. Lu Chen stood up, pushed her aside, and instructed, Never mind them. Be careful to avoid the poison. Mingyu slashes at the Poison Devil King's sword, struggling to say, Block it. The boss's damage is too great. I can't hold on much longer. She frowns, anxiously adding, I can only maintain this for 10 more seconds. Tops. What now? Hearing this, Lu Chen began to strategize. I'll distract the boss. Everyone retreat first. We can't all be buried here. Min Yue hesitated. But you... A purple aura emanated from him as he charged toward the Poison Demon King. Don't worry about me. Just go. As the sword energy hurtled towards him, Lu Chen frantically thought, Think of something, Lu Chen. Think. A powerful sword descends, and a figure radiating purple energy appears beside him, as Lu Chen uncertainly asks Xinran, the Poison Devil. King's eyes flashed as he questioned, Who dares withstand my blow? Xinran haltingly pointed at him. Linap. A golden light flashed in the Poison Demon King's chest. Lu Chen stared at her, contemplating how she came out on her own without being summoned, and even pushed back such a powerful boss. Just who is Jinran? She sweeps past him with her spear. Just as Jinran cried out, a hole appeared in the chest of the poison demon king, and Ming Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, your pet is too overpowered." Lu Chen responded, "I don't know what's happening either. Everyone, run and don't stop." The poison ghost king raised his sword, gathering energy as he roared, "None of you will escape." He unleashes Poison Shadow Strike upon Lu Chen and the others. The system announces that Poison Shadow Strike will unleash Total Wind Slash, temporarily reducing the target's HP by 30%. The added Poison Sword effect has a 100% chance to poison the target, causing them to lose 5% of their health per second for 5 seconds. The merchant is hit and falls forward. Lu Chen knelt, realizing the gap was too vast. He needed more power. Nearby, Jinran steadied herself with her spear, then raised it high. From the spear, a surge of energy emanates as Jinran unleashes the Underworld's enemy sweep. The system displays Underworld's enemy sweep. A nameless power from the Underworld dispels all negative effects. The Poison Devil King was shocked as she pointed to the hole in his chest with one finger. Then Tam Nian forcefully reached inside, a burst of light illuminating the scene. Lena clutches Shin's hand, saying, "So it was you." He smiles faintly, marveling at how she's turned out. A golden light flashes, and she stammers in shock, "Lena?" He released Tam Nian, muttering, "How ironic. What I couldn't avoid is what you desire." Lena leaned back, allowing her to take the energy. "Fine, take it. I should thank you anyway. I'm finally free from its control," he muttered, gazing at the stone in her hand. Freedom. As he saw the golden light emanating from her, he excitedly tried to stop her, carefully pausing, his heart filled with worry, thinking, "This is bad." Xian wasn't listening to him at all. Tam Nian's figure begins to fade, and Lu Chen reaches out, calling to her. Seeing the shard of awakening glow, he realizes Xian's true goal was this all along. But is that all it does? Meanwhile, the system informs Lena that she has obtained Awakening Fragment 1. Congratulations to the Crimson Mercenary Group for clearing the hidden Poison Fang Cave. Mingzhu approached with a bright smile, saying, "Guild leader, where did you get such an overpowered summon?" "I want one too. I want one too." Sun Gok immediately retorted, "Don't even dream of it. Big Brother only got Saran by activating an SSS class quest, the only one in Sky Peak." Hanya clutched her chest and said, "Thank goodness. If we didn't have Saran, we would have been wiped out." The three from Zhuan Ni's group tried to sneak away, but Lu Chen pointed his sword at them, shouting, "Stop right there! You ambushed me, woke the boss, and now you're trying to run?" "I don't understand what you're saying," said Chun Ni, feigning ignorance. "I don't understand," Yueying added with a laugh. "You were the one who couldn't stand properly, waking up the boss and bringing misfortune upon us." Da Thuong agrees. "Yeah, we should be the ones blaming you, not the other way around," Hanye said angrily through gritted teeth. Lu Chen frowned, praising them. "What a great performance. Luckily, I recorded everything. Should I post it online for everyone to enjoy?" The three are shocked, covering their faces and exclaiming, "What?" Her face darkened as she questioned, "I've always treated you well. Betraying me, an ancient sword dream soul, for a measly reward?" He scoffs. "You call that little bit of money treating us well?" Chun-Li steps forward, scolding. "You rotten woman, don't forget." He laughs and threatens, "Right now, ancient sword dream soul relies on the three of us brothers. Don't think you're so important just because we call you sister." Lu Chen, enraged, gathers his energy and punches Chun Ni in the face. He covered his face and screamed, "Severing Chen Chen! This is a matter for the Ancient Sword Dream Soul. What business is it of yours?" "Because I am a member of Ancient Sword Dream Soul." She's shocked, wondering if he really is. Spring Mud grits his teeth in anger, and Da Thuong embraces him, trying to dissuade him. "Brother, these guys are tough to deal with. Pushing it will only hurt us." "That's right. Let's fall back for now." Xuanne didn't forget to remind them that he wasn't done with them yet. "We'll settle things with the guild later." Lu Chen plunged his sword into the ground, his eyes flashing as he pointed at the three and questioned, "Did I say you could leave?" Mingyu, squatting down to collect items from Ye Shang's body, says, "Aren't these all guild supplies? What kind of kickbacks were these guys getting?" "That Tramcan Tramza you mentioned, you joined Ancient Sword Dream Soul?" Han Ge asked hesitantly from behind. "Is it true?" Back in the real world, Lu Zhen watches as 13 and the others apologize. "Sorry everyone, I unilaterally decided to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul without discussing it with you all." Sungu smiled, clinking glasses with him, and replied, "It's okay. I'll follow you wherever you go, big brother. He raised his glass, adding, That's right. Plus the blood mercenary group becoming a branch of Ancient Sword means we get benefits and stay independent. Isn't that better than before? Mingjue raised her grilled squid skewer, continuing, I used to be sad all day because Lu Chen quit the game, but I never expected to see the great god return to Ancient Sword Dream Soul. I'm so touched I could cry. Others chimed in as well. Xiaoxu said, That's right, no need to apologize. We've already decided to follow you anyway. She emphasized her point by biting into a skewer of squid. That's right, that's right. Lu Chen blushed, thinking, what more could he ask for in teammates? 13 plates sighs, regretting, it's my low level that made us miss out on those poisonous butterfly beauties. What a shame. While eating, Sungu comforted him. It's okay. We can go to the hidden dungeon once Ms. Hang Yi reaches level 70. He looked at Lu Chen's blushing face and asked, what does this have to do with the beautiful Ms. Hang Yi? Hearing this, he recalled explaining that he had obtained a necklace in the dungeon that could activate a hidden dungeon, but only female players level 70 or higher could activate it. Lu Chen handed the necklace to Hang Yi, saying, This necklace is perfect for you. The system screen appeared, displaying Moonlit Dark Gold, plus 45 strength, plus 42 power, passively increases user's HP limit by 20%. Activates a quest when the user reaches level 70, may randomly activate a hidden dungeon. He scratched his head and replied with a smile, I figured you were the highest level here. So, blushing, Mingshu cuts him off. Okay, no need to explain, we all understand, leader. Suddenly, 13 turns and looks in one direction, exclaiming in a panic, Look, isn't that the great beauty Hang Yi? Lu Chen immediately dove under the table. Don't let her see me. He pointed, replying, Stop daydreaming. Look, she's just here for her company. Lu Chen sheepishly crawled out as Ming Shui asked, President, she's gorgeous. Why did you hide? He smacked her head, telling her not to ask so many questions. Suddenly, a powerful force sweeps through. 13th closes his eyes and asks, What's going on? Sungok looks back and shouts, Oh no, Hange's company has exploded. Luke Chen rushes towards the scene, calling out Hange's name. He plunged into the blaze, desperately calling out for Hange. President Hange. Just then, debris fell from above. He frantically searched, calling out for Hange. Just then, she approached from behind and spoke, Lu Chen. Clutching her injured arm, she muttered, It's you. It really is you? Hange, as if falling, struggled to say, I knew it. I knew you were okay. Lu Chen rushes over and embraces her, softly calling out, He. 13 rushed up from behind, asking, She recognized you? He simply replied, Yes. Sungok urged them to stop talking about it, saying the ambulance was on its way and they should continue outside. Immediately, the group quickly evacuated the fire, while outside the hospital room a voice cried out in disbelief that there was no footage. Another person spoke up, advising her to calm down. The police explained that nearby stores and building cameras offered no leads, either turned off or in blind spots, adding that the explosion was definitely not an accident. The police are doing their best to find more clues. Hearing this, Luke Tran placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Min Nguyet has finished her statement, so let's leave the rest to the police. Min Nguyet could only sigh in response. She turned and took the officer's hand, pleading, Officer, if you find anything, please contact me immediately. He blushed and agreed, Rest assured, we will. Luchin watched the police leave, saying, This is too strange. It's definitely a plot against the chairman. Min Nguyet asks, You think so too? He strokes his chin, replying, Why else would all the cameras suddenly break, the evidence disappear, and there be no one else at the scene? It's clearly targeting the chairman. She presented a stack of documents, stating, Perfect timing. Take a look at this. Lu Chen opened the bag and saw a notice about the handling of the Vice President of Fine Arts position, exclaiming in shock, This is... Min Nguyet calmly explained, This is the notice I received early this morning. He pointed to the documents in his hand. GGS used to rely on Ancient Sword Dream Soul to develop, but now the Ancient Sword has declined. The major shareholders are seizing this chance to oust Ivy from the group. I don't believe they're not involved. Is there nothing I can do but watch them bully others? Min Nguyet, is there nothing we can do? She asked, staring intently at him. Is there a way? Because only you can do it. Suddenly, crying could be heard from inside the room, and Lu Chen looked inside, asking, Is the president awake? Min Yue was also surprised, and Ai Shisen turned around, startled by the voice. The chairman hurriedly explained, No, it has nothing to do with me. It's just that she kept asking, and I only said what I knew. He quickly approaches to ask what's wrong, and Han Ye rushes over to hug him tightly around the waist. Lu Chen, she pleaded through tears, don't leave me. Promise me, don't ever leave me again. Lu Chen gently touched her arms, finally embracing He Yi and promising her happiness. Okay, I promise. Just then, inside the game, she held her sword, facing the cockatrice before her. Lu Zhen offered a careful reminder as he glanced back to see a flash of purple light obliterate the approaching monster. Suddenly, another one behind her is quickly wiped out. Hanninge turns back to look at Lu Chen, saying with a smile that it's almost over. The system screen flashed with notifications. Congratulations to player Shui Yifeng for reaching level 59. Congratulations to the player at Tuinat Fuong for reaching level 60. Congratulations to the player at Tuinat Fuong for reaching level 61. Lu Chen turns, thinking that time is running out, and he must quickly revive the ancient sword Dream Soul. He looks toward the nearby Thunder Chicken Peak. Back in reality, Lu Chen stood still as Hang Ye embraced him and rambled on. With the heavenly sect becoming more famous, every game company wanted a piece, and GGS was no exception. Min Nguyet calmly explains that if he revives the ancient Dream Soul Sword in Heavenly Sect, Ive will have the power and standing to reclaim her voice. That's why she believes only he can do it. In the game, Lu Chen sweeps his sword, and notifications ring out. Congratulations, player Tramcan Tram Sa, for reaching level 69. Congratulations, player Tramcan Tram Sa, for obtaining a skill, Universal Shift. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter, not enough, still not enough. I have to become stronger. Lu Chen raised his sword and rushed forward, shouting as he continued. Suddenly he paused, letting out a questioning sound as He Yi pointed to the disappearing thunder-crested chickens, saying, I've cleared this area. After a moment, she held out a potion to Lu Chen. You really don't have to push yourself so hard for my sake. He sat down by a tree, took the vial, and replied, Since my return, many players have sought us out, and our situation has improved greatly. Lu Chen held up the empty vial, examining it as he continued. Back in the day, Dream Soul was the #1 guild on the entire server. But now, just in this small area of Floating Ice City, we have Overlord, Mad Dragon, Silver Fur, and a host of other powerful guilds ranked above us. They either have the backing of large companies and endless resources or a strong influence in the game with no shortage of manpower, Luke Tran added sharply. Compared to them, we have to guard against backstabbing corporations and the schemes of other guilds, so we have to work much harder. Hearing this, He Yi exclaimed, Lu Chen, as he grabbed his sword, stood up and muttered, No, I have to keep training. I have to reach level 70 today. She frowned, stood up, and said, Okay, I'll train with you. Late at night, at the Azure Dragon Guild, Shadow Chaos asked in surprise, Is that Lu Chen, the one who slayed Qianchen? Blushing, he recalled the past. That's right. He didn't go for the ancient Dream Soul sword. He stayed in Silverfur, tricking us all. Who knew he'd return and become so famous? He quietly warned, Boss, he's strong, much stronger than anyone in our guild. The other added, Quite a few people in the Hall of Fame are curious and want to meet him. Shadow Chaos clutches his sword, muttering, After so long in hiding, let's see what he's capable of. In the ogre territory, He Yi looked at the awakening fragment and asked why he wanted it. He calmly replied, I want to try it out. Lu Chen held up the fragment, now radiating a blinding light, staring intently as he called out, Come forth, Tamnian. The dazzling light from the awakening fragment spreads everywhere. Adapet summoning failed. Your Shinran could not be summoned. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Another failure. He gazed at the fragment and muttered, Shinran was summoned after her death, but she's different from other undead because she has a real body. Little did Wanfang know she'd be involved with Queen Lina and these awakening fragments. He quietly analyzed that last time, in the hidden dungeon, the Poison Demon King was probably controlled by Queen Lina with the awakening fragments, and Shinran was also craving the awakening fragments. Lu Chen, looking at the fragment in his hand, added that no one knew why there was no reaction after using it. Hang Nye comforted him, saying that golden fingers couldn't be used casually, and perhaps another turning point was needed. He reluctantly accepted that that was the only explanation. Suddenly, Torin strikes down, and she shouts a warning. A system notification appears. A level 40 Tauren warrior with NTL's rage skill. Lu Chen blocked the attack with his sword, surprised. There's still one left? He immediately jumped up, using Chenkun Yiji to stab it in the head, and a notification popped up. Heaven and Earth Throw, level 1, increases attack damage by 10%, and reduces the target's complementary attribute defense by 10%, while also increasing the chance of stunning the enemy by 20%. Your new skill is amazing. It's an instant kill. Looking at the sword in his hand, Lu Tran muttered, Level 1 is already 10% attack damage. Level 10 will be 100% damage, much stronger than Zhu Ren. He grinned, holding the sword. Combined with this Moonflower sword, it's truly heaven-defying. Today's level-up efforts were not in vain. She smiled, looking at the system screen. Your efforts were not wasted. Second, the heavenly rankings. Sadly, the beautiful Fong Sak Huyen Tuong is even more hardcore than me, and she's currently in the top spot. The leaderboard displays the Moonflower Sword, a dark gold weapon with 870 attack plus 930, increasing the user's physical strength by 10%, increasing the user's attack speed by 8%. Moonlight has a 15% chance to create a 20% indiscriminate firing effect, required level 70. He looked at it, sighing. She always worked so hard in the game. Lu Chen was a little surprised to see the two unfamiliar names at the top. These two are new faces. Are they newbies? Hanye teased with a laugh. Maybe they're fans who transferred from another district. He couldn't say for sure. Impossible. He stared intently at the system screen. Suddenly, Lu Chen saw a notification. Your friend, Feng Se Huanying, has sent you a message. With a suspicious look, he grinned mischievously. Seeing this, he asked with a smile, Is it Feng Se Hanxiang? Lu Chen chuckled in agreement. That's right, boss. She stretched, sighing. I'm exhausted after working for the past 2 days, so I'm going to rest for a bit. Suddenly, He turns back and declares that no matter if Lu Chen chooses her or the fantasy scenery, she will respect his choice. He forces a smile and explains, It's not like that, Chief. The system immediately displays a notification. Your friend, Xia Yifeng, has gone offline. Lu Chen taps the message, wondering, What does Yi Han want with me? He stared in shock as the screen glitched and a notification popped up. Yi Han is in danger in the northern cliff canyon of the Ott territory. Tiandao glared at Yi Han and sneered, Just admit defeat. You can't escape today. She glared at the group, gritting her teeth. You shameless bastards. A piercing scream made them turn. Lu Jin spoke sarcastically. So many of you ganging up on one girl. I didn't know your domineering faces were so thick. Tiandao was surprised to see who had arrived. Jantian Chensha was stunned, then calmly proposed. Jantian Chensha, with you here I value you as much as the ancient sword Dream Soul. If you agree to form an alliance with us, eliminate the Snow Silver Shirt, and then share resources, what do you think? Seeing Lu Chen stroke his chin in thought, Yi Xin reminded him, Senior, don't be fooled. Once Overlord deals with Snow Silver Fur, ancient sword Dream Soul will be next. He stepped forward, vigorously cleaning his ear as he replied, I'm not the leader of Ancient Sword, so I can't decide anything, which means Ancient Sword Dream Soul won't interfere. Heavenly Blade interrupted, Then stop meddling. He clenches his fist, but as the leader of the Blood Mercenary Squad, Lu Chen frowns and raises a finger, adding, I'm definitely taking care of this. He tilted his head, reminding, 50,000 gold coins, don't welch on the deal. Yi Han couldn't help but chuckle. Tiandao angrily gritted his teeth. Jian Qianchen, why do you always oppose me? You'll regret this. Then he shouted, Attack! The two immediately responded, and just then a system notification appeared. Attention, players worldwide. Starting tomorrow at 2 p.m., the new Demon Subjugation Spirit Hall map will officially open. The spirit-suppressing path lies beneath the Grand Sanctuary of Icefall City, and only 10 players are allowed entry. Experience gained and drop rates in this map will increase by 10%. Furthermore, the boss will have a 100% chance to drop the Divine Might Order and Awakening Fragments. The Divine Might token can increase the guild level by 2. The crowd was shocked, and a world announcement appeared. The Abyssal Spirit Altar is a new map that increases the guild level by 2. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of Awakening Shards, knowing he had to go. Yi Han raised her sword, declaring, The new map is open, Heavenly Blade. I don't care, but I wonder if you're afraid of losing a few levels. He chuckled in response. I'll let you off the hook today. The new map is limited to 10 people, so don't think you have a chance. Then, turning around, he commanded, Let's go. Lu Chen laughed, reminding her from behind, Then I'll go back and prepare as well. Don't forget my 50,000 gold coins, she said, playfully punching him. You rotten Lu Chen. You finally found your soulmate. If I hadn't asked for your help, you would have forgotten about her long ago. And what about my 50,000 gold coins? What a ripoff. He raised a finger, explaining, I rushed over as soon as I got your message, didn't I? Yi Han crosses her arms and scoffs. But then her eyes land on Lu Chen's sword. Reaching out to snatch it, she says, "This sword isn't bad. How about you give it to me as compensation for my 50,000 gold coins?" Her face flushed as she accused him, "Ever since you returned from the ancient sword, you haven't once run a dungeon with me." Lu Chen handed her the sword, saying, "All right, take it." He thought to himself, how cute. Yihen moves closer, pleading, "After entering the Spirit Demon Road, you have to join my group." He hurriedly agrees. Sure, he thinks, she's way too close. Then she jumps for joy. Lu Chen sighed, covering his face with his hand. The Bamboo Dragon Guild. Piao Yunyan, level 72 Silver Archer from the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Bi Kongyan, level 72, Silver Warrior, looked down and said, "As expected, the rumors and the illusions were true. Luo Chen has appeared." Yunyan looked over and asked, "Then should we do as Zhu Yingluan said, and take action?" He stroked his chin, pondering what good it would do to test him. The Divine Might token and map fragments were the real prize. He needed to retrieve them to gain favor with the boss. No Ngan touched the item on the screen, saying that Trukan Lone had given him a high-level maze item not long ago, so he would use it on Luke Tran, so that he would definitely not be able to enter this map. Until that day, the group kept attacking the people around them, guarding the gate, not letting anyone in. "This territory belongs to the Mad Dragons. Get out of our way or face our blades." "What the hell are you scheming, kid? Brothers, charge and kill this bastard." Lu Chen pops his head out of the ground, saying, Great, no one's paying attention to me." The system displays a notification. Movement speed decreased by 90% while underground. The Demon Suppression Hall now has 5 out of 10. System notification. The Demon Suppression Hall now has 6 out of 10. Seeing this, he happily thought, "You guys keep fighting. Yeah, I'll quietly get rich." Lu Chen gripped the sword in his hand, wondering why it didn't feel real. He stomped on the ground, muttering that something was wrong, then turned back, pondering how such a commotion hadn't drawn any reaction from outside. Frowning, Lu Chen realized the system hadn't given any warnings either, and immediately slashed forward with all his might. Lu Chen watched the barrier restore itself, then looked at the fighting outside and concluded it was indeed an illusion. He quickly glanced over the crowd, pondering, such advanced illusion magic must be a maze tool, but who's behind it all? He recalled what Thousand Blades had said that day. He'd spare them today. But the 10-person limit map meant they had no chance. Thinking of this, he was furious at Thousand Blades' every word. A notification appeared stating the Spirit Hall of Demons had 710 people. Seeing this, Lu Chen angrily cursed, "Damn it, there's no time left." He raised his hand, summoning his sword, and with Netherworld summoning, a surge of purple power began to spread. He raised his sword and commanded, "Seek out the true physical items." Purple light emanated from Lu Chen, spreading everywhere. He paused, considering the maze item, which could hold players for a limited time. But even then, time wouldn't be lost. The highest grade item could hold them for 72 hours, but no one would use it to hold someone for that long. "If the map fills with people, I've already lost. No matter what, I need to get out of here first." Immediately, a system notification appeared. "Your soldiers have detected an anomaly at the 2 o'clock position. Please proceed there." He clenched his fist in satisfaction. "Well done." Lu Chen hesitated as he looked at the white light before him, recognizing the shadow within. This was the place. Lu Chen swung his sword, commanding, "Break!" With that immense power, the illusion was immediately torn in two. He stood still, watching the purple orb appear before him, and calmly concluded that it was the one. The screen displays an introduction. This high-grade maze tool can create illusions for a designated target, causing them to lose their sight. He picks up the tool in denial. "No, this isn't the scene I saw before, meaning the illusion isn't over, and I was hit before I even infiltrated. But this is definitely the main body of this rune tool." A notification sounds. The system announces that the number of people in the Devil Spirit Church is 810, and he angrily curses, "Damn it, this plan is such a waste of time." Lu Chen keeps turning the sphere around, grumbling, "I'm the best student at S University, and this is just a permutation combination. This little thing actually gave me trouble." He touched a spot and commanded it to unlock, and the screen immediately displayed. The system announces, "Congratulations, you have found and cracked the maze item in 1 minute, becoming its current owner." Lu Chen stares at the turtle, thinking, "That damn turtle has a 72-hour timer on it." He then emerges from a lake, angrily wondering, where did this letter come from? The system announces that the number of people in the Demon Spirit Church is 910. Lu Chen roars in anger, "Damn it, there's only one spot left." He rushes forward thinking, I have to get in. But then the system announces that the Demon Spirit path is full at 1010 and the map is closed. Lu Chen collapses, clutching his head and groaning, "I missed it." Tianxia scoffs. "Isn't that the famous Lu Chen? What's wrong? Did you come to the Spirit Road to fish?" A dark aura emanates from him as he shouts, "You're all asking for death." He glances at the sword in Lu Chen's hand and mutters, "If you can't handle losing, don't play. I haven't even gotten in yet, damn it." A notification pops up. Yihan asks, "Senior, haven't you entered yet?" He slams his sword into the ground, cursing. He internally screamed, mortified that he couldn't get in. This map was so vast, surely filled with treasures, and now the gap between them had widened again. Black energy emanates from Lu Chen as he vows to be more careful, when suddenly a golden light flashes in the darkness. He spotted the light and froze, startled by Xinran's sudden appearance before him. Xinyan pulls him along and he asks, "Xinyan, what are you—" Immediately, Xinyan raises her hand and opens a magic circle. She pulls Lu Chen inside as Tianxia cries out in shock, "What is this skeleton?" "They just went in like that? Report him, report him. This is clearly a hack." System notification. C player Zhanqian Chen Xia has entered the instance through a special route. The current number of players in the instance is 11/10. Yihan immediately turned around and called out to his senior. A minute prior, in the Ning Hall, Kong Yin threw out a flame-burst star, and a notification appeared, unleashing multiple meteor projectiles, each dealing 160 to 200 damage to the target. Level requirement, 70. Heavenly Blade swiftly dodges, retorting, "All you do is use items?" Appearing behind him, Kong Yin chuckled, "I've got plenty of tools, and I love using them. Try and keep up." Yunyan released an ice crystal, shouting for him to die. A system notification appeared. Ice All Stone releases multiple Ice Alls, each dealing 200 to 280 damage to the target and inflicting a freezing effect. Freeze duration, 30 seconds. Required level, 70. He cursed at the empty ice crystal. Damn it, he got away. Hiding behind the wall, Tian Dao thought, "What the hell are the Truk Long Guild people doing here? They have too many items. I need to find someone to cooperate with." Immediately, the system announced that the player, Zhanqian Chen Xia, had entered the dungeon through a special route, bringing the total number of players to 1110. Seeing this, he angrily thought, Zhanqian Chen Xia used a special route. No Yin frowned, wondering how Zhanqian Chen Xia could have solved the maze tool and entered. Yunyan stroked her chin, wondering, "A special entrance? I've played Heavenly Passage for so many years, and I didn't know there was such a thing." He frowned and laughed. "Good, we must prepare a big gift for him." Xinran quickly ran towards the door. Lu Chen chased after her, turned his head slightly, and thought, "So, this is inside the dungeon? It's so quiet." He gazed ahead thinking, this must be the lowest level of the dungeon. The words, "Sands of Chen Chen," appeared on the screen, and he thought, so Xinran really did lead me straight to the bottom floor. Meanwhile, his real body meets up with Min Nguyet. A mumble echoes. "Su Fei," Ximran, engulfed in purple light, repeats. "Su Fei?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Hiding behind the wall, Xinran watches her slam against the purple energy barrier, wondering, last time it was Lin Na, this time Su Fei? Is it another name for the monarch? The boss must be behind this door. It's great having a cheat. We can go straight to the boss. Lin Yan threw herself inside, whispering to the broken sword, and Lu Chen rushed out after her. "Wait, is that Tan Nian?" The system displays a message. "Your pet has been recalled." He's shocked and tries to call her back. "Don't go," Lu Chen said, watching the golden light flash, realizing he couldn't completely trust his golden finger. Suddenly the wall emits a light, startling him as the system displays a message. "You are reading." The memory stone of the Heavenly Vault continent reveals that the original purgatory had 10 great monarchs. The wall recounts that Lena, the leader of the monarchs, led the undead to occupy the human empire, drain their power, create fragments, turn human warriors into monsters, and plunge the continent into a 1,000-year bloodbath. Then all the monarchs vanished, and the war abruptly ended. The monsters were sealed in various places across the continent, filled with resentment, and the Hall of Suppressed Demons was one of those places. Lu Chen reads this and suddenly understands. So that's how it is. From the history of Skyfall to the origin of the fragments, all the clues are connected. He looked at the stele, wondering, but aren't there 9 monarchs? Why are there 10? Lu Chen shoulders his sword, realizing that this dungeon also contains awakening fragments that Xinran can sense, but even her power can't open this door. I guess all the previous stages must be cleared to open it? He chuckled as a vertical staircase appeared before him. Lu Chen ran forward, saying, "Jason, I'm on the bottom floor. The final boss's door won't open, and I haven't seen anyone. How are things on your end?" Fengxi Huanxiang reports. "Min Yue and I are together. We've taken down 2 overlords and 3 mini-bosses. The top 4 floors are clear and we're moving on to the 5th. He inquired, "Is Heavenly Blade there?" To which Illusionary Colors replied, "No, it's not him. Did he come in too?" Illusion cautions, "Yes, we must be wary of him. I'll fight my way up, let's meet up first." And with that, Pung Saik readily agreed. "Okay, you be careful too." Inside, he waves his hand, destroying a large number of soldiers in his path, and the system announces the death of a Spirit Mausoleum soldier, a normal monster. Level 50, attack 420 to 50, defense 370, HP, skill, Death Shriek. Introducing the Guardian of the Demonic Spirit Road. Behind him, Tiandao slays a soldier with a swing of his sword, prompting a dubious compliment. "To enter a dungeon full of people, you really do have some skill." Luke Tran teased, getting close to Tiandao's back. "I didn't do what you wanted, so you're disappointed, huh?" Hearing this, he raised his sword in response. "This is my own skill, so why be disappointed? Let's join forces." You swing your sword and eliminate another soldier, asking, "You're not the only one who forced your way in here, so why look for me instead of your teammates? What game are you playing now?" Raising his sword, Heavenly Blade thrusts forward, saying, "You must know your comrades killed mine." Lu Zhen is shocked and questions him. "What about the other 2?" he asks, finishing off the soldiers beside him. "They're from the Bamboo Dragon Guild," he grits out. "The Bamboo Dragon Guild," Thousand Blades said, leaning against Lu Chen. "We can't let them steal the boss of our ice region. Another person means more power, right?" He gently stroked his sword, thinking, saving some mana so he could share some damage, and it wouldn't be too late to deal with him when the others arrived. Lu Chen smeared his bloody hand on him, agreeing, "Okay, I'll team up, but you're going to have to put in a lot more effort." The Heavenly Blade, seeing the bloody handprint, asked, "What did you do to me?" He smiled faintly, turning back to reply, "Nothing much. Just a little Asura blood that attracts spirits." He turned and shouted, "You damn tram-can tram-ja, you have no honor." Lu Chen muttered, sword in hand, "I'll take what little advantage I can get for now." Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around, alert. Then, Lu Chen leaped back a few steps. With a cold laugh, Hua Yin asked, "Heavenly Blade, why are you running?" He raised his hand, gathering flames, and said, "Let us give you a hand." With a forceful throw, No Yun hurls a high-grade item, the Flameburst Stone, which erupts into a fierce blaze, inflicting continuous burn damage and slowing surrounding enemies. Heading straight for Sky Blade. Lu Chen appears, deflecting the attack with his sword. "So, you're the ones plotting against me at the entrance of the main map? How does it feel? Having fun yet?" Yunyan chimed in with a laugh. "Trance Sandalwood Chariot, I've got something even bigger prepared for you to show you true power." Seeing this, Heavenly Blade urgently warned from behind, "Danger, it's a bamboo shadow bomb. Run." He hurls it with all his might, and the screen displays information about the so-called bamboo shadow bomb. He raises his sword to defend himself, but still loses 8557 health points and angrily curses, "Damn it!" Lu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is this the big thing you were talking about?" He swung his sword and said, "I think it's great that you brought this big gift." Yunyan sees a flash of purple light and is shocked. What was that? He sent them and Kong Yin flying, reducing their score by 4288. Lu Chen raised his sword, unleashing the frosty universe, and charged toward the 2, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Tools are just tools. Before ultimate skill, they're meaningless." Looking on from behind, Tiandao immediately chugs a potion, gritting his teeth as he mutters, "Kill them, kill them. This is the moment I've been waiting for." Lu Chen wields his sword against the 2 merciless figures, far from the tram-can-tram. He glanced back, a thoughtful look on his face. Were they shielding him while the other pretended to be a difficult monster? Who knows if these 3 are putting on a show? He uses the wind blade to attack, and Yunyan worries as she sees him get knocked back. No silver, Lu Chen was a bit suspicious, but these 2 were awful, not like they were acting at all. He waved his hand, threw a paralyzing bullet, and shouted, "Tram-can-tram-za!" Information displays that the paralysis bullet can paralyze targets, reducing their attack speed by 30%. He lowered his head, resolving to gather energy and use Qiankun Yiji. But as Lu Chen struck at the 2, the sword energy dissipated. Bu Yin immediately laughed, mocking, "Qiankun Yiji, are you running on empty? His mana is completely depleted?" Yunyan follows up with a paralyzing bullet. Without any magic, he's just asking to be killed, so he throws the paralysis bullet with all his might. Seeing this, Lu Chen cursed. "Damn it!" He urged him to run towards him. "Heavenly Blade, retreat if you don't want to die. These 2 are running on fumes." His eyes flashed as he shouted, "Watch this!" Heavenly Blade slashes at Lu Chen, shouting, "Die!" He was struck and cried out in pain as Luke Tran raised his sword and glared at the betrayer. "Tiandao, you dare to scheme against me?" He laughs in response, declaring that all warfare is based on deception. Seeing Lu Tran flee, Tiandao raised his sword in pursuit, shouting that he wouldn't escape, shocking Kong Nangan. "Tiandao, I didn't realize you were even more shameless than my brothers." He frowned and declared, "Evil enough, I like it. But you can die too." He raised his sword and retorted, "Wait, you're not supposed to be fighting me right now, but Zhan Qianzhensha. If he recovers his magic power, we're all doomed." Heavenly Blade stands firm, reminding them that with their strength, they simply can't kill him. "He only ran because I sided with you two. I just want to avenge Ha by killing Zhan Qianzhensha. I don't need any of the rewards from this dungeon." "No." Silver glanced back at Yun Yan, conveying their intent, then threatened, "I can take your brother's life any time, so don't try anything." The three of them quickly pursued Lu Chen, giving chase. Seeing him drinking a potion, Tiandao shouted, "He's over there!" Lu Chen threw the potion bottle down, cursing, "Damn it, they caught up fast." He then swung his sword, using the Ghost Slash to attack, but Thousand Blades blocked it. Seeing Lu Chen turn to flee, he ordered, "He's struggling in his death throes. Continue the pursuit." He uses the Windblade and swings his sword, striking forward, causing the three to step back to evade. Seeing the weak attack, Nangan sneered, "Someone's all out of mana." With a dark expression, Cheondo sternly warned them not to laugh, beads of cold sweat forming as he stared at the empty space ahead, realizing they were gone. Seeing this, Kongnan gritted her teeth, cursing how fast he was despite having no mana. Van Yen took out a pair of shoes, saying, "Here, take these." An announcement echoes as the speed-enhancing item increases the user's running speed by 50% for 15 seconds, and the two give chase, leaving the other behind. Seeing Lu Tran standing still before the gate, Ngan said, "Nowhere to run. Let's see where you go this time." They threw a series of items, hoping to blow him to bits. Hiding behind the wall, Heavenly Blade chuckled, thinking a battle had begun, and he could watch them tear each other apart. But his eyes widened in surprise. What were they doing? Tiandao watched the two of them throw weapons endlessly, wondering, are they searching for an enemy in empty space? As the flames drew near, he cursed, "Are you two insane? Fine, fight the air, but why throw it at me?" Just then, Lu Chen appeared behind him, sword raised to strike. He mocked, watching the sword make contact with Heavenly Blade. "Get it now? My mana is for killing you." Luke Chen followed up with a smile, using the Qiankun finger, and the sword grazed his neck. Heavenly Blade cries out in pain, severing Qianzhensha. This isn't over between us. A system notification appears. Player Skyblade has died. Lu Chen looked at him with annoyance. "You're such a pain. Equipment keeps dropping where Celestial Saber fell." He immediately sat down to pick them up, his face beaming with joy. Jackpot, jackpot. Never mind the Azure Skyblade. Not only is he rich, but he dropped so many high-level treasures. A voice echoes, asking how Lu Chen is doing. Min Nao Yet turned to the two men flailing at the air and asked, "Why are those two fighting the air like madmen? Isn't this supposed to be the Skyblade?" Lu Chen spread his arms and laughed. "They tried to team up against me, but their greed backfired. Now they're paying the price." Ming Yu's group then reported the bad news. "We also took care of the three lucky ones who made it through. What about these two?" He calmly replied, "Never mind them. Let them play in the maze." Lu Chen looked ahead and smiled smugly. The two of them wiped out all the mini-bosses, enough to trigger the conditions to unlock the dungeon below, and he pushed open the large door. Lu Chen, his face serious, added, "We absolutely have to take down the final boss." The space inside the room was pitch black. Ming Yu followed Lu Chen inside, whispering, "It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing." She heard the sound of the door closing behind them. The three stood back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. Lu Chen calmly warned, "Everyone be careful. There seems to be something in the shadows." Yihan unleashes a light-based skill, casting a sacred domain to illuminate the area and negate negative effects for herself and allies within a 3-meter radius. Black tentacles lash out from behind, and Lu Chen immediately turns, drawing his sword to sever them. He used his vermilion ring to attack the tentacles, exclaiming, "No damage! These tentacles are incorporeal. Physical attacks are useless." Yihan also attacked with her weapon, reminding him, "It's just a shadow." Called upon, Ming Yu immediately unleashed Spirit Bullet, but the tentacles quickly ensnared her legs. Jat Han says worriedly, "Min Nuyet, this shadow is afraid of light. It doesn't want me to use my skills." She raises her sword, gathering holy light energy, which is 200% effective against shadow enemies. Lu Chen gathers energy and shouts for Jihan to be careful, as the tentacles immediately rush towards her. It quickly wraps around and surrounds Giat Han. Luke Tran, sword in hand, watches the tentacles coil around them both. He cried out in alarm, "Min Yue!" Lu Chen turned and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself!" He silently raised his sword, deep in thought. Lu Chen closed his eyes, focusing his senses. He sought the origin of the tentacles, then charged forward, ripping off his blindfold. It was here. Lu Chen slashes forward with all his might. "I found you." An announcement rings out, 26 and 7-5 deducted. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he realized he too was being dragged away by the tentacles. It climbed relentlessly, engulfing Lu Chen's entire body until he was completely ensnared by the tentacles. Covered in sweat, Lu Chen suddenly awoke, looking around and calling out, "Where are you, Jia Xin, Sister Mingyu?" Receiving no response, Lu Chen looked at his hands, pondering, "Why do I feel so relaxed?" His body felt full of power. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn around, asking, "Who's there?" Lu Chen stared at the light, thinking, this pressure is intense. I can't move. He looked at the figure behind him, unsure, thinking it was a boss, but quickly dismissed it. Not a boss, but even stronger. His eyes opened, staring at Lu Chen as he cried out. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he collapsed to his knees, muttering, "This pressure, it's a monarch." Su Fei smiled, saying, "Hundreds of years have passed, and everyone thought the Asura were extinct, but a new species has emerged." She approached him, saying to relax. An Asura like him wasn't worth her time. Su Fei gathered energy at her fingertip, placing it on Lu Chen's brow, recounting, "When ants crawl beneath the stars, do they truly believe they can see the Milky Way? Only when you climb to a height where you can clearly see your own insignificance will you be qualified to fight me. Or, like other insects, quietly fade into dust." Clenching his sword, he reflects that even as an Asura, he's less than an insect in the eyes of the monarch, and he grits his teeth in frustration. So, an Asura is just the beginning. Very well, that means I can become even stronger. Lu Chen touches his forehead, wondering what she just did to him, and closes his eyes to search. It seems Lu Chen has sensed the connection. He feels it now, a link to the darkness, as he calmly analyzes that he too is part of this shadow realm, and the darkness is an extension of himself. The power of darkness calls to him, and a wall of darkness appears in his mind. Lu Chen stands still, sword in hand, his eyes wide open, and unleashes a moon slash, instantly returning to the hall. From the shadows, the Death Shade appears, raising its sword high as Lu Chen raises his to meet the blow. A notification appeared. Shadow of Death, level 85, special boss. He stared ahead and said, "You've finally appeared." Death's shadow strikes down with its sword, and Lu Chen, forced back, realizes this special boss is truly powerful. He glances back, contemplating how to escape and save them. Lu Chen dodges the strike, thinking his mana has reached its limit, so there shouldn't be a problem this time. He stood still, raising his hand to summon the Underworld, triggering the second phase of the Underworld Legion. The Legion of Purgatory rushes towards the Death Shade, who swings his sword, obliterating them, his aura reaching the Netherworld. "So, you're one of us. Then why be enemies? Humanity is our real enemy." Lu Chen swung his sword to parry, declaring, "They are my companions, and I won't abandon them, no matter their race." The Death Shadow raised its sword, retorting, "Madness. You'll pay for your choice." Yihan breaks free from the tentacles and raises his sword, retorting, "I am darkness. Darkness is me. And in the darkness, I am invincible." Yihan raised his sword and charged, calmly retorting, "Those who told me to pay the price ultimately paid it themselves. Prepare yourself." The Death Wraith began to chant, "O fallen purgatory of darkness, heed my call. Absorb the power of purgatorial souls in the name of Death's Shadow." His arm raised, gathering. Blood Shadow Demon Transformation. Lightning. Strike slash. Lu Chen and Yihan immediately jumped aside to dodge, and she exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" "It absorbs dark energy, and it's full of blood," he explained, pursing his lips. "We don't stand a chance in this dark area." Hearing this, Yihan asked, "Lu Chen, what do we do now?" Lu Chen opened his mouth and unleashed the attack, Moon Slash, closing his eyes to sense it. "I can sense his power, and mine share the same origin." Lu Chen felt the energy of the two connect. Perhaps he could sense it now. The dark power of the dark prison. A light flashes on his forehead. The mysterious starlight the king left him is heating up. Finally, Lu Chen realizes, so this is where it's used. A surge of purple light flashes across the night sky, followed by echoing laughter as the screen reveals the awakening of a fragment containing the power of King Soph. As Jin's eyes snap open and he rushes forward, he thinks, "Thank you, King Sophie." The shadow of death gaped in disbelief. Impossible! How could a mere Asura sever my power? Behind him, Yihan used divine blessing, holy light, and then Lu Chen gathered his strength for one final blow. The shadow of death finally falls, and a voice rings out, "Congratulations, player, you have cleared the stage." "Spirit Hall Devil," Yihan said in shock as she watched his figure disappear. "Is this some kind of hack?" Mingyu asked suspiciously. "Why was the boss suddenly so weak?" Lu Chen replied with a cold laugh. "The secret is to quickly see what the boss dropped." As soon as Lu Chen touched it, notifications popped up one after another. "Congratulations, you've obtained the Divine Might token, and congratulations, you've obtained Death Battle boots. 3. Death Gauntlets. 3. Congratulations, you obtained a Great Magic Stone. 10. Death Spirit Stones. 10. 9,999 gold. Congratulations, player, you've obtained the Blood Shadow Mana Conversion Skill Book, Volume 1. When health is higher than mana, health will be converted to mana, and vice versa." He clutches a book, ecstatic. It's a skill that balances mana and health. This is amazing. It's like finding a gold mine when you're down on your luck. Suddenly, Yihan blushed and cried out in confusion, prompting Lu Chen to rush over and ask, "What's wrong?" You touched something?" she replied, pulling her hand back with a dark look. "I touched something. I felt something hard," Mingyu stammered, blushing. "Something hard? Hard, you say?" Lu Chen tried to stop her. "Wait, I don't think we should." But she urged him excitedly. "Hurry, take it out and let's see how hard it is." Mingyu frowned in disappointment. The sword's stats appeared. Hellfire Mythic Sword, a 3-star dark gold weapon, increases attack by 17%, increases scatter effect by 20%, and has a 5% chance to trigger Hellfire, dealing massive damage to the target. Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Excellent quality too. Never before has equipment of excellent quality dropped in Heavenly Sect, yet we've obtained it." He looks at Yihan, negotiating. "Yihan, the materials and gold are yours. But this sword?" Hearing this, she agreed, knowing he was the main fighter against the boss, and the sword's name made it clear it was meant for him. Lu Chen grabbed the sword and jumped for joy, shouting, "Yihan, all hail!" All that remained was the sound of the three's sighs of awe at the massive reward. They've made a big score, and there's no commotion outside. I wonder what those two idiots are up to. Lu Chen went out, saw Kong Yin and Yunyan lying on the ground, and said with a laugh, "So you finally killed yourselves?" Mingyu asked, puzzled. "But why are their bodies still here? Aren't they supposed to be teleported away when they die?" He chuckled. "They're both under the effects of a maze item. Even in death, they have to wait for the item's duration to expire before they can play normally." She couldn't help but praise him. "You're something else." Immediately, the World Channel displayed Thien Dao Tram, Can Tram Sa. "Just you wait, you bastard. I'm not through with you yet. World Channel, Photo Frenzy, and the Crimson Blaze Zone. Lu Chen, you may have won this time, but when the time comes, I'm coming for your head." He immediately shared it, saying, "You shout on the World Channel and still want to pay me? Keep shouting." Back in the real world, Luke Tran heard a noise outside, yawned, and went to open the door, asking, "Xiaoshui, did you forget your keys again?" Suddenly, a man burst in, yelling, "You son of a bitch, are you Tram Can Tram Za?" Lu Chen grabbed his arm, confused, and asked, "Who are you, bro?" He throws a punch at Lu Chen, asking what he's playing at. "You can't hide fire with paper. Are you trying to take what's not yours?" The great Lu Chen, the famous executioner, is apparently less reputable than this bastard. His face darkened as he asked, "Do you even know what you're saying?" But Yidai continued to curse. "Where are you hiding that bitch?" "Bei Ming Shui, get out here." Lu Chen stopped him, but he only became more agitated. "Get out here. Seducing rich men now, are we? I'll strip you bare." He couldn't take it anymore and landed a punch to his chest. "Enough." Luke Tran picked up his phone and threatened him. "If you don't leave, I'm calling the police." Seeing he was serious, the man spat and stormed off, not forgetting to threaten him one last time. "Just you wait, Bei Ming Shui. I don't believe you can hide forever." He watched him, thinking, this bastard seems to have misunderstood something with Xiao Shui, but what is this person's relationship with Xiao Shui? "So, little Jew?" Just as Lu Chen thought this, he sensed something and turned around, calling out helplessly, "Little Jew, Sister Mingyu." He looked at the two huddled together and asked, "Are you hiding from that man?" "It's nothing, he's gone now," Ming Shui said darkly, shrinking into Mingyu's arms. "Min Nunguyet." Hinenge asked as she walked in. What's going on? What's everyone doing here? Did something happen? Hearing that, she cried even harder. Sister Honge, I thought he was back. Min Nguyet tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, it's not that bastard. She then turned to the two of them, saying they should go inside to talk, as Min Nguyet and Hong Ning sat beside Min Tuyet, trying to comfort her. 13 jokes, telling her to dry her tears, or her brother will come back and kill them all. Min Tuyet finally laughs and says he wouldn't. Hung Yi then asked what exactly happened, telling her not to worry and to tell them so they could figure it out together. She shuddered at the thought, and after a moment, Ming Zhu began, Here's what happened. Before I joined our guild, I had a boyfriend in the game. His ID was One Lifetime, the Tyrant. Ming Shui recounted One Lifetime's words. A woman who holds hands is agreeing to sleep with him. She agreed to hold hands, so what was she pretending for? But after only a week of dating, he wanted to take her to a hotel. I was so scared that I ran away and broke up with him, but he continued to harass me in the game. My brother has also run into a lot of trouble in the game, so I never mentioned it to him. Don't think that latching onto Tramcan Tramza's coattails will protect you. Min Tuyet wiped away her tears and said, I can deal with him in the game. But who knew he'd be waiting for me outside? Even 13, who was just joking around, slammed the table in anger. Where do people like this come from? That bastard is a real animal. Mingyu hugged her, heartbroken. You should have told me sooner. This kind of person needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. We can't give in to him. Huh. Nkei was furious, saying, we should just go straight to the police station. But Luke Tran, his face darkening, replied, that guy said something before he left. I'm afraid he's still here. Reporting him now might be useless since he hasn't actually done anything. She looked at him and suggested, why don't you move in too? Xiaosui, if you want to go out, you can call me to go with you. Shisan nodded in agreement. True, Xiaosu is a girl, and it's inconvenient for her to live with a bunch of grown men like us. How can we take care of her with a beautiful girl around? Hearing this, Lu Chen had no choice but to give in. That's good. Then it's settled. Ming Shui tried to control her trembling voice. Everyone, you're all too kind to me. Thank you. Helpless, He Yi consoled her. All right, crying when you're sad is one thing, but why cry when you're happy? He then called the others over to discuss their next move. Brothers, do you understand what to do next? Understood. Shifting to Ho Long Vian, who says, hiding his face, I'm telling you, my boss is Tian Dao, but the opponent continues to punch him. I'll call you woof woof woof. One generation still tries to threaten. Our gang won't let this go. As soon as he said that, his teammates ran away. True love, hang in there. You'll be okay. When we get back, we'll get Dao Zong to avenge you. Luke Tran cracked his knuckles, staring at First Life. Now, no one will bother us. We can avenge our sister. No, please stop. And with that, he was beaten to a pulp. Don't, he covers his face. I was wrong. Please, no more. If you keep hitting me, this account will be ruined. But Luchin replied, keep hitting him until the account is completely ruined. Someone from Thuinat Fuang already hired people to beat me up. I really don't dare anymore, the opponent cried. Just stop hitting me, and I'll tell you a secret, a great secret. He gritted his teeth, asking, what secret? The thug whispered, there's an island in this lake and a great secret on it, said to be of immense benefit. Luchin, grabbing his hair, sneered, so generous. Why didn't you tell Heavenly Blade's boss? Why tell me? One Life cried out, trying to explain. It's because we just arrived and didn't have time yet. He secretly thought to himself, to reach the island, one must find a special NPC, and we've been searching for half a day without any luck, so telling you is pointless. One Life feigns misery, weeping, now I've told you everything about the island and its secrets. Are you the hero who slays the wicked? Please, sir, spare me. Luchin blew the hair from his face and said, you better be telling the truth, because if I find out you're lying, you'll pay the price, inside or out. He hastily replied, 100% the truth. If I lie, you'll wipe out my account. Ignoring him, Lu Chen turned to the turtle, who was staring at him with its mouth open. The system announces that the frost-scale armored fish is native to Dragon Garden Lake, and Lu Chen takes out a fish. Come on, little turtle, eat this fish. Once it finished, he jumped onto its back. Little turtle, take me to the island. Yidai stared blankly at him. What the hell? But then, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. The boss may be over it, but we're not, and we get beaten up again. No, please, I was wrong. I wouldn't dare even if you paid me. Meanwhile, he was quite relaxed, saying that only a fool wouldn't take advantage of an opportunity. Let's see what secrets this island holds. The armored fish swims forward as Lu Chen reflects on the hidden island. Gazing at it in the distance, he muses, "It's so far. An hour, and we're still not there. How mysterious." Lu Chen stretched, saying, "This is so relaxing. It's been a while since I've felt this carefree playing a game." But he quickly thought, "It's rare to be able to space out, but my mind just won't be quiet." He recalls being rescued by a mysterious benefactor he never repaid, his leader's ambush, and Xiaozhua being harassed by a scumbag. It wasn't until the boss arrived that Ancient Sword entered its later stages, and in a desperate search for awakening fragments, he discovered that Xinran seemed to be closely connected to both the fragments and the Sovereign. I was granted power by Queen Sophia for reasons unknown, and she even resolved some inconveniences in the game. It seems everything is progressing, but many mysteries remain. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, lost in thought, especially about leveling up here, unaware of the bird that had just arrived. I thought I was strong after advancing to Asura, but it turns out even an Asura is nothing before the monarch. Other races have clear paths after advancing, but I can only figure it out myself. I wonder how the Asura race advances. What's even stranger is that when I checked on my pet this morning, Xinran was gone. And each time Xinran appeared before, she was stronger, so has she grown to the point where she no longer needs me? But the quest involving Xinran is not yet complete. Our connection isn't so easily severed, and we'll meet again someday. He thought of the SSS Promise quest, the Rebirth sub-quest, Awaken the Girl, Xinran, quest progress, incomplete. Finally, Lu Chen leaned back, telling himself, well, no need to overthink things now, just take it one step at a time. Strength is the most important thing. Leveling up is more important than anything else. He closed his eyes to rest, feeling truly relaxed. No wonder it's called Heavenly Burial. This is truly the ultimate gaming experience. But suddenly, the armored fish swayed slightly, startling Lu Chen awake. He looked at the island before him and said, "No, this can't be." Lu Chen looked into the distance, realizing that the so-called treasure was a scam. Where's this great secret and great benefit supposed to be? There aren't even any birds. Suddenly, he jumped down, startling the sea turtle, and the moment Lu Chen landed, it fled. "Don't go take me back, you're just going to kill me and leave me here?" That rotten turtle. Suddenly, someone calls out. Brai stared intently at him, and Lu Chen startled and screamed. "Oh my god, it's a demon, but he's still chasing after you." Dalin Brai keeps circling around Luke Tran, saying, "No mistake, it's definitely him. This face, these ears, he's an Asura." He grabs Luke Tran's hand and raises it, asking if he's here to serve the great Princess Sophia. Lu Chen asked blankly, "Who are you, and who is Sophia? Why should I help her?" D, upon hearing that, struck him. "You don't even know the great Princess Sophia? What kind of spirit are you? You must serve the princess, or I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life." Lu Chen quickly cried out, "Stop, don't hit me anymore." He held his head, listening to the old man's nonsense, a brainless brat who knows nothing but pretending to run away and drink. "I am the great seer of the Bloodfeather Legion, and I've waited on this island for so many years. You must call me Lord Bai." Lu Chen greeted him. "So you're Lord Bai of the Bloodfeather Legion. I'm very familiar with your captain Jue Wei." He thought to himself that this man was the prophet of the Bloodrain Legion, and perhaps not such a bad person after all. The old beard asks, "That little Jue Wei became a Legion captain?" But suddenly he attacks Lu Chen. "Stop beating around the bush. Do you intend to keep your promise to serve Princess Sophia?" Wait, when did I agree to that? As he blocked the old man's blows, he wondered why no one seemed to care about the NPC's sudden appearance on this mysterious island. On second thought, this must be a high-level quest. To refuse would be foolish. After careful consideration, Lu Chen relented. Okay, I'm in, just stop hitting me, all right?" And quickly accepted the quest. "Okay, deal." Just then, a system notification appeared. "You have accepted the 5th level Demon Lock Tower's Divine Sense quest. Enter the highest level of the Demon Lock Tower, kill the Purgatory Demon Lord, retrieve the Demon Suppressing Sword, and deliver it to the Immortal Branch token." A reminder appears. Failure to complete the mission will result in account termination. His eyes widen as he shouts, "Wait!" Lu Chen opened his mouth to shout, "Wait, but..." before the gate pulled him in. The gate quickly sucked Lu Chen in, ignoring the others' screams of, "No, wait!" Then Blai said, "Listen closely, young man. Princess Sophia will soon rebuild the Violet Empire in the Violet Forest, but after thousands of years of slaughter, the demonic energy is too heavy. Only the demon-suppressing sword at the top of the demon locking tower can suppress the demonic energy and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. The old man watched him fall, continuing, "In that god-forsaken place called the Demon Locking Tower, even earthworms have fangs. It takes 10 archmages to control the demons within. The gateway from the underworld to the continent isn't fully open yet, and only I can transport you back and forth. If you can't retrieve the demon-suppressing sword, don't bother coming back." Lu Chen shouted, "You old geezer. Just you wait, I'll definitely return." He plummets into a sea of magma. Is this hell? Looking at his hand, Lu Chen says, "Don't underestimate me, old fool. Now that I'm here, I'll destroy this demon-locking tower for you." Sword in hand, he grinned. Is this my welcoming party? Before Lu Chen stood a massive, ominous gate. Suddenly, a purple light appeared, and moments later, crimson eyes opened. Unafraid, he said, "Let's see what you can do." Lu Chen quickly lunges forward, slicing a monster in two with a flash of his blade. But suddenly, a spider leg appears behind Lu Chen. He tries to dodge, thinking fast, as its sharp legs relentlessly attack, slicing his arm. Is this the dark power of the underworld? Lu Chen looked at his hand with concern. This power was unlike anything he'd felt before, and it was toxic. Suddenly, a light flashed on his forehead and a system notification appeared, confirming that the purification was working and the poison had been removed. The Starlight Purification, a cleansing power from Queen Sophia, can repel poisoning, paralysis, and curses. Lu Chen covers his eyes and laughs, thanking the Queen. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the earth in a wide swath, leaving him standing there with his sword as the dust settled. But Lu Chen wasn't quick to celebrate. He observed and thought, something's not right. What are they waiting for? Moments later, a large mouth emerged from the ground, and he swiftly dodged it. Suddenly, it shot out a long tongue and grabbed Lu Chen, but without worry, he turned and sliced it off. Of course, the monster retaliated, unleashing a massive force that stunned him. What was that? But a golden light also emanates from his chest, the power of Sinran. The golden light materialized, striking the monster head-on as Lu Chen gritted his teeth. I'm not fighting alone. The sword in his hand once again pierces the monster. Vanquish evil! As it died, a shimmering blue stone appeared. What is that? Lu Chen wondered, cautiously preparing to jump toward it. He dashed forward like lightning, leaving behind a purple afterimage. The first level of the Tower of Suppression contained a fragment of awakening. Without hesitation, he continues forward, wondering what lies ahead. He stops, commenting on how strange it is that flames are everywhere, yet he feels no heat. He didn't hesitate, charging straight into the crimson flames. Within, he saw two figures, and couldn't help but wonder, this is like a scene from Purgatory. Is this place actually Purgatory? Lu Chen gripped his sword, thinking, what is this? I can't control this killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to remain calm as a young man with fiery red hair appeared before him. As soon as he saw him, Yingluan attacked, unleashing a devastating blow. What's a stray dog like you doing here, looking for death? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Shadow of Disorder, why are you here? He roared, shut your mouth! He blocked the opponent's sword, calculating. He had to stay calm. This had to be an illusion. His deranged eyes locked onto Lu Chen. I crushed you once, and I can crush you again and again. Struggle as you might, you cannot escape. Suddenly, a tremor runs through him, and the character for anger appears on the back of his hand. He screamed in anger and slashed at him, shut your mouth. But he vanished, saying, I'll be waiting, Lu Chen, waiting for the day you become my loser again. Pain sears through him, clouding his vision in darkness. Damn it, this is just an illusion. I can't fall for it. It's here that Lu Chen realizes the environment can amplify one's emotions, noticing the words on the back of his hand. He steadies himself by placing his hand on his sword, but the space shifts again, and a soft hand lands on his shoulder. The senior student gazes at him adoringly. Senior, you promised you'd protect me. Then another hand reaches out, Lu Chen. He stares intently at him, saying, Lu Chen, come back to me. Then another voice calls out, Boss! Yixin clutches her heart in pain, asking, Senior, is this your choice? He quickly sheathed his sword and went to embrace her, as Han Ning's voice echoed once more. So, I could never compare to her, Lu Chen cried out in alarm. No, boss. Amidst the sea of fire, he embraces them both. No, what is that mark on his palm? He seems to realize something and angrily shouts, Get rid of it. This was never my choice. The images shatter as Lu Chen screams, You were never my choice. The reason I've become stronger is to protect someone important, even if it cost me my life. He raises his hand to stop the shockwave, the flames still burning, torturing him with pain. He collapses, belatedly realizing that what he thought was a flame-burning demons was actually a karmic fire caused by human greed, hatred, and delusion. When humans fall into these three poisons, they become demons. The demons endlessly generate karmic fire, which burns them again and again, an infinite cycle of pain. Lu Chen's eyes were now stained blood red. I can't take it anymore. My consciousness is fading. If this continues, I'll become one of them. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoes. Brother! A tiny hand held out a glittering stone. Brother, use this, Shinran said blankly, as if unconscious. Use it, and you can break through this barrier, she coaxed repeatedly. Use it now. Brother? Lu Chen shakily reached out, saying that absorbing this would allow him to break through this barrier. She opened her small hand, revealing many awakening shards, offering them to her brother. How many does he want? Tam Nien offers him power, promising he'll become the strongest Death Knight, and he lunges forward like a madman. The strongest? She continued to tempt him. Brother, isn't it your desire to be the strongest? Use it, and you'll become the strongest being in this tower. Shin Nian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Asura devours everything, so don't deny the desires in your heart, but he shouts, well, no. Writhing in pain amidst the flames, he muttered, No, it's not real, it's all fake. She clutched her chest, asking pitifully, Brother, don't you want to be stronger? Without hesitation, Lu Chen throws her hand off. No, I want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this kind of power, but by relying on myself. The evil severing sword splits her heart, but she still manages to say, Brother, you'll regret it. You can't escape without the fragments. This place will become your cage, he retorted. A cage? Since I entered this tower, every step I've taken has shattered the ceiling. Lu Chen laughed, realizing the truth. He was now an outsider, silently observing those trapped in the mire of greed, hatred, and delusion. Perhaps these three poisons cannot be completely eliminated. Only by facing and destroying them can one achieve enlightenment. As Lu Chen finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you've comprehended the hidden passive skill, Illusory Bodhi Mind. Players will receive an additional 5% critical damage for each negative status effect they receive. A maximum of 3 layers can be planted. Finally, he can breathe a sigh of relief. A maximum critical damage increase of 15%. Well worth the pain I endured. And that familiar golden light appears again. He couldn't help but wonder if this light, which had guided him before, was now a golden light leading straight ahead, the light he received when he was freed from the 3 poisons? Lu Chen followed the beam of light through the flames, where a figure in armor appeared. He cried out in joy. Xinran, it really is you, she says softly. Thank you, brother, she said, as he stared in astonishment at the armored figure before him. Suddenly, a strange memory surfaces. A man by her hospital bed whispers, Xinran, someone will save you. Lu Chen stares blankly at his palm, wondering, were those images just illusions? It feels so warm. He stepped into the barrier and said to the person before him, I can feel it. Even though Xinran has disappeared from the pet slot, my connection with her has never been so clear and close. Suddenly, the system announces that your spirit beast, Xinran, has awakened the Karma Fire Red Lotus skill. Karma Fire Red Lotus grants you and your allies a Karma Fire shield, absorbing 10% of damage and converting it into healing. During its effect, your attack and your teammates increases by 20%. And from within the flames, more figures emerge. But then, the system announced that his pet, Shin Soul, had recovered by 5%. He was overjoyed, thinking that the soul's recovery finally meant progress. The revival of Shinran is indeed hopeful. Lu Chen cautiously turned to look at the person beside him and asked, Xinran, how are you feeling? She grasped his hand, stammering, seemingly unable to speak clearly. Unsure, he asked again, Xinran, have you regained consciousness? Before she could answer, a heavy object fell from the sky. He quickly pulled her away, careful. It was an enormous coffin, and suddenly the lid burst open, a sharp hand reaching out. Lu Chen stared in disbelief as the figure emerged with an arrogant air. Which kind soul extinguished the karmic fire that was sealing me? The system panel appears, revealing the Infernal Demon Lord, a dark gold boss, level 99, with unknown attack, defense, HP, and skills. With a grim expression, he asked, You're the final boss? Luyan Nuch didn't answer, but looked at Tam Nien and smiled. No wonder, so it's you. Lu Chen shielded her as Shinran retreated, but before he could speak, the boss lunged forward. Wind Whisperer, he said, raising his sword to block the attack. I knew you wouldn't be kind enough to release my seal. So it turns out I've become so weak that I have no choice but to reclaim my own power. When you betrayed Lord Lena and joined the humans, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? Lu Chen wondered, what? This karmic fire is Tom Hyen's original power? He glared and roared. When you incited Sophia to seal me with the demon-suppressing sword, did you ever think I'd escape this broken blade? Look at you now. You were once an arrogant madman. But now you're not even worth a fart, Xinran muttered in disbelief. Different paths. Suddenly a hand grips her neck and Purgatory sneers. Different paths, you say? You look like a candle about to go out. He gave her a questioning blow. This is your path, he hurriedly shouted. But then Luke Tran appeared and embraced her while the other man continued to ramble on. So this is your choice, to keep these things by your side. Wine manipulator, I'll make you regret this. As he said that, Purgatory pulled a sword from his chest. A crimson blade emerges, and with a wicked grin, he charges forward. The clash of their swords ignites a shower of sparks. Lu Chen, his face darkening, said, "You won't find happiness by her side." Luyan Nguch swung a fierce fist at Lu Chen. "Out of my way, you pest." His strength sent him flying into a wall, costing him 346 HP, covering him in blood, and filling him with rage. Seeing this, the enemy seized the chance to attack Xinran. "Wind Whisperer, you die here." Suddenly, a sharp sword cuts through, forcing Purgatory to stop and defend. He rises, wiping blood from his mouth, and snarls, "Where the hell are you looking?" As if provoked, he roared each word, "You're asking for death," and swung a fiery blade toward Lu Chen. Another system notification appears, converting 10% of health into damage, adding 1,000 attack points to the target. The clash of power creates a massive shockwave, generating a Karma Fire shield for himself and his allies, absorbing 10% of damage and converting it into healing. During the effect, the attack power of you and your teammates increases by 20%. After the explosion, the sword flew past his face and back into his hand, leaving Purgatory in shock. But then he laughed, and swinging his sword again, he said, "If you care about him so much, then I'll make him wish he were dead right in front of you." Xinran watches with worry, calling out, "Brother!" But his attacks are easily deflected. Lu Chen's face darkens with a sneer. "Had enough? Now it's my turn." With that, he thrust his sword fiercely toward his opponent, a fatal blow that sent them both reeling back as the system announced an additional 10% splash damage. Clearly, Purgatory sensed something too, a worried look crossing his face as he hoisted his sword and scoffed. "Thanks for causing so much chaos, which allowed me to stack 3 layers of damage and unleash a critical hit." Suddenly, Xinran spoke, her dark power surging. Lu Chen stared at her, stunned for a moment, as he asked with a triumphant look about Xinran's power. "What do you mean, the power of peril?" The Hellscape's crimson sword plunges into the earth, unleashing a surge of dark power. "From the moment I took it, it no longer belonged to you. Darkness turns into chains, binding them both." The shadow prison restrains and marks the target for 10 seconds, its power engulfing them both in a massive sphere. But moments later, a surge of purple light shatters the sphere. Moonlight slash. Gripping his sword, he asks worriedly, "How can a mere Asura cut through the darkness of hellfire?" Lu Chen, unfazed, stepped in front of Xinran, saying, "There's a lot you don't know." Suddenly, he unleashed his dark power, chuckling, "How interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an amusing insect." A manic grin spreads across Purgatory's face. "Then let me play with you." Seemingly amused, he charges again. One uses magic, the other a chakra blade, neither willing to yield, but he only manages to take 877 health points from him. "You seem a little worried. Why so little damage?" He grinned slyly. "Surprised, aren't you?" "My defense is superior, you can't possibly win," he declared, kicking Lu Chen. "Before me, you're nothing but an ant that I can crush at any time." Xinran raised her hand, engulfed in hellfire, and called out, "Brother, the system suddenly notified me that I've been granted the Karma Fire effect, allowing me to freely manipulate Karma Fire and increase the flame damage of my teammates." Dodging the Purgatory attack, he said, "Thanks, Tam Nien." But he didn't let up, leaping forward again. "It's not over yet, you fake rat." He placed his hand on his heart, gritting his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, if this guy has dark power from the underworld, then I have to try too." Feel it closely, feel the power gathering. He laughs maniacally as he slashes his sword at Lu Chen. "What's wrong? Are you just waiting to die now?" Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and before the enemy can react, he's struck by the sword. Hellfire slash. Drenched in sweat, he wonders, how does he possess the power of the Dark Realm? He watched his opponent, stunned. Could the Frostwind swordsman have passed on his power? Suddenly realizing something, he quickly dodged the blade. "No, I stole the power of the hidden Windmaster, and this aura isn't the same anyway." Too bad the blade already struck him. "Who is this kid?" As Purgatory slowly rises, he says, You've successfully pissed me off. His face twisted into a menacing sneer. But don't get cocky. Next, I'll show you what true despair really is. He swung his sword relentlessly, creating thousands of sword beams. Liu Chen anxiously watches the slashes coming, thinking he's done for. His mana and life force are almost gone, and he can't even use blood demon conversion. Is this it? Suddenly, Shinran calls out, "Brother," as he grits his teeth, trying to encourage himself. I can't give up, so what if I have no skills left? Then a murderous glint returns to his eyes. Even with simple moves, he's still on another level. The flames on her hands suddenly surge. Karmic fire unleashed. Liu Chen, reinvigorated, charges forward relentlessly. Lian Yu couldn't believe it, thinking, impossible. This is my ultimate move. How could he have blocked it? He closes in and swings his sword, vowing to never back down, even if it means mutual destruction. Luke Tran's blow strikes Luyan Nuke, who cries out in pain, unable to believe it. His body is sent flying, crashing into a wall as he wonders, why? He never imagined he could lose so miserably. Shinhyan simply turns away, saying, just go, don't let me see you again. Go as far as you can. He is unwilling to accept this. You'll regret letting me go. In a rage, Purgatory gritted his teeth, veins bulging, but before vanishing, he suddenly realized something. So, all along, you just wanted to protect me. His body begins to dissolve, and now he can only reach out to Liu Chen and Tam Nien in vain. Suddenly, his image is replaced by the realization that he destroyed everything. Then he vanishes completely, leaving only a call for Xinran. But suddenly, Purgatory reappears with a surge of energy, declaring that the energy has been returned to its owner. He transformed into a red orb, channeling his power into her, and warned, "Be careful, Lena." His power was quickly absorbed, and a blinding light erupted. Liu Chen calls out to her in surprise as her slender feet appear, and her entire body reverts to its original form. She was back with him, and the system announced that his pet Xinran had recovered 10% of her soul. He was overjoyed. Could this really be happening? "Shinran, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" But she just stares blankly at him with a puzzled look. Liu Chen is a little dejected. It seems only her appearance has been restored, not her consciousness. As he approached the sword, he muttered about being the first to complete the mission. He drew the sword and lamented, "What a piece of junk. They said it would suppress demons, but who knows what it's suppressing?" Suddenly, the house shook violently, and Liu Chen exclaimed, "Crap, why is it collapsing?" She reached out, grabbed his hand, and struggled to say, "Leave." He called out in surprise, "Shinran." But she didn't reply, only pulling him along. Caught off guard, he's pulled into the blue light. As the light fades, the space around them shakes even more violently. Outside, Blay muttered to himself, "So the kid didn't die in there? Asura's still not useless, I see." Suddenly, a sword struck his back, causing him to cry out as Liu Chen's voice echoed, "You old geezer, who are you calling useless?" "I'm back, and the demon-suppressing sword is mine once more." He raised his hand but said nothing, leaving me a little embarrassed. Dwai suddenly smacked him on the head and scolded, "You rotten brat, are you rebelling? How dare you hit my head?" Liu Chen ran and screamed, "Hey, stop! Didn't you want the demon-subduing sword?" Hearing this, he snatched the sword from his hand. That's right. This is exactly what Princess Sophia needs." He reached out his hand and asked, "Where's my reward? I almost died in there." BL seemed annoyed, saying, "These youngsters these days." As he spoke, he tossed a gem to Liu Chen, saying that working for Princess Sophia should be honor enough. Yet all he thought about was money. The system notifications kept ringing out, congratulating the player on obtaining the Infernal Training Shoes and the Infernal Scepter. Dark Gold Grade, 2 stars, 100,000 gold, 1,000 experience points, and 1,500 reputation points. Congratulations to player Tram Can Tram Jia for obtaining the title of Phantom Knight. The player's level has increased to 78. The title effect reduces experience points needed to level up by 7%, and the Blood Rain Legion's command power increases by 1. Luke Chan couldn't help but sigh. The old man's words may be sarcastic, but he's quite generous. It was then that BL noticed the girl beside him, still excited about the 2 dark gold tier rings he hadn't even noticed. What's this? There's even a title that reduces experience needed. If that's the case, won't my level increase super fast in the future? And now he's going to observe her. He thoroughly examines Tam Nien from head to toe. Mom, not bad. This face, these hands, these legs, it's her. Now angered, he goes to remind the old man that he's looking too low. Bly, who he's holding, keeps saying, "It's her, it's her." The old man then turned and knocked him on the head, asking, "Boy, why is she with you?" Even she looked surprised. Clutching his head, Lu Chen cried out, "Ouch, you old geezer! She's my friend, and through a series of fortunate events she became my pet, so of course she's with me." He paused, then asked, "Wait, what? You know about the natural order?" the old man asked, leaning in close. "Kid, do you know there are 3 great powers on the continent of Tiantung?" Lu Chen was a little stunned to hear that. He begins to explain. The Silver Moon Alliance, comprised of humans, elves, and other races, represents the power of light and aims to destroy the forces of darkness. The Shadow Legion, led by the Dark Overlord Lena, embodies the power of darkness and aims to dominate the continent, while our own Bloodwing Legion is led by Princess Sophia. Although our Bloodwing Legion is a branch of darkness, we only want to restore the Empire and create a home for benevolent spirits. Still dazed, he asks, "Then what does this have to do with the mind?" Bly points, "It's because she's actually—" She tilts her head, waiting for him to speak. His voice remained steady as she opened her eyes wide, seeing B stroking his beard while speaking to Lu Chen. He collapses to the ground upon hearing this, retorting, "And here I thought you were going to say something important." "That's it? But how did you know?" He tilted his chin up, boasting, "I am the most knowledgeable seer in the Blood Rain Legion. There is nothing I don't know." Lu Chen seized the opportunity to ask, "Then tell me, wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion, do you know how to restore my natural state?" Bly replied without hesitation, "Of course." He paused for effect, but he questioned suspiciously, "But what? There's a condition, isn't there? I knew you didn't have good intentions." Of course, the old man seized the opportunity to speak. "But if you join Princess Sophia's ranks, the forces of light will surely lend their aid." Lu Chen is resolute. "I will not join any faction. He wants me to pick a side with one of the 9 kings right after the expansion was released. That just makes me a bullet shield. Only a fool would agree to that." He leans in close, emphasizing his point. "You wouldn't agree? Even for her?" Lu Chen shoves him away, declaring his refusal. The old man wouldn't give up. "Little Asura, you should think this through carefully before it's too late to regret it." He sneers, saying he doesn't care, but is immediately kicked away by the old man, who tells him to get lost if he doesn't agree. He collapses on the armored fish, rubbing his sore rear. "You're too much, you old geezer." Doa watches her quietly. "Forget it. Consider this a lucky encounter for you. But this time your eyesight is much better than before." Hearing that, she couldn't hide her joy. Suddenly, a warm energy enveloped her as the old man turned to Lu Chen and yelled, "Boy, what you call self-defense is nothing more than selfishness. You're not giving up either, and you don't care what he says. You'll choose your own path." He thought to himself, "That's because you don't yet know the true identity of your friend, the 10th king of the immersed wind, Sinran, from the heavenly vault continent." Lu Chen, unaware of the old man's thoughts, rubbed his backside and cursed, "Damn old man, cruel feat. You have the power to intimidate, so why don't you go into the dungeon and get the sword yourself?" At that moment, the system interface appeared, indicating that his pet, Xinran, had been returned to the pet space. He thought silently, though he'd guessed Xinran wasn't ordinary. The old man's attitude suggested her identity was even more complex than he imagined. He sighed, then thought, what does it matter? Lu Chen looked up at the sky. No matter who Sinran was, what situation Heavenly Axis would be in, or what the future held, he was determined that this world still needed strength to speak, and he had to become stronger and walk his own path. He stretched his shoulders wearily, then, without further thought, excitedly opened his system window to view his spoils. He had plenty to share this time. Materials for the great demon, equipment for the little devils, medicine for the twitchy ones. As for this purgatory staff, I'll auction it off for the boss to use as guild funds. Back in reality, he turns on the faucet and looks at himself in the mirror, wondering if he's been working too hard lately. When Lu Chen suddenly notices a strange object in the bathroom, his face flushed as he picked it up. Underwear? Oh right, I rented a new studio with Mingyue and Xiaojie, but could this extravagant thing belong to Mingyue? Just then, a voice from outside startled him. Lu Chen, hurry up and wash, it's time to eat. Startled, he replied, coming, quickly putting the pants back where they belonged, scared out of his wits. And so he opened the door and walked out as if nothing had happened. I'm coming. As Lu Chen stepped out, he asked, what's that delicious smell? I'm starving. Mingyu was unhappy. This game was truly exhausting. Serves her right for sleeping in and starving. He was a little awkward looking directly at her, clearing his throat and avoiding eye contact. He was a little embarrassed to say, isn't my goal to make the new studio grow faster? But just a second later, Lu Chen turned around and praised him to the skies. No way, Min Yue, did you make all this food? She replied shyly. I only helped a little. Then she pointed to someone in the kitchen. There, that's the head chef. At that moment, Heiyi turned around and smiled. Coming right up, the last dish is ready. He stared blankly at those fair legs. Boss, Mingyu teased, seeing his reaction. It seems Lu Chen's eyes are stuck. He stammers, agitated. I didn't do anything. He accidentally bumped into Mingzhu behind him. She rubbed her red nose and said, Boss, are you made of stone? Flustered, Lu Chen stammered, then quickly excused himself. I'll go get drinks. As soon as he said that, he vanished. Leaning against the door, Lu Chen gasped for breath, resolving, no, I should just play more, or I won't be able to handle it. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Min Nungyet ominously called out to Luke Tran before dragging him back into the room. All right. The embarrassment is written all over his face. Hurry up and eat. Ivy has reached level 75 and can activate special missions. He's stunned. Really? Then let's go. Soon after, everyone prepared to depart on their new mission. He speaks up. Are you ready? I'll activate the quest. Let's begin. The system quickly displays, your team has accepted the Moonlit Love quest. The mission's difficulty is above S rank. As Hanye walked, she complained, what kind of place is this anyway? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen a soul. Lu Chen, walking ahead, asks the leader if the quest has updated with any new hints. She looked at the system panel and shook her head. Still nothing. Just telling us to keep exploring. The system still only says to explore this area, but suddenly he signals them to stop. Lu Chen warily drew his sword, muttering, a tomb? Before them lay a tomb surrounded by bizarre skeletons. Bringing up the rear, Ming Shui wondered if a mere tomb warranted such heavy guarding. And Han Yi added that it might be the resting place of someone important. It was then that he spoke. Let's go. Let's go around to the other side and see what the epitaph says. And together they moved closer, unaware of the shadows behind them. Lucian read the inscription. Nam Thien Tung 7114. Large-scale invasion of vengeful spirits. The Ice City falls. Princess Taramzan of the Ice City, entombed here after her sacrifice in the royal city. His face darkened as he muttered, Southern Sky Tomb 71 Fei. Yi looked at him with concern. What is it? Lu Chen suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Does anyone know the historical record of the day we entered the game? Ming Shui pondered, then replied, I really don't remember. What day is it? He asked, a hint of worry in his voice. It's the year 8124 of the Celestial Era. She realized in shock, so Princess Lin Shan has been dead for over 1,000 years? He said, observing the tomb, it's unusual for someone who died 1,000 years ago to still have guards. Just then, a strange sound echoed, a continuous melody that put them all on alert. Moments later, they discovered the sound was coming from inside the tomb, prompting her fearful question. Wait, is it haunted? I'm scared. But Lu Chen was more concerned. It's probably not a ghost, it's just a game. There must be a quest trigger. Ghost or human, we'll find out soon enough. Let's approach the tomb. Sorry for the intrusion, Captain. The system notification appears. Icewind Fortress Ambushers, level 75, skill, Clive. The guard's eyes glint, and Lu Zhen is shocked. It was actually Ye Ling Ping who spoke up after hearing a noise. Who's there? He raised his hand, trying to defuse the situation. Officer, we're just passing through and wanted to ask you something. But the guard's attitude was extremely fierce. Anyone who approaches dies, he cursed. Damn it, another one who won't listen. Yi quickly retaliated, deciding to force their way into the tomb. Hearing this, Mingzhu and Mingyue also began to fight, and soon they were all engaged in battle with the fearless spirit soldiers. Lu Chen leaps to kick one, yelling, Die! Amidst the chaos, he urges, Now's our chance. Let's go. They all rushed inside, but the creatures gave chase, demanding they stop. He rushed forward, urging them to hurry. Once everyone was inside, he locked the door and seized the moment to jump in. They were blocked outside, as Lu Chen watched them reach in, puzzled. This place is too strange, guarded by a horde of night spirits. Could it be a trap? But Yi thinks otherwise. Perhaps it's a quest clue. Suddenly, that familiar chilling sound echoed again. They were on guard. It was that crying. Nevertheless, they ventured deeper inside, deciding to investigate further, be it a trap or a clue. Soon after, they arrived at a large room where a girl sat in the middle, weeping into her hands. Just then, a system notification appeared, the spirit of Princess Lam San. Min Tuyet couldn't help but sigh as she looked at that tear-streaked face. Is that Princess Lam San? She's so beautiful. Meanwhile, she muttered the same phrase over and over. Father killed father. The four of them were stunned and spoke in unison. A father killed a father. Suddenly, he spoke up. Who was your father? Hanye quickly stopped him. Wait, Lu Tran. Xiaozhu is right. What if this is really a trap? If it's not a trap, why are there so many guards outside and none inside? Could this princess be a boss, like the undead, or night spirits we've faced before? We can't act rashly, but Lu Chen thought otherwise. A boss? If this dungeon definitely has a fragment of awakening, and it hasn't appeared yet, then this princess might not be the boss. She just kept repeating, "Kill the king." He continued in silence. And her condition. I feel like it's similar to Xinran's damaged soul. He took a step closer to Lin Shan. Rest assured, I have a plan. Lu Chen knelt beside her and asked, Princess Lin Shan, who is your father, and why do you want to kill him? With difficulty, she replied, Father, the third-generation trash. Upon hearing this, Mingyue recognized the term. Isn't that the king currently ruling Floating Frost City? Mingyue is confused. This human princess died over 1,000 years ago, so how could her father still be alive? He worriedly thought, Father, kill father? Why would a daughter want to kill her own father? Night spirit soldiers are imprisoning human souls, and the king, who should be dead, is still alive. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He understood. He turned to the others and said, Everyone, this mission is likely more complicated than we thought. In front of the castle gate, the system's light concealment skill is highly effective. A light-based priest's innate ability to use the power of light to conceal a target's presence. Mingyue asked suspiciously, You're good at concealing your presence, but should we really trust the princess's words? Mingshu agreed, saying the princess didn't seem to be in her right mind. You're not actually going to assassinate the king based on her ramblings, are you? What if it's a trap set by the princess? Lu Jin waved her words away, finding it suspicious that the human princess's grave was heavily guarded by night spirit soldiers. In any case, they had to see the king. Mingzhou was still worried, but if the king really has a problem, how come none of the players entering and leaving Floating Ice City for quests have noticed? He Ya was curious as well. Besides, how are we even going to find the king? He then explained that the king wouldn't appear easily, and if there was a problem, no one would notice. We need to investigate first. The girls wondered how to investigate, and Lu Chen chuckled, stroking his chin. We'll have to rely on Min Yu yet, she blankly asked. Ah, you already had a plan. Lady Mingyu has the skill to detect dark energy, so we'll use that. She steps forward, saying, All right, let me give it a try. Minjin Guyet uses holy light detection, and it works. The light-based priest's detection skill senses the aura of the night spirit's dark power within a 100-meter radius. After sensing for a moment, Minjin Guyet says, As expected, there's a problem here. Not only are there night spirits outside, but there are also quite a few dark creatures inside the castle. Lu Chen stepped forward, saying, Let's head inside the castle and see what we can find. Perhaps the king is being controlled, just like the princess. Indeed, He Yi agreed. Instead of guessing, let's find out for sure. Everyone agreed. The group of 4 walked down the corridor for a while, and Lu Chen said, One more step and we'll be in the center of the castle. Suddenly, he stopped. That's strange, Mingyu quickly asked. What is it? He explained. I can sense a faint dark power here. Minyue was a little surprised. Right here? But my detection skills show nothing. Just then, a strange aura emanated from Lu Chen, a purplish-black energy radiating from behind the decorative painting. The closer he got, the stronger the aura became. To everyone else, it was just an ordinary landscape painting, nothing special about it. Min Yue frowned, closing her eyes. And I still can't sense anything. Lu Chen gripped his sword tighter. Perhaps this is a power only those of the same kind can sense. Let me try something. Before anyone could react, he slashed the painting to pieces. Ha Ne was shocked to see a sword embedded in the wall. There's definitely something here, a sword. Lu Chen picks it up, certain it was placed here by a night spirit. Hiding a sword in plain sight. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest, but I still found it. Hanenge approached to observe. It was just a normal sword, nothing special. Why go to such lengths to hide it here? He was curious. Then we'll have to ask the night spirit who deliberately hid this sword. Just then, soldiers, drawn by the loud noise, arrived. What are you doing? Everyone hastily tries to escape. Let's go, quickly. But Lu Chen calmly stopped them. Hold on, you guys, he smirks knowingly. Perfect timing. In an instant, several brilliant sword streaks flashed. After the battle, they changed tactics to infiltrate. Will Lu Chen be able to get away with it? He reassured them. Don't worry, I guarantee it. Disguised as soldiers, they approached the other group, only to be stopped by a real soldier who demanded, Hold on, who are you? What brings you here? Lu Chen, clad in armor, held up a badge. We are the 1st Temple Knight Brigade, under orders to bring priests of the light to offer blessings to the king. Hearing this, the soldier didn't stop them, saying, I see, go right ahead. Their easy passage brought joy to everyone. The 4 quickly approached the king, and Mingxu was in awe. This was the king indeed. Upon the throne sat a kind-looking old man, the king of Ice Float City, Tarding III. He's a benevolent king, Hange thought, seemingly without a single flaw. Leuctran knelt first, saying, Your Majesty is wise and toils day and night for Floating Ice City, your grace spreading to all people. These light priests, grateful for your benevolence, wish to bless you with light magic. We were ordered by the commander to bring them here and beg for your approval. The king glared at them sharply. Blessing? His eyes turned an unnatural red. After a moment, the king rose and said, To have such loyal subjects in Floating Ice City truly comforts me. However, I just received a blessing from the high priest yesterday, so there's no need for the pastors to trouble themselves. Please, return. Luchan presented Mingyu. Your Majesty, this priestess offers her blessings. May you accept them. She rose to cast her spell, radiant and divine, as holy light enveloped the king, dispelling evil. But a sudden sense of danger caught him off guard. You! The sudden pain overwhelmed him, leaving him defenseless against the holy magic, its light dispelling the evil. The king's eyes turned bloodshot as he commanded, Kill them all! Luke Chen watched the maddened king, realizing the blessing was a curse to the night spirit. You threw away your helmet. You're cursed. Lu Chen attacks. You really are an imposter. As the holy sword pierced the imposter king, his agonizing scream confirmed it. A night spirit couldn't withstand such a reaction. Lu Chen, without hesitation, finished him off. Just then, the system chimed. Version update, version update. Congratulations to the team for triggering the Frozen Castle change. The King Returns version has been updated immediately. The team must eliminate the king while all members survive. Failure results in a 3-level penalty and 0 reputation. Mingxu is stunned. Failure means their reputation will be wiped clean? Seriously. How cruel. He was also confused. Didn't Lu Tran just kill the king? But they immediately got their answer. No way, he's back. Just then, a girl appeared before them, delighting Lu Chen. Xinran, you're here just in time to help us deal with him. But as the king attacked, she turned her spear against them, and he cried out in shock. What? Lu Chen parries the attack and calls out, while both Xinran and He Yi are shocked, wondering what's going on. Mingxu urgently asks, What's wrong with Xinran? Aren't familiars unable to attack their masters? Meanwhile, soldiers burst through the doors, a dire situation. The Night Spirit Army is here, Hange shouts. We'll deal with the small fries. Are you okay, Lu Chen? He fought back against the two alone. I can still hold them off. But then, the king raised his claws and struck, startling Lu Chen. What's going on? How can the king still move after taking such a fatal blow? He gritted his teeth, glancing at the girl. It was only now that Lu Chen noticed the way she was looking at the holy sword. Something clicked in his mind because her eyes were so clear. This only confirmed his suspicions. He immediately threw the holy sword away, and as expected, Xinran's eyes followed it. When the holy sword grazed the king, she immediately attacked, piercing Night Spirit's body with a spear. Lu Chen grabbed his weapon and charged toward the holy sword. You treacherous villain! How dare you hide inside that sword? Get out here! The holy sword trembled violently, and He Yu noticed its movements. That's Mingyu rushing to protect her. Boss, be careful. She casts holy light, a sacred shield, but a sliver of remnant soul pierces the protection, startling Hang Enge. What was that? The three girls watched the outsider scream. Insignificant human, if I hadn't lost my body. He reveals his true form. Boss Kadira, level 90, a dark spirit mage. Kadira, having found a new target, laughs maniacally as he lunges forward. So, even you guys make mistakes. Kadira has possessed Xinran, and her body trembles slightly. Lu Chen cried out in alarm, Xinran! But she just smiled wickedly, savoring the moment. I randomly chose a body to inhabit, and it turned out to be a treasure. With that, he provocatively looked at them. Lu Zhen was furious. You old thief! Get out of Xinran's body now. But he summons a skull staff. What nonsense are you spouting? This body isn't perfect, but it's enough to unleash some of my power. I must use it sparingly. With that, a magic circle appeared beneath him, and Kadira reached out, Answer my call. Cerberus, a monster, slowly emerges from the magic circle. The level 75 Hellhound Cerberus, its mighty roar puts everyone on guard. Cerberus opens its maw, gathering magical power into a cannonball, its 3 heads unleashing a fiery barrage. Everyone quickly warned him, Lu Chen, this hellhound is not simple. It's almost equivalent to a mini-boss. Be careful. He shouts back, "Got it!" Lu Chen leaps into the air without hesitation. Hellfire slash. The hellhound, struck hard, throws him off, then swings its tail to knock away Hei Yi, who's attacking from the front. She shouts, "Boss, a chance for a simultaneous meteor strike." Lu Chen seizes the moment, adding another blow from above. Hei Yi leaps again, but no matter how strong, it's still just a low IQ magical beast. Kadira stands on the dog's head, laughing. "You two are good, but don't get too happy. There are still plenty of these little guys." With that, he summoned a horde of white bones and dark power, declaring, "Hear my call. Arise, my servants." Mingyue is on guard. While complaining, Mingshui casts a spell to reinforce her defenses. "How are there so many? We can't possibly kill them all." Mingyue reinforces her defenses, sacrificing 30% of her mana to boost her shield and absorb 20% of enemy damage. But she's running out of energy. They need a plan. "My mana's almost gone. I can't keep this up for long." Lu Chen throws his hands up in frustration. "Damn it, he knows how to summon, doesn't he? I know how to do it too." Instantly, a burst of dark energy erupted around him, summoning the underworld. Countless skeletal soldiers emerge at Lu Chen's feet, but Kadira scoffs, unleashing a crushing wave of power that forces him to his knees. He couldn't believe it. How could this be? His netherworld summoning was interrupted? Kadira scoffs, mocking him with gestures. "You dare to make a move before me? I am a night spirit mage under Lord Lin. You dare try to summon the dead against me?" Wishful thinking. He unleashed an incredible bloodlust, Kuanghua, enhancing his target's attributes by 20% and sending them into a frenzy. The Cerberus roared even more madly. Its blood-red mouths opened wide as it lunged toward Lu Chen, who swiftly dodged the monster's fiery breath. After being buffed by the boss, Cerberus is even stronger than before. Han Ge observes the monster carefully, deciding to cut down whatever comes her way. But as she charged, it unleashed its power, pushing her back and nearly hitting Lu Tran. Han Ge quickly shouted, "Be careful, leader. This three-headed dog must have 3 types of power." Before they could react, Cerberus unleashed its third attack, and Lu Chen and Han Ge swiftly dodged the toxic liquid. Han Ge was shocked. She hadn't expected its third attribute to be poison. He warned that the venom caused continuous damage, so they had to avoid being hit. Hearing this, she raised her sword, her whole body radiating light. "Don't worry, I also have the light attribute. This is useless against us." Protective Light. The system displays information about the Protective Light skill. The Divine Light protects allies, reduces poison damage by 20%, and resists attacks. Lu Chen is overjoyed. "Damn, boss, you have this skill too?" Hangya confidently brandishes his sword. "Of course. I didn't reach level 75 and become invincible for nothing. If we work together, we can definitely defeat him." With that, the two charged forward, Lu Chen heading to the left, shouting, "Leave the fire and ice to me." "Leave the poison one to me, boss," Hei Yi immediately replied. "No problem." She fiercely slashed at its remaining head. "Die," she said, charging forward to finish off its head. Even Lu Chen was confident in their plan's success, but Kadira suddenly unleashed a dark energy blast. The skill's orb detonates on impact, dealing 3,000 damage and reducing movement speed by 10%, immobilizing Han Ge. Lu Chen exclaimed, "Boss, Kadira is just sitting back and watching. Don't focus only on fighting the summoned beasts. I'm still here, you know." That infuriating attitude makes him rage. Damn it. Lu Chen immediately rushed in to block the skill's effect on Hei Yi, calculating as he fought. These 3 heads attack relentlessly, but luckily Mingyu heals them in time with her divine healing, restoring 5% of their HP every second. She asked Ming Shui, "Can you hold out, Shui?" Mingshu fired 6 air arrows and quickly replied, "I'm fine, I can still manage." "Someone help me." At that moment, Luke Tron had to rethink their plan. "Boss, there's a gap between the Exuse's attacks. Let's flank it, attack from both sides, and then strike the third head when the Hellhound's attack is on cooldown." Without hesitation, she agrees, and just as Cerberus unleashes a spark, the two split up and run. Kadira smirks, noting the attack's cooldown. A clever idea, but alas, unbelievably, all 3 heads were preparing to unleash their attacks. He sneered, it wasn't limited to single attacks, and everyone scattered, unable to withstand it. "Boss, run!" Kadira laughed gleefully. "Just die already." Just as Cerberus was about to unleash another simultaneous attack, a melody rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Min Nguyet had produced a small harp and was playing a soothing tune. Kadira scoffed. How could a mere cleric withstand such an attack? but she calmly continued to play. Who says a priest is weak and can only protect others? As it turns out, upon hearing the music, Cerberus yawned widely and eventually couldn't help but fall asleep. Kadira was shocked. How could this be? But Lu Chen appeared behind him, demanding the return of Shinran's body. But as the gentle voice of a girl called out, "Brother, you faltered," distracted by Shinran. Turning back, Kadira launched a dark orb towards him. The team cries out in shock, but luckily he easily blocks the attack with his sword. Lu Chen's face darkened as he growled, "Just like Lin Na's lackeys, what can you do besides sneak attacks?" He repeated, "Return Shinran's body." His sword pressed against Kadira, but he just smiled calmly. "All right, come and get it." These words caused him inner turmoil as Kadira pressed his neck against the blade. "What's wrong? Can't do it?" "Come and hit me," Hanye quickly advised. "Lu Chen, don't fall for it. That's not just a random NPC, it's a boss." Her painful cry caught his attention, and he saw the three girls being attacked from behind by skeleton soldiers, causing them to scream. "Boss, Kadira warns you that if you kill me, all these toys will disappear. Come on." "You old hag, die," Lu Chen growls, then threatens, "Dare to make a move." This body took so long to develop. If it's destroyed, it can never be recovered. Lu Chen coldly reached out and choked Kadira. "You thought hiding in Simeon's body would keep you safe?" He uses a high-level soul-snatching skill to steal the target's soul fire upon death, regardless of their level. At level 70, Lu Chen tears Kadira's soul from Shinran's body, causing him to scream, "How can this be? You hate explanations. I was just pretending, and you took it seriously. You're just a disembodied spirit, nothing more than a soul flame." With that, Lu Chen signaled to Min Nuyet to hurry. Without hesitation, she used Holy Light Judgment, consuming all her mana to deal 3,000 holy damage per second to dark creatures, and silence them for 5 seconds. A 2-hour effect that nearly obliterated Kadira's soul. "Go!" he screamed in agony. "Impossible. How could a mere priest do this?" "Why not?" Ming Yu said confidently. "My sister is the #1 priest of Milk Eye City, after all." Though somewhat fragile, the killing move was still there. He warned hatefully, "Just you wait. The iron heel of Lord Linus will one day flatten this city." Kadira vanished, leaving only a curse, as the system announced, "Congratulations, team, you have acquired 1 awakening fragment." Congratulations to the team for obtaining an awakening fragment and 3 dark gold equipment chests. Congratulations, each member of the team receives 80,000 gold, 30,000 fame points, and 30,000 experience points. An excited Ming Shui says, "That's so much. The system is so generous. I've leveled up 3 times in the blink of an eye." He approached Lu Chen, who could only see him calling out worriedly, "Shinran, what's wrong?" Min Tuyet worried as well. Would there be any problems with Tam Nian being possessed by the boss? Was she still Shinran? Then they waited for her to awaken. Finally, Tam Nian weakly opens her eyes. "Brother," Luke Tran says with joy. "That's great, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" She struggled to sit up. "I'm fine. A portion of the boss's power was able to replenish my soul, so I'm actually doing quite well now." He smiled, feeling relieved. "That's good. Tam Nian, can you tell me everything that happened?" "That's great. You're finally back to normal." "This is great." Just then, the system announced that the SSS rank quest was complete, congratulating the player for obtaining the legendary grade Purple Dragon Roar skill book. But because your level is too low, your master-slave contract with Xinran is officially terminated. Shinran also stood up, dejectedly saying, "Thank you all for helping me have the opportunity to awaken." The girls waved their hands. "It was nothing. It's what we should do." Then she turned to Lu Chen and said, "Could you take Shinran home, please?" He seemed a little tense, and with that, they parted ways. Late that night, they arrived at her doorstep and Lu Chen hesitated. "Well, I should head back. I'm so happy I could see you again, Tam Nian." As he turned to leave, she called out, "You have to visit me often, okay?" "Definitely," Lu Chen replied with conviction. "Definitely." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. "Shinran, you have too many secrets, but I just hope you can keep living. And live happily." Late at night at Lu Chen's house, the phone on the table suddenly rings and he quickly answers, startled. It seems Yi Han just finished showering and called him impressive senior, secretly doing such big things. Lu Chen chuckled. "The news travels fast, huh?" She checked the information and read, "Server-wide announcement. The official website is flooded with messages. The new version of Underworld Generals has been activated by the first level 80 player, Zhan Qian Chen Sha, making it hard to miss." He stood up and looked out the window. This update has increased the fun, and the border area is not as difficult as before. He was really looking forward to it. She smiled knowingly. "That's right, we can explore more maps and instances. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Lujin gently reminded her, don't get too happy, you know. You're #1 on the heavenly ranking now, so you need to work even harder. Yes, you're #1. You're the #1 warrior on the entire server now. Lu Chen, who hadn't slept in a long time, couldn't help but yawn. What's all the commotion? This attitude startled Shin, leaving her helpless. Haven't you even checked the official website for details? Do you even know? Now players level 80 and above can learn the cheer skill, and small BK groups can improve their leveling efficiency. Senior. But Lu Chen had already fallen asleep and only she kept calling out. Senior. Hello? In the hazy space, Lu Chen vaguely sees someone. Where am I? This is Tian Kong, and the figure before him begins to change. Her eyes, cold and unfamiliar, stared at him, then shifted to black with blood-red pupils as she lunged forward, only for the scene to revert to her reflection on the water's surface. Lu Chen reached out to Sinran, but she was surrounded by a chilling demonic aura, until the scene shattered and he cried out, "No!" Lu Chen screamed as the explosion obliterated everything, Tam Nyan coldly attacking. The horror finally jolts Lu Chen awake, and he sits up in a panic, gasping for breath. As he awoke from the dream, his phone rang. It was Jia. He texted him, Senior, I still find Xinran very strange. She's clearly human, yet she's connected to so many night spirits and dark forces. She's shrouded in mystery. Be careful she doesn't use you. I'm going to bed now. Lu Chen stubbornly thought Ximian wouldn't do that. That's right. Dreams are always the opposite. It definitely won't happen. Back at Tom Nian's little garden, he comes to visit again. Luke Tron stares blankly at the scene before him. Tam Nian is tilling the soil, and as she wipes away her sweat, she turns and sees him. Shinran is excited. Oh, brother, you're here. Lu Chen greets her in return. Tam Nian was overjoyed, urging him inside, and as they sat together in the garden, Lu Chen awkwardly began. I came to thank you. Time and again, you've saved me in my hour of need. Thanks to you, I've now mastered the Purple Dragon's Roar, a legendary skill. Her expression darkened slightly, saying it was all Tam Nian should do, a statement that made him falter. Shin's intentions were clear to Lu Chen, who decided to wait until she was ready to reveal her identity. He changed the subject, asking if she was still researching herbs. Is your mother feeling better? Yet she remained strangely silent. Shinran clenched the reins, biting her lip until it almost bled. Lu Chen stared at her, wondering if he'd said something wrong. Please don't cry. She hangs her head low. Mom, she's already passed away. Lu Chen is shocked. How could this be? Shinran couldn't hold back her tears. Could he promise Jinran one more thing? She still wanted to become a pastor. The system prompts him. Accept the S-rank quest to help Xinran receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Church of Light? Lu Chen is understandably confused. Xinran is connected to Night Spirit and possesses the power of darkness. Why does she still want to be a light-based pastor? She thought he was refusing, and sadly lowered her head, realizing she was being too greedy. Lu Chen quickly said, Xinran, I'll go with you. In his heart, he sighed, calmly observing the situation. So, during the day at the Church of Light, Lu Chen brought Xinran along, since they would need the Archbishop's help later. But for her race to show up at the church would be suicide, so he had to think of another way. Sure enough, the soldiers at the door stopped them. No outsiders allowed in the Royal City Church. Lu Chen revealed his identity. I'm an explorer from Floating Ice City, the one who exposed the fake king, and I need to see the Archbishop. The soldiers quickly verified his story, then immediately knelt before him. It was him. They were told to let him in. He was shocked that they actually let him in. As they walked, the soldiers explained that it was because he defeated the false king. Under the Archbishop's guidance, our Princess Karison has been revived. Yes, you are the great savior of Floating Ice City. Lu Chen quickly said, It's nothing. It's also thanks to my sister's help. As he said this, he suddenly noticed her pause. The Archbishop? He asked, turning to her with concern. Tam Nian, are you feeling unwell? You don't look so good. Her eyes were strangely vacant. Nothing's wrong. Tam Nian was just a little tense, so Luke Tran reassured her, Don't worry, I'll be by your side the whole way. But Xinran's face only grew more tense. Very well. 2 soldiers went ahead to report. The explorer Tram Kentram Za requests an audience with the Archbishop. Behind her, she watched his back and called out softly. He was now about to meet Archbishop Anvis. He asked the young man, Are you the brave soul who rescued Princess Karin? Lu Chen bowed and replied, That would be me, still wondering, Is this really the Archbishop? Not showing their level, they must be at least level 100. He smiles, praising him. Very good, young hero. Lu Chen thought nervously, Absolutely, don't let anything slip. Those 10 green-robed deacons are all level 95 dark gold bosses. At my current level, even one of them would be enough to end me, let alone all of them. I hope that magic item you made to conceal my necromantic aura works. Of course, if he were here, he'd say the disguise I made is guaranteed top quality. Anvis asked amiably, "What brings you here? I will certainly help you with all my heart." Lu Chen felt secretly relieved. This old man wasn't so bad after all. He said, "Archbishop, my sister believes in the power of light, and she wishes to become a pastor. I hope you will perform the baptism for her." He agreed without hesitation. What's so difficult about that? The Lord will always cherish his faithful flock. I will immediately perform the baptism for this girl. And so Anvis approached, placing his hand on her head, ready to begin the ceremony. Lu Chen happily said, "That's great, Sinran, congratulations on finally achieving it." But then a spray of blood made him stop. Lu Chen stared in disbelief as Jinran stabbed the archbishop, and it wasn't until he fell that everyone snapped to attention. The soldiers were the first to react. How dare this fanatic assassinate the archbishop? "Seize her!" The two quickly fought back against the soldiers. Sinran shouts, "Don't attack!" "I'm sorry, brother. I used you. I can't let you get involved. Take this stone and find Tuyatwai. Hurry." She gripped the Thanjiao tightly, saying, "Forget about me. Hurry." "Shinloikaka, Tam Nian has no choice but to drag you into this." But just then, Luke Tran rushed to her defense, stunning her. "Brother, why are you so foolish? You'll be suppressed here. You need to leave." Lu Chen resolutely strikes. "How could I ever abandon you? If I brought you here, then I'll be damned if I don't get you out alive," Shinner says, tears already streaming down her face. "All right, we'll escape together. We'll fight our way out together." The soldiers roared, "Just a mongrel from the underworld." Lu Chen could no longer hide his power, revealing his true strength, causing one to shout, "He's a night spirit! Holy light severance, now!" Shinran rushed to defend him. "Brother, be careful." She coughed up blood from the blow, sending him into a panic as a staff-wielding soldier sneered, "Stop struggling, you filthy creatures of darkness. Before the glory of the light, you will only find death." Then a brilliant holy light shone upon them, and their prayers echoed all around. "The holy light fades, the judgment ends. The holy light fades, the judgment ends." Shinran gasped, urging, "Brother, you've done enough. Go, let me cover you." "Of course I won't. What nonsense are you talking about?" "It's just a tribute, suppression." At that moment, the system chimed in, stating that the church's holy light and sacred fire effect could burn the dark power from the netherworld, dealing 99.99 points of damage to the night spirit race and controlling the target. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen summons, "Come forth, raise your sword, and cast the spell." Instantly, a monster appears from the magic circle, sending the soldiers into a panic. "Is that a dragon?" Lu Chen's purple eyes lit up as he commanded the monster to attack. The soldiers were swept away like trash, unable to stop him from cutting a path through the church, dragging Xinran along with him. The surviving soldiers desperately ordered a citywide manhunt for the assassin of the archbishop. Meanwhile, Tam Hien slays Chen Chen Serpent, and the two of them barely escape the holy light. Immediately, red notices appeared above their heads. "Damn it! We've got a bounty on our heads." Carrying her, Lu Chen flees and calculates, knowing they can't return to the city. He and Jinran are now living targets. They'll take a shortcut to the Bloodwing territory to find Jue Wei. If Shinran's right, she'll know something. Besides, no matter how strong the Wind Clan is, they wouldn't dare intrude on Night Spirit's territory. "Hang in there, Xinran. We'll be safe once we reach the Crimson Rain Legion." She was breathing so weakly, and he knew it. "Hang in there, Shinran. Jue Wei will know how to save you." She weakly pleaded, "Brother, hand me over. They're here for me. You saved Princess Karim Sam, so they won't hurt you." Lu Chen retorted, displeased, "How can you say that?" "No matter what, I would never abandon you." Shinran stared at him, stunned. "Brother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be facing this disaster. I believe you have your reasons, and you're not one to kill innocent people." Tam Nian decided to tell him everything. "Brother, I may not last much longer, so I'll tell you everything. Actually, I was originally from the underworld, reincarnated as a human girl, but because of my identity, my mother was burned alive by the archbishop. She's the one who gave birth to that monster. She still remembers the archbishop capturing her mother." "Burning her alive?" "Burn the heretic," Jin Nian hissed. "So I truly can't forgive that archbishop, but I really didn't know how to tell you all of this." "I'm so sorry," Lu Chen said somberly. "This isn't your fault. What's done is done. The most important thing now is for us to survive together." Suddenly, Lu Chen stops. Someone is waiting for him. "It's you." Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by a group of people. Thousand Blade strokes his chin, assessing the citywide bounty of 1,000,000. How could I possibly pass up such a good deal? Right, the Chen-slaying serpent. Lu Chen gritted his teeth as Heavenly Blade warily considered the situation. Damn it, why is he here? And why are all these people who've shown up so powerful? Shinran weakly let her hands fall. Lu Chen panicked, calling out her name. Shinran, Shinran. At the same moment, Xiandao swung his sword, aiming an attack. Qian Chen Zhan. Death looms, and he quickly raises his sword to block the blow. Damn it, of all times. The system notifies him that his attack using Overlord Slash was effective, dealing 3,000 damage and reducing the target's speed by 20%. Being pushed back frustrated Tiandao, of course. This kid's gotten stronger, but all Lu Chen cares about is the person in his heart. He can't wait and can't keep fighting like this. He quickly calculates and turns around, raising his sword. The moment the demon sword is planted, it activates a magic circle, and skeletal soldiers rise from the ground. As Lu Chen flees, Heavenly Blade smirks. I'll give you a head start. Looking back, he thought, they're persistent. They don't seem worried about me escaping. Suddenly, he stopped, finding it strange. Something's not right. Suddenly, Longxing descends from above. Where do you think you're going? Lu Chen grits his teeth, realizing that his sword easily blocks the attack. Annoyed, he says they're two of a kind. Longxing smirks, saying he lives up to his reputation, still so quick even with such a burden. At that moment, the arrival of the Heavenly Blades annoyed him. How troublesome. He chuckled. Why aren't you running? Zhanjian, Chensha. Even with wings, you won't escape this time. Lu Chen noticed the pained moans of the person on his back, while the Tiandao threatened him with the Tramcon Tramsa. The girl on your back doesn't seem to be doing too well. Why don't we help her out? Relieve her suffering. Longxing sneered, Look everyone. Even the great Luo Chen has days like this. They all laughed, mocking his plight as Lu Chen shouted, Get out of the way! Longxing scoffed, Get out of the way? See if you can break through our encirclement today. Suddenly, he stopped in shock. What? Just then, Tiandao warned, You fool! Watch out! Before they knew it, a flash of light. Lu Chen detonated the area, clearing the way. As the dust settles, Longxing is slammed into the rocky mountain. The Heavenly Blade orders his men to attack, to hold him down. The Hung Ho swung their swords wildly, trying to prevent his escape, but Luke Tran, eyes filled with murderous intent, unleashed a powerful Black Moon slash, sending them flying. As his men were sent flying, the crimson rage in the Heavenly Blade's eyes ignited, and he charged, You won't escape me today. He easily blocked the attack. You think you can take my life with these useless fools? What a ridiculous game. Thousand Blades strains so hard his sword trembles. Don't speak so arrogantly. At the same time, his lackeys charged. Die, kill! Lu Chen summoned the Wind Shadow shield to protect his back, then furiously waved his hand. Get out of my way! Seeing his attack nullified, Skyblade was stunned. What? Lu Chen forcefully uses the Purgatory 3 Realms slash to tear through the crowd and charge forward. The system explains. Purgatory 3 Realms slash skill effect. Crowd attack power increased by 30%. But then, Heavenly Blade jumped in front of him, using God Extinction Shield, absorbing 30% damage for 5 seconds. Lu Chen roared, I told you, sword! Knock him away! Get lost! So powerful that even Heaven's Blade was shocked. This guy's gone. But at that moment, a lightning strike blew them both away. Lu Chen steadied himself, looking up to see 2 dragons and dragon knights in the sky. He commanded his dragon, shouting, Brothers, let's go. Just as Lu Chen, exhausted, caught his breath, the dragons attacked. But as he raised his sword to fight, a volley of arrows rained down. The dragon knight was stunned by the arrow attack. What? It was Zhue Wei and Zhue Wu who had arrived. The Blood Warrior Legion, on their orders, launched a full-scale assault on the Order of Light's dragon knights. They immediately cleared a path to Lu Chen as mages rushed to his side, saying, Forgive us, my lord. We are late. It took some time to pinpoint your location. Lu Chen quickly said, No need to explain. Hurry and save Xinran. Use the best medicine. You must save her. They hastily swore, Rest assured, we're doing our best. Someone is tending to your wounds. Sir, you're also severely injured. You must accept treatment as well. Meanwhile, Tiandao sensed danger. This battle was beyond their involvement. The Dragon Knight clearly sees us as the target. If dragon action under heaven doesn't retreat now, we're doomed. Meanwhile, Shui continues her relentless assault as the mage desperately tries to heal Shinran with necromantic magic, a spell that reduces holy damage to the night spirit by 80%. Exhausted, Lu Chen recalled her words, the venom that killed her mother, the burning of this heretic. He remembered the pain Shinran had to endure. I truly can't forgive the Grand Archbishop, but I really don't know how to tell you all of this. I'm sorry. He tightened his grip around her, gently saying, You did nothing wrong, and you don't need to apologize. The ones at fault are those hypocritical false saints. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight negotiated. Lady Xue Wei of the Blood Rain Legion, Holy Light Temple. We have no intention of starting a war. Please do not harbor the criminals who murdered the Grand Prelate. Hand them over. Lu Chen stood up, drawing everyone's attention. My lord, you gave your orders and stepped into battle, leaving everything to me. The mage tried to stop Lu Chen, but it was too late. My lord, your wounds haven't healed, and the Legion commander is up ahead. But he ignores the calls, like a mountain pulling him forward. Lord Lu Chen rushes into the smoky battlefield, and Xue Wei is startled as he passes by. She calls out, Zhan Qian Chen Sha, what are you doing? Come back! Before Xue Wei could speak, Lu Chen rushed out, leaping into the air. A flash of light streaks past the dragon. The second-tier skill, Charge, boosting his speed by 30%. In a flash, Lu Chen appeared before the Dragon Knight, his sword leaving the knight gravely wounded. With a swift kick, he sent the Dragon Knight hurtling back into the battlefield, stunning everyone. Clutching his chest in agony, the knight cried out, Damn you, damned undead! But the Dragon Knight's eyes grew more fearful as Lu Chen relentlessly dove down and impaled him, snarling, Your damned bishop. The Dragon Knight was terrified. Stop him! But Lu Chen simply said, He's dying. He kicked him down and pulled out his sword. Lu Chen raised his sword again, his anger fueling a final blow, but his target was not there. Just as the Dragon Knight thought he was finished, a brilliant golden shield blocked the blade. Lu Chen, surprised, heard someone shout, Stop! He angrily demanded, Who's there? From the ranks, a girl emerged. It is I, the sole heir to the throne of the Witch Kingdom, Princess Callison. Luke Tran sized her up, then pressed his sword closer to the Dragon Knight. What if I say no? Callan looked at him with unwavering eyes. Xue Wei stepped forward, slaying Qian Chensha. The Blood Rain Legion will forever be your strongest support. But Callanan chuckled softly, saying, Slaying Qian Chensha, you should think carefully. What price will you pay for this one strike? These words give him pause. The cost? Luke Tran asks, echoing Kalinison. A price? I don't care about any of that. I only know that you who treat human lives like grass are dying, but just as he was about to end him, she gave an order. Men, she commanded, seize the Dragon Knight, Harley. The soldiers obeyed, and Lu Chen was caught off guard. What? The Dragon Knight cried out, Your Highness, why? What wrong have I done? Sin coldly replied, Don't play dumb. I've already investigated everything. You conspired with the High Priest, using me as a sacrifice to resurrect Lina, a crime punishable by death. His words died in his throat as she ordered his removal. The strict investigation continued as the Dragon Knight desperately tried to defend himself. I'm innocent, Princess, innocent. I did nothing. It was all the High Priest's doing, innocent. Then Sinan approached him. Young Master Chensha, on behalf of Ice City and the royal family, I sincerely apologize for the crimes our subordinates have committed. From this moment on, Ice City will officially rescind the arrest warrant for you and Xinran and provide you with appropriate compensation. Xie Wei remained skeptical. Why should we believe you? Who knows if these words are just a ploy to appease Yan Zhuan? Kalin San bowed sincerely. I'm sorry, I know it's too late for words, but please, give me a chance to explain. Zhan Qianchen, you once saved me and eliminated the night spirit who killed my father, and I should have thanked you personally. But after taking over the court in the royal city, I discovered that most of the palace staff were spies of Lina. I investigated relentlessly, eventually discovering that the Grand Master had allied with the Dragon Knights, sacrificing people to revive Lina. Xinran's mother was one of them. The royal city is riddled with spies, a hollow shell eaten away by the night spirits, and I am powerless to purge Lina's influence. So, aside from the execution of Chen Chensha, I have a difficult request. Can you stay and help me purge the royal capital? Only someone of your caliber can safeguard the royal army. I believe in you. Lu Chen cuts her off. Please, say no more. Princess, he said, and then turned to leave. I'm sorry, but I want no part in this anymore. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I'll take my leave. Kalnan persists. Even for Tam Nian, you're unwilling? She is the 10th ruler of Ngam Fong, the one who betrayed Lam Nap 1,000 years ago. This revelation shocks him. What did you say? Kalnan continues. It seems you still don't know, but 1,000 years ago Xinran fought for the peace of Tianzhong alongside me and Jafea of the Bloodfeather Legion. Luchin turns and asks, "Is that true?" Huiwei nods in response. Xinran's appearance has changed, and I didn't know at first, but a few days ago, Xinran recovered her memory and told me her true identity, but she wouldn't let me tell you. With Thru's words, the space fell silent. Kalin gives one last reminder. I won't force you to use the Qianqian halberd, but Xinran betrayed Lina, and he will never let her go. Now that the monarchs are about to return, no one on the entire Tianzong continent will be able to stand by. You should make a decision soon. With that, she departs, her entourage following close behind. Left alone, Lu Chen pondered. Was Xinran the 10th monarch? He turned back to look at her, still unconscious, contemplating Xinran's face. No wonder she was connected to so many night spirits. That must be why she possessed dark power. But if she's a monarch, aren't we enemies? No, she betrayed Lin Na. But why would she betray Lin Na? Suddenly, she coughs up blood and the mages panic. Something's wrong. We have to get back to the Legion. Luchin watched on with concern as they rushed her back for treatment. Later that night, in the Bloodrain Legion's quarters, Luchin anxiously asked, "Grand Mage Grai, how is she?" "My examination is still incomplete. In the battle with the church's deacon, she was struck by a potent poison. She's only clinging to life now thanks to my magic, and she doesn't have much time left." Luchin hesitated, not saying much. Shuiwei pressed on. "Is there really no other way, immortal?" Doer said, "Yes, there is. Little Shuiwei, do you know of the 100-Flower Valley?" She recognized it. "Is 100-Flower Valley the Valley of Flowers in the south of the continent?" He explained, "In 100-Flower Valley, there is a frost hibiscus flower that can cure hundreds of poisons. If you obtain it, you can definitely save Xinran." "But?" Lu Chen pressed. "But what?" He explains that the Valley of 100 Flowers is extremely dangerous, and no one has ever survived leaving it in the last 1,000 years. Even worse, the valley's master was once a great general under Lin Na. With our legion's strength, going there would be a death wish. Huiwei grabs the old man's collar. How could this be? Is my Blood Rain Legion not even capable of retrieving a flower? B quickly explained, "You're oversimplifying it. It's not about manpower. Xinran has a special identity, and we're a neutral force. I shouldn't interfere with either Lin Na or the humans." Su Wei's face darkened as she growled, "Are you saying we should abandon Xinran to her death just to avoid angering Lin Na? Don't think your seniority will stop me from killing you. I think you're just senile. Why don't you go keep Lina company in the underworld?" Ri frantically defends. "Don't, little Tuyet Phi, don't get worked up. That's not what I meant. She's already agitated enough. Then what do you mean?" Luchin also looked painfully at the person in the bed as Tom Nian Blai stammered and trembled. He only grabbed Xinran's wrist once, then turned away. "I'm off. Dai's right. We can't risk the Blood Rain Legion any further. It's enough for me to go to 100-Flower Valley alone." While they were arguing, someone went in. How can one person be enough? Yihan and the others entered, knowing the Blood Rain Legion's direct involvement was inappropriate. But their senior fighting alone was too dangerous. It was better for a few of them to go as a team. Lujin asked, stunned, "Boss and the others, what are you doing here?" Hai explained. "We were stuck in a dungeon before and came here as soon as we were done. We didn't expect to run into each other like this. We heard what you and Tuyet Vai said. Don't face things alone. With the group together, our chances of getting the flower will be much higher." Min Tuyet chimed in. "That's right. The leader has fought alone for too long. This time, we're in it together." Mingyu added, "If you want to refuse, you'll have to get through us first." Luchin was deeply moved. "So, you've made your decision?" Having arrived at 100-Flower Valley in the daytime, this must be the place according to Jiewei's map. No wonder it's called 100-Flower Valley. So many fresh flowers. It doesn't look dangerous at all. Luchin grew wary, knowing that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be. They should proceed with caution. Even so, the girls chatted happily until he stepped on something, and a surge of pure energy enveloped them. The group was then swept away by a gust of wind directly into a dark and deadly forest, and their landing was less than graceful. Luchin surveys their surroundings. This must truly be the 100-Flower Valley. The system then chimes in. They've triggered a hidden quest, an adventure in the 100-Flower Valley, with the objective to defeat the 100-Valley King, rewarding them with an awakening fragment, a pure ice flower, 10,000 experience points, and 9,999 gold. He rubbed his chin, slightly excited. A hidden quest? We were just supposed to pick flowers and leave, but this is a pleasant surprise. Hange speculated. We already got a fragment in the dungeon, so we only need to collect 2 more to unlock a new chapter of heavenly scripture. Yihan nodded. That's right. Then the regions will be able to move freely between each other, and the entire server will progress through the main quest together. It'll definitely be interesting. Ming Shui angrily wanted to hit someone. In that case, we should just find the boss and finish this quickly. But then she stepped on a spiderweb, a trap that hoisted her into the air. Xiaozhu and Lu Chen reacted quickly, leaping to sever the web that bound her leg, and they both fell to the ground. Mingsu stared in horror at the monsters before her, spider demons clutching swords. Before them, the system displayed information. Level 87, Elite Mountain Spider Demon. Skills, Poisonous Venom, Spider Silk. Lu Chen shouts for them to get out of the way, and just as they escape, a rain of spider silk descends. Lu Chen decisively slashed, while Ming Yue followed closely, severing the threads. He urgently warned, "Careful, these spiders can also spit poison." Ming Yu was speechless. "Great, Elite's right off the bat, and it's already this intense." Then she raised her staff, casting a light shield, and the spider silk disintegrated on contact. Ming Yue worriedly said, "These spiders are numerous and hidden in the dark, putting us at a severe disadvantage. We should retreat and find the boss's lair." Lu Chen said, cutting down spiders. "They're in the dark, we're in the light. A full retreat won't be easy." He glanced over, and with that, Lu Chen dashed out of the light shield, shocking everyone. "Are you crazy? Charging straight into the viper's nest?" But then he shouts, "Boss, cover our rear!" Lu Chen easily slays the monsters, heading straight for the enemy's nest, leaping over the spiders and clashing with the monsters in a flash. Looking down from above, Lu Chen realized just how many there were and shouted, "What's the point of hiding in the shadows? Come out, all of you." Lu Chen unleashes the Hellfire execution skill. Purgatory Slash with Karma Fire increases the effect of the arrow by 30%. When Chen enters the monster nest facing the giant spider boss, it uses its inescapable net, which can control all creatures within range, while dealing an additional 4,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. Lu Chen warns everyone to get out of the way, but suddenly flames erupt behind him. The monsters below are using their Stone Blast attack. The Firelight Rat released a Firestone, dealing 2,000 damage to the target. Seeing they were surrounded, Lu Chen said, "The Spider Queen is spitting poison. Mingyu, summon a light shield immediately. Divine Protection. Stage 2 activates, creating a shield that protects me and my teammates, reducing damage taken by 30% for 10 seconds. Lu Chen finally has time to breathe, thanking Ming Yu. "You guys deal with the Spider King. Xiao Xue protect Ming Yu. I'll handle these little pests." And without hesitation, he charged forward. Without hesitation, Yihan and Hang Ninghe charge into the fray, Yihan leaping forward, sword in hand, shouting, "You damned spider! Taste the power of the #1 rogue from View Bing City." Han Ninghe follows close behind, prompting Han to exclaim, "Beautiful!" Suddenly, she noticed something. The spider was lunging its fangs at Han Ninghe. "Careful." Luckily, Han came to her rescue. "Thank you," she replied. "It was nothing." Hiai reminds her that they must hold the Spider Queen back and not let it interfere with Lu Chen. Yihan nods without hesitation, saying it's no problem. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had just taken down a horde of monsters with his celestial phantom slash when his eyes fell upon the strongest surge of magical power. In the hands of a monster amassing a fireball. It was a rat, bigger than the rest, the Firelight Rat King, with its skill, Firelight Impact, and Heavenly Punishment. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, annoyed that even the Fire Rat King had shown up, and it charged, engulfing him in a fiery assault. Lu Chen realized the Fire Rat attacks were too dense, and with the Rat King now appearing, this back and forth wouldn't work. He fought the Rat King while observing it, noticing it seemed slightly bewildered. Lu Chen taunted, "Hey Rat, I'm right here!" And with that, he leaped up and whacked it on the head. After the blow, Lu Chen fled. "Come and get me, come and get me." The sewer rat. The Bright Moon members were speechless. "Huh? Cut liver. Bro, what are you doing?" Lu Chen explains that, of course, he's running away. The Sewer King is enraged, using his Divine Punishment skill, summoning lightning that deals 5,000 damage per second. And so, lightning relentlessly chased after Lu Chen, who called out to the two ahead, and the leader twitched. The two girls understood and jumped out, knowing exactly what to do. And so, the Rat King charged straight into the spider web, becoming trapped in a cocoon. Lu Chen swiftly dodges the swarm's attacks as Yi seizes an opportunity, producing a high-grade sealing card capable of sealing monsters level 100 and above. The Radiant Gold card engulfed the rat, sealing it away. Han Ge retrieved the card, relieved that the expensive seal had finally paid off. Lu Chen urged everyone to run while they were fighting, and they quickly retreated to safety. Mingsu sighs in relief, thinking Zhang Qian was going crazy, but it turns out he was cooperating. Lu Chen nods in agreement. Brute force won't work, they have to outsmart them. Silk is an insulator, capable of resisting the lightning of the Rat King, meaning these two magical beasts are likely enemies, so why not let them fight each other? Meanwhile, he'll sit back and reap the rewards while checking the mission board. Not bad for taking out a few small monsters and getting this much gold. He happily tames the Firelight Rat, which drops a dark gold magic ring that paralyzes enemies and interrupts their attacks. This ring's attribute is wind, which I can't use, so I'll give it to you as thanks for helping me earlier. Yihan happily accepts, saying, No need to thank me, I'll gladly take it. Lu Chen wondered since when did those two become so close. Perhaps it's because they fought side by side, Ming Shui wondered. Speaking of which, what did the boss do in his past life to deserve two beautiful guild leaders as teammates? Min Nguyet reminds him, Lu Chen, I'm Mai Wei's friend. Don't let her down. He sighed. All right, you two, that's enough. Don't rub it in. Jiluchen said, Boss, Twitch, I have a theory. I'm afraid this 100 Flowers Valley is related to a super main city. Maybe this is one of its maps, otherwise, how could the monsters here be so high level? Yihan agreed. That's possible. Does that mean we're getting a sneak peek at the new version? Hanging became even more vigilant, meaning the boss deep within the valley would be a tough opponent. We have to be careful. Ikan no Diaz in agreement. Yes. Suddenly, a noise catches Lu Chen's attention. What was that? Deep in the valley of 100 Flowers at night, Lu Chen cautiously calls out, Who's there? Before him appears a flower fairy, level 100 plus, with skills like deadly pollen, sharp thorns, and thick imprisoning fur. The flower fairy sneers, You actually came for the ice quince flower? Did He Nian notice the flower on his chest? That pattern is the ice hibiscus. Could he be the boss? Lu Chen muses. Not necessarily, but he definitely knows where the flower is. The flower fairy scoffs, You think you're worthy to obtain the flower? She lashes out with vines. Die. System notification. Deadly pollen level 100 plus effect. Pollen reduces target's movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds. Stone shield reduces the target's damage by 70%. He told those beside him, Mingyu increased defense. You cast a light shield, Holy Guardian second master. Then, Yihan and Ming Shui both attacked, only to find the monster flower open its mouth wide, as if to devour them. Yihan stared at its mouth in horror, but she couldn't react in time. We're in trouble. Luckily, Lu Chen stopped it in time. He assessed the monster flower's bizarre attacks. Everyone be careful. Yihan honestly replied, Thank you, senior. The flower fairy muttered, Just a little more. Then she smiled maliciously. But you're still too green. Countless vines suddenly surrounded everyone, leaving them stunned. What? More vines sprout as the flower fairy throws out pollen, saying, Become my nourishment. Then she clenched her hand and the vines wrapped tightly around them. The flower fairy's vine cage traps targets and releases corrosive fluids, dealing 100% true damage per second, encasing them like a ball. The fairy flower confidently declared, No creature escapes my cage alive. All will perish in my fluids. Savor it while you can. But then someone appeared behind her, and she turned back in shock. Impossible. Lu Chen is close, wanting to use us as nourishment? He unleashes a moon slash, wondering if she can even stomach it. It's then that he sees Moon leading everyone else. Sorry, your little tricks aren't enough to break through my defenses. You should really take care of yourself. And now she realizes the trap is sprung. The flower fairy screams in pain as she's slashed. Damn it, when did this happen? Lu Chen helpfully explains. We dodged your amplified attack with our skills. Hurrying, she pulls out a paralysis ring. A jolt of electricity strikes Flower Fairy, the paralysis rendering her immobile. Lu Chen then pointed his sword at her, demanding to know the location of the Frost Ice Jade Kyong. The Flower Fairy trembled. Don't kill me. Please follow me. She leads them down a narrow path deep within the mountain valley. Beyond it lies their destination. Lu Chen surveys the scene, finding it identical to the map's markings. But could things really be this simple? Why is a level 100 monster so weak? It wasn't until the Flower Fairy stopped that she pointed to the Frost Quince flower. Mingxiu exclaims, It's beautiful, just like Shuifei's intel said, so it's true. The Flower Fairy silently stands behind them, vines swaying. But Lu Chen suddenly leans in, asking, What are you planning? He struck her back decisively. You lured us into this trap to activate a mechanism and imprison us. I knew you were up to no good. We'll have to be more careful when picking the flowers later. Xiao Sui, let's go pick some over there. Hangye says, but little do they know, Min Tuyet is already entranced. It's so beautiful. Only now does Luke Tran sense something is wrong, and he quickly tries to stop her. No, Xiaosue, don't touch it. But it was too late. Mingshui had already picked the flower, and a chilling aura suddenly rose behind them. Luchin quickly pulled her away from the sudden frost as countless ice spears fell from above, and a cold voice echoed, "My nourishment has finally arrived." Luchin broke out in a cold sweat, so the flower fairy was bait from the start, deliberately losing to them so the boss could use pollen to bewitch everyone. Little Chu's level wasn't high enough, so she fell for it just now. The boss unleashed a torrent of fire. You're clever, but farewell. A sea of fire crashes down, and Yihan cries out in alarm as the system announces that Qian Chen and Bei Mingyu have been eliminated. Yihan couldn't believe it. How could her senior... The boss laughs. This is the power granted to me by the great Lina. No one can escape my attacks. Now it's your turn. Suddenly someone shouts, "Oh, hey, it's not so easy to kill me." Everyone rejoices at his appearance. Senior Lu Chen, your undying formation skill has been activated, instantly restoring full health, the system explains. The boss is wary. How can this be? Was that you just now? Ming Shui's message box pops up. Sorry everyone, I'll leave the dungeon to you. The boss, filled with hatred, shouts, "Filthy outsider," as he draws his weapon. If that's the case, I'll get serious too. Lu Chen leaps back, dodging the boss's attack, and raises his sword. You shouldn't underestimate your opponents. But to his surprise, the sword did nothing to the boss's skin. Lu Chen was shocked. The defense was too strong. The boss scoffs, asking, "Is that all you've got?" He sweeps his palm towards him, adding another blow, saying, "You're the one underestimating me. I am Lord Lin's subordinate, the one who annihilated an entire human legion. Even Princess Kainen's royal guard was no match for me. So what makes you think you stand a chance?" But Lu Chen mocked him, saying he was tired of hearing about Lord Lina. "Can't you survive without mentioning your big boss?" The enraged boss growled. "What did you say?" He taunted back. "I'm saying that a lackey like you will always be just a lackey." The demon immediately lunged toward Lu Tran. "Go die." But he dodged the attack. Move it," she shouts as she leaps from above. Here she comes. Jihan strikes with a devastating blow. The system analyzes Shattering Unrivaled, an attack that breaks 60% of the enemy's defense and deals 10% additional damage. After attacking, she retreats to safety. And this time, the boss couldn't avoid getting hurt. Did he sneak attack me while I was careless? The craftsman also strikes while he's distracted, but it's not over yet. A brilliant blue sword flashes. The Glacial Seaver. Min Nguyet raises her staff shouting, "War Cry!" It's a priest's skill, a powerful buff that increases the mana of each team member by 10%. Finally, it's Lu Tran's turn to attack, and then mine. He unleashed Purgatory Slash, inflicting countless wounds on the boss with a 30% splash effect, then swiftly parried the boss, forcing it back. Unexpectedly, countless ice arrows rained down from above, halting his movements as he scanned the area, only to find the boss had vanished. Lu Chen's senses heightened, and the moment he spotted the boss, he cried out, "Min Nguyet, watch out! The boss is targeting the rear." He then laughed. "Did you think you were the only ones who knew how to ambush? I can do that too." The boss uses his rage skill, preparing to take down Mingyu. Witnessing this, Lu Chen is enraged and quickly uses his lightning summon skill, covering the sky with dark clouds. Seeing this, the monster was stunned, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity to attack. The boss was blown away by Lu Chen, and before disappearing, he said, "You are a night spirit, yet you oppose me. Lady Lina will never forgive you." Where he died, a frost hibiscus flower bloomed. Lu Chen plucked the flower, realizing it was the boss's true form, and knew he had to heal the Blood Rain Legion quickly. At the same time, the system announced he'd completed the quest and received his reward. Awakening Star Shard 1, Frost Ice Flower Experience plus 100,000, and Gold plus 9,999. Later that day, the Bloodfeather Corps fed Xinran medicine. Lu Chen anxiously stayed by her side until she finally opened her eyes, and his brother cried out in joy. "Shinhain, you're awake. Do you feel any better? Is anything bothering you?" Shinhain weakly nodded, telling him not to worry. She was fine. Bree instructed him that the medicine's effects were just beginning, and she needed a few more days to fully recover. Lu Chen understood, relieved by her words. He told her to rest well, promising to visit again in a few days. But as he turned to leave, Tam Nin sat up. "Wait, is there nothing you want to say?" Luke Chen hesitated, his heart heavy with unspoken questions. He wanted to know why she was a monarch and what her relationship with Lina was. But now, Lu Chen hesitated and smiled. He had so much to say, but now wasn't the time. Not when she had just woken up. I can't, but just then, Huixin walks in saying, if it's not the right time for you, then let me ask. Startled, he watched her approach. Jushin asked directly, Great Seer, what exactly is Jinran's identity? Can you tell me? I don't want to see my teammates caught up in this. Luchin quickly stopped her, stammering, Now's not the time. Besides, I'm helping Jinran willingly. He Yi advised him. Of course I know that we're helping Jinran from the bottom of our hearts, but we need to understand the situation. Otherwise, Jinran might get hurt again. Aren't you worried about her? Luchin couldn't argue with that. Sigh, I'll ask Zinran about it. Great Wind Master, look. She smiled and said, It's okay, go ahead. So he speaks up. It seems things have come this far. There's nothing left to hide. Lord Ngong Fongjia, she was the fifth queen, but she cut ties due to her dissatisfaction with Lena's plot to dominate Thien Tung. Since then, Lena has been hunting her relentlessly. She eventually met a tragic end at Lena's hands, and her soul then inhabited a human girl. The very Zinran we know now. Perhaps sensing Lena's return, her memories are gradually resurfacing. For the sake of Tianzhong's peace, she's decided to help Princess Sophia restore her kingdom, which requires the demon-sealing sword and stone. That's why Shim Yeon is here. The real reason she appeared at the Magic Seal Tower to kill the Grandmaster, not just for revenge. Young man, I hope you won't blame her. She wouldn't have involved you if she didn't have to. Shinran stopped him. Sir, you don't need to defend me. Forcibly dragging others into this was my fault. My fault. But Luke Tran placed his hand on her head. Fool, you've been fighting alone for so long. You're my sister. How could I blame you? I just want you to be safe. Sinran couldn't hold back her sobs, tears welling in her eyes. Brother. She then rushed into Lutran's arms, sobbing, Brother! You're too good to me. What am I supposed to do? He quickly reassured her. All right, get back to bed. The others in the room were pleased with the outcome as well, when suddenly a fanfare grabbed everyone's attention. What's going on with the Legion today? Before they leave, he says, Young man, I've asked you to pledge allegiance to Princess Sophia 3 times, but you've refused. Now, the time has come to force the issue. Luchin was confused. What's going on? The old man didn't answer, but led the way. Go see, and you'll understand. On the tower's terrace, countless people cheered. Princess Sophia, long live the princess. She addresses the crowd, saying that the night spirits see them as a thorn in their side, and humanity sees them as demons, but only by building an immortal empire will they have a place to call home. She is Princess Sophia, and now a hero has retrieved the demon-suppressing sword and stone for us. Therefore, I have decided that in 3 days, the Blood Rain Alliance will lead a large army to attack the Violet Forest Fortress City, uprooting the Night Spirit Legion's base and opening a new chapter for the Violet Empire. The soldiers below solemnly declared, We obey your highness's command, for the glory of the Violet Empire. For the glory of the Violet Empire. Sophia raises the sword high, declaring she will use the demon-suppressing sword and stone to lay the foundation for a new empire. With that, a new storyline is triggered, and the system alerts all players that the Violet Restoration's large-scale storyline quest has been activated. The Violet Restoration War will officially begin tomorrow at noon, and players can earn honor points by fighting against the Night Spirit faction. The top 10 players with the most honor points will have the chance to receive superclass equipment, superclass mounts, and superclass skill books. Luchin now understands B's intention. This is a choice they can't avoid. They have to fight whether they want to or not. Yeon reminds everyone to log out early and get some rest, as Shinran needs it too. Let's do the quest tomorrow at noon. Agreed. All right, noon it is, outside Luogu City. It's now 2 p.m. outside Luogu City, and Thiendao is fighting the skeleton soldiers. Kid, let's see if I can cut you down. Longsheng is right behind him. Brothers, charge. Take down this wave of night spirits, and everyone gets 10,000. Little do they know, Lu Chen is watching from behind the rock. Good grief, he's been fighting for over 2 hours and hasn't cleared the small fry. Forget the boss, he hasn't even seen its shadow. Boss, what's the plan? Han Ye checked the information and responded. The Night Spirit soldiers aren't strong, but there are too many of them to fight like this. I've called for cooperation from the major guilds on the public channel to launch an attack. The Silver Fur side has agreed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes, and a figure slowly appears. Stepping out was none other than Shadow Chaos. And outside Skull Castle, a few people were talking. It's Shadow Chaos. Why is he here? Do you even need to ask? Isn't it obvious he's here for the Tramcan Tramza, but it's not time yet. Shadow Chaos laughs. Luke Tran, or should I call you Tramcan Tram now? After all, we've had a long-standing feud. You surely don't mind. I came early, didn't I? He reassured everyone. Don't get excited. He might have a trap set for us. Luchin nodded. I understand. Ji Xin approached, adding, Shui Yifang is right, you were a bit surprised by her appearance. She walked over and explained, right now, all the servers are busy playing the La Lan Restoration. Since Shadow Chaos came early, his target is likely more than just Zhan Chen Sha, right? Even the Heavenly Blade had to side with Lu Chen. That's right. I don't care about your personal grudges, but if you want to involve Icewind Hold, that's a different story. Longzang chimes in. Looks like you're using personal grudges to target our Icewind Hold guild. Tiandao's Ying Luan scoffs. Get lost. You're not worthy to speak to me. What did you say? The Heavenly Blades were instantly provoked. You're getting way too cocky, thinking we don't have anyone in Floating Ice City. You think I'm scared of you? His subordinates quickly tried to dissuade him, saying that starting a war would be disastrous, but he just laughed scornfully. Don't even mention Ice City. Even if you combined all the guilds, big and small, they still wouldn't be able to defeat me. I'm asking Tyrant and Mad Dragon, do you have the guts to declare war on me? Do you dare? His words made them cower as he scornfully swung his sword, including the Snow Silk Squad. You wretched women think too highly of yourselves. This really irritated Yi Han. What did you say? He continued his taunts. I almost forgot. I beat the crap out of that ancient Dream Soul sword in the Spirit Cave. Trampling him half to death, huh? Even Lu Tran couldn't endure that. Hong Luan fearlessly charges forward, but little did he know, his opponent could leap away and dodge the blow. Aluan, eyes bloodshot with excitement, says this is exactly the strike he's been waiting for. If the strongest player in Ice City is defeated, then Ai Zhulong will bathe this Ice City in blood. Lu Chen is not intimidated. Try me if you dare. With that, he blocked one of his attacks. Amidst the chaos, he quickly retracted his sword to block Lu Chen's attack, while Tiandao gritted his teeth, vowing to bathe Floating Ice City in blood. I knew that damn thing was up to no good. He reminded Shin. We need to gather everyone quickly, defend against the dungeon outbreak while guarding this place to prevent any mistakes. The afterimage is still attacking him relentlessly, and he's grown so much in just a few months. Not bad. Let me give you a little heads up first. My Godfire ring is level 90 purple gold grade. If you get instantly killed, I'll crush that ancient Dream Soul sword again. Indeed, that attack carries a terrifying pressure and crimson aura, but Lu Chen dispels it with a single strike, revealing that you rely solely on your equipment. Shadow Chaos cries out, cursing that he won't let up, and asks if he really has the power to crush him. You're too arrogant. With a single move, Lu Chen nearly disarms him. Enraged, the Shadow Chaos gathers his strength. Eat my sword! Veins bulging, he roars, Damn you, die! Immediately, a fierce, fiery strike lunged forward. Fire burst. But luckily, Lu Chen managed to block the blow with his sword. The system announces that the player Shadow Chaos used the Flame Explosion skill, dealing 879 damage after defense. Before he could react, Lu Chen unleashed an ice strike, breaking through his defenses and dealing double damage. Seeing himself unable to defend, Ying Luan broke out in a cold sweat as Lu Chen swung his sword in a devastating attack, followed by a horizontal slash of ice. But it only pushed him back. It wasn't enough. My defense is higher than yours, the system announces to the viewers. The player Tramcan Tramza used Ice Strike, but it missed. Tramcan Tramza sustained 2347 damage. Shadow Chaos takes 3401 damage. The soldiers are stunned. Are these two even human? Shadow Chaos frantically charges forward. Let's end this battle, Tramcan Tramza. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, sweeping his sword across with a cold glint in his eyes, while the other man charged forward, eyes bloodshot, fueled by death tenacity. Lu Chen leaps back just as the air around him heats up. The doppelganger's weapon is ablaze, triggering Hellfire Purgatory Slash, unleashing flames that deal at least 3,000 damage per second. He laughs, leaping into the air. Can they defend against this? Earth-shattering strike. This move descends, breaking the rough ground, affecting those around and blowing them away as Shadow Chaos stands tall amidst the sea of fire. He laughs confidently, striking with reckless abandon. You've lost this time, completely. Without another word, Ying Luan attacks, triggering the system to announce that he has used Hellfire Purgatory Slash, inflicting 3 consecutive hits. He leaps into the air, and he's not done yet. From above, he creates a fiery sword, but Lu Jin stands his ground. The Heavenly Swordsman panicked. We're in trouble. That's Shadow Chaos's area of effect ultimate. Activate defense. But Lu Jin remained strangely calm. Who said I've lost? That composure stuns Shadow Chaos as he stands unharmed amidst the inferno. I've been forged in hellfire. Do you think I'd fear your flames? Yi Han was shocked. This power on his senior was definitely not He Yi's. It was the dark power from the underworld, the one that Luke Tran obtained from that dungeon. Luke Tran swung his sword closer to him, saying, You're right. I really have grown quite a bit during this time. I've been to the underworld, slain the king's men, and fought even dragon knights, and now you come to my doorstep. I'm starting to wonder why so much trouble finds me. But now I've figured it out, and the system says my purgatory sword has leveled up. Lu Chen's blade strikes with killing intent. Be they monarchs or sworn enemies, I'll cut down anyone who comes my way. The sword moved, dragging a thick stream of purple energy, and as Lu Chen's blade approached, the martial god raised his sword to block, shouting loudly. "What kind of power is this?" he exclaimed, startled by the force of the sword. Lu Chen's eyes gleam as he declares, "The grace of the netherworld is beyond your understanding." He slams his sword into the ground and pillars of fire erupt from below. The system announces a flame burst, creating multiple columns of fire, each dealing 1,200 to 1,500 points of fire damage with a 5-second burn effect. As a blaze erupts, the god of war leaps into the air, a look of determination on his face. "I told you, this little fire won't affect me." Before the god of war could react, Lu Chen struck, his blade slicing into his shoulder, drawing blood. The god of war gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's even stronger than before. Before he could react, Lu Chen attacked again from below, saying, "If you couldn't hit me before, you definitely can't now." The god of war angrily looks ahead, deflecting sparks from their clashing swords. "Nonsense. I let you have 3 moves back then." From afar, He Yi and Yi Han watch the clash of fire and purple lightning. Yi Han strains to see, while He Yi's expression darkens with worry, realizing that Lu Chen has fully mastered this power. The martial god's eyes burned red as he roared, "I am the martial god!" He leaped into the air, launching himself at Lu Chen with the Fire Dragon Strike, a technique that, upon impact, would explode, creating a sea of fire within a 3-meter radius, dealing 1,800 points of damage to all targets within range. Before the flames could touch him, Lu Chen created a protective barrier, teleporting behind his opponent and relentlessly taunting him. "Martial god, you're nothing but a loser to me." Enraged, the martial god turns around, screaming for his yang sword to block the attack. "Shut up, I'll kill you." Lu Chen unleashes a new technique. Yiji, the god of war, is forced to his knees, struggling against his immense power. Lu Chen coldly scoffs, stating that the equipment he was once so proud of is now nothing more than scrap metal, as he grits his teeth, recalling the words of a passerby. The young man looks on as the martial god raises a hand, unimpressed with Lu Chen's image. He clenched his fist, facing the cowardly online insults, a failure then, now taking advantage of weakness. "Face me directly, if you dare." That's right. In the end, your skills just aren't as good. Isn't Bamboo Shadow Chaos just a cheap trick? The god of war gritted his teeth in fury. "Lu Chen, I will defeat you." In the game, he transforms into a demon, horns sprouting, veins bulging, as the system announces the fire god's true form, entering a berserk state. Fire damage up 100%, defense down 30%, lasting 15 seconds. Lu Chen raises his sword in defiance, daring him to bring everything he has. Haninga wonders if he's planning to use Purple Dragon's Roar. Yi Han is equally surprised, realizing that he's holding back, as Purple Dragon's Roar can only be used once a day, and using it now would be detrimental when fighting the boss later. Seeing their fiery spirits, Han Ngi shouts, "Is Luke Tran planning to risk it all?" Luke Tran advances with a flurry of sword strokes, while the god of war, ablaze with his own fire, rises to meet him, their powers colliding head-on. The clash of their powers triggered a shocking explosion, sending onlookers scattering in fear and leaving both drained. Heng He wondered, so, who won? While Dat-Han watched anxiously, both fighters were on their last sliver of health. Unable to rise, Lu Chen grits his teeth. "You've lost, Bamboo Shadow Chaos." Yishin cheers, and Hong Yi covers his mouth in excitement. Lu Chen, still standing, declares, "I haven't lost yet." Before a panicked subordinate rushes in, announcing that the head of Jing City, Luo Shen, has arrived with her men, intending to encircle and wipe out our bamboo dragon. Startled, the martial god asked, "What?" Gritting his teeth, he wondered, "Why is she here?" The god of war points his blade forward and shouts, "Serpent subduing halberd. Our battle is not over. One day we will have a final showdown." Luke Tran replies indifferently, "I think you're out of tricks. Are you taking the opportunity to escape?" Hearing that, the god of war grew even more enraged, declaring as he left, "Just you wait, I'll make you kneel before me and repent." Lu Chen calmly replied that he was ready for anything. After he left, he collapsed, breathing a sigh of relief. Whew, almost, and the girls quickly ran over to check on Lu Chen. She hands Lu Chen 2 vials, one red and one blue. "Replenish yourself quickly." He quickly chugs them down as Jihan asks, "Senior, isn't Luo Shen of Jing City a member of the Hall of Fame?" Lu Chen calmly replies, "Yes, she and Zhu Yingluan have a lot of animosity. We have to thank Dang Huang when we see him. Otherwise, even if Zhu Yingluan loses, his guild's size means he won't give up easily." Longxing Tianxia was puzzled, asking, "Why would Zhu Yingluan attack our floating ice city guild? We've always kept to ourselves. Who knows what that guy's up to? He's even more sinister than I am. It's probably related to the game version." Han Ningye looked at the nearby fortress and said in a low voice, "I think so too." At first it was just areas we could travel between, then server-wide quests. Perhaps Zenith is planning something big. She announced, "Everyone, we've eliminated the external enemies. The boss inside the dungeon is the real threat. I know the guilds are usually competitive, but please put aside your grudges for now, and let's clear this dungeon together and break through this line of defense." Beneath the castle, players raise their weapons and cry out in unison, "Kill!" The system announces, "Congratulations to all players of Floating Ice City for breaking the defense line. Each player receives 10,000 experience and 10,000 gold. 13 high-fives the little devil in celebration." "We did it. We actually did it." Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his face. "All right. Let's rest up and continue the siege." Suddenly, the system announced that the dungeon had advanced to Phase 2. Everyone was shocked as a massive dragon appeared, signaling Phase 2. A level 100 Earth Dragon appears, and everyone raises their weapons against it. A dragon. The dragons charge forward, and someone shouts to meet them head-on as Lu Chen yells, "Xiaogui, Shizan, let's clear the front lines." Xiaogui and 13 agreed, no problem. Lu Chen charged forward, facing the dragon head-on. Ba Tiandao's sword grazes the dragon. "Damn it, it's a dragon. How are we supposed to kill something so tough?" Longxing Tianxia roars with glee. "But Tiandao, you're so weak, bro. Whether it's an earth dragon or a sky dragon, take them all down for me." And they obeyed. "Yes, young master dragon." He smirked, thinking, Go ahead and sacrifice yourselves to weaken them for me." Luke Tran commanded, "Thaptam, little devil, strike the back of their necks," and they obeyed. "Understood, I'll draw its aggro." She swung her sword, slashing the dragon's neck and drawing blood. The system announces the earth dragon's roar, inflicting 2,000 damage per second to its target. Ha Nge. Riding the dragon says seriously, "Mint Niuit, shield Luke Tran. He needs to tank the skill." The system announces divine protection, defense plus 30%. Mingyan Guyet raises her weapon, adding a shield as Lu Chen battles the dragon, saying, "Thanks, Sister Ming Yu." He leaps up, slashing a fierce arc across the dragon's maw as Ming Sui unleashes a flurry of arrows. "Nice one, boss. You go right ahead, and I'll cover you." Longxing Tianxia lurks behind Lu Chen, waiting for the kid to draw aggro so he can steal the final blow and claim the points. Suddenly, Blade Tyrant turned, noticing a weapon coming his way, and blocked it with his sword. "Not bad, World Dragon, but what's so great about a sneak attack from behind? If you're so tough, go take on the Earth Dragon yourself," Longxing Tianxia shouted angrily. "But Tiandao, stop pretending to be a good guy. I know what you're up to." Before he could finish, he was struck by a dinosaur's tail. Xiaogui jumps in, scolding, "You idiot, if you're going to fight amongst yourselves, at least pick your battles. If you want to die, don't drag everyone else down with you." Meanwhile, Lu Chen says, "Forget them, let's just focus on killing our enemies." He unleashes Dragon's Arrow Stomp, dealing 2,100 area damage over 3 seconds, hitting the Celestial Illusion and severing dragons. The 3 dragons vanish as Lu Chen raises his weapon, calling for an all-out assault on the royal city. Weapons simultaneously aimed at the closed city gate, a force shattering it into 100 pieces. The powerful force of the attack inside turned everything to chaos. The soldiers inside cried out in terror, "Help us!" Startled, the little devil cursed, "Damn, what kind of boss is this?" "Are you serious?" The group inside frantically dodged the power. Their faces turned pale as they screamed, "Run! It's the boss! Just looking at it, we know we can't handle it." Before they could flee, a blade struck, drawing blood. 13's eyes widened in shock. "Damn, Luke, this boss is overpowered." Lu Chen paused. "Hold on, I sense Night Spirit's presence." A red aura glowed brightly in the sky, and a massive, terrifying figure emerged. "Foolish human adventurers, you think you can kill me?" Wrathwind challenged, raising his sword with a sharp gaze. "Then come, my sword shall drink your blood dry. I am Wrathwind, the Executioner-class boss, Ironclad Warlord." Lu Chen pondered. "This boss is beyond dark gold and purple gold levels. Even I might not withstand a single blow. He suggests we retreat for now." Everyone was surprised to hear that. "Retreat?" Lu Chen said, mocking Ba Tiandao. Someone hasn't gotten their fill of spoils, and now they're probably squirming in their seat. You got your share of the spoils last time, so how about you let us handle this, boss? He nonchalantly turns and walks away. Whatever you want, we'll hang back. Blade Tyrant smirks. Ha, so you do have some sense. He roared, raising his weapon, ready to charge. Brothers, follow me and take down this boss. Little Devil asked softly. Boss, are we really letting them have this one? Lu Chen simply replied, just watch quietly. Besides, with all those weapons pointed at No Fong, whether they can take him down is still a question. Annoyed, he turns and lashes out, where did this trash come from? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Jixon exclaimed, the boss is too strong, a quick kill indeed. Lu Chen thought to himself, strong he may be, but his mobility is questionable. But the Tyrant Blade, fearless, leaps to attack. So what if you're a night spirit? I'll cut you down. As his sword approached, Nuo Feng blocked it, snarling, what did you say? He flung Ba Tiandao away, then a terrifying dark red aura emanated from Nuo Feng as he said, foolish humans. He leaps into the air, declaring that their lives will be reborn in hell, beckoning them to the embrace of the great night spirit. Wrathful Gale unleashed a devastating strike, sending the Blade Tyrants flying. He hurled his sword forward, triggering another, even more destructive explosion that left the Blade Tyrants wide-eyed in terror. It unleashes a devastating area of effect attack, as Lu Chen raises his sword and declares, all right, everyone, it's our turn to move out. While Lu Chen and Yixin charge ahead, will flank from behind and the rest will follow, no problem. But No Fong remained calm, vanishing in an instant before their astonished eyes. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, thinking, he's gone. No Fong reappears behind them, sword raised, declaring they're still too green. Kiat Han stands frozen, a wound on her shoulder bleeding freely. She grins maniacally, taunting, are you sure about that? The system announces the Devil's Arm Ring activation, and Yi Han unleashes 100 bolts of lightning at Nu Feng. Lu Chen praised her as he struck from behind, but Nu Feng immediately dodged the blow. Nice hit, Yi Han. He was surprised, wondering, is the damage that low? Seeing this, the little devil rushed forward. Boss, let me go. He extends his weapon, stabbing Rage Wind in the back. At the same time, Mingzhui fired off another 10 arrows, a flurry of projectiles, but they had no effect on him. And Lu Chen stood stunned as he realized that ranged attacks were almost useless, and physical defense was already pushed to its limit. Wrathful Wind sneers, did you really think I was a pushover? He unleashes white-red beams of power, triggering War Shatter, a system announcement, and a 3-hit thunder attack within a 15-foot radius that inflicts knockback. Lu Chen and the others fought desperately against the onslaught of power. And even Lu Chen struggled, realizing this boss was a monster of stats, with each attack devastatingly powerful. Lu Chen suddenly turns around to see Ming Yu stepping forward to stop him, approaching the struggling performers who are blocking Rage Wind's sword. Let me handle this. Lu Chen leaps into the air, sword raised to strike. Spatial slash. He unleashes a powerful strike from behind Nu Fong. His expression darkening, it was clear he needed critical hits to break through the defense. Normal attacks were like tickles. Lu Chen stepped forward, facing his cold, red eyes. Nightmare Execution. Nightmare Execution deals 50% more damage to the target, while suppressing the undead system and reducing defense by 10%. The two swords clashed, creating fierce sparks. As he fought, Feng sneered, a bunch of common undead dare to oppose me? How ignorant. Lu Chen grits his teeth. When I strike you down, your soul will burn in the fires of purgatory forever. He showed no fear, only disdain. You're just Lin Na's dog. Your comrades have already fallen by my blade. Are you here to offer your life as well? With a mighty swing, Nuo Feng roared, you asked for it. Lu Chen quickly turned and fled in the opposite direction. Trying to run? Think again. Don't risk your lives, I'll handle this, Luke Tran declared, shocking Han. As he ran for his life, he analyzed the boss in his head. High damage and long range, but low agility. He could win by relying on mobility and burst damage. The only problem was that the purple dragon roar took too long to charge, so he could only use it at key moments. First, he needed to whittle down his health. Nufeng laughs maniacally and strikes a powerful blow. Ha ha, are you scared? Is that all you've got? Luke Chan turned and aimed for his horn, but in less than 3 seconds, Nufeng swung his sword down to block the blow. Useless. The two swords grind against each other, creating sparks. Lu Jin stares with determination. The battle far from over as he calls out, a purple aura enveloping the king's power, leaving Nu Feng stunned and questioning. Why do you possess the power of a king? Lu Chen, seemingly unconcerned, rushes forward. Coincidentally, I want to know the answer too, but for now, he slashes at Ragewind, who narrowly dodges the blow. First I'll cut you down, then we'll talk. Wrathwind, now serious, unleashes red lightning bolts across the sky, declaring, "Enough games, kid. I'm done playing around." Wrath of the Earth, system announcement. Wrath of the Earth inflicts 8,000 to 10,000 damage, plus a 5-second burn dealing 200 damage per second, and blows away all targets in range. Yihan cries out in fear, "We're doomed. It's the boss's ultimate move." Hang and Mingyu watch intently, their faces etched with worry. Flames engulfed Ragewind as he raised his sword, unleashing a devastating power that threatened to tear apart the earth and sky. Hangi and Yi Xin paled, sweat pouring down their faces when a knight in shining armor appeared, her weapon wreathed in dark red energy. Lu Chen, seeing this, said in a deep voice, "You've finally arrived. I thought I'd have to wait longer." Shinran affirmed confidently, "Don't worry, brother. Shinran will definitely not lose." He gently stroked her head and called out, "I've look!" as the horse-riding girl approached Nu Feng to make her declaration. "Ironclad General Wrathwind, you ambushed the Night Spirit army of the Blood Rain Legion, wiping them out. The fortress is about to fall. Surrender, and I, the princess, may spare your life." Wrathwind couldn't believe his ears, stammering, "My elite troops were wiped out?" He angrily raised his sword, shouting, "Humming Wind, this was you, wasn't it? A traitor to the temple, you're still willing to sell your life for these insignificant humans. A true disgrace to purgatory." Shinran simply replied, "That filthy purgatory has nothing for me to miss. There's no such thing as betrayal or pride. In purgatory, the only rule is life and death, and today, you die." Wrathful Gale scoffs, You were critically injured by Lord Lina and the other monarchs. Do you really think you're still the king who once terrified the world?" She retorts, daring him to try. At the same time, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to attack him from behind. As she finished speaking, Shinran pointed her weapon forward,